Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the Call of Duty Challengers Elite in Europe. We are now in week 2, but that only means one thing. We are about to enter our wonderful playoffs. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn.
Yeah, Bryce, very excited to jump into the playoffs. We've had our 3 days of group action, but this is where it really does matter for these teams. You managed to make it. Now can you go that step further and win the whole bloody thing? That's the idea.
That's what they'll all be trying to do. We've said goodbye to some of our teams in the Elite, but not all of them, of course, and they will all now have been entered into our bracket after a hard-fought fight yesterday, some of them just slipping in. So, as you can see here, Ton, any games that stand out to you?
I think realistically, you know, we are seeing a lot that we kind of lean towards one direction, especially in the winners bracket side of things. Things have been top heavy. I'm excited to see how Avenge do. I think going up against Exceptional is a tough task, but the player I spoke to will be of no surprise to anybody else. But I spoke to Vortex and he said that Avenge are potentially one of the next teams up, meaning to me in my mind, he might have got a pasting once upon a time. So let's see how things are going to go between them two. But everybody else, you look, we have mentioned it has felt top heavy. I'm looking to see some potential upsets. I'm really excited to see if that happens in winners round 1.
Yeah, me as well. I think when these teams kind of come down to it, they've been playing for the last couple of weeks and everybody's kind of gearing up to this moment. It wasn't a surprise to see at least half of these teams kind of just make it into the bracket without even an issue. I am excited to see how long Noctum's undefeated streak will continue. They have not dropped a map yet in Elite.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if they go into today playing the same way they have been, then they very well could end the day in a similar fashion. But going up against Notorious Og, that is a winnable game for Noctum. They'll be looking at themselves saying, can we do it within 3? I'd imagine they'll think they can, so let's see if they can keep that streak going. But there are some very, very good games across the board. But that Noctum Notorious one, if you're curious if Noctum are going to get things going and continue on their way in terms of their perfection, they are on the B stream. But this is what's happening on Alpha Pricing.
It is. We'll start off with Exceptional and Avenge Esports. And then, of course, for the rest of the schedule, it'll be filled in as we get there. So just keep an eye on for every single one of those, but we also have much more to come. We do have other games going on, which we will try and jump into, at the very least fill you on what's been going on, as well as the games on Bravo. Whenever we have an opportunity, we'll jump into, Ton.
Yeah, we've kind of just been jumping in and around everything, haven't we? Especially, you know, in between maps when players are getting themselves set up, we always whinge that they take ages to do so. But if you've got 2 games going at the same time, then that's not a problem. Yeah, we've got plenty of action to get yourself on your screens. I know the community streamer in and amongst it as well. It's going to be an interesting night of Call of Duty.
It certainly is. Well, let's talk about some of the great teams we're going to watch today. First of all, it's in the name, Exceptional. One of the favourites so far in the Elite. Harry, Denza, Mythics, and Vortex. If you've ever watched Challenge before, you've seen these players, and for good reason, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. We have had these players kind of synonymous with European Challengers and winning in European Challengers for years. For me, though, I think we need to see maybe a little bit more from them. We've seen them go up against Noctum. That was the only real issue they had throughout the group stage, but it was an issue where they got 3-0'd. That is not what I would have expected from this roster. I would have expected a closer game than that, losing to them, not the end of the world. But the caveat for that is they know they just needed to get into this playoff stage, group stage. It only matters if you get through to the playoffs. They managed to get through. They are now in a position where they can go on and win this tournament, and this is where a lot of these players really do step up. So I'm curious if that step up is going to come immediately.
Yeah, me as well. I think basically when you look at these two teams, Exceptional are going to be the obvious one for, but hey, we've seen weirder things in playoffs, and obviously they did take a bit of a beating going forward, but can Avenge do the same thing? Heptics, Red, Julian, and Callum had a pretty good showing yesterday as well, although it was one of our more entertaining games.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, wasn't it, in their final game, but managing to get through irrelevant of how many results kind of went. And I think if you looked at this roster and sort of said beforehand, if you can make it to playoffs, I think they would have bit your hand off. So the fact that they're here now, you know, the pressure is kind of off in a certain kind of way. That would have win it, but candidly speaking, I think for Avenge, it would have been at the stage of just making sure you manage to get through and then go from there and see what you can do. So it's interesting to see how things are going to break down between these two, but for Avenge, you know, the hard job is done, so to speak.
Oh yeah, I think so. I mean, here's the thing. It's always an achievement. I think like people downplay this. It's an achievement just to get into the Elite, right? Like, it is a very hard-fought battle. The very best in Europe. It is not easy to get to that stage first. Then the next stage is to get to playoffs. Again, not easy. You're eliminating 4 teams essentially from the group stages to get into this playoff bracket. It is a monumental achievement to get this far out of all the people who play challenges. To go even further at this point, obviously for some of these teams, is icing on the cake, but every team, as we know, is a competitor. They will all be trying to win it regardless.
Absolutely. But I mean, look, we have seen glimpses from them. We haven't necessarily seen that consistency. You can see mistakes come through. They creep in, I want to say quite often, but they do have a lot of talent. You see the slaying ability is very much there, but it's just about those heads-up situations. We need to see them maybe be a little bit more locked in on that. But as far as everything else goes, I feel as if, you know, their SnD has looked relatively solid. But again, I'm still, the jury's still out, Brycey, is kind of what I'm trying to say. I'm still curious to see how this Avenge esports team are going to go on and see how they're going to do over the entirety of the tournament. They're going to have, well, 2 opportunities. Of course, we do have a losers bracket, just to remind you guys at home, but they will be going up against Exceptional first, which is a very, very tough ask. As mentioned on the side of Exceptional, I mean, they have really brought it to the table when it comes down to these playoff games. So Avenge esports are coming in against one of the toughest opposition they possibly could have. So who better than to prove yourself against than, of course, Exceptional?
Yeah, it is. Well, and I'll be honest with you, this is always the part of it where I'm like, well, I actually want to see who really moves forward in the schedule. That's the big thing for me. Seems some of the big matchups that we've been waiting for from the group stages. But before we get there, of course, these are the maps and modes we'll be seeing in this first game. Skyline Hardpoint, Red Card Search and Destroy, Vault Control, Vault Hardpoint, and Skyline Search to end it off. A couple of mixy maps in there, Ton.
Very mixy map. Skyline Hardpoint seems to be the favorite to open up on. But then, of course, we saw things down in Red Card Search and Destroy. Vault Control, Vault Hardpoint, again, those are the kind of maps I'm looking towards Exceptional to try and get the job done on. The Skyline Search and Destroy to finish things off is very, very nice. Avenge getting rid of Vault. For me, I probably would have tried to keep that one in. A little bit of a mixy one. It's one that can maybe throw a bit of a curveball towards a very, very well-seasoned team like Exceptional. But, of course, we do have other games going on, Brycey, but this one should be interesting.
It certainly should. Well, I've been told our second stream may be up and running, so we're going to have a little check-in on how this game is going. Notorious Gaming going up against Noctum Esports. And probably the biggest story so far, of course, if you have missed it, or missed it when I said it earlier, Noctum Esports haven't lost a map yet. They are 15-0.
Well, this is going to be a really good indication to see which group felt stronger. Because for Noctum, I mean, coming through that group in that fashion, undefeated overall, was a really, really good achievement, especially with Exceptional in there alongside of you. But to find all of your maps without taking a single loss is a crazy statistic. So let's see if they can continue to do that up against the opposition group, and whether or not you can get the job done here up against Notorious. They absolutely will be favorites for this one. Notorious game will have their backs against the wall. They will know that. Noctum will be feeling exceptionally good heading into this series and heading into playoffs.
Well, and I mean, just the confidence you get from that kind of thing, Ton, I don't think it'd be understated. If anything, losing a map may be a bit of an issue because I'm not really used to it so far. But I don't know if Noctum Esports were the heavy favourites coming into this one, but I think after the performance they've had so far, maybe just the case.
I mean, I think it is based on that. Just if you were to put these rosters up against each other on paper, you would sort of say, okay, well, you'd still be leaning towards Noctum, but the performance that we've seen from Noctum is actually kind of crazy. You know, we're seeing that right now as well. They're holding down the P2 spawns. They find all these kills. I think a really important thing that we have seen from them, Henry's popping off as expected. Kez is doing his job, as is Detain. He's having a really, really good tournament so far. But Bandsit 5-5. He has been a big slayer. He's been a guy that's bringing up the moments when needs be, and you have that experience to lean on. He's able to produce so consistently here in challenges, and if he continues to do so, Noctum are going to be a serious threat for the title.
Oh, we'll have to find out, of course. Still a good amount of the tournament to go, and I mean, they're just making another case for it now. I thought, you know, with a bit of a slow start on P1, but this is exactly what we're talking about. This team seems to just be better than the majority of teams we've watched them against, and I think that what may have given us a clue that there was something a little bit different about them was purely that Exceptional game. Because none of us expected a 3-0 in that first game. We're like, oh, that is surprising for all of us. How far in this bracket before they start to seriously struggle is now the question about them, because look at the scoreline, Ton. 76, the other team's just breaching 20. They're already looking towards this next rotation as well. It seems to be a very well-practiced team.
I think, you know, when we were discussing that game against Exceptional, we were really, like, kind of tipping it to be one of the best games that you're going to see over this entire season. And we got a 3-0 stomping from Noctum Esports. If I remember correctly, I want to say the maps were relatively comfortable as well. It was only last week, but I have forgotten. But here we are, Noctum Esports. Looking good here on map number 1. The winners bracket side of things here in the playoffs. Mikey, though, will find a couple of kills. He's had a bit of a slow start. Well, I'm not 100% sure that things... Oh, no, he is still having a slow start. There you go. He gets his second kill. 2 and 10 now. That's probably not helping Notorious Gaming by any stretch, but good opportunity for what's felt like a pretty comfortable start for Noctum Esports. This hold gets Notorious Gaming well and truly back into this game.
Yeah, this is an incredible hold for them as well, just to get back into it and take away what you clearly saw Noctum Esports were lining up for to begin with. They had that rotation, but lost it very, very quickly. And I will say this, Mighty making that second kill, now got 2 more straight away after it. Good confidence kill. Get that back into it like, actually, no, I can gun this. I just need to get back in the rhythm. And rhythm is what they've got. You can see now on the mini-map, they already have that rotation in P1.
Much better. On the side of Notorious, they may well not draw things up. Had the potential to do that. They're able to lock down all that time. They have put themselves back into the conversation on this game. Getting Alpha up and running very, very shortly, but 40 seconds to go. We'll stay with Bravo. Things are getting figured out on the other side. 35 seconds remaining on this hill. Noctum Esports really yet to break in.
Incredible job here from Notorious. Just keeping the bay every single direction. Nanox is ready for it. Finds one. Backs off. Doesn't even go for the second chow. This is causing them to just delay a few more seconds. Kez will get one, but there's not the bodies there to trade. And keep an eye on that mini-map as well. Both teams will now be starting to think about that rotation, or they should have done a little bit before here. Or who will end up grabbing it first? A lot of pressure about to come through the middle of the map.
And they found those kills towards the back side. All of a sudden, Henry is going to be left all on his own. Big win for Fabron. Wins 4 in a row. All of a sudden, out of absolutely nothing, Notorious Gaming found themselves in the lead. Henry will get taken down towards his backside, and this rotation is looking very, very good for Notorious as well. The good shots are coming through, and this is a little more like it. You're 1 in 10 to 9 in 15. That's a stat line you love to see. Melko holding down the cross, and but what feels like one of the very first times, Noctum's record is currently under threat.
As I said, this is a complete reverse for the Fortune. We were talking about how good Noctum looked, and I think it was like 76 to 18. So far since then, it's 101 to 87. They've really struggled to get anything going P4 to now, when they finally get back onto the point. But they don't have the spawn, and the reinforcements are just flooding in so quickly here, and you can't keep up the slaying to get it. Now, off to P3, where basically all kind of started to fall apart for Noctum last time.
Yeah, I mean, they lost a little bit of scrap time. Nothing too serious when it came down to it, but it was the rotation over towards 4. They committed everything over towards that, lost that on that rotation at the last moment, and that's kind of what's led to their downfall here. Trying to get themselves back up and running. Notorious Gaming well and truly into this one now. You can see the team starting to pivot round towards the other side of the map. E4 coming up is a very, very big option for these teams. You can pick up so much good time. Banter's going to get dealt with on the point, though. It's another break for Notorious over towards P3. 35 seconds remaining as well. But their opportunity here is to try and push through. They want to try and think about P4 as well.
Just trying to be careful here. You can see both teams try not to lose the point. And for Noctum, this is just about this rotation, really. A little bit of pressure if they can. The nades will get them off of it. But these 16 seconds... they matter, but not as much as this rotation. Noctum threw it away a little bit last time. They will not want to do so again, but they are gunning them out of their socks one more time. This hold must happen for Noctum.
This is dangerous because Noctum kind of got a little bit overzealous there towards Old. They could have just sat back. They didn't want to give that scrap time up, but it's invited this pressure maybe a little bit sooner than they would have liked. Noctum trying to hold this down, but not without that pressure. Notorious doing a good job, but they were. And then all of a sudden, they've been dealt with. Henry and Detain combining well. There's the wipe. And there is 40 seconds still to go on this hill. Noctum Esports could take a substantial lead after this.
They certainly will. And if you want to keep watching this game, make sure you log into Challengers Bravo as our main show is underway. Alpha Stream has finally kicked into gear. Exceptional Gaming versus Avenge Esports is about to go down on Skyline.
I expect this game to maybe not be quite as close as that one, if I'm honest with you, Bryce. It's just, I'm very curious to what we're going to get from Avenge Esports. We're heading in to the nitty-gritty, and well, that's the good start. You get 4 dead, you've got the better spawn. start that dreams are absolutely made of. Everybody finding those kills exceptional, yet to get one on the board.
It's just trying to win that gunfight, but going to have to back off for a few seconds. At the moment, doing a good job here, Avenge, of just dictating the tempo. A few more kills going down, though. Exceptional will be looking to capitalize on this. This is going to be a push straight over for them. One person will stay in P1. The rest of them will be looking for kills. And the rest of Avenge, you can see, backpedaling, ready to absorb that pressure as much as they can.
The Mythics is a player you really got to keep an eye on. He might be sitting at 0-3 here for Exceptional Gaming, but he's going to be somebody who will be a huge boost for this Exceptional game inside. He'll be the player trying to find those moments. And to Harry, Vortex, they all have that ability, they all have that talent, but there you go, the rotation is locked in. Exceptional may well have got 4-man wiped, but well, they've got about that ever since then. They've been dominating, and there you go, Harry on a 6 spree, finds 3 towards the back, and that is a huge amount of time now on offer for the side of Exceptional. Everybody dead and still locking it down. 40 seconds remaining here at P2. They're running amok right now, Brycey.
Harry just having an unbelievable time. 8-1. Slow start from the Exceptional has turned into an absolute bodying. They've got to take him down at some point. He is holding a very important area here around Piano. They know exactly where they're going to have to push, eventually getting him out. And that's a full wipe. Avenge just bouncing straight back into it.
It's mad Call of Duty, isn't it? You see Exceptional just locking down the rotation. They find the kills. They continue to find kills. Harry's on a 6 spree. And then just get dropped 4 men. Just like that. All of a sudden, you lose 20 seconds in the blink of an eye. And whilst instead of having 70, your opponents have 40. And all of a sudden, you are not as far ahead as you probably should have been. Heading over towards P3, though. Avenge Esports do have these back spawns, trying to put some pressure in the mid-map. You can see Julian finds a kill onto Vortex. Pressure starting to come in now as well, just from 2 players on the side of Exceptional, who should be cut to ribbons in the art. Julian on 5 spree spawns momentarily flipped. Get a bit of a split there, so they're going to try and hunt one down. I'd imagine they'll try and keep a hold of these spawns over towards P4, but Mythics will find a kill. Here comes the break, and those spawns work in Exceptional's favor. 8 seconds to play for here at Kitchen, and well, still anybody's game.
Just trying to hold on a little bit. They know that the rotation is going to be important as well, but you don't want to give up this much time. Avenge doing a really good job of keeping that pressure on, not letting Exceptional really rest on their laurels at any point. Vortex just trying to hold Catwalk because he knows the rest of the teams are on their way. And you can see he's just doing that roaming roll at the moment, keeping sure all the lanes are fire.
Can't find that kill in the middle of the map. Callum will find 2. So Harry going to have to back on up. Does have 1 player to spawn towards the backside. 1 player spawns out. That's going to be Denza. He's going to be there for a potential pinch for the team. An accidental 1v1 you will take. Callum, Julian, all combining well. It's only Denza who can answer back. 1 player behind the bat. He will find it. And all of a sudden, Avenge Esports will find that break. Very tight so far. Feels like Exceptional are the first ones there. They'll find the setup. Looks good. And they get broken maybe just a little bit too easily. Are we going to choose this time to pull in the Predator Miss? I cannot find anything. My goodness me. Driving. Not necessarily his best attribute, but irrelevant of that. It has forced them all inside, Bryce.
Just trying to keep this pressure up. Like I said, this is almost a game where right now nobody performing at an exceptional level, and I don't mean that with the pun. Even Harry has slowed down massively. Remember, he was 8-1. He's now going 9-9, and the sky is basically all tied up as we go back towards P1. Who really comes out ahead here is going to be a second half game.
Here's me with egg on my face. Said the Mythics will be the guy that's running the show, if anything. Well, he's currently sitting the most negative. I might have jinxed him, Brycey. Denza up top, trying to get a flip here. Ori's team is going to be able to find a kill, finds a second. Really nice route coming through from Denza, finds the kills. Now all of a sudden it puts Mythics in a position to try and lock this down. P2 coming up in 40 seconds. You'd rather get a hold of this side of the map sooner than later.
This is again that little game around P1 and Paul. Try to hold off the pressure while also making sure you cover things like Kitchen. You send players back. At the moment, Vortex is doing the job of just slaying, just keeping them staggered and off of the spawn. There's no concerted push coming through. Exceptional Gaming, this is the very important moment. They must not let players get through and get behind them. We can see that Callum has gone, trying to get in that position. He's already got 1. The rest of the team will now follow behind him. Exceptional Gaming will have the spawn, but Callum, trying to stay alive, goes down before his team can get there.
It's those moments where you just need to hold tight. Wait for the reinforcements to come through, but now you're staggered a little bit. Can find one back. Harry's there to answer. It's just hard to break it here if you're Avenge Esports. Maybe you spelled blood in the water now, though. Harry and Denza are going to be dealt with. Dix trying to roam around and find something he can. Spawn out now for the side of Exceptional. 35 seconds still to play for here. Two players trying to lock this one down. Harry's the only one left now. Trying to stay alive. Reinforcements on their way.
Just being careful. Red's going to fall as well here, but a really good job by Avenge Esports to take that last 24 seconds if they can keep it in the pocket, which right now it looks like they probably will. It's a great job to keep up. And Callum just going back and forth as they know that the P3 is about to pop. It looks like there is an update from that last stream. Notorious have taken the hard point. The streak for Noctum has ended as soon as they hit playoffs.
It just shows, though, sometimes when it comes down to playoffs, these are the important games. It's not necessarily about being flawless in groups. It doesn't matter when you get to playoffs. That record doesn't carry over. It doesn't give you an advantage. It might give you some confidence. Well, you've lost your first map. So a bit of a bounce back needed from Noctum. Exceptional Gaming. They're going to find themselves in a good spot here in the lead right now.
Just trying to make sure they hold on. Vortex slides straight into the guns of Julian. Ends up firing every single direction, but not going to get anything more out of that. Harry for reinforcements. Both teams now just kind of throwing bodies at this point. There's no big push going on, and Avenge will come out on top of it. Great position for them now. Can they get enough of this scrap time and then get that rotation locked in? They will flip this game on its head. Heptics, just going to get gunned by Mythics. There are some gaps opening up.
Gaps on both sides, though, right? I mean, Julian's doing a really good job. Fantastic shots there. 26 and 18. Having a game. Denza finds a second kill towards the back, though, and he's got no right to do so. You will get overwhelmed. That has allowed a little bit of time for the rest of Exceptional to put themselves in a spot. But look, these kills starting to come through. Vortex does have a little bit of backup here. Just trying to take their time. Denza can't shoot in that many directions. Vortex needs some help. Mythics will find one on the outside, though, and here comes the break. Here comes the push. He knows exactly where he's lying. Julian Cog gets taken down. Now, all of a sudden, you've got spawns over towards the back. You've got that anchor at the back as well. This is a big opportunity for this 30 seconds.
Kills are going their way just enough. Eventual might have to slow it down. They need to get the trades in there as well. Mythics has just turned and burned on Julian by the look of it on the minimap. Ends up still just slaying out, not letting anybody through the front. And Avenge have not had a good time of getting near this again. Everybody just moving quite mad to get through. A couple of kills go down, but they clean it up again. Mythics once more holding bedroom. They're starting to come alive.
That was a juicy shot across the map in the kitchen there. And Denza, the cleanup crew will find two as well. Exceptional starting to put the afterburners on now. Rotation over towards P1 starting to come through. Callum can find one. Harry, unfortunately, find the side of the map. Time still to be played for here at P1, but that's the first time we've seen a really decent hold coming through from Exceptional. And all of a sudden, the wind does seem as if it is beneath their sails. Can Avenge Esports find anything to bring this one back? They found themselves behind a significant amount of time for probably the first time.
Vortex now looking to make a move. He knows it's an important kill. Gets it as well. Looks at the player in the point, and it's a great shot from Vortex. This causes issues for Avenge. While they have the spawn, they know they've got to look for Vortex. Same direction, still going as well. These are such important kills. Only Callum left alive to slow them down a little bit, but the spawns have flipped, and that gives Exceptional Gaming an opportunity to end this game.
That's just those moments there where you see Callum not looking in the right direction. He should maybe be a little bit more present and know that they're going to be spawning back there. But now the spawn comes through for Avenge, so maybe he thought his teammates would be there. Maybe just a little bit later than they had ended up getting over towards this side. Julian trying to push out now. 50 seconds to go. Problem is for them, Exceptional only 14 seconds away, trying to find a break here as well. Big plays coming in from Julian. Every single time we're on board with him, he does seem to be streaking out, but the problem is the rest of his team have started to fall. Vortex in the point can find two. Here comes the backup. Red can find one, cannot find the second. 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds away for Exceptional. They're going to close out map number one. It was a scary one throughout Pricey, but a good hold at P4 set them on their way. Rotation goes their way. Exceptional find map number one.
It almost felt a little bit like a changing of the gears. Exceptional, once they started to really slay out, were having a much easier time of it. If anything, you got to give credit to Avenge. On that P2, they got that break very, very quickly. Much quicker than they probably should have done with how Exceptional had set it up. But you saw that Exceptional came right back, broke it straight away again. So a couple of breaks there in the end could have changed the game either way, but Exceptional did seem to be the better team in that last quarter.
Yeah, I think, when it comes down to those moments where they were offered opportunities, it felt like Avenge were... It never felt like there was a big setup and they would pick up 30 or 40 seconds, right? It just felt like, okay, well, we'll broke through. We found 20 seconds, which is good. That's fine if you're going to find that break, whatever. But the difference is when Exceptional did find that break and they did find that moment to set up, you seen Mythic start to pop off, had a bit of a slow start. But as soon as he puts himself in that position, they start to then just do as much as they possibly can. I think it was on this hill in particular where Vortex stays alive, waits for everybody else to come up, and this was it from Mythics. Drops down, gives them that reinforcement, and there you go. And that was the end of those 40 seconds that they managed to hold down, puts them in such a good spot. And then when you're heading over towards P1, you end up with the better spawns over for P2 as well, and it just all lines up for you. Really, really good play from Exceptional in the end. A little bit of a slow start, which they'll be disappointed with, but the damage was done, really, by Mythics. 4,200 damage is nothing to turn your nose at. Really good job from him.
Great way from start as well. I mean, this is what we're talking about with Plasma, by the way. None of these games have looked easy. Like, every single time teams are going back and forth, they're really putting all they can into it. We were worried when we saw this schedule coming out that we thought it might be a bit of a blowout for these first two games. Exceptional and Noctum obviously having a very good reputation from the group stages. Has proved not to be the case.
It's funny, isn't it? Exceptional came second, and I would argue that, with all respect to Avenge Esports, that this is probably an easier game that Noctum would have got, actually, after going 5-0 in their group and finishing top. Just the way that the Group A actually kind of worked out towards the end. It was, of course, Notorious coming in fourth. Avenge actually managed to finish third, just based on results. Avenge beating Notorious, gave me 3-2. I think Exceptional would have rather played up against Avenge than a team like Notorious. But here we are anyway. It doesn't really matter. You have to play the best to be the best. And as the case so far for Avenge, they are going up against one of the best, and they falter in map number 1. Red Card Search and Destroy going to be coming up. We're going to see a Vault Control as well. Post-hardpoint and Skyline Search and Destroy to close it out if we do need it. But I kind of want to talk about Bravo as well. Noctum losing map number 1. And it was strange, wasn't it? Because we've seen the first, minute or so, and it felt like Noctum were in a really good position, just kind of controlling the game. One good break came back, and all of a sudden their backs were against the wall. I actually got a message from one of our guys on production, Kieran. He was like, so the Noctum, the B-Stream game tied 215-215. I was like, what? They tied the game? They went all the way like... I was typing in the Discord. No, they were just that close towards the end. So it's a very close end between these two teams on map number 1. Notorious have found themselves in the lead here, albeit owing through one round of Skyline Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it's just it's almost kind of like we talked about their streak being kind of incredible, really. To fall at the first hurdle, I mean, don't get me wrong, they haven't lost it, but it's just I'm just a little bit disappointed in the story. I was expecting it to go on for a little bit longer than the very first game of playoffs. Yeah, obviously it doesn't matter in the long run. Yeah, I was probably expecting it as well. I mean, Notorious do show some promise every now and then. You know, Fibron, we seen them last year. Nadox as well, Andy and Melko. Those names don't necessarily like spring to mind any moments particularly. I definitely remember Fibron and Nadox doing some really good work last year, and they kind of continue it on here in Notorious Gaming. Sensational start. 4 versus 3 in their favor in round number 2. This bomb is going down. Hard retake this for Noctum. And just trying to tickle around that corner. Not gone quite the way we would like it to. 2 versus 3. Tane will make a move. Worrying about the trade. Already going to go down. And now Bance left in a 1 versus 3. And finds one. 20 seconds to go.
It's time.
Yeah, just going to be a lot of shouldering going on. He will go for the chow. Gets the second. Time is going to be the real killer here. Has to be on the bomb. Isn't on it. Now will be checked. Knows he can't really win it, but we'll find the kills regardless. At least a little bit of a boost mentally, maybe.
Yeah, that's an ace for the loss, sadly, for Bance. But I suppose, you know, the caveat you can take away when it gets to... It always feels when you're around 15, 14 seconds, if you don't have any eyes on and the player defending that bomb around is kind of lost, it does take quite a bit to screw it up from there. for those teams who are defending that bomb who's down. But irrelevant of that, Bant's finding a 4 spree is not necessarily the end of the world. You may well lose the round, but if I'm Ben now, I'm playing maybe a little bit more passively. Working on those missiles if you can. The Hellstorm be a big problem for Notorious to try and deal with later on in this game, but needs to find a few more kills.
Here comes the RCXD. Going to try and use this to win the round. Pretty standard tactic here from what we've seen over and over again. You just hold it in place, but pulls it out of cover, and Alex takes it straight down. All that's given them is maybe a tiny bit of info and nothing more.
He went from the 10 though. Get himself out, so first time anywhere that we've seen it. First blood coming through. I mean, there should be another one here for Henry. Yeah, it's always such a tough gunfight. If you're Fabron in that situation, this is going to be a round over towards Noctum eventually. And staying alive as well. Silver lining, my goodness. Gun to bits. Noctum. Find that round and find themselves on the board here in the search and destroy.
Wow. Good win from them in the end. I mean, kind of clinical, really, when you think about it. The 10 winning that first blood, and when Henry got the second, there wasn't an awful lot to write about. It was just a case of continue to work the map as we can, and that will continue on here. Notorious obviously leading 2-1 and 1-0 in the series. It's going on Bravo right now, but our Alpha stream is about to kick off again. Exceptional, if you have missed it, are leading in the series 1-0 as we head onto Red Card Search and Destroy.
Ugh, I finished my coffee now, Bryce. I'm excited again at this one. Exceptional 1 to the good. Is this the potential route in here for Avenge? An awkward one. Red Card Search and Destroy. It's all about these fights over towards the plat side, really. A lot of action over towards this A-bomb site for the most part. You see around 60-70%. Push is coming towards this side, at least from, well, what we've seen so far in the Challenger season. Vortex. Still getting the kill from the grave. Finding mythical ways to find kills in all these years and challenges.
Ooh, that was a very quick turnaround from Red. He's looking to just get into a better position. He wants to make one of these picks. Has to make one of these picks. Will they give him the time? Right now, it's been just long enough that they're kind of unsure of everybody else's position. Oh, well, they're going to know now. Window's broken. Point found. Mythics holding irons. Going to lose that fight, though, and eventually it will be traded. Big kill in the end there for Exceptional.
You know, you've always got those numbers in that scenario. It's just the angle wasn't quite there onto Red, but eventually does get the job done. First round goes over towards Exceptional. They'll be wanting to close this one out as soon as they possibly can. A 2-0 lead in this series puts them well and truly in the driving seat. Doesn't take much analysis to work that out, but irrelevant. You want to be in that hefty lead if you can. Nice confident win for them to kick off the playoff stage as well would be a nice feeling. Monster Noctum probably lingering on the mind a little bit, but they know exactly what they need to do in these playoff games. Julian, though, is going to find the first blood down for the side of Avenge. Shots from Mythic still can find one. The laser beam onto the second. Harry can't find the third. As much work as he can, but Mythix is there to pick up another, and all of a sudden it's Callum left in the 1 versus 2. Finds one. Ends up left alone up against Callum. Shots are in.
Kind of a tricky gunfight for both sides. Callum just waiting. No, he had to be a bit patient. Only had 40 health left. Bomb is down so far. Both players have really displaced from where they were before. Opposite sides of the map now. Denza sitting about as far back as you possibly can. Whereas Callum has to make this run, and with the time going down, it probably has to be an A plant. I don't think he can get to B.
Well, I think a theory for Denza was I can get towards both bomb sites maybe just a little bit faster from this position. And the coin tosses it. Callum in a really good spot now. Is Denza going to see him? Oh, they've spotted each other. Callum just trying to dip and dive. Still has his stun available as well. Does it connect? Denza trying his best just to stay alive. Callum playing his life as long as he can.
He has a nade in the pocket as well. Bomb check if he needs to. And just being an absolute nuisance all the time. Might be a nade go over onto that bomb. Not even going to. He's going to be in a great position for it. All the way around, Callum has played this like a symphony. And while Denza knows where he is now, it's not really going to matter. What a clutch there from Callum.
Insane. Insane. Oh, God, that's so frustrating to watch as well, though, isn't it? You know that Denza's... Oh, a couple of swear words here and there. Probably be named in Callum's direction after that one. Just playing the shoulder. You are right, you played him like a fiddle. Not a problem. And it just shows when you're in the defensive positioning. You're watching at home, you do not need to necessarily take that gunfight. I wouldn't want to like to take a gunfight against Denza in any situation. And Callum is... Well, he's a lot better than I am, but just as smart maybe Brycey. Not necessarily having to take that gunfight. Really well played. Is that a knife off the rib from Denza? I'm not sure if that's intentional, but here we are.
Just waiting. There's so many players around B. And already kicking off. Mythics finds it. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Eptic's waiting. The stalls are his camouflage and still waiting. Easy kill there in the end. Gets the first. Not going to get away with the second though. Brings it back to a 1 versus 2 as Red gets another one. That's a huge kill on the bomb. Oh, Mythics almost gets him. He's actually going to chase as well. Doesn't have the bomb, so can't relocate and try again. Avenge doing a very good job of just leaving him.
Oh, you would very much like to have another teammate available. Red's there to pick up the pieces. Denza, I presume, just a misclick towards the beginning of the round. I think Harry actually chefed him up. Actually, Brycey. I'm not sure how that's happened.
Can happen. Just do it by accident. Bit of friendly fire.
Yeah, well.
End up going down.
I know, I feel like that's something that you would do. I'm not too sure if someone should be doing it in a playoffs game in Challengers League, but...
Is there comes the next run. Just a bit of a slow start here from the Avenge. They're not trying to get away with any first blood. Obviously, the last one they got was actually thanks to Denza, but no aggressive push. Very much of a waiting game.
Yeah, you can see teams play passively on this map like this. It doesn't necessarily have to be about the big hit, but well, if Red's going to take that gunfight, Harry's going to say thank you very much. Not a problem in that position. Can't hold his pants down, really.
Mm-hmm.
Eptic's kind of waiting around to see if any pushes do come up from Exceptional, but they are extremely well versed in the art of search and destroy, and well, you've got the numbers, you don't need to push forward. We're defending. Yeah, chill. No big deal. And G-Sports can have as much of another map as they want. They need to push forward and try and find some pressure over towards these bomb sites, which is exactly what they're trying to do now. Mythics will find one from inside the site. 4 versus 2, 4 versus 1. Callum left without a hope or a prayer. Exceptional gaming. Tying things up.
This one's going down to the wire, I feel. Already, these two teams really just trading blows, and Avenge's slow style didn't get it done maybe as much as they were wanted to, or hoping probably for some aggression. We've seen it before. That'll be the call. Kind of split up and, I say look for clues, but it's split up and wait for a pick. But Exceptional really not falling into the bait.
See how this round plays out. I wonder if Exceptional will be as passive. Harry 8-2 through 4 rounds. Doesn't take a mathematician to figure that one out. 2 kills around so far. Doubted myself even just a second there, Bryce, which is actually kind of crazy. But Callum trying to get something done here. Harry gets wiped out pretty quickly. Should be Denza, but 3 versus 3 does find the trade. Bomb down. Vortex staying alive here, over towards this B side. Yeah, they know something's afoot. Mythics is the important player here, though. A little bit of backup, presumably from Harry. Vortex found one on the other side here as well. Mythics will get taken down to 1v3 for Julian. Can't find the second. Exceptional find another round.
We've been told that we also have something going on Bravo. Around 11. Noctum and Notorious are going the distance. So brace yourselves. We're going for a double watch. This last round could be critical on how the rest of that series might go. Looks like it'll be Notorious on the attack.
I wouldn't even hate a full screen over on Bravo at the moment just to see this round 11 out.
That's a very good point, actually.
It's a huge round 11, if you ask me. Noctum barely missed a beat on the entirety of their group. Now all of a sudden they're one round away from going 2-0 down, or one round away from tying things up in this series. Fabron will find the first blood though, and it's a big one. Detain is dealt with. Henry on a 5 spree. I presume there's not really a great deal being worked on. Actually, no, you can hear the RCXD. That's being dealt with. Still a 4 versus 3 in favor of Notorious, but they're on the attack. That advantage will definitely feel like something if you can get this bomb down, which is looking likely.
They've done so much work here as well. Waited out. First blood. Got rid of the RCXD. Bit of a flank coming through. This is all going to fall onto Mighty, maybe. Bomb down. Huge advantage for Notorious. Kez trying to cut the angle. Going to find the first. Back down to a 3 versus 3. I think they know Mighty's at the back, so he's cut down that angle as well. 30 seconds left onto the clock here, and Noctum will have to make a move. They're the team that has to throw themselves into harm's way. Looking for it. They found another. Kez going straight into it. They've given up a lot of map control here, Notorious. Noctum will have to get for it. Mighty falls as well. One player left. Noctum is going around the long way. I think they know exactly where he's coming from. He finds one, but not the second. And Noctum Esports clutched up in the round 11. Shouldn't have happened, but they get it done.
Oh, Notorious will be absolutely kicking themselves. You've got so much pressure. You've got so much control. You have the numbers, and they completely give it up. They sit back, they wait. And Kez deals with 3 of them. Phenomenal round from him. Back over towards Alpha, though. Exceptional now. 4-2 to the good. Mythic starting to run a rampage here. 11-2 from him. Looking to go 2-0 up in this series. Bravo tied up at 1 apiece. Oh, that's disastrous from Notorious. That's one of those situations. Yeah, okay, you can lose them, but I like to think 90% of the time you're closing those out. 4v3, bomb down. Should be a wrap.
Well, that one is certainly going to get a little bit spicy over on Bravo, and you can keep an eye on it the entire way through, but what a round. Hopefully this one will be just as good. 4-2 here at the moment. Harry having a very good time for it, and now trying to work their way up the map here. Keep an eye on that mini-map, though. Callum looks like he could be the player as that first blood goes in the way of Exceptional. Callum is going to be found, but Harry doesn't get the kill he wants to, and Callum takes it away. This opens up so many issues for them.
Oh, that is bad news. He's doing the right thing. He's watching the fight. They still, of course, have a 3 versus 3. Make it a 3 versus 2. Harry will be able to answer back, though. 2 versus 2 now is Red. Trying to find an angle. There's towards the backside. There's still a game of cat and mouse going on in the spawn. It's a 1v1 between Red and Denza. Denza's just trying to stay alive as long as he can. 25 seconds. Red has to chase this down.
For it as well, Red. Gonna go down. Callum now running across. A 1 versus 1, but has so little time. And even though he can jump on it, it's going to be just not enough.
Taste of his own medicine there from the 1v1 previously up against Denza. Denza gets the better of him once more. Actually, might have been Harry towards the end, who honestly knows when it comes down to the concaster at the moment, but irrelevant of that. It ain't lying about one thing, and that's Exceptional. 5-2 to the goods. Really, you would have thought with that flank that really would have helped things out for the side of Avenge Esports. Exceptional still in a dominant position now. The pressure coming in over towards this side, you would like to think, for Avenge Esports. We're setting the stall out. Trying to find some picks where they can. Find some information. And they found the information. Red will find that first kill. Avenge Esports trying to find themselves back into this one. Oh, Denza can't find that. Callum will find another. He's been so influential in these last 2 rounds. 4 versus 2. Now the shuffle around over towards Avenge. Vortex will find one back. Harry's trying to find something, but Vortex finds the second. It's actually Mythic's in the point, and then Harry comes through and finds another. And Callum's left in a 1 versus 2 just to save the search and destroy.
And he's trying desperately to get everything here, but Exceptional have been their namesake. Callum really probably wishes he had an AR in this situation, because not going to take that gunfight.
Oh, he's done what he can, though. He did so well at the start of the round to find that opening blood, but Mythics and Harry combining. This will be a 2 versus 4 if they pull it off, which is looking more and more likely as time goes on. Just have to defend it. They know exactly where Callum is. They know exactly how much time they have, and he's just going to send it. Not going to happen. It's a 2v4 to close out the search and destroy from Exceptional. 2-0 lead here. Winners bracket round 1. That is dominant from them. Not necessarily a comfortable map number 1, but that is a very comfortable search and destroy, and in a commanding position now. Brycey, 2 to the good.
Yeah, had a really good time there. I mean, Exceptional pretty much looked in control for most of that as well. You could tell that maybe just a little bit of a different break or a different approach might work on red card for Avenge in the future, but certainly not on that map. Exceptional, though, at the moment, looking like the better team, which is kind of what we expected. Avenge, I will say, though, putting up a very good fight.
Yeah, especially in map number 1, but we to be honest, there was a couple of rounds they probably should have won that. We've seen their situational plays actually fairly decent from Avenge. We've seen that 1 versus 1, those moments where they do have that advantage. They really did make it count, but it was maybe not enough of those opportunities presented to themselves because of them not finding those kills, not finding themselves in those positions. But when they did, they maybe made something of it, but not enough of those positions.
They certainly haven't. All right, well, we've got map 3s all over the place coming up next here on stream, but we're going to go to a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are now moving into our map 3s. A couple of different scores though. Exceptional currently 2-0 up against Avenge. On the other side, of course, Noctum have not only lost their streak, but just squeaked away a round 11 win ton.
I squeaked away. I think you're right. I'm very curious to see how things are going over on Bravo, actually. It's turning into more of an interesting game than we maybe expected. Noctum coming through absolutely perfect in their group. Now all of a sudden... Alright, okay, it is 1-1. The end of the world, but it's only just about 1-1. Going to round 11, I have to get the job done, and they were in a disadvantaged position by some stretch. Now they've been forced back here on the attacking side on Protocol. Head over towards the control. What can Detain and the boys do? This will be a massive shock, by the way, if we lose this game. Massive shock.
It really will be probably the biggest upset so far, and simply probably because not only, as I said before, Noctum were one of the favourites coming in, probably became even more so because of the 15-0 map count. What a shock it would be. But do they just bounce back?
Shots again from LeBron. The tails really seem to be up, don't they? On the side of Notorious Gaming. The lead in terms of the line. Yeah, maybe. You know, they felt it in map number 1. Probably be very, very disappointing not to be 2-0 up. It's a huge game for them. It's in the winners bracket round 2, which is a nice place to be. We will be playing those games tonight as well. We've got a losers bracket round coming up after this, then the winners bracket round as well. It is a big night of Call of Duty coming up for you guys. The NA side coming after this as well. And well, Noctum Esports may well be staring down the barrel. 1-0 deficit. They've kind of been dealt with yet by Notorious Gaming, but we know how control can be. It can change in the blink of an eye, but is it going to change it? It's not feeling likely.
Brown just had a very good time. They're Noctum just losing every gunfight they don't want to lose. On a 4-streak, reinforcements in abundance. They will not get back to a point. Not a single tick for them on that one.
Yeah, that's a attacking round that you try and forget about. It's not the easiest thing to do when an attacking round of Protocol by any stretch of the imagination, but not even a tick is a dangerous place to be. But this is going on over on B Street. If you want to continue watching, you can get yourself over towards Call of Duty Challengers Bravo. That's an interesting one. That one really could go either way at this stage. But over on Alpha, we do, of course, still have Exceptional Gaming cruising in their game against Avenge. 2-0 up in this series. Not necessarily the most comfortable map number 1, but a very steady search and destroy. Control on Vault coming up now. Can Avenge Esports start the dream? Can they start the reverse sweep? We've seen one already on broadcast, but I think it was the very first game of Challengers Elite this year. I don't think we're going to see one here based on what we've seen so far.
No, I don't think so either, but hey, who knows what happens in playoffs. At the moment, what a start. Avenge will get that first tick in very, very quickly, and if Exceptional don't win this next set of trades, they'll already grab it. Although, saying that, that's gone disastrously wrong for them straight away, and they will be punched back into spawn.
Shots not quite there from Heptex to clear this one out. Avenge Esports now. About a different route through. Great shots from Callum. If I'm gonna say anybody's impressed me the most on Avenge stuff, I would say it has been Callum. Julian probably not too far away, but every single time we're on board with this guy, well, he gets killed by his teammate, unfortunately. He was on board for maybe a third. Ends up causing enough disruption, but defensive hold from Exceptional is solid. Still find themselves 1 life behind. Make it 2-3. And the lives remaining. Can't find Callum again.
I think could have had a very good collateral there, but hasn't worked out, and that will be A, all taken. Avenge looking to see if they can go one further, though. Can they get onto B? It's not easy at the best of times. It is deep within the spawn, usually of Exceptional. They do have the life advantage as well. They have some time to burn. This might be one where they just continuously whittle down Exceptional. I wouldn't be surprised to see a flank come in.
Grenade from Harry, though. It's going to slow things down. And that's a big set of kills, you know, because Avenge are on the attacking side. They can just try to start going for all those trades. They were at a pretty big advantage. What, it would have been 17 to 11 before those kills started to come through for Exceptional. There's another one as well, making it 13 now. NG Sports still do have that slender advantage, but it can be the difference maker when it comes down to Volt. Just getting a hold of A is already a decent start. 11v9 now. Exceptional brought this one back, not necessarily from the brink, but they put themselves in a much more comfortable position. 9v9.
And with the time burnt, Avenge were maybe hoping to really stretch that life lead and have not only lost it, but burnt over half their remaining time. 40 seconds left to go. They need to try and get that clock stopped. You can already see Exceptional looking with an eye to maybe take back a bit of map control as they tentatively push a player out, but they also know there's a player on the flank. Here's Callum.
Oh, they've read it so wonderfully. Exceptional have only dropped 3 lives over the past, what, minute or so. Avenge have dropped a good 16. That has been a phenomenal turn of events from Exceptional, streaking across the board on combined, what, 7 spree between them. Denzer had found a couple before this round was inevitably done. And Callum now in a 1 versus 7. Well, I was giving him his plaudits. I don't think he's quite good enough to do that. Job is done for Exceptional. You hold down the defense. Not without some ticks going over towards the side of Avenge, though. They will find 3. Ooh. You kind of take those, but if I'm honest, they were in a position to win this round, Brycey. And they weren't able to convert.
Yeah, like I said, it's a difficult chance
It's
to get
hard,
down that
isn't it?
straight into B. It is, and that's what I was expecting. You know, they had time to burn, try and play a bit TDM for a while, at least keep them staggered and try to hit some of those flanks a bit earlier. May have worked out for them, but hey, that's only going to be hindsight. They were obviously trying to get some pressure going onto the point, and if they had one or two of those gunfights on that point, we could be talking about a very different scoreline. But speaking of different, it's now going to be Exceptional, trying to better 3 ticks or more.
The aggressive players already coming through. Heptics ready for Vortex. Denzer, well, ready for Heptics. A little bit of presence here. Callum trying to make a bit of a sneaky play around from behind. And one onto Harry, puts that pressure on, but here come the players off the spawn. They deal with him. You've got to be fast if you're going to be able to do something there. You've got to be even faster to snap on a Denzer and Mythics. 4 spree now for Denzer. Having a really, really solid time. Look at the positioning here from Vortex. If you can find a second one, it would have been huge. Can't quite get it done, but keeping that pressure on is all but gone. And they've got so much time to get a hold of B.
And they are really going for these kills. They're putting the pressure on. Now for Avenge, a little bit of a roll of the shoulders and a re-stiffening of the back. They know they need to stabilize. They can take back some control. Great. Vortex is looking to cause some damage. The teammate here as well. Harry's the wrong side of the map. Vortex gives position away. Gets the kill though regardless, and this has turned into a very chaotic minimap. There are players everywhere.
Well, Avenge Esports have done all they really can. They had to move up the map. The position that they were in over towards B, it isn't attainable. You're going to get cut down from somewhere, whether that be a spawner from the front side, and now all of a sudden they've been squeezed in their really, really disadvantageous position. Now Vortex is just causing absolute chaos. So they're having to defend from, well, not the best spot. And B was slowly ticking over towards Exceptional. Vortex is now still going in their back spawn. They're starting to get dealt with. There's going to be a couple of players jumping on. That is pretty much the round.
Vortex didn't, I was going to say, hadn't made as many kills. He has been an absolute nuisance, and now he's going on this slaying spree, pushing them further and further away. The rest of the team jumping onto B. And that is about as clinical as you can make it. An absolute lockdown from Exceptional. And Avenge had a really good opportunity there for a while. They were playing with Vortex. They were trying to keep him out of the game. But because he kept picking up a kill here and there, eventually the tide turned.
He told me a few weeks ago he wasn't very good at this game. I'm calling cap on that one. Maybe by his standards.
He's been saying that for about 4 years, though.
Yeah. And yes, multiple championships in European challenges, but irrelevant of that. Got the job done there. Really good job work. Good work from Vortex, I should say. To the good now. Exceptional Gaming in, well, the map and, of course, the series. This one is looking all but done. Very curious to see how Bravo's going to be going as well. We'll be jumping over towards that, I would imagine, for its conclusion. Presumably, if Avenge don't bring this one back, Exceptional Gaming still in a really good spot on the defensive side on Volt as well. It is very much theirs to lose now, Bryce.
All they really have to do is hold the line and continue to do so. Just a little update on our other stream here. Bravo currently 2-1 in favour of Noctum. We'll also find out what the Observer thinks of that control in just a short while. We'll give you the update on how it's feeling. But speaking of how it's feeling at the moment, Avenge Esports feels like their backs are against the wall.
I mean, the caveat, or the silver lining, I should say, really, for Avenge Esports here is that if you think back to that round one, they were in a position where they could have done something. Now, you can take that one of two ways. You can take it of, God damn it, why didn't we win that first round? This would now be a very winnable control. To, okay, well, can we maybe do something about it and do the same thing again? Right now, they are struggling to do that. Heptic 6 and 13, they're just being outslayed across the entire map. Exceptional. Running rings around them, but, well, Heptic's going to say thank you very much. There's at least one kill out of the two. His teammate helping him out, and now a lot of pressure can probably come in over towards the A side, but with this push from Heptic, just owns the opposition. Very, very close to B still. You need to be in that opposite building, and well, you can be if you beam mythics like that. Really good shots from Heptic. Hasn't necessarily had the best of times yet in this game. Does eventually get cut down, but he's offered his team a little bit of pressure over towards B, and they're making as most of it as they can here, Brycey.
This is going very, very well, but keeping this pressure up is always going to be a bit difficult. They still have the time. They still have the opportunity. Julian now trying to do exactly what Vortex did to him, but already cut down. This game rests very, very closely on whether or not Avenge can find that next burst. They got this far before and let it go. Heptic's in the back. Harry's going to fall. Now he's going to fly out. Look for the next. Mythics goes down as well. Heptic's looking to break the dam as the rest of his team stream forward off of his back. And while you've got Exceptional with 4 here, they're going to have to act as well. They need to get into it. That second tick is ricocheting into B. Contested already as many players fly forward. And somehow Exceptional ripped that one away.
And it just shows how quickly things can change in a control. You see the pressure start to come through, and, well, still coming through here for Avenge. They still have a little bit of control over towards this side of the map. Find another position where they can get a player behind enemy lines, though, and they don't have a load of lives to play with to do so, Brycey.
And here it comes. A little bit more pressure. Oh, my goodness, Harry, all right, never mind. Never mind. All good there in the end, and that'll be everything they wrote. So, time for an update on the other stream. We've got 2, actually. Noctum looking good, taking an offense in the protocol, so they're having a pretty good time. The second one says that Noctum are... they deserve everything that's happening to them. That's a little bit rude from our observer there, but it is what it is. Oh, my goodness.
Crazy behavior.
Oh, unbelievable. Observers have gone rogue.
Noctum getting the job done here. Notorious seem to have crumbled a little bit. If you remember rightly, they won the first round. Attacks now just flowing to the side. Well, both teams. Notorious in a good spot here. Just maybe try and tie things up in the control. Shots from Melko are solid. Henry can find 2 back, though. 6v4. Gotta touch it if you're Notorious.
Yeah, I don't think they can actually...
Oh, no, they can't
do anything here. Surely they're going to go for it, but the time is the problem. And, well, that'll be it. Noctum Esports will take that one away. And it looked like it could have come down a bit to the wire here. Notorious obviously were hoping for a bit more kills, trying to get into that position, but again, just playing a little bit better. And it must have been that offense that really gave them the advantage.
Yeah, well, if you remember, as I was trying to say when we came in, Noctum lost the first round pretty convincingly and then win 3 in a row. It just shows when you do get yourself an attack and then back on the defensive side, you can kind of start to string those rounds together. Really, really good job from Noctum. And all of a sudden, that first map and the Search and Destroy feels a long time ago. They're now 2-1 up in the series, 1 map away from moving on. Yes, okay, they lost map number 1 in close circumstances. Only just won the Search and Destroy, but now in a commanding position in the series. Things can change very, very quickly. But over towards what was the conclusion of Exceptional against Avenge. Exceptional walking away with this one pretty comfortably in the end. Brycey never really had to sweat for this one. I think, you know, for Avenge, there definitely is promise, I want to say. I don't think it's quite like on the level of, like, obviously we've seen a lot of Falcons last year and we've seen them kind of start to come through and get better as time went on. I don't want to say I'm necessarily as gassed as I was for those guys. But there's definitely potential for Avenge. Just a couple of situationals, a couple of moments here and there that just really didn't go their way. They would have been disappointed with that first round of control, not finding that one. Disappointed with the end of the hard point. Search and Destroy was, well, just one of those that you maybe just have to improve on. But a couple of moments here or there, they could have feasibly had themselves the lead in this series. They didn't, though. They will walk away in a position where they've got to try and find something through the losers bracket. Not necessarily the ideal.
No, it's certainly not ideal, but all hope is not lost, and we will be seeing them again. And hey, we've not seen a good losers bracket run in some time, so maybe they'll make a little bit of history moving forward. I mean, on the other side of it, I think Noctum, here's the kind of the crazy thing: lost map 1, could have lost map 2. Yeah. Realistically, we'll be talking about round 11 for quite some time. Notorious could have had it, and we could be talking about them being 2-1 up now in this series. Almost a potential clean sweep is what we would have been talking about. Of course, not the way it's gone. Noctum not only clutched up, they've just taken the control in pretty dominating fashion. And now going back onto the next hard point about Notorious, whether or not they can pull off another miracle.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I'm curious. I can't remember what the map is actually going to be heading into map number 4, but for Noctum now, it's still a ludicrous stat. That's the only map they've lost over what now 6 games. This is still an incredible map record that they have going. They'll be feeling confident heading into this hardpoint, irrelevant of how any of the other maps have went down. So curious to see how things are going to go. I've been told it is protocol hardpoint going to be coming up, so a double protocol. Can Notorious close it out? Can Noctum close it out here, or do we see map 5? I wouldn't mind the map 5 for this one. It has kind of thrown us a little bit of a surprise, so yeah. Just give me a couple more. We'll see around 5. You know what? I'll even tease around 11 as well. Let's see if we can.
I mean, we can't have 2 round 11s in a series, surely. I mean, that really will send it to the wire. I will say this: if it goes to a map 5, Notorious, I mean, they seem very good on the SnD. I don't know whether it will kind of play out that way entirely. It is going to be a vault, and we know how vault plays out. You pretty much bang one site continuously, and it's about managing that afterwards. So we'll see whether or not they can really handle the pressure it goes forward. But certainly a bit more of an exciting game than we were expecting. A lot of people were kind of seeing whether or not Noctum would continue to just move forward very, very fast. We do have some updates as well by the look of it. You can see in winners round 1, Team Notorious have 3-0'd Team Twisted, who qualified last, which means we'll have a Team Twisted versus Avenge game going on in elimination round 1 up next.
Yeah, that should be an interesting one. You know, both those 2 teams kind of coming in as underdogs in their game. They dropped down. So it should be a pretty good game, to be honest with you. I think, honestly, if I'm going to lean either way, I kind of don't mind Avenge in that matchup. Let's see how Team Twisted do, though, because they did produce something yesterday that kind of got them over the line. Let's see if they can do the job again. They kind of have had their backs against the wall for quite some time. Avenge looking to try and upset the odds here in Europe again, but now down the loser bracket. Let's see what they can do. But here we are, still in the winners bracket between Noctum and Notorious, and into protocol hardpoint.
To start for Notorious, but always hard to kind of read off of these breaks here. It already determines when you get into that first point. First few kills coming down, but hey, for Notorious, you certainly take as many points as you can off P1.
You soak up all that time if you can. Station over towards P2 can be a little bit awkward at times. Holding it. Whole thing entirely. LeBron will find one in the middle of the map, though. Noctum just trying to get a little bit of mid-map control. Again, Notorious really showing a good hardpoint game. May well only be more 45 seconds into it, but you take 27 seconds off P1 all day long, but you don't have these spawns for P2, so some opportunity now for Noctum to hang on the door and get some own points of their own, I should say.
That's what they're waiting for as well. Big shots there by Kez, already turning around. Problem he's got is the reinforcements are not as close as he would like. He needs it. Oh, never mind. Mighty to the rescue. Helps him out here in what was going to be one of the worst Semtexes he's probably ever thrown.
Yeah, that is not necessarily what you want when you're trying to break a hill, and then that is really what you don't want either. Mighty now left all on his own. No teammates to kill. Detain and Co have made sure of that. Good hold so far from Noctum. Really about the mid-map control if you can try and find it. You can see Henry and Kez being the ones signing that role. They managed to lose the gunfight, so a little bit of pressure going to start coming in, but what's it for? 10-15 seconds if they can manage to get there in time. Okay, you'll take the 12 or 13, no problem. Rotation coming in over towards P3 now. It's a spawn out, actually, for Noctum. Still spawning over towards the backside. Notorious on a 50-50 to try and get here, but Noctum have managed to transverse through the middle of the map. They get complete control. Mighty towards the backside. It's just going to try and stay alive as long as he can. Wait for these reinforcements to try and get there. Now Dux has found 2 inside the point. So Mighty causing distraction. And Notorious can come through and potentially sweep up here.
Brown is going to be a huge 2 kills as well. They're still going to try and get through these narrow cuts. Looking for the more kills, and I'll tell you something, they've done that very, very well. Played the kills first, getting to the hill second, ripped it away from Noctum. And still continuing to make it very, very difficult. There's going to be a push here, but there is no trades. There is nothing for Noctum in the kill feed. Notorious will say, all right, we'll take that every single day. And now towards the bottom for Brone. Ready for the pre-fire, was expecting a second chow.
Didn't get it, and all of a sudden Noctum can... Let's get the stall set out. It's a big grenade. Oh, and he's pulled away. How has Melko got out and found that gunfight? But Tay and Henry, can you combine together? Not quite. The gunfights are found by Notorious again. And to be honest with you, it just feels like they're finding them at the crucial moments, and it's making a huge difference. 10 and 7 from Braun. Big interactions already. Nadox and Co just trying to hold it down, but all of a sudden Noctum Esports coming through with numbers, and there you go, there's the break. Only 40 seconds remaining, unless Fabron can just do this all on his own. How on earth is he still alive? 3 kills in a row, 4 kills in a row. Fabron is doing it all now. 5 in a row from him on this hill. Alive and kicking for Notorious Gaming. Keep it going, keep it going, my God!
Unbelievable 7 streak there for Fabron. Won't allow anybody towards this point, and Notorious just off the back here, we'll be looking to try and send this to a map number 5. Noctum will have to find another gear. The Brony's put anti-tank rounds in this gun. Now that is a 9 streak before he falls. Eventually the 3rd player will cut him. But that is ridiculous.
Insane from Fabron. He was actually the last one inside there for Notorious when 3 kills were found for Noctum. Survives, finds another 6 kills. When the reinforcements come through to help him. Ridiculous stat line so far, 19 and 8. He is farming Noctum right now. Looking at the scoreline as well. It's a decent lead after 1 rotation of hills, I'll tell you that. Looking for the player in the spawn, has a called out, and well, actually loses the gunfight for, well, maybe the first time in this map, and Kes finds a second on top of that. So influential moments coming through from Noctum. Do some time here. They may well have the lead in this series, but the series is absolutely not guaranteed.
If you're not an esports, probably smelling a little bit like the last time where it got away from you. And look at the amount of explosions kick off around P1. Both teams really throwing everything at it in the most literal of sense, but Henry, that is a ridiculous 2nd kill, but a little bit of a wobble for the 3rd. Couldn't lock it on. And now as we head towards P2, the game hangs a little bit in the balance here for Noctum. If they do not get this break and get back on there and stop Notorious taking this time, they could be in serious trouble.
I mean, it really is starting to get away from them, and how can you take your eyes off this man? Another kill incoming. Kaz will see in the respawn queue or not. Fabron just taking his time. He's got this one as well. Yep, there you go. He's slaying out right now, Brycey. 25 and 11, above and beyond. The biggest amount of kills in this lobby right now. Again, I know I repeat myself quite a bit as far as not wanting to lie on that too much, but he is having an all-timer right here. 27-11. He's on another 4 spree. Mighty doing fantastic work inside of the point if he can find these kills. The spawn coming in close. There's a lot of work to do here if he wants this final 8. Not going to happen. Rotation coming in for Pro is still going. He's on his 6th spree now. 29 and 11.
Number 30 Barman. There's a saying that says quantity is a quality all of its own. Positioning, rotation, and timing doesn't matter if you aren't alive to get to that position. Fabron eventually drops there now, 29 and 12. But they have the rotation. He's done the work. They're about to cross over. And now one of the big questions is, can Noctum prevent themselves from being 100-point clubbed?
Try and do something. As long as Fabron's alive, everything seems to be possible for Notorious right now. Noctum find themselves 120 points behind. We are only midway through the 2nd rotation of hills. That's a big 3 down though. Spawn them towards the back. This is a good position to find some good time. This 20 seconds would, well, put them over towards the 100-point mark, and then you'd only be 90 behind. There you go. There's the quick maths. Get a hold of this time in a really good position to rotate. A little bit of a split spawn coming through from Notorious. Still is Bance aware of this? Yes, he is. There's the fist. There's the second big kills coming in from Bance. 4 in a row from him now. Noctum starting to turn the gears just a little bit. Notorious ran out of steam a little too early, possibly.
It's not over till it's over. If they can find a break here, they can try and get this game towards its conclusion, but at the moment, Bance trying to stay alive. He's on a 5 streak, but has absolutely no health, so can't really challenge the player on the hill yet. Instead, he'll go for the cut. The rest of the players going for it as well. Bance just gets cut to ribbons by Fabrone. Not able to get there in time. Detain's going to go in and try to find the kills as well. It's all contested up into this point. But there's so little they can do already. 40 seconds, Notorious will win. We are obviously going to another hill, but it has been a bit of a smacking.
Been dominant, hasn't it? Really comfortable. I mean, it always helps. One of your carries is 32 and 17. And his elbow. Mighty just trying to lock this down. 6 spree of his own. Noctum now trying to get themselves in a position to try and close this one out. Get some time. We're still 125 points behind us. So, Fabrone is just finding multiple kills every single life. 33 and 17. Insane stat line. And yeah, that's what you get a hold of. You find those kills. Hellstone coming in. Just going to try and give them a little bit of presence heading in towards P1, which may well be the final hill of this map. How on earth has he found that one as well on the Bance?
I mean, it has slowed down a little bit, but it's still a very impressive scoreline. And for Noctum,
that might be game.
They can try, they can fight, they can cry, they can scream and claw, but this game is pretty much already written into the history books. 250 to maybe 111 as even more comes from the sky to shut it down, and Notorious will send us to a map 5.
That was the Fabrone show, wasn't it? It's that moment around P4 that just lets this game run away from them. And that was a situation where, I mean, Noctum found 3 down. Fabrone somehow gets out of control, gets himself 3 kills initially whilst trying to hold it down, and then finds another 6. And that was good for around 40 or 50 seconds of time for the side of Notorious. And that really does make a difference. Kind of just, it's a bit of a gut punch, isn't it, for Noctum, where they found 3 dead, and all of a sudden Fabrone's just kind of running skates on you, and all of a sudden finding kills. The rest of the team are then there. The game is so pacey, you need to make sure you find 4 dead, get your setup very, very quickly. They could not do that because Fabrone was running the show. Fantastic performance from him. We head into an SnD. The first one went to around 11. Notorious arguably fumbled that. So let's see if he can do a little bit better on map number 5. It's going to be a vault to close things out, which I am actually delighted about, to be honest, Brycey.
Me too. Well, the thrilling conclusion to this game is almost upon us. But before we get there, we will go to a quick break. When we come back, though, a map 5 for the history books. Let's find out. We'll see you in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are in the playoffs, but more importantly, we're in a map 5. Noctum Esports and Notorious Gaming have gone the distance. So far, it's been Notorious all on the hard points. A very close SnD last time around have allowed Noctum to potentially pull off a 2-3-5, but standing in the way, Notorious. Ton, how are we feeling?
We're feeling excited to head into this map number 5, to be honest, by seeing Noctum. It has surprised me, honestly. I really thought, based on what we've seen in their group, that they would deal with Notorious fairly easily, but losing 2 hard points is, I was about to say it's disgraceful, but that's probably a little bit harsh, but irrelevant of that, you know, I think it's unexpected. We really thought that they would come into this one and look very comfortable. We thought they'd be advancing through the winners bracket round 2 without really breaking a sweat, but it's been a real big struggle up against Notorious Org, who are managing to force us to a map number 5. Insane performance from Fabron in map number 4 there. That was ridiculous to see. Is he going to be able to carry that over towards Vault, Search and Destroy though, Brycey, is the question that I'm wondering.
Yeah, that is going to be an interesting one here as well. And hey, Noctum didn't just lose their streak in one map, they've lost it on both hard points. Maybe a little bit of a weakness that some other teams will be looking to exploit later on in this tournament, depending on where Notorious end up, obviously. But hey, for Notorious, a great time had by them. And yeah, that was just such a ridiculous hard point. I mean, we didn't get to see the first one, but the second one, just unbelievable. They just couldn't really have stomped on them anymore. Every single time you thought maybe Noctum would try to get back into it, they were just being slayed 2, 3, 4 pieces in abundance.
Yeah, it was a really good performance by the side of Notorious, and it just really accumulated in that moment down towards P4, where Fabron was able to find 9 in a row before falling. And he was just running circles around them. It was just so impressive to see. He continued to do it through the rest of the map. He went on a 6 spree after that. He was just very, very difficult for them to kill. So a sensational job from Fabron. He will carry them through to this final map. But as mentioned, as we head into a Search and Destroy, they were in a pretty good position in round 11 when it came down to it in map number 2. They were in a 4 vs 3, bomb down at A, on Skyline to SnD. You're chilling, and they all got so passive. It felt like as if the moment maybe got away from them a little bit. They maybe went too far one way when they really shouldn't have. The game that there is going on to determine who the winner will play as well is still ongoing. Katana Gaming against Team Ben D, or Ben W, I should say, R212 the good. So let's see how things go between those two as well. We'll get a definitive matchup for winners round 2, which is going to happen later on tonight. We are going to go through elimination round 1 before that. Winners round 2 will be played, so we have a winners final ready to go for next week. Interested to see who ends up in that one, Brycey.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, I mean, I don't know how the rest of this tournament's going to play out. We are not only are we going to see some big teams continue to face each other, but depending on how this one goes, if Noctum go down, that's an absolute giant swimming along the elimination side. If they stay up, the culmination of these teams already moving towards, you know, all playing each other, like Notorious and Exceptional, that's going to be an unbelievable game to watch.
Yeah, that'll be a really interesting one. Hopefully we get to see that later on this evening, because that is an absolute banger. But we still need to figure out who is going to be going in the underside of that winners round 2 between Noctum and Notorious. We're going to be heading into map number 5 very, very shortly. I don't know if I have any bets on this one, Brycey, to be honest with you. I'm struggling to figure out which way this one's going to go. Honestly, it is a bit of a coin flip for me. Noctum did manage to find map number 2, but just about, and they probably shouldn't have. So Notorious, can you bring it to the table again? Let's see if we can see something mixy on Vault.
Well, we will have to. And hey, I mean, this is the thing that teams have really been dealing with on Vault, is how to kind of deal with the fact that this map gives you easy access to A on the attack, right? Like, we've seen it over and over again. You can almost get straight into them to plant every single time. It does mean the players have to go underground quickly. You want to try and make sure you put your nades out as well. This is going to be the difference here. There are no trophies, so keep an eye. There are nades back both sides. Bomb will go down, though, for Noctum.
Difficult position now for Notorious. It's a hard retake. Man's just skating around, trying to formulate where this push is coming from, but he'd rather sit tight, tail up inside of the site. Kez very, very weak, so his cover is very much not there anymore. The fact that he's staying alive just creates a little bit of a problem for Notorious. First bullet is going to go over towards Kez, but he's going to be onto back. Mighty will find one, Mighty will find 2. Kez will find his second as well towards the backside, but Mighty, for Brown, I should say, finds one more. Henry left all on his own. 11 seconds to go, just needs to find a kill and dip out. Cannot do it. Retake is there. Notorious find round number 1.
Huge retake from them. And this is, again, this is what we've been talking about on Vault, right? Like, it is a different S&D map. It's all about kind of managing where to retake from a lot of the time. Getting map control, making sure you can work the angles, if you can catch out somebody in the attack, because for the vast majority of rounds, the vast majority, not every round, you are going to be looking at a retake scenario. It is too easy to get in there and get that bomb down. This means you need to have your options open without giving away numbers straight away. It essentially shifts the advantage to the attackers a lot of the time.
Mighty doing a hell of a job for his team there and finding two. I think it was because Kez got back down really early, and as mentioned, the fact that he stayed alive was so important for the side of Noctum, but just put that pressure back onto them, didn't it? They didn't have the cover outside. Now they don't have Bants either. It's going to be answered back, though. Mighty will be taken down. Febron will get this bomb down. 3 versus 3. Uh-oh. Oh, Henry finds a team kill as well, so 1v2.
This is difficult. That's a huge kill. Oh my goodness. Plays the position incredibly well. And Notorious 2-0 up ton.
He's done so well. Team kill comes through, which is fortunate, but takes a couple of bullets and doesn't take a single one. It's just such a horrible gunfight. Behind those boxes, horrible spot to be in. 2-0 up. Noctum Esports staring down the barrel of a loser's bracket run here.
They need to make a difference, and they have clutched up before. Wouldn't surprise me to see it again, but this feels very, very different to just, what, an hour and a half ago? We were kind of talking about Noctum not dropping a map. Now we're wondering if they're going to drop a series. Oh, goodness, must have been weak. Never mind. Henry takes down 2.
Takes it into his own hands here in round number 3. And this is extremely difficult for Notorious. If they can manage this one, then, well, you got to ask where the mental of Noctum would be. But there's step number 1 done. Now they're hunting down Kez as well. You can see Mighty on the way through. Is he going to get the timing? No, Kez hears him coming, and the other gunfight goes their way as well. Noctum Esports find the round on the board. Nice and steady way. As soon as you find those first 2 kills and the bomb is down, the round is all but yours.
Easy in the end, and this is what I talked about. Realistically, for the defensive team, it's about managing that map and keeping your numbers up until you have to go for the retake. Realistically, Henry cutting down 2. It should always have gone that way in the end.
Right, onto the attacking side for Notorious. Maybe thinking about something different, or at least Nadox is. Mighty on the cover. And the bomb going down at A once more. Happy to kind of play this game. Both these two teams over and over again over towards this A site. Notorious maybe expecting a little bit more aggression out of Noctum, but they're happy to sit tight and just see how the chips lie. They'll make their move when they need to, but still a 4 versus 4.
Nadox is giving away a sound cue there. That will be called out. They're just pinching the vault from both sides. That means that bomb will go down here, as they know they're not in too much trouble. Trophy going down as well gives them an advantage when it comes to defending. Henry, though, has seen a player. I don't know if that player's seen him. No.
Oh,
already got 2. A 2 versus 4. This means the players all down by the bomb are going to be pinched and have to fight 2 different directions. Malco last alive. A 1 versus 4. Finds 1, not the second. Too many bodies, too many bullets. And Noctum tied up.
Really good job from Noctum. Them first 2 kills are massive. 4v4 with the bomb down. You'd favour the team defending it, but you find those gunfights. It felt like they were in mid-map, just down through the hole towards the vault. Find yourself in that 2v4 situation. You find the next kill, it's doable, but nice and tidy from the side of Noctum Esports. 2-2. This one feels like it's going down to the wire, Bricey.
It really does. Can they get everything they need out of it? It's going to be a difficult run the entire way for both teams. This map, it plays so different. Already getting into there. Tane just double checking around Vault. Going for the plant. There goes the first one. Notorious are stacking Paul.
This has been so important for them. Oh, he can't find anything. My word, what a win from Mighty. So the man covering Pool is dead. Henry will find Melko. He might just even those odds, but another kill will come through from Mighty. He'll take down Henry. 3 versus 2 in favor of Notorious, looking for the retake.
Oh, they're going for the flank. They've called it, but they're going to be a little bit disjointed. The Tane will be looking for at least one.
Oh, he's played it perfect.
Finds one. Can he stay alive? That's the big thing here. No, he cannot. Time going away from him. Vance will have to go for it. He's going to see Melko as well. Is he going to chow the bomb? I think it's just stretched away just enough. Vance, does he get it? I think he did. Oh, no, he didn't. Diffused. Diffused. Oh, my goodness. That has got to be one of the tightest kills we've seen.
That is a tight call. His finger barely left the last button. He is an iota away from winning that round. Notorious 3-2 up. The retake comes through. Vance is a millisecond away from sending his team into the lead for the first time in this map.
So close. He was so angry, but the stretch was just enough to keep that player alive. And now they've already gone straight for B. B is going to be down.
I mean, that's so fast from signing Notorious, and all of a sudden you're kind of chasing your tails. Mighty will eventually get dealt with. What was for Brown, sorry, down low. Kez trying to find a route from behind, but look at the setup. Oh, the best trying to get into here. Down to lock and key. Pressure starting to come though. The Tane will find one 4v2.
They're all up top. They're all hiding up there. Waiting for this one because they know a player's going to have to get for it. So here they go. Over the top looking for it. Finds one. No! Finds nothing. Vance is 9 seconds away and they're going to have to go for it as well. He finds the kill. Wants to try and help his teammate out. Stands up top. It isn't going to work out though.
Oh, wow.
A Notorious turned the building into a fortress which Noctum cannot assail.
I mean, I love it, to be honest with you. They get the bomb down so fast at B. And we're like, yeah, okay, let's just stack towards the back building. We can watch over it from this angle. There's nothing they can do. And it was like a fortress. It was so hard to break down. You've seen so many times players jumping over the top. They've got people watching the jump ups, people watching the doors, and even in the 2v4, they can't get the job done. Notorious Gaming get a little bit of breathing room now, Brycey. 4-2 to the good. Onto the defensive side. Massive round incoming.
Bomb down. 4v4. Henry gets the first blood.
Chasing them. Chasing towards the back.
They're really putting the pressure on, but oh my goodness, a team kill. 1 versus 2. Game is still on here, but Bance is going to be away. Finds it. Timing is everything here, and he sees a player, snaps and gets the kill. Oh my goodness, you could tell he was caught off a little bit there by the timing, but snaps and gets it.
You just can't pay for experience like this, can you? The snap comes through from Ben. He finds the kill towards the back, knows he's in a 1v1, probably presumes he's on the point. That's why the snap has to come through. It's a massive round for Noctum. Notorious would have been 5-2 up and absolutely cruising. But as it goes, we're back to 4-3. Bomb that went down really, really fast for Noctum there. They make it count. Hans wasn't losing that one. Oh, stun over the top. This is dangerous. The fact they've got anything out of that is absolutely absurd. Vance should have been dead. He can't finish up on the kill. And now a 4 versus 2 for Noctum in their favor to tie things up.
Pressure coming through as well. The Tane wants to stay alive. I don't think he's going to be able to work. What? No way he should have made that. Must have been helped out as well, but somehow they get away with it. Mighty almost made a miracle happen. What is going on with these rounds?
Oh, they are mixy to say the least. We're getting a typical Vault performance here. 4-4 now. It's 2 rounds in a row for Noctum. They've really knocked the wind out of Notorious, haven't they? They've got the job done. They've tied things up. Advance 1v2. A dominant round. Can you smell it? Because I can smell it. Round 11. I'm telling you, Brycey.
Let's feel that way here. Noctum. Again, looking for a potential push onto this one. Watching over, lots of nades going down. This bomb will go down. Notorious have played this passively. Here it comes. Got to get out. Run! Run! It's giving them a bit of a space.
Yeah, it's giving them some room. Alex looking to try and find a pick, but they have good control of the site. Can they stretch it, though? That's the thing. If you can go for it, doesn't matter how many numbers you might have. Yeah, okay, maybe not on that angle. Detain will find a second. Man's finding another as well. This will be 3 rounds in a row for Noctum, clutching up when needed. 5-4 now. They were 4-2 down. And it feels like a few minutes ago. Notorious were absolutely cruising. Now they are 1 round away from dropping to the losers bracket.
I'll tell you something. Detain's kills. Just huge. So big. Just put them on the back foot. Here goes what could be a very important round. For Noctum, they can end the game right here. For Notorious, they want to send it to a round 11. They're going for the heavy A push. The default push in this scenario.
Man's looking for something over the top. Is he going to go through here and escape Mighty sees and Mighty guns him down. 4v3 in favor of Notorious. They get the bomb down as well. Massive round, massive situation. Remember round 11 in map number 2? They didn't hold this down. They need to extend the search and destroy.
Time bleeding away. Notorious playing very, very passive. They've got bodies in abundance here. It goes down to a 3 versus 3. There is just a continuous shoulder going down. They know Kez is here. The rest of the team are not close. Time might be the issue. They just don't have it. And there's going to be a player so close. He gets it. Henry somehow finds... Oh, my goodness! Henry found all 3! We didn't get to see it, but what on earth happened there? Dived in and just found everything.
We may well get to see it on the best play.
I don't know. They ended the game. No, they entered it. They dived in, found every kill. Obviously, with the kill feed going, I need to double check that it's actually Henry who got those kills, but they had 3 players in that site, and somebody killed everybody.
And yeah, come on, lads. Come on now. You don't get to see it, but Henry runs in and body slams 3 of them. Fantastic work. The one player in the corners for Braun, who we said had a sensational map number 4, to fly around that corner and gun him, and then the rest of them as well. I mean, look, he would have help from his teammates, no doubt, but that is that done. Eventually, Noctum will get themselves through. We kind of did expect them to get through, Brycey, but maybe not in that fashion. We probably expected something a little bit more comfortable. In the end, it is going to be Noctum finding the way through. Let's have another look at how that final round did play out. We get to see it from the third-person POV. You can see this corner, actually, it's Melko on the right-hand side. Brun's the one throwing the shoulder. Now that's at the back left, watching over the vault. And just getting rid of that trophy gives him so much pressure. Yet runs in. Henry will say 1, have 2, and the 3rd. Sensational work. I don't even know if it was Henry, to be honest with you. I think
it was. So I was keeping an eye on it as they could have dived in. It was Henry because he was the only one without kills. As you can see with the jump. So it can't have been Kez. Obviously, the reason we're kind of going through this, by the way, if you're watching, is because of the kill feed issue we've been having. But as they jump into it here, you can see them stack up. The first kill goes around. It's definitely Henry who gets the first, which means he definitely gets the next 2. Got to be a bit of team shooting going on because there wasn't as many bullets fired as necessary, but teamwork makes the dream work, and that's going to be the end of the game. You thought they had it. You thought it could have been everything for Notorious, but no, in the end, experience pays out and Noctum moves on.
Yeah, really good job from Noctum. They will eventually get it done. I think it'll be very disappointing to lose those 2 hard points, though. For Notorious, I suppose it does give you a little bit of hope heading into the losers bracket. They will be one of the stronger teams who are down there this early. So let's see how they do run through that. They will have some tough games, though. Every game is going to be super tough for these teams, but there are going to be some sharks dropping into that lowest bracket. But my goodness me, we're talking about the losers bracket. We're going to be heading into the losers bracket pretty much immediately here. Brycey, Avenge taking on Team Twisted. Now, this should be a hell of a game.
It really should. I mean, Twisted and Avenge have kind of thrown down the gauntlet here of who's going to move forward, because here's Team Twisted, Dizzy, Disarray, BB, Connor, and Pack. Definitely seen them in the elite before. If you've been watching, they've had a very good time of it, but right now, can they go any further? Loser side of the bracket, they aren't the favorites to move for it, but Team Twisted had a pretty good win yesterday.
Yeah, look, I think they managed to get themselves through it on that last win, literally by the skin of their teeth. So for them heading into this one, look, this team was put together a week before elite qualifiers even began. They managed to get themselves through, and now they have the opportunity to go up against Avenge Esports, who definitely have some talent. We just seen them go up against Exceptional. Yes, okay, they did kind of get dealt with 3-0, but there are some promising moments here and there. I think it's gonna be a super interesting game. Let's see if they can bring their A game, see if they can advance on to the tournament. And for both these two teams, just making playoffs, I think, would have been a success. Now they have the opportunity for one of them to go that little bit further.
They certainly do, and we'll take a look. Here's the maps and modes for this one, though. Avenge Esports and Team Twisted have picked the following: Red Card Hardpoint, Vault Search and Destroy, Vault Control, Skyline Hardpoint, and Skyline Search and Destroy, if we get that far. So a couple of double hitters into this one, but we start off with Red Card Hardpoint, which is very unusual for the first Hardpoint ton.
Yeah, it's usually Skyline, right? Is that not the default in European challenges that we go to? Yeah, it's kind of rude that we're mixing things up, but Red Card being in there is not too much of a surprise. We do see teams like to try and mix it up when it comes down to these Hardpoints. Vault immediately vetoed by Twisted. Hacienda gone from Avenge. So we go to that slow and steadier style of Red Card Hardpoint. Search and Destroy, you can see Red Card gone. Not necessarily something Avenge want to revisit after what happened up against Team Exceptional. Twisted we haven't seen too much of today, but Protocol, Search and Destroy gone from them. Hacienda Control is the one that Avenge get rid of. No, big Hacienda fans, by the sounds of things. Hardpoint and Control both vetoed. We don't get to see the Search and Destroy, but irrelevant of that, Red Card Hardpoint will be map number 1 to kick things off.
It will do between these two, and truth being told, I'm not entirely certain which team I think will be moving forward. Avenge Esports have had some very good games as well, but I think there's a lot of talent on Team Twisted. It really is going to come down to who wants it more on the day and maybe surviving towards tomorrow, but I don't know. I think this is going to be one of the tighter games we're going to watch today, and I say that considering the games we've just seen.
Yeah, I'd look at both these two teams drop into the losers bracket. This is do or die for them. Elimination games incoming. So you need to make sure you're throwing everything you possibly have to get through to this next round. We'll find out how it's going to go down very shortly.
They certainly are. Well, this game is getting in the lobby. We are corralling the players and putting them in their place. But before we do that, we will go to a break. When we come back, though, we start off elimination round 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are trying to get this round underway, but of course Challengers players be Challengers players and they take their time between rounds. But Avenge Esports and Team Twisted is almost ready to go. But while we wait for these players to finish up doing what they're doing, here's how the bracket has played out so far, Ton.
Yeah, kind of for the most part expected. I think, you know, the only curious result I want to say here was, of course, the Noctum against Notorious old game. We thought Noctum would maybe make easier work of that one realistically, but a 3-2 win is what it took. A 6-4 win in the end. So a really, really close game between those two. So keep an eye on Notorious as they drop in, going up against Team Ben W, so that's not an easy game either. Looking over towards the other games, though, kind of as expected, Notorious going through up against Team Twisted. We got to see Exceptional go up against Avenge, and that was pretty clinical, and Katana Gaming getting a 3-1 win against Team Ben W sounds about right. So let's see how things go, though, in winners round 2. But before that, Brycey, we've got some teams to send home.
We do. This is it. No more excuses, no more opportunities. Win or stop. That's really the only thing you can do here. If you can keep yourself alive for a few more rounds and try to get towards that grand final, all good. But if you fail here, have a bad matchup, pick the wrong maps, or just have some windy aim, you will be eliminated from Challengers Elite, and we'll say goodbye and see you next time.
How many of these players have got windy aim, though, Brycey? It's not like watching us two, you know? Like, they're all pretty proficient.
There's degrees, right? It's contextual. Everybody at a good level can shoot, but some are just a little bit crisper than others. Will this be the team that has it, though? Team Twisted, we spoke about before. Dizzy, Disarray, BB Connor, and Pack all waiting to jump into this game and prove themselves. You can remember they kind of faced elimination yesterday in the group stages. For Avenge Esports, they've had a pretty good time. I'd say some of their highlights have certainly looked like a team that is capable of going a lot further in this tournament. Heptics, Red, Julian, and Callum will also be looking to try and get one over the other team.
I think for Avenge, though, like, just to try and give some context to them, going through in their group, I think it was the 2-3 record, but relevant of that, they actually went on to beat Notorious, who we just seen knock them all of the way. So they beat them 3-2. So Avenge have really got it in their locker to find results. So going up against Team Twisted, I think there'll probably be some confidence there. If I think I was to lean one way, would be Avenge. We haven't seen them go up against each other, though. But I've just been very impressed with what I've seen from that team in particular. As mentioned, we already did go through the maps, but I'll remind you guys at home once again. Red Card, Hardpoint, Vault, Search and Destroy, Vault, Control. If we need to see it, it's the double skyline for the Hardpoint and Search and Destroy in maps 4 and 5. Don't know who I think I'd prefer for this one. Like, the experience is absolutely there from Team Twisted. As you mentioned at the top of this game, we've seen these players inside of European Challengers for quite some time now doing the business, kind of being around that mid-table. You know, none of these players are necessarily being pulling up too many trees in terms of wins, but they have been here for a plenty of time, whereas Avenge feel like the new kid on the block. Now they're going to be able to have that presence, are they going to be able to have the talent to dispatch a team like Team Twisted?
Well, we'll find out after both teams taking about 45 minutes to get to this point. We finally have the hardpoint underway. They must have had a nice dinner or something cooking up for them, so they decided to have that before getting into it. But now that all stops. Red Card Hardpoint is where we find out what these two teams are made of and who could exceed expectations today. That's the other point. Both these teams today have been 3-0'd. So whoever wins this first map will win their first map of the day in the Elite.
What did you have today, Brycey, for dinner? Pot noodle, bag of crisps, something like that?
First of all, how dare you? And second of all, nothing yet. You know, I'm dedicated to the cause of working. I had a sandwich at lunch, and that will continue until we get there later. But anyway, enough about that. As we jump on board, you can see that right now both teams going towards that first point. It looks like a little bit of an advantage for Avenge.
Now let the hunger drive you, Brycey. I love to see it. Here we go, though, into the hard point. Avenge Esports, the ones who getting the initial tick, and this is the guy I really have been impressed with. Callum seems to be that guy for Avenge Esports. Very, very good with his Jackal in hand. For them, it's about trying to force their way through to get over towards this P2 side. Team Twisted will be setting themselves up very, very nicely. In about 15 seconds time, Dizzy doing a really good job. Julian. It really is the SMGs of Avenge. They're the ones who are going to cause problems. Setup should be here, though. Side of Team Twisted. Dixon Cole will try to cause some chaos. Spawns towards Archer's side of this hill. Starting to come through now for Team Twisted. A little bit of control and an opportunity to maybe get some good points here, but it's all going to be about the kills.
Oh, absolutely destroyed there on that one. Dizzy winning a big gunfight, but gets traded out very, very quickly. Bit of a split spawn here. Avenge will be looking to crush this Vice very, very quickly, but a team kill gives Team Twisted a little bit of breathing room.
It's a good time from them. It's one of those hills that you always kind of expected to be a little bit more of a money hill, but it's so hard to control the spawns. They're so messy. In the end, Avenge Esports will get themselves a little bit of a hold in a little bit of time, but then again, Team Twisted starting spawn behind them. 15 seconds to go until P3 comes in, so if you are spawning at the very back and P3 pops, it's not where you want to be. Team Twisted, though, quite happily in the lead here. Rotation is potentially on for Dizzy. He's going to have a gunfight. Not actually. Disarray dealing with him, and that's a perfect rotation for Team Twisted. You get the scrap, and you get the rotation to P3. It's not unheard of, but difficult to do.
Oh, Dizzy managing to lock it down. Disarray also getting a few more kills there. Team Twisted really showing up so far in this respawn, but can they continue to hold this pressure? Looking up and down the stairwell, body still towards the back for Avenge. They're going to have the close spawn and get here pretty quickly, but they are being cut down as they do so. Eventually the trade's starting to slide towards them, and Dizzy falls as well.
The kills coming through. Another really big one coming in from Callum. Red will then pick up the last nice break from Avenge. Their first opportunity to get really some decent points on the board from one hill, particularly. Anyway, shots coming in from Heptix, just trying to stay alive. Snapping onto Dizzy will eventually get dealt with. Holding on though, 13 seconds could be important. Rotation in towards the stage now coming, and Avenge Esports will spawn out after that final push from Team Twisted, so they will have the opportunity to set themselves up. Red not necessarily having the best time with things yet, sitting at 1 and 8, but in this position with an Amers, yeah, okay, that should increase.
Next kill, but player gets away, keeps on going. Just trying to find those kills. I mean, Red shooting very, very well. I think it's his 3rd kill of the game. This is always a kind of a weird hill because, you know, one player is going to be sitting up here somewhere, just hiding about, but I expect to see players trying to wall bang these curtains underneath as well. That's exactly what I was aiming for, and oh my goodness, Connor just got him on skates.
How on earth has he found that second kill? Disarray with another over towards the platform. Nice setup now for Team Twisted. Seems like they're just edging away a little bit here, Brycey. 15 seconds to go on this hill. And hold on for the rest of it. We'll just push them over the 100-point mark to Avenge's 60. Rotation's going to come in for Avenge, though, so if they can pick up any of this scrap time, that would be great. They're not going to be able to. Team Twisted, every single second of that last 15 goes towards them. Scores on the doors, though. It's about a 40-point game for Team Twisted. If they can find an early break like it's looking like they can, then all of a sudden it's disastrous for Avenge, who did rotate relatively early here. Not currently on the point, but staying alive if you're Red, so that presence is there. He's dealt with now. An opportunity for Team Twisted to get themselves in.
Connor gonna go down. That first domino not able to push through. Dizzy hitting a little bit of pace, trying to cut these players off, and oh, gets cut down. I thought he had that against Heptix, and Pack with a long-range fight isn't able to get much more going either. Neither team looking like they're able to really command any of the momentum here. So say that as all of Avenge goes down. But a lot of flying about, a lot of even trades. Nobody really setting the map on fire.
It definitely feels like Team Twisted are the ones just turning that screw a little bit more, though. The opportunities when they're presented do feel a little easier to come by Team Twisted. Good shots from Connor, isn't able to quite finish his dinner. His teammate should be there to pick up the pieces. Heptix finds a kill from behind, though, and then all of a sudden we're heading back over towards P1. Still with about a 60-point lead for the side of Team Twisted. Considering Avenge rotated pretty early over towards that final hill of the first rotation, they'll be a little bit disappointed with that, but they won't be disappointed with Heptix on a 5 spree and picking up some good time for P1. That was it.
No need to call that out. It's a bit embarrassing for the man, but you can see both teams really flying in here to try and get it done here. And I will say this, while I've been saying it's a very scrappy game and neither side really able to hold on to momentum, Team Twisted have managed to hold the lead just a little bit more than Avenge, who are constantly finding themselves fighting from the back foot.
It does feel that way, especially when Disarray is doing things like that. Looks in 3 different directions, finds 3 different kills. 4 in a row from him now. That's some good time over towards P1. It's a lockdown of P2. You're forcing them back into spawn. It's a big moment for Team Twisted to get some really decent time on the board.
Ray trying to just continue to hold them back here, and you are right. Team Twisted, this is the moment. This is the time. They can lock this down for another one as Connor finds two. Pack comes to the rescue. So much time on the board from here is 40 seconds. And Avenge, this may be the beginning of the end on the hard point. They want to break this. They are going to be close. Connor knows he's about to fight a Chow.
Thing is, for Team Twisted, we said they would get better over time. They have not been a team for very long whatsoever, but it's eventually starting to come together. Dizzy will find 3, make it 4 in a row now for him. They've got Avenge spawning exactly where they want them, and they can keep them pinned back here, and the rotation over towards P3 is just going to become that little simpler now. With 9 seconds to go, I would have already been on my bike over towards that next hill, but they're just pinning them back in. It is a 110+ point lead, the side of Team Twisted. I said I fancied Avenge in this series. I mean, what map doesn't make it one of them, but my word, this is impressive from Team Twisted.
Really has. I think Dizzy's been having an incredible game in this one. This is where they really kind of maybe started a bit of that momentum here onto the... But right now, Avenge do have it. Opportunity always if you can get a big hold at any point, but losing in the slaying game and almost lost that one as well as Connor comes flying in back onto the point. Both teams really trying to put bodies back into it. We know it's going to be a close gunfight. Connor almost let the player slip below his aim, but holds it, and the rest of the team backing him up.
Is he trying to stay alive here? Some good time on offer. Dancing around where he can. Shots coming in from Dizzy once more. Is it going to be backed on down? Avenge will eventually get through, but for what? 10-15 seconds? That's kind of where they are in this game now. Forced to commit to those situations you don't really want to have to commit to, and then have to do the hard job when it comes down to the next rotation. Team Twisted are ready and set up and can win it at stage.
This might be the final push. Hectic's going straight underground and straight into the gun to disarray. Everybody dropping. Team Twisted look to have sewn this up into a nice little game. A few struggles here on Avenge Esports side. They just haven't got the slaying going. They haven't been able to match it toe to toe. A couple of team kills as well by grenades. And it will end 250 to 101. Silver lining for Avenge, missing the 100-point club. Still not a very good time.
Yeah, Team Twisted very dominant there. That is a very, very solid win. 250 to 101, getting the job done. And honestly, they have got better as time has went on. We've seen a lot more clinical performance from them when we needed to. They would think to themselves on paper before the season started, going up against eventually get this one easily done. And well, I mean, so far so good, right? First map goes their way. Dominant work from them. I mean, Disarray and Dizzy combining so well throughout the entirety of that one. Rotations, even if Avenge found them, Twisted would find a break. When they did find a rotation, Team Twisted would make the most of it. Very, very difficult for Avenge to do much about that one. So, yeah, they'll feel a little aggrieved with how they played in that map number 1. We hope to turn it around. They do have 4 other maps to try and do so, but not the best of starts.
No, it certainly isn't. And I wonder how that continues. Obviously, I did say before we got into this one that realistically, both these teams are coming off a 3-0. But for now, that doesn't seem to have affected them mentally at all. Team Twisted really just playing with an awful lot of confidence into that hard point. And you can see this in the highlights. A lot of it is going to be them.
Wonderful work from Connor and Co in this kind of position. They had to clutch up on occasion, and they did. Every time they had to really step up to the plate, they made sure they did it. Avenge Esports losing a player towards the end, not happy with his performance, but everybody on Team Twisted are doing their job. Untraded kills, dominant across the board. And that can be a big difference maker. Dizzy dropping the most damage across the entire lobby. Sensational work. Very, very one-sided game. 250 to 101. I'm curious if we kind of get that similar thing in the next couple of maps, though. Team Twisted looking like a different beast right now. They got pretty much dealt with by Team Notorious in their very first game, 3-0. We didn't get to see any of it, but putting that one to bed at least anyway. 250 to 101 to kick off the series.
Yeah, actually, kind of unexpected. I'll be honest with you. That is just not how we thought this was going to go at all. And it did seem close for a little bit. I will say that. I did think that it was, especially across the first 2, maybe 3, maybe even 4 hills. Neither team really able to kind of pull ahead too much, but at some point, Team Twisted said enough is enough and really just accelerated and gained like 100 points to, what, 20?
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a big swing at one stage, didn't it? I think it was from second rotation specifically, at the end of the first, really, where they got that time at P4 when it felt like the rotation belonged to Avenge. And from there, P1 didn't go their way, P2 didn't go their way. Team Twisted making it count every single time. But we got a Vault Search and Destroy coming up, which, as mentioned in the past, is not your atypical Search and Destroy map. It can be a little bit different the way that it does play with that bomb site in over towards A. Especially round number 1 can be a bit of a coin toss. So let's see how this one's going to go between these two. We'll stay on Vault for control. Skyline to finish things off if we need to see it. But yeah, let's see how things go. Team Twisted with a dominant map number 1, giving them a lot of confidence heading into the Vault.
Certainly will do, and I look forward to kind of finding out who walks away the victor into this series, because you are right, one hard point does not a series make. Both these teams have a lot more to play for, of course. The pressure is mounting, though. Avenge Esports will be feeling that, considering they have gone 0-4 today, and if you get eliminated in this series, you do go out. The loser will continue. Sorry, the winner will continue on into elimination round 2, which I believe takes place tomorrow. But of course, that's not the only games we have. Am I wrong? It takes place today. Well, never mind me. Completely ignore what I'm talking about. I think also that, yeah, you're right, actually. I think also that we will see winners round 2 today, and that's some very big games, because those are the teams we've been highlighting all the way through.
Yeah, winners round 2 is really what I've been looking forward to today. Every single game has been fantastic, but those winners round 2 games, when you get through to it, the teams who have, I mean, won everything going so far, Team Notorious against Team Exceptional, that is a big old game. Noctum up against Katana, that's an interesting one as well, especially considering how Noctum played in their game against Notorious. They would have liked to make that look a little cleaner. I think for me, if I was to lean one-way production, we can choose what game we want to watch, I suppose. I think I would rather watch Notorious against Exceptional. I think that'll be a banger.
Well, I think these two teams, I'll be honest with you, I think the most important thing for me is when we jump in and watch these, everybody's kind of showing us that not only what happened in the group stages is a case of, yeah, these are the best teams that made the bracket, but anything could happen. I still think that the biggest shock so far is Noctum could have lost their series 3-0. Like, it's been so ridiculous of watching a team that has dominated almost fall at the first hurdle that this is really where you come to play.
Yeah, I mean, how often has it kind of happened over Challenges Elite? At least, like, well, since we haven't been involved, obviously the 2 years off, but irrelevant of that, like, every single time you will see the groups kind of go through, and then teams will get into the playoffs and be a completely different beast. Not really the case for Heptix this round, though. He's been dealt with, and Team Twisted have come out swinging. Attacking side for them, so they'll be looking to try and get this bomb down, and they have a 4 versus 2 advantage.
All the way back towards the back of the spawn. Almost gets caught with pack. Bell just has to run away. Not able to get away. Bullets faster than legs. Red, 1 versus 4. 1 versus 3 now. Gentle. Very difficult scenario. Not even going to get it going.
Not a chance there. Just to get the dub. Pretty comfortable round. It's always a bit more difficult to judge how round number 1 is going to go, just based on the fact that no trophy system is available for the sides, especially when it comes down to inside the vault bomb site. It's an absolute nightmare fuel inside of there in round number 1. Nothing to do with me. I sit on the outside with an AR and Bryce. Yeah, I'll just cover you boys. I'm not that bothered about getting involved in that. Too stiff to run an SMG these days. And an AR for that fact, actually.
Oh my goodness, it's been a kill there. Red managed to get Connor down the first blood.
Nade. And that's bombed down. So Red towards the back side. Yeah, massive advantage.
It's a Ray. He's going to get a kill here. He's going to slip through the net. Not going to get it, though. Down to a 2 versus 3. And Heptix will end this round, surely. Down goes 1. Oh, the second player's going to be up top. It's going to be Dizzy. And oh, Dizzy gets one back. Still 1 versus 2. 22 seconds left to go. It's not impossible, but if he does dive into this, it's going to be a bit of a horrible gunfight. There we go. There's the one. He knows the second one's going to be there as well. Down he gets gunned. And at the end, it's that first blood that really made the difference, Ton.
Yeah, it's difficult. Red does a really good job. It's a massive nade over the top. Expecting the push to come through. I would have loved to have seen it for his POV of where the grenade actually... where he sent it from. You got to be careful of those cars heading over in that direction. Then he's locking down the pool. Makes it so difficult. So on a piece just like that. Big nade comes through. And well spawns the party. Team Twisted. Had a really good start, but Avenge now. Back into this one. On towards the defensive side. Nades over the top. I don't think they're landing. Not quite. Big gunfight going to happen in the middle of the map here. Connor actually gives it up. 3 players running on through. Connor just has to back on down and try and hope that his teammates are there to cover. They are not. 2 versus 4. 2 versus 3. Does he will find one? Dips out. Can he find the second? Not quite. Now down to one more player. Avenge Esports run through Team Twisted in round number 3.
I believe that's what's called a bang out. Everybody just going straight for it. And right now, Avenge will have the advantage in the score, 2-1. Have to wonder, can they continue? Can they push this all the distance, especially after what must have been a very disappointing hard point for them?
You do wonder. Can they get the job done? And force this series to be a little bit more interesting. Find themselves 2-1 to the good now. So much more Call of Duty coming to you guys. For the rest of the night. Oh, that is a misplay to say the least. But all of a sudden, it's 1 versus 2 for Heptics in the blink of an eye. And to go and fight against Pack would need a technical 1 versus 3 to find the round.
Heptics just has a bit of time to play with here, and that's going to be the key. Check the corners. Look every direction. Can you find the players? He's found one. Information. Problem is, wasn't on the better side of that gunfight. Will have to reposition. Life is now back. Tries it again. Disarray sees him again. One more time. Reposition. You're hoping for a miracle.
I'm not going to break into song. I wanted to. Heptics. It's just an impossible situation. It'll take something quite special from here. Not going to happen. Team Twisted. Tie things up. Avenge Esports. It just comes off that initial break. We've seen Avenge actually have the... I'll look at the green, I want to say, when they ran through the middle of the map to kick things off in round number 3. But round number 4, they tried the same thing again on the defensive side. And, well, didn't quite get hammered, but they lose the trade. 2-2. This one really could go either way, Brycey. I like to think I know these things, but I really don't know what the way this one's going. I haven't got a clue.
We'll see. Like I said, this is always a bit difficult. This map just plays a bit weird. It's also normally very quick in terms of plants for an SnD map. Disarray. Exactly what looking for currently. Oh, towards the back here. Pack knows he's going to come under a bit of aggression, but lines it up ready. Heptics will fall. First blood. Dizzy also going deep. That door has been heard. Technically what Dizzy has done there is saved his bomb planter's life. Just by knocking the door open, but also gets away with his. It's a very powerful position now. And Dizzy gets it. That is an unbelievable play in the end.
Yeah, you just can't push this 1v1, can you? You need somebody to come along with you. Oh, that's just bad timing as far as the grenade goes, but Julian will find the gunfight. 3 versus 2. Big one to find, but Callum's dealt with. You know where Julian is. This should be around the Team Twisted. Yeah, all the best, mate. Not going to happen. Big plays from Dizzy, though. All he needed to do.
Like I said, the timing of that was kind of insane. If you saw it on the minimap, player looking out towards bomb could have picked the player coming off of bomb. And because Dizzy slammed the door, he turned around, correctly guessing that he was going to be pushed. Then jumped out of the building, and Dizzy found a kill on a different player. So, a little bit of insanity going on with some timing and luck, but that does mean Team Twisted take the lead.
See how things are going to go this time. Good position for Team Twisted to be on. A little bit of a spree between you. Avenge Esports going to get inside of it very, very quickly. They will have that cover, but there's only 2 players in there. You can get in unscathed if you're dizzy. That's massive. BB Connor, though, can find red. So the player on Overwatch over towards Pool is dealt with. Avenge Esports, you know. There's players on the outside here. You've got to defend from a few different fronts. Dizzy will find Callum. This is a massive round for Team Twisted. A 4v2 in their favor.
Oh, Dizzy doesn't manage to finish his dinner there, but fortunately, Pack will take down Heptix, and Julian Card is coming under a lot of pressure, but pressure doesn't matter, and he eventually will fall. Just too many angles and too many bodies. It could have been a Cinderella story, but not that time.
Not going to happen. There was an opportunity there. The third would have been absurd if he could find that. He still would have had to find another gunfight in the blink of an eye. Not going to happen. Sorry there to pick up the pieces of what was a very, very easy kill in the end. Team Twisted with a little bit of breathing room now, Brycey. 4-2 to the good.
That's exactly what we want to see, and here comes a push. I mean, this might just default, although I say that. Pack looks like he's going right. Could be looking for that first blood. You remember he's done this before. Got a lot of first bloods on this map. Well, he got one, but for the enemy team. Dizzy's going for an aggressive push himself. Connor will help cut it down. This is a very different strategy. They're not going for a bomb plant. They're trying to get in the face, and there is a little bit of a ships in the night here. Callum will get away with it, though. 2 versus 3.
If they don't like the controller, they've got Heptix, a hell of a grenade. Oh, my word, Callum. It felt like they had control around Pool there and just didn't really want to take the site, right? It sometimes can be a little bit of a 50-50, but Callum has somehow got away with 2 kills here. I don't know how he found the first. The second one, big snap. This raid just kind of... it's cameraed to a certain degree. Just to find the round... don't find the round, sorry. Honestly. And G-Sports find the round. 4-3 to Team Twisted now.
Wow. Good round from Avenge, and a little bit of luck as well. I mean, they just got the better of those gunfights you need to make. Team Twisted tried something different, and it did not work out. There goes a very, very quick jump there from Avenge. It looks like they're going towards B. The rest of the team from Twisted is going for a flank. It's a 3-man hit. And Heptix says, all right.
My word. How on earth has he found all 3? How on earth has he found that? Dizzy will cut him down, though. Makes it a 1 versus 2. This is doable for a 1v3.
So far away, and... well, stop me if you've seen it before, but Avenge Esports are going back-to-back in the hill. Sorry, in the bomb site. There'll be a constant shouldering over and over again. A stun, a chow, and down he goes. It's so difficult in there. You have to really have the numbers.
Avenge finding their way through. 4-4 now. It's just down to Heptix, though, isn't it? That 3 piece that he found over towards the other side of the map. Really good job. Just gives them the number advantage, and from then on out, it is so difficult for Team Twisted to bring that one back. 4-2, they were up now 4-4. Swings and roundabouts here in the search and destroy on Vault. All to play for over these next potential 3 rounds.
Here it goes. I wonder if Team Twisted go a little bit more default here. And that's exactly what they're doing. Bomb will go down. 4v4 retake. Callum flying out towards the back and finds Connor. Nobody watching for that has cost them a life, and Callum's going straight for this as well. That's a second kill. Should not have got that one either. Now a 1 versus 3. Player is going to be isolated. Callum is smelling all kind of destruction. A 6 streak for them there. An easy retake.
I mean, there's not a chance he should find all of those kills like that. Ridiculous plays coming in from Callum. Avenge Esports have found 3 rounds in a row. Brilliant play. The final kill is, well, it makes no odds, does it? Pack's going to do really well to find anything in that situation in a 1 versus 3. Bomb down or not. Squeeze was coming. Team Twisted find themselves down now. 5-4.
Wow. Team Twisted were feeling so confident. Nothing's going well for them. And speaking of confident, Callum on a 6 streak. They're going for B. There's nobody here from Team Twisted to even slow this one down. Pack finds Heptix, though, who oversteps. Should go down himself, though. Down to a 3 versus 3. Players now swarming towards the site. Gunfight's kicking off towards the back here. Disarray will find Julian.
Big moment. Red and Callum can defend this. That's a big kill to find as well, and Callum gets out. Scott free. Red will find Connor, and it is now down to Dizzy in a 1 versus 1. He's got the streak. This should be over.
Sound the player. Gonna hunt for Dizzy. Gets a little bit closer. They'll be on there. We'll now check this again in 7.5 seconds. Easy in the end. Nothing they can do. Dizzy left just standing there. And Callum, what a takeover. What an unbelievable takeover from him. Broke down everything that Team Twisted had. And they lose 4 rounds in a row to tie the series up.
It's got a sting for Team Twisted. You win a really, really comfortable situation in the Search and Destroy, and then Callum starts taking over. Shout out to Heptix as well when he found those 3 in that round, pretty much secured it. Otherwise, we probably would have been heading now to round 11, but that was really, really nice play from Callum as well. Not to say I told you so, he had a poor map number 1, but besides the point, you know, we said that he can be the highlight player for Avenge, and he was so throughout that entire map, getting the job done when he's needed to, finding the kills, like crazy kills, when he really shouldn't. So there you go, 1 apiece in that series now, Brycey. Anybody's game, really is. It's a tight one. The hardpoint really was comfortable, though, for the side of Team Twisted, and they will take that into the other respawn game modes. But the SnD goes close, but it goes to Avenge.
It certainly is. Well, I've also been told our B game is also just about to get underway. The players have been getting ready for this one for some time, but apparently they are now going to throw into it. I believe it's going to be Notorious versus Team Ben W as they jump onto their hardpoint.
All those dinner reservations you were talking about, Brycey. Players got to eat.
I know. Everybody's gone out for a nice 3-course meal in the middle of the Elite Playoffs. So yeah. We'll see if it continues here, but maybe they would just need a little bit of coaching to get over their losses in the first round. But none of that matters now. It's just water over the bridge. His overlay has destroyed him up there. And now they're on to P1. Going to be moving forward. Looking for P2. At the moment, not a lot of information with the split spawn.
That's difficult when you kick things off here on Skyline. Back to the default, by the way, of having this is map number 1. See how Lampy and Co can do. I mean, look, they probably feel a little hard done by Team Ben W with how things have kind of played out. They didn't actually have too bad of a showing in Group B. They would have finished 3rd, I believe. And it's really put them in a tough spot. Going to the first game against Katana, then you got to play against Notorious, who just shoved Noctum all the way. Tough game. What can Team Ben W do? Here he is, the man of the team. 1 in 3 right now, trying to get things going.
And hasn't had a lot of impact so far. He's actually just backed up completely to try and hold there for his teammates, and right now doing an okay job, but the hold has to hold, and Notorious are about to stack this with bodies. You can see everybody swarming forward. They already found one for Brone. Finds the first overlay, trying to get the second in. Not going to get any more for Brone. Finds 3 in the end. Apparently continuing on that unbelievable time we saw him last time in a hardpoint against Noctum.
Yeah, he went crazy in that one. Looking to try and do it again here, though. Notorious, who find themselves behind here, but 15 seconds to play for. They will get it by the looks of things. Good shots coming through from Mighty. Really good job. That'll be 10 seconds you will take all day long. Over towards the kitchen we go. All those meals being cooked, still freshly fragrant in the air, Brycey, as we head into P3.
Oh, that's a pretty good snap for him. Nobody on 3 yet. Eventually they will take control as players are everywhere. More of a spread here from Notorious Gaming. They're not really concentrating around the point. They're just slaying out everywhere they can, and this is what has made them such a dangerous hardpoint team against some of the teams in the game we're seeing. 5 streak now for Melko, and Team Ben W, after a pretty good start, have not really found their feet on P3.
It was mixing towards P2, and as mentioned, it just feels like the kills are falling the way of Melko. 7 in a row now. Incredible shots coming through. Brunk gets caught, though, with a trophy in his hand, and all of a sudden the pressure's going to start coming in. Overlay can find 2. Shots by Ben W. And there's the easy wipe. I mean, neither one of these teams really wants to fall by the wayside. How on earth has CJB found that? There are literal cannons being shot out of these guns right now.
Well, this one is going to be all tied up, and if you want to see how it ends, you can, of course, go onto the Bravo stream, but we're going to head back on over to Alpha, as it currently stands a 1-1 between Team Twisted and Avenge Esports.
Let's see how the control goes, because, well, I didn't see Avenge have too much of a good time on this map in particular when we've seen them go up against Exceptional. So have they been able to turn things around here? I wonder. Team Twisted will be looking to try and get one back at that search and destroy. NFL, by the wayside, losing 4 rounds in a row is not the ideal way to lose a search. That is the ideal way, though. Start a round of control, especially if this Ray can find that as well. Callum knew he was coming. Still got dealt with. Good start to the defensive side for Team Twisted, but it is a more defensively favored map. They will be expecting to win this round. Might want to convincingly at this rate.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's all going one way. 1 kill for 8 so far, and they are not even letting them out of spawn. This array is dancing. Eventually will fall down. That's 3. Opportunity for them to break out here. Connor's waiting to take down Red. Now we'll wait for players behind him, but should try and stay alive. Should have. I was going to say should fall. Should fall. Doesn't.
It's deceived me, Brycey. My word. Julian's so well to keep the pressure on, though, for Avenge Esports over towards the A side. That was a somewhat disastrous start for Avenge Esports. Team Twisted get aggressive. Don't necessarily find all the fights. And, well, it's not necessarily about getting too much real estate when it does come down to Vault, because, I mean, there's just not a whole lot of it. So that control in the middle of the map doesn't mean quite as much. You lose a couple of gunfights, you might well lose A, and that's looking likely now as Avenge Esports ticking in the second one. Are they going to be able to find the third? Are Team Twisted even going to have a look at this? Are they just going to squeeze them? They squeeze at the wrong time, and they don't squeeze hard enough. 3 kills go the way of Avenge Esports. Team Twisted now really on the back foot, be under control. It was a phenomenal start from them, but now they're being dealt with.
They're going to worry. Momentum shifted.
This is a mess.
Just as much as it has, and Heptix gets away. Should be cut down here.
No.
And still managed to get that gun up, but second tick is now in at B. Team Twisted are floundering. Disney will find 2, and they just wrest that away in the end. So close. But a lot more to play for. Team Twisted are certainly not having fun anymore.
Still up in the lives front. Starting to get a little bit of control back with those 2 kills from Pack. Julian was momentarily running him up, but that's 4 now, and that's massive now. Team Twisted starting to get a little bit more control back here on Vault. This Ray could have done with that kill, but Pack will be able to find 1. 11 versus 6. They do have time, and they only need 1 more tick here if you're Avenge Esports. Dizzy just finding the kill, dipping out. That is good enough. Another kill will fall through. Heptix is the only one to answer back. 9v4, 9v3. It should be just about a Team Twisted round.
This Ray will now just play this corner. Should pick up an easy one. I say an easy one. Could have been a bit worse, but Julian in a 1 versus 9. 33 seconds on the clock. 1 tick to do it. Hey, maybe there's an ace in the pocket. Who knows? Oh, standing next to another player who doesn't know he's there. Eventually finds it, turns, and he's like, where on earth did he come from? Never mind. Team Twisted walk away with that round, but it certainly wasn't fun for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the start was sensational. Maybe got... I don't want to say they got overzealous towards the point. They definitely did what they should have done, which is move forward, try to contain them, but lose a couple of gunfights, and as mentioned, it's not necessarily like Hacienda. You win those 4 kills in the middle of the map, you push up, you make it very, very difficult for that attacking team to try and find a push. It's a little bit different on Vault, whereas things are... Well, you lose a couple of gunfights in the enemy spawn, you'd usually think, oh, okay, well, they've got quite a way to go. No, they're actually about 3 feet to get to the point. So is that risk of a reward? Got some reward out of it, though, because they did find the round in the end. And it kind of all came down to those lives, which they're able to farm off the top of the round. So really good job from Team Twisted to get the job done, but that was 5 ticks on the attacking side, which if you're Avenge Esports, you take that all day long.
Certainly do. Disarray Just trying to stay alive here, but not going to be able to. Twisted trying to put a bit more pressure onto the map here. Connor is on a 4 streak and trying to farm off spawn. But so much more used to seeing Connor with an AR in his hands.
He's doing all right here with the SMG though, right? Full kill spread. I'm trying to turn this around. Just gets a little bit of a dead jump there. Putting the pressure on though, and that's all you can really do. You don't win all the gunfights. Winning some of them is just as valuable. 11 and 6 here from Pack, just setting up, waiting for his team to get back in a position where they can do something. You want a minimum, get a hold of 5 ticks, really. If you are Team Twisted, and Pack is maybe putting them in a position to get something done over towards the beach. I wouldn't be expecting this quickly. And he wins the gunfight up against Heptix. Does have a little bit of support, but not enough. Julian will deal with Dizzy, and that's just the reinforcements coming through. Connor will find a couple of kills himself, though, keeping that pressure on.
Looking for Connor. Yeah, this Avenge has done such a great job. No ticks for Twisted. Nothing. All the time burning. They cannot find the kills. They cannot find even a toehold into this one. And Heptic's now running around in spawn. A couple of kills going down. They're going to have to dive for the A point. A double chow has given them the opportunity to stop the clock at 4.7 seconds.
We'll defend another as well here, Brycey. This is a massive opportunity to get something here. There's nobody up top, though. This is bad.
He's going to overwatch. Finds 2. Not going to find a 3rd. They managed to get the extra minute.
Oh, that is a ridiculous gunfight disarray to win. And always when you're playing in the rank, you want to try and get somebody up top on the walkway, across the balcony, to try and give you a little bit of war, just to try and hold that area of the map as well so you don't get pushed in. But this he does so well to defend it from the bottom side in the point. 13 v 13. Check out the positioning of number 3 on the minimap in the bottom left corner. Red. He set himself up. An awful spot to have to deal with if your Team Twisted. 3 dead. All of a sudden, Red can advance forward and start play with these spawns. On them out towards the pool.
So little time to play with here to try and get B away. A was a struggle all in itself, but you're going to have to try and do it again. Julian, okay, gets that one done. Hedix gets another. Connor will be cut down the cross as well, and realistically, they have got a player out, but a player with 10 seconds to go. Disarray.
Undive it. Hold on.
Oh, he finds 2. That's a wild chow, but under the point.
I mean, you need everybody here, and you need to win 1 round of gunfights, and you'll win the round.
Well, they've already lost 1. Kills going through, and that'll be it. A valiant effort there towards the end, but it isn't going to be enough. Avenge Esports tie it up, but actually do a little bit better in terms of ticks.
Does give you that advantage, doesn't it? On those ticks, you'd rather have defense in round number 5, if it does indeed get that. Avenge Esports don't technically win, but they win the first 2 rounds. They have that advantage. 2 ticks in their favor currently. I'll try and keep count. I can't count, I promise.
Well, now, who really pulls ahead? Who can win that attacking round and maybe completely change how this control is? At the moment, both sides just trying to play this for positioning first. Adam jumps in. Sees everybody he needs to. Does find one, gets away.
Done well.
Continues to run. Or eventually will fall down. Doesn't take the chow there in the end as both teams continue to try and pile on the pressure. Nobody able to really get advantage yet.
And move forward here for your Heptics. Just about trying to get a little bit of control. It has been a bit of a struggle. Both these 2 teams off the rip to get something going. Feels like it all kind of happens in those last moments. Do or die situations. I'll have them back on down. We'll get that with him. All of a sudden, Team Twist just looking to turn that screw a little bit. Here you go. And now if you can find that final kill, you know exactly where he is because he's running across the point. There you go. Nice and easy. And now you can cause them some problems. But last time they got a little bit overzealous in their push. Are they going to do the same thing? Well, yeah, this race is going to do the exact same thing and move forward. There's nothing but aggression. Gonna make them pay.
They are doing exactly that, and well, I say this, the benefit here for Team Twisted is they were behind in ticks. If they continue to keep this to 0, It will certainly be beneficial in trying to get them that last defensive round. The kill's going down. Dizzy has to do something magical. Last kill is going to be very, very important, and they will get it. And now they have to basically just dive against Connor, who's set up. The kill's going down. Somehow they're still managing to make a fight of it, but Team Twisted get that one, and most importantly, absolutely nothing in terms of ticks.
So Avenge still only 2 ticks up after 2 attacks. And Team Twisted have the opportunity to find something themselves. Ridiculous movement from Dizzy. See him gonna come through here. Nice little run from him. All of a sudden, it turns on its head. That first good round means nothing if you get absolutely knocked in the third. There's definitely the Geordie coming at me there. I do apologize. Try and refrain.
Well, never hide who you are.
You've been doing it for years.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, as we carry on with this game, the aggressive start here for Team Twisted. They're looking to get this right back into their control. No pun intended. Second tick rocketing through. They've stacked it. Red finds one on the pack to slow it down by just a tiny bit. And they're going to go for this chow, but A's gone. Yes. No. No.
Oh. Oh, that's one of those moments that... Okay. You've had a nice start. That's a disappointing way to not get A locked in. Let's not panic. Let's just do what we did off the rip. You know, it can be a bit more of an advanced position. It will take a little bit more to break them down now. Oh, Heptix is trying to run the show here up top. Getting aggressive. Finds one with the red, though. It takes one decent push to come through. Heptix is surely going to be dealt with here. There's no way he can find a second. He doesn't. Julian now in a position to maybe slow this down. Eventually, it is going to go over towards Team Twisted. And with that, we'll guarantee them around 5 defense if we go there.
So much time, but that is a wild chow to try and get. You can get it. It's basically a dream chow, but you see the pressure continuing to mount here. Team Twisted do not want to be pushed back into their spawn. They want to try and take advantage of this. Pack will find a big kill here now as well. It's like, where has everybody gone? He knows they're going to spawn off towards that back corner.
You can see they're hunting for Heptix though, and they get a hold of him as well. So Pack now in the position to really cause some problems, but he needs to be turning around. He's got so much of an advantage here, and he's turning around to help his teammates out. I'd have loved him to just play selfishly. Just look forward, get rid of that, and keep control of that building, because it's so paramount in getting a hold of B, but your teammates still keep continuing to get kills. 17 versus 13. Team Twisted could close this out within 4.
Oh, Heptix, that's a massive 2 he's made. Disarray going to be backing off. Dizzy will find 1, but they need to wait for reinforcements.
Yeah, just
they know they have an opportunity, but Disarray, double chow coming through. Great play by Avenge. Stable the ship.
And those limes have really come back into a more manageable scenario for Avenge. Although, oh my goodness me, Disarray finds 2, can move forward. Avenge Esports are going to spawn closely, but this may well be going very, very quickly. They're going to have to do something about this Sharpish.
Already they managed to get 1 down as well. A bit of panic going through. Disarray will go for the chow. Are they going to know what's coming underneath? They will now. Disarray trying to make it. Worried about the bullets left in the gun. Isn't going to be enough. Connor's going to be left alone. It's a 4 versus 7, and down he falls. And now Team Twisted, they know if they can make a trade and get there, they have an opportunity to win this round, but they still have to win the trades. Everybody from Avenge is holding irons.
Oh, it's still advantage Avenge, especially with that gunfight. Dizzy may well not have an opportunity to get involved again. Julian drops back. You gotta go, you gotta get a touch if you can. It's not going to happen. Team Twisted managed to do their job. They will get a hold of defense, but that round was there for the taking.
That was wild. I don't even know how to quantify it. Avenge just managed to hold on, essentially. And very big kills could have gone round. And I believe that means defense will go to Team Twisted. That'll be the key here.
Should. And it does.
Can they hold for the 5th and final defense?
Sweating a bit there.
It's a very tense game between these two. I mean, like I said, the difference really would have been those ticks in Avenge's second attack. Now they've got to try and do the third and do a little bit better because they didn't find anything on the second attack at all.
That will give Team Twisted so much confidence. They may well have not been able to close that round out in the way they would have liked. But considering how the last defensive round went, they'll still feel confident about their chances. Dizzy, Disarray, all combining well, and that's going to help a real load. You can move forward now. Avenge Esports spawning pretty much in Narnia, and you can pin them in here. This is dangerous, dangerous position now for Avenge Esports to be in.
Can they break out? Finding momentum. Dizzy! They are just running around, causing problems. This one may end very, very quickly. Connor will call this out, but like, yeah, there's a million people over here, and you see the rest of the team reacting to it. And it's just in one. Just a little bit of a bounce below his window. They know one should have escaped.
Well played. Just anticipating everything here, Connor. They will lose a couple of gunfights, but is the damage already done? Control can be won very, very quickly, but it can also be lost a whole lot quicker, and it might well have been. Now, my word, they have just ran through them in round number 5. 25-12 is the live remaining count, and Team Twisted should surely lock this one in.
Well, they've gone back and forth, but the truth is here, it's 22-11, 21-11. All right, they've gone to the point. Are they stacking this, ready for the extra minute? No, they've got 2 on it, so second tick will be a little bit slower than it could be.
It's a big win. That might just entice them to go for it now.
Here comes Twisted, though. Bodies flying in. A little bit of a trade going back and forth between them. Dizzy will get another one. Hectic's knows he needs to stay on the point. Reinforcements are not as close as he would like, but they're going to capture this, surely. And Red will jump onto the point. He's going to lose the gunfight to Disarray. You can't find it either. And maybe, just maybe, there was a hope, but it has been snuffed out. Team Twisted take the control.
The hope was absolutely dashed. But, I mean, the damage was already done early doors, wasn't it? It was such a big problem when you're 10 lives down pretty much immediately. You can't lose the opening break in that kind of way. I suppose on any map, when it comes down to Vault, yes, okay, it is somewhat easier to get out of that position, to get out of that hole, but realistically speaking, damage was done. Notorious Gaming now going up against Team Ben W. Here we are in the Search and Destroy. Who's who won the first map? I'm sure if I check Discord, they will tell me.
Team Ben W take map 1 versus Notorious Gaming 250-224.
That makes no sense to me.
Team Ben W won it.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, sorry. No, I realise what you mean now. Yeah, I mean, Notorious fell there at the first hurdle, and you are right, considering how good they looked.
In the hardpoint specifically, Brycey. I mean, look, they've found the only 2 maps that Noctum have dropped all season. Albeit it's very early in the season, but they're all season long. And then Team W beat them on their very first hardpoint, so here we are. Make it make sense. But this is why we love COD. Sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes that's the beauty of it. For Braun, we'll find 2 inside of the site, though we can find a 3rd as well. He loves it down here, doesn't he, Brycey?
Really does, and hey, sometimes if you're comfortable in an area of the map and keep playing it, especially one as important as that, you can find the advantage to get your team some wins. But Notorious will take that one. They go up 2-1 here in the S&D. If you were going to say to me before this, who do you think will walk away the winner? I do think it probably would have been Notorious, but you're losing map 1. Maybe that changes your opinion.
Both these games really threatening to go the distance. Man W find themselves 2-1 down here. We'll just arguably stay away from A, 1 for Bronze alive. Because for the most part, he seems to be stricken out around this area of the map.
Brown just looking for it, but already kills have gone down here on the S&D. He's waiting for an opportunity. Is anybody coming here, or can I push? Probably waiting for some reinforcements before they do anything, but there's another big kill for them as well. Notorious have the life advantage. They're going in. Mighty in for Brown, checking their angles, checking everything is clear. That bomb is now going to go down. Team Ben W will need to find a way back into the site. And that's been called. Mighty's going to say this. There's already going to be a nade damage coming down, and they've managed to get them. What a retake. Oh, my goodness. CJP finds 3.
How on earth has he done that? I mean, the nade helps, doesn't it? Straight on their foreheads, and all of a sudden you are in a precarious situation. Quite literally fish in a barrel. This is the last one that he'll find, the final kill. There's the 2. Spins around, knows where he is. Thank you very much. Puts a couple of bullets in, secures the kill, secures the round for his team.
Well, that has worked out wonderfully. You gotta ask yourself, who really walks away the champion of this one? Because nothing we've seen so far will tell you one way or the other. The retake was perfect, even with the number disadvantage. The nade hit at the right point. They hit at the right time and found the timing. Now an RCXD is in play. And CJP has taken it down before it can do any more, but give a little bit of information. Bomb down here. But also a player downtime.
Oh, if you won that gunfight, that would have made things a lot easier. Team Ben W, but it is now a 2 versus 4. This game will continue over on Bravo. Alpha is alive and kicking. Ben W can find 2 kills, but that will be that. Notorious Gaming will find themselves in the lead in the Search and Destroy once again. We're heading over towards another hard point now between Team Twisted, Avenge Esports. Last hard point, Team Twisted absolutely bodied Avenge, but this one a little bit faster pace, so let's see which way this one's going to go. Avenge need to find 2 maps in a row if they want to continue here in Challengers Elite Season 1.
Well, see the pressure starting to mount here, but a good start here from Team Twisted, and I say that and they get taken down. This is all going to be about the flip here. Disarray finds 1. Trying to stay alive. He knows that players may hunt him down, but with a couple of kills, they'll be soaking up P1, and any second now, somebody will call right. Let's look for P2.
Avenge in a good spot to rotate over towards this, though. This raid's been really impressing me. He's really impressing me. It's 3 in a row. But he's not impressing Avenge right now. But they're just getting a little bit peeved with him, to be honest, Bryce. He's kind of trying to get this aggression up and running for Team Twisted over towards P2. It's a deep sit for Avenge. They need to find some good time here, because 30 seconds over towards P1 is not when you want to be leaking.
Is he looking for any gaps in the defense here? He might have found one. Out towards the back, gets it. Looks for the next one, not going to find that one as well. Callum does a good job to stay alive. Julian gets another one. Callum finds a second. And what could have been a great push for Team Twisted has fallen. And they will have to restart. 40 seconds left is too much to give away. So it is going to be a sprint across the map. And Callum looks to take advantage of that. He knows they're going to be coming as well. There's going to be another one from a 3 streak. Will eventually fall. It comes down to basically a 1v1 on the point.
I'm just find a way through, though, and the closest spawn's actually coming in. Nobody spawning towards the backside. Avenge spawning out. Team Twisted now setting themselves up. It'll be an awkward push, but finding 2 kills from Connor, that's going to make it a lot easier. Dizzy, Disarray all combining well. And that's going to be probably the final 12 seconds. You can see Avenge already on their way over towards the kitchen. Twisted going to have themselves a nice little lead heading over towards P3.
Connor, a few bullets down. Cooking grenade. And while it goes into the kitchen, it doesn't find anybody. He will fall there as well. This is a good chance for Avenge Esports. They've got a couple of kills. Disarray looking for the cut. May hit a potential flank, but you can already see Avenge Esports looking for that on the minimap as well. Goes back in towards the middle. Finds one. Dives into the point, and that's cleared out. Done just enough here. It's going to be both sides teams pushing.
Avenge would like to sit on the spawns they've got. AR simply struggling a little bit. 5 and 5 from Red, 3 and 12 now from Heptics, and oh my word, the SMGs of Team Twisted are absolutely cooking. There's another 5 in a row from Disarray. They really want to get this one done. The respawns have been so strong for them. Maybe I have egg on my face here, Bryce. I thought Avenge would come into this one swinging. Right now, they are getting butted.
Here's the opportunity, though. A big hold here. Completely change the tone of this hard point. Oh, Julian finds one. Staying alive, slaying out. Disarray calling in. The big missile from up high and finds one towards the back. Dizzy finds another one as well. They're really putting the squeeze down here as well. He's going to go for the chow. He knows where he's going to be, but it's such a horrible gunfight. Connor laying down behind some rattan furniture. Eventually will find a kill, but now has to back off again. Very, very weak. More pressure. Nobody from his team able to help him, and he will fall because of it.
You know, he did so well. Just actually be patient towards the back. He sees Dizzy run in, doesn't find anything, and then the break's actually going to come off the back of that. Held the back, wanted to keep the spawns. Well, they get a hold of the spawns, and, well, they found absolutely nothing for it. 11 seconds still to go here for Avenge. They're going to pick up nearly every single second of that. Still going to find themselves, well, around 30 points behind by the time we head into a second rotation of hills here. Starting to warm up, though. You can see Red starting to get going, but Heptic's really still struggling. The AR battle has been won by Twisted, and they have themselves a healthy little lead. Count 4 on that.
This is very much a momentum game, in my opinion. Who can really rip it away? This P1 and P2 bounce could be very, very important. And Avenge Esports do feel like they're a little bit more even in this game. While they are behind, they are certainly not letting anything go. Team Twisted will be trying to take them out of P1 here, but with the slaying going their way, you can see the rest of the team maybe think about backing up now, ready for the next.
Good time for Team Twisted, though. That leads went from being around 30 points. That's around 50. Good time for Avenge, though. They'll make it a bit closer. Spawn out there as well for this race, so he's going to be on his way back. He'll have to hold this down 3v4 momentarily. Not going to happen. Callum will find one. This Ray eventually gets himself over. He's cut off the middle of the map as well, though, so will just offer some of that pressure. Once towards the back, this Ray should be dealt with. Really nice break from Avenge. They took their time, remained aggressive. That is now a huge opportunity to find themselves even in the lead here, Brycey. 45 seconds to play for a P2.
Such an unbelievable turn of events. Avenge thought maybe they would fall to Team Twisted, but really just cutting them to ribbons and continuing to do so. Everybody streaking. No kills found here for Team Twisted in just some time. Connor will eventually find one. They know they need to push this one more time. And here they go. Everybody piled into the point, and they say thank you very much for the kills. That's a wipe as we head towards P3. Callum's already going to be there. You can see Julian coming to back them up at the same time, and Team Twisted have fallen quite significantly. That's got to be, what, 60 points unanswered?
But it's one good hold from Avenge Esports, but then that's all it maybe takes sometimes. You find these kills, you find these points, and then, oh, okay, how the hell are we in the lead? But here we are. Red and Code starting to really find their flow here on the skyline. 3 kills will fall their way. Spawns towards the back for Team Twisted, though. Maybe just a glimmer of hope. They head over towards Kitchen. Callum is going to be able to help out. Red will eventually fall. Pack now on a 1v1 on the bomb site. The bomb site on the hard point. Callum now in control. If he can get it, not going to happen. Team Twisted will find a break back. 34 seconds remaining on this hill. Time that Team Twisted could do it, to be honest with you.
They're trying to hold it as much as they can. Red going back and forth eventually will be picked off, but a lot of bodies here for Avenge towards the middle. They're going to dive into it. Looking for the kills. Julian trying to get something going. It's not going to happen. And a team kill from a trophy system may have blunted that attack.
Rotation round, though. As we head over towards P4. And Twisted did an alright job here last time. And that's going to be the first one here. Should be dealt with by Julian. Is. Now the rest of the reinforcements on their way over. 60 seconds to play for here. Julian could do with finding something. Maybe gets a little overzealous. Now the squeeze will start to come in. Where's this one's going to be here for Avenge? Absolutely miles away is the answer to that question. Heptics, just get your head down. Just try and hold as long as you can because the break is inevitably coming. Callum will find a player out of the point, though, so disarray. No longer picking up that time. This one relatively close, though, which is the positive of having these spawns. And they're finding the kills as well. 30 seconds, a big 30 seconds to play for here. Can you find anything with your Dizzy? Yes, you can. Disarray finds the other. And there you go. This is 25 seconds. That could well be going over towards Team Twisted. And another lead change could be on the way.
So he knows he's about to be pushed. And, well, a little bit of help. Managed to cut down one. Going to be looking for the seconds. He knows that he needs to help out the player onto the point, but eventually gets the kill. Doesn't need to. Spawn up from the teammates. Puts them back into the lead here briefly. Now they're looking to be locked into this spawn away from P1. And it's almost a reset as we go into our final set of rotations.
Well, here we go. Team Twisted, once again, will still have themselves a lead, but at the end of the first rotation, it was 30 points. At the end of the second, it's only the 10. P2 is really where they struggled, but other than that, actually, you know, it's been a relatively steady away hard point. That one really good hold from Avenge brought them screaming back into this game. Pac trying to stay alive, just trying to find something in the middle of the map for his team to try and build off. Can't get it. Avenge picking up some really solid time at P1, and they're going to be in a good position to pick up good time at P2 too.
The point here and gets taken down. I thought maybe better to find a pack there, but Red gets one back onto them as well. The nade back into the point gives him his second. Connor is in his sights. Connor will win that gunfight. Both teams really fighting tooth and nail over this P1, but keep it on that mini-map. Dizzy is at the back of P2.
And that's exactly where you want to be. Maybe got a little bit of tunnel vision if you are Avenge Esports. Yeah, parallel spawn's going to come in, so it's going to be mixy inside the point. Callum in here is exactly who you want to be in. If you're an Avenge Esports fan, Pac can find the answer back. Feels like the numbers are here for Avenge Esports, but the closer spawns now for the side of Team Twisted. Only 2 players here, though. What can they do? Julian trying his best just to stay alive, waiting for the reinforcements to be in a position to do something, but they have fallen to the wayside of 2 players of Team Twisted. So back and forth, nobody in control.
And the spawns are continuously on the other side of the map for both teams. The way that it's gone down, but Red just holding this one off again, and somehow the kills, it's just everywhere. Pinstriping in the kill feed. But this actually benefits Avenge. Eventually they will fall, and Twisted will get in for potentially the last bit of time. There we go. There's a white. And oh my goodness, that's a long-range gunfight to take. They do get it. Dizzy finds 2 as well. And Team Twisted will take the lead back as we head towards P3.
Oh, Pac nearly spent a second there. Would have been absolutely absurd, but Dizzy will clean up his mess as well as finding Callum. Red will find it, but the first ones who are going to be here are the team who are 20 points away. Ray trying to lock it down. Reinforcements coming in from the middle of the map. The pistol is out. He's firing the shots away, but he needs some help really, really quickly.
There's nobody here. Just not enough bodies for them, and Dizzy will find one, but it is going to be Avenge that are onto this point now. Connor waiting for it. They know they have a little bit of time, but not that much. 15 seconds, and they lose this game. The kills have to go well.
They have an opportunity here, though, to take their time to try and find a break. 2v2 in terms of the trades. It's going to go their way. They find a break.
Is he staying alive? Last push now for Avenge.
10 seconds.
Shoes on the other foot. They have to dive into this one as well. Disarray goes down in towards the middle, though. Body's now going to pour through. Pac will find one. Dizzy will find another. And more bodies going through. It's a huge win there for Pac, though. And eventually they will walk away with the win. Team Twisted take that hardpoint done. And it could have gone so many different ways. But when the pressure was on, they did not fold.
Incredible map number 4 between these 2 teams. But it's that final break that comes through that gets the job done. And then they hold it as well. A good P2 sends us over. It just felt like Team Twisted. I mean, for the most part, they were the ones in control. It was one good 60 comes in from the side of Avenge, but it isn't enough to bring that one back. 3-1 will be the result. Team Twisted will knock Avenge out of Season 1 of Challengers League here in Europe. That's going to be disappointing for them, but Team Twisted, they're growing in confidence. They're getting better as the weeks go on, as the games go on. And that was a really good performance. That's 2 hard points and a control goes their way. SnD maybe needs brushing up on just a little bit, but that's a nice win for them to get.
It really is as well. And hey, you got to say this about Avenge, that they did fight very well all the way towards the end. Like there was no doubt in my mind this game could have gone a different direction. It could have been a different story to tell, but unfortunately, one team does have to leave us. This time, it's going to be Avenge. We wish them better luck in the next Elite. But Team Twisted fight to survive another day. And how far will they know go in this tournament? Tun, you said they think that they will improve over time. Have you seen enough improvement?
I mean, we've seen some good moments, but it feels like they are a team who rely on those moments from Disarray, rely on those moments from Dizzy, who are becoming more, confident as time goes on. But if you can keep finding those moments against some of the better teams, then you do have a chance. But it's still going to be difficult for them. They did drop down 3-0 to send them to this point into the losers bracket. But still, a lot of COD will be played. They won't play till next week, though.
It certainly is a lot of COD to be played, but we're going for a quick break. When we come back, even more action here from Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It's time to get into our final set of matches here in Challengers Elite Playoffs as round 3 is upon us. Team Notorious versus Exceptional Gaming will be the first game we get onto. But before we go further, let's look back at what has occurred so far. Ton, how's it going?
It's going well, mate. Yeah, I mean, this is how the bracket looks. If you want to know about that, look, we kind of got what we expected in winners round 1 in terms of how the results played out. Maybe not in the way that we got there for one result in particular between Noctum and Notorious, but Noctum do eventually get through. They'll be going up against Katana Gaming, and Notorious taking on, of course, the name always just completely escapes me nearly every single time, but it'll be a fantastic game irrelevant of that. But Team Twisted, of course, just going through in our losers bracket side of things, Notorious and Team BenW going up against each other. But man, I mean, we've got a hell of a game coming up. Notorious looking like the team to beat as well, though, from Group A. Sensational roster, going perfect through this entire group stage. Looking good so far.
They certainly are. I feel like we've not seen as much of this team here, kind of moving forward as I would probably expect to, but a lot of people have been talking about just how good they are, but can they overcome Exceptional Gaming? Harry, Denza, Mythics, and Vortex, already seen them tonight. They had a good time. Nice little 3-0. Will it continue against this squad? I doubt it.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit more difficult than that, but this should be an absolute banger. I mean, we've got a really, really high level of Call of Duty coming our way. I mean, these are two teams who have been at it from, I mean, so many years. I mean, combined, I mean, did any of these guys kick about when we started? Maybe not, but at the same time, a lot of these players have been around for an absolute, like literally a generation of Call of Duty. So some of these guys know exactly what it takes to win at the top level. Now they're going up against each other in challenges. It should be an absolute banger. Very much the one that we have been looking forward to, Brycey.
Oh, it definitely has as well, and this is where it really gets a bit serious. When the two big teams go at it, after everything that's happened, who does walk away the winner? Because we could be seeing the start of a run to basically the championship, right? That's what we're talking about here. Team Notorious and Exceptional are very, very good teams. Exceptional's only loss so far in this comes against Noctum, who did 3-0 them, admittedly, but they were doing that to everybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing, though. We talk about the group stage, and then we talk about the playoffs and how different it can be. I think there was multiple times where Exceptional, a roster with Vortex on it, basically, last season wouldn't necessarily have too hot of a group stage, lose 1 or 2 games, get themselves through, but playoffs is where they step it up. They don't offer maybe too much in the group stage to overpromise and underdeliver when it matters. They very much underdeliver, then overpromise when it comes down to that bracket play. Hacienda, Hardpoint, Red Card, Search and Destroy, and Vault Control will be the first 3 maps in this series. If we need to see them, we'll see Skyline Protocol to close things out for 4 and 5. I mean, this could feasibly be a grand final, Brycey. That's how good both these two teams are. That's how highly we do rate them in this EU scene. And for that reason, it's going to be an absolute corker. Team Notorious taking on Exceptional. I got there with the name in the end.
Yeah, you did. I'll be honest with you, the fact that it's your friend Steve-O's team, I'm surprised at you.
It's just the EX. I always think it could be excellent. That's the thing. It just, my brain just doesn't compute sometimes. I'm not the smartest cookie, mate. We know this.
Everybody gets those blank spots occasionally. I do it, every day. But then again, I am really, really old. Anyway, enough about us kind of putting ourselves down. Let's jump in and talk about this one. Hacienda Hardpoint will be our kickoff here. Remember, this is round 2. These teams have already played tonight and win their game. So we'll see if they can continue to do so and get a little bit further on. But the lobby's been remade, so we're switching sides over to the B stream.
Bryce's patience is wearing thin. It's been a long night.
It's just how it is. It never rains, but it does pour. So.
Oh yeah, it's never plain sailing, is it? But here we are, Notorious Gaming taking on Team BenW. This game is 1 apiece, still in the losers bracket side of things. Over on Bravo, if you want to keep up with how this thing is going. Of course, the other winners bracket game will be taking over this once we do get this game concluded. This one was a little bit delayed though, that's why they're only over into map number 3, but we're keeping on board with the winners of the bracket games. DJP finding that gunfight. Up onto Mighty. It's all about the control over towards this B side, trying to get something on the attack to, well, maybe give you an advantage on round number 5. That's the aim of the game when it comes down to control on ball.
You can see they're going to try and make a little bit of a push now for map control. This is where it all starts. Do you get locked up or locked in? Enox trying to find a couple of kills. They are just making the kills. And this is really the right move here. Don't get too aggressive. Don't worry about the time. Kills first when you push that far back into control. Something a lot of ranked play people could really learn. So there's a time to make kills and there's a time to get to the point. That was the kills. Now is going to be the point.
Themselves inside the point, and this is a really good opportunity now for Nadux. The rest of the Notorious Gaming to maybe get something going here. Kills traded. Will probably work out for Team Ben W. Nadux back zone down. Could do with extending this time, coming over to help his team out and help them do that.
Brown just waiting. He knows he needs to make the kills before he commits here. Finds one. Did you see the player down low? I don't think he did. Some eyes in the darkness. Brown just waiting here. 11.2 seconds has stopped on the clock.
Just pushing forward now. Lock it in. It's another minute. Oh, a little bit windy in for Braun's house for a change, but CJP can find two. Maybe give a hope for Team Ben W of trying to stop this A capture coming through. Braun inside the point. Team Ben W trying to do something about this. They can't. For Braun will find three. All 4-4 for Braun again. He keeps lighting it up at the time when he is needed. 13 and 7 and advancing forward towards B. You smell blood in the water, Brycey.
Brown wants to make this push. You've got to give him some credit. The patience after having a hot hand like that. Let's go down now. This is where it gets very, very stressful. Notorious have done so much work. They have 2 lives down. Lampy is going to push spawns, smashing doors open like he worked with B&Q. And now a large shell off the top, but Mighty will grab him, and there's an opportunity for them to push forward.
I'm not sure about that challenge from Lampy, to be honest with you. Questionable, to say the least. 7v6. Notorious. Oh, it's not went their way. Team Ben W find a couple of kills. Nadux will find one back. 5 versus 4.
They're going over, and that one's about to end any seconds, but Alpha should be going any second now in our winner's round.
And that should now be going over towards Team Ben W. And has done. One apiece there. In the losers bracket side of things, over on Bravo. When that game concludes, the other winners bracket game in round number 2 will get started. But this is the one we're concentrating on for now. Team Notorious taking on Exceptional. Should be an absolute banger to kick off winners bracket round number 2.
Here we go. Straight into it then. On board with Afro, man of the moment. Looking for a win straight out the gate, and there he goes. Gets his first kill, a little bit of confidence. Now goes for up top, but will be cut down by Harry. Exceptional. Get the better of the first break.
Getting some time here is never a bad thing. Team Notorious going to try and find a way through Vortex. Oh, sorry, Denza positioning himself so well. Some really good time over towards P1. Going Exceptional's way. P2 rotation will belong to them as well. Early doors. Nice start for Exceptional.
Really having a very good time here. All the kills going towards them. Notorious. Where are you?
You have to turn up in this map. The absolute perfect start. Mythic's maybe getting a little bit too aggressive, but he has Vortex to pick up the pieces. Doesn't need to be there for the second. Wants to help his teammates out over towards P2. They're going to need it because the spawn out's come through. To split for Notorious on either side. This side of the map. So rotation over towards P2 is not looking too bad. Vortex can find a kill on the point. He's on a 6 spree to kick things off. For number 7. Looking for some help if he can find it.
Ready to try and take the players down here, and had a really good time until that car blew up. Who put the car on a stairwell, honestly? Anyway, they just want to hold this now as well, but it has been very, very good from Exceptional. So little wrong so far anywhere on this map. Only 1 point for Team Notorious.
I mean, this is an absolute whitewash so far. Whew. My God, Mythics. 8 and 3 from him. 4 spree. Now they're spawning them out towards the back. Okay, well, that might actually threaten them for a few points, but it's now going to allow Team Notorious to be pinned back in their spawn. Exceptional are going to have this rotation over towards P3. A couple of gunfights going to have to be won. Are now going to be in a little bit of trouble, and Eric Boom is eventually going to find it. So scrap time and a rotation by the looks of things there for Team Notorious, but, well, they haven't quite got a mountain to climb. Maybe a small hill, Brycey.
I'll tell you something, that man might be very much a reality soon if they don't turn it around. There's finally a couple of kills for Team Notorious in the kill feed. Just what they needed, just the break they could get some points from. And Eric Boom trying to hold the doorway, but hitting nothing but the expensive furniture in there. And somehow all the slaying against them again. Exceptional Gaming turn it up to 11, punch their way back into the hill, and are looking to stroll across that 100-point mark.
They're doing a really good job. Team Notorious were threatening to come back, and they may well still do so here. 10 seconds to go over towards fences. Big win from Eric Boom. It's going to be pressured though. Rotation over towards next is starting to come through. F-Dot. First one there. He'll find the kill. Has a little bit of support as well. Vortex is on his way. Can find one. A hell of a start to this map. I think if Vortex is kind of putting up those numbers, it does allow Exceptional Gaming just to maybe improve their ceiling a little bit. Arfi inside the point though. Team Notorious starting to get some decent points on the boards now. That lead is around 60 or so after the first couple of hills. It has now been cut down, well, to around 60. It's been about the same. Team Notorious are keeping pace. And they're going to do more than that here now over towards P4. They get some good time. 30 seconds to play for. That's a clean break.
The next little push, and you can see it's a very difficult time for them. Trying to get into it, Eric. Boom, threads the needle and gets it. Denzel will get one back, but just one. And that's all it does. Mythics gets a wonderful spawn, but isn't able to get more than one. The pressure will mount as the players run in towards it. Opens it up just a bit, but cut down everybody but Vortex. Vortex will fall there in the end. A bit of a scrappy end to that one, but at least Team Notorious are having a much better time of it.
A much better time. I think all things considered, after the first two hills, if you say to them, okay, you'll be 40 points down by the time you head over towards the second rotation. Yeah, okay, we'll take that. Not the end of the world. Exceptional Game, and maybe a little bit disappointed to let this lead slip as much as they have done, but I say that. Still 55 points in the lead. Not getting much time over towards P1, but on the right side of the map, P2 when we do get there in 33 seconds time.
Eric Boom backing off. Wise choice given the circumstances. A little bit of a bleed here on the P1, and Exceptional are getting the better of it. If they can combine this into a P2, it could be a disaster for Notorious. Harry is going to hold that. That's a massive, massive kill for them. And I say that, they've made every kill on the map. Every single one. For Team Notorious, that is the furthest you could possibly spawn out here. They are so far away.
It feels like everybody on the Exceptional is taking their turns just to have a little spree. That's helping them out. It was Vortex at first. It was just Denza. He's coming in off the respawn and will have to help his teammates out over towards the point. They've lost a couple of gunfights in the middle of the map here, and this is where the pressure starts to come through. Vortex can find one. Can find a second as well, actually. Will eventually get taken down, but brute force gets Notorious through over towards P2.
But only for a second. Still away from it. They're all going to pile through the stairwell. Vortex is coming under pressure. No, the second one's going to be there. Eric Boom slides under the gun. Mythics will clean it up as well, and this is why the rotation of P2 is so important. It is difficult to lose it.
Hold still coming through. A lead that was around 60 is now around 100. Exceptional loving P1 to P2. As I said, when we're over towards P1, it feels like everybody's taking their turn on going on a spree. It was Harry on the previous hill, finding 4 to find the break back, and now it's the race over towards fences. Exceptional are running away with map number 1 here. Just a reminder, Team Notorious have only dropped 2 maps over the entirety of the season so far. That was in the very first game when they reverse swept Katana Gaming. Not having much luck here up against Exceptional in the first map. It's looking like the third map they're going to drop. They are 110 points behind.
Yeah, I'll be honest with it. It started really well for Exceptional and hasn't really slowed down that much. I mean, they're going to get a few points here, but Harry's going to try and get another one here. Doesn't win that gunfight. Vortex will clean it up, and back into the point, Exceptional go. Both teams piling in forward. Notorious will have the numbers here for just a few seconds. Eric Boom staying alive, soaking up as much time as possible. More bodies, though, piling through, and, well, Exceptional win the trades, as you haven't heard it before. Get back onto the point and should cross 200.
they're in such a good spot. I mean, it's just been from the get-go. They've never let that lead slip. I think the lowest it's been, outside of course when they first got those points, has been 30 or 40. Just a dominant, comfortable performance so far, but they have to close it out. They're 42 seconds away from doing so. They can do that. But towards P4, especially if Harry's going to find a couple of kills here. Turns and birds. Can he find another? Not quite. Rafi there to answer back, but Vortex is there to pick up the pieces. He's had a really good game. 25 and 18 are big numbers from Vortex in his ripe old age. Let's see if we can keep it going. 217 and rising. This is dominant from Exceptional.
Vortex tries to get around, can't. And for Notorious, maybe a slow start has not been the case because they have really not managed to pick it up too much most of the way through this. A little flurry, a little hold to get them across 100 points here onto P4, and Rocker's gone that way. Afro trying to just hold them at bay for a few more seconds as we go towards P1. Is this too far? Is there too much of the map already gone for Notorious to mount this comeback?
Such a long way back, isn't it? You have to fight for every single moment of scrap. Every single push. Have to be faultless to a point. 45 seconds remaining here on P1. Exceptional Gaming are inside and soaking up every single second. They can do that here. They can jump on this point, get a couple of points. It's a win. You are that much closer to closing out map number 1. Still find yourself around 90 points in the lead. Still very comfortable. Just don't want to give Team Notorious hope.
Vortex just playing around here, almost calls it correctly. You are right, though. There is a point where if, and this is a big if they somehow lose this rotation, the game could change. Exceptional will be the first one on. Notorious know this. They're trying to get across. Never mind. Harry cuts down 2. Maybe dreams aren't real. 2 about to go around the outside. Mythix is looking for it. He is checking. He knows what they're going to do, and he is not seen it. Eric Boom breaks in, but only for one. There's another player going to be sitting here. F-Dot is ready to strike. They have broken into this point.
Not some good time on offer. 40 seconds to go. Exceptional Gaming starting to spawn over towards this side as well. If Team Notorious can get some good time here, they put themselves right back in it. Mythix doesn't predict it. The kill's still going the way of Notorious. They are threatening a way back into this game, Bricey. Exceptional need one good break, and they may well be able to do it here. Vortex to the forefront, and he finds 2. Where the rest of the squad, he needs them there with him. Shot's going to come in. Eric Boom's done phenomenally to find 2. He finds a 3rd as well, and Afro is there to pick up the pieces. This game is far from over now. Notorious finding the final 8 seconds while Afro just trying to bat them down, but those 6 seconds going over towards Exceptional. It's not what they wanted out of P2. But you'll take it. They're going to be 8 away by the time we get over towards fences.
Here we go. Notorious fighting the good fight. Looking for a once-in-a-lifetime comeback. Exceptional only need a little bit of luck. Only need one good break. They've got bodies all around. Afro will try and take platform. Too many bodies against them. Harry will take him down. Harry will get a second. Denzel's going to pile in as well, and this may be the end of it. Rafi tries to gun everybody that's in front of him, but it's going to be alone. He's going to have to dive the point. Not going to get it, and that will be the end to the map. And considering how it went for the most of the time, probably a little bit closer than it should have been.
I mean, Notorious did threaten to come back, didn't it? Team Notorious, that is, not Notorious Gaming, who are currently playing over on Bravo, but yep, they threatened it. Vortex here with the best play. This was towards the start. This is really what got things going. 2 players spawning towards this side. Finds the both of them. Now put them in such a good position because they managed to find themselves 60 or 70 point lead off the first 2 hills, which is, it's not an insurmountable comeback from Notorious. That needs to be made. It just makes it very, very difficult early on, doesn't it? Well, the caveat I will say for how well that they started Exceptional Gaming, for Team Notorious, they had to commit to so much, and when they are giving away that scrap time, you see Exceptional, they took that final 6 or 7 seconds. They sent 3 or 4 players towards it, and they were like, yeah, cool, right, yeah, we'll put ourselves, what, 6 or 7 points away? That's all they needed to do at that stage. So they're committing to that. They're not committing to a rotation. It allows Notorious to maybe set up a little bit easier. they have the opportunity to do that because of how well they played in the first half of that game. They set their stall out. They were in such a phenomenal lead. They had the opportunity just to pick up whatever points they could get a hold of because that's all they needed to do.
Well, I'll tell you something, though. This is what I'm feeling. Did Exceptional take their foot off the gas? Or did Notorious find a little bit of a stride? That's what I was trying to work out watching that last little bit of it, because Exceptional could have ended that game so often. Look at the score on the replay. 100 points.
Yep.
And we go P1, P2, and somehow they don't lock it up. In fact, it almost comes down to the next hill, and it could have gone even worse.
I mean,
don't get me wrong, they get enough points. They kind of bled it out, but
yeah. I mean, they still won by around 50, to be fair. I think it's one of those that just the lead was so massive that you would have thought they would have closed it out a little bit easier. But I think they probably did take their foot off the gas because, well, did they really need to go as hard as they wanted to there to get the job done? I think they probably knew that it was. They just needed to lock that scrap in. I think there would have been a moment, especially when Team Notorious started to find some time back over towards P2. Let's take a step back, take a breather. Let's just make sure we find one decent break, and that's all we need to do. That's probably what they're setting themselves up for towards the end, right? I mean, how often do you say to yourself when you maybe get a little bit complacent, or you say to yourself, okay, well, we just need to do this rather than play your own game? Then sometimes it can get a little bit silly. It's like when players play for streaks, they stop playing the same way that got to them to that stage.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, it's 250 to 201, though. They'll be very happy with the map number 1 win, whatever way they got it.
Yeah, I think, well, we'll see. We'll see going on. I mean, we've been told, you know, they have dropped a hard point to a very good team as well. So, I mean, the Notorious, they've had such a good run that any loss is always going to be a bit of a shock, right? It is going to be. And Exceptional Gaming just come out firing on all cylinders. That's really what you can say about it. I mean, we saw Vortex moving like he was 18 again. Just really, really good performance from him all the way around, picking up kills left, right, and center. As we go on to Red Card, Search, and Destroy, this is where Exceptional will be really looking to hammer it home. Can they get the 2-0 up in this series and put all the pressure on Notorious?
Well, I mean, a 2-0 up is not necessarily a done and dusted game against Team Notorious, as we've seen in the very first game. But let's keep an eye on what's going on over on Bravo. Into the control. Is this round number 5, I've been told? I'm not 100% sure, but we've had a reset. Oh my god, everything's going on in this game. This is round number 5. This is for all the marbles here in the control. Notorious Gaming defending. Just need the 1 round.
Looking for it as well, and kills going back and forth. They have got it. That's going to be extended by a minute. Anox sprinting through the spawn, looking for the players coming off the rip. Missed that one, though. And actually going to find his teammate. CJP is going to go down because of it. Nanox will go down as well. Finally got that player out towards it. For Notorious, they are in the better position.
In a really, really good spot now. Let's hold in sight. We'll find a big gunfight. 10 versus 6 is a massive advantage to have. 30 seconds is all Team BenW have. They only need 1 round. This round wins it. Whichever way it goes. Who can find one? Mighty holding it down. 8 versus 4. 7 versus 3. It's looking good here for Notorious Gaming.
Just got to stay alive. He's got to keep trying to get onto that point. Mighty will just use this as a shooting gallery. The clock is still stopped. There we go. CJP is going to fall as well. Ole will get one, but Mighty almost falls as well, but it is going to come down to a 1 versus 5. BenW gets 1, but they're going to hunt him down. There's no way, no victory there. Notorious Gaming will take that round. And I believe because of the reset, that means they win that map. Should put them up 2-1 in the series.
Still from the losers bracket game. The other winners bracket game is ready to be started as soon as that one is done. But here we are. Team Notorious taking on Exceptional. It's 1-0 to Exceptional here in this winners bracket round 2 game. Into the search and destroy we go. Aggression from Team Notorious straight over towards the restaurant. Straight over towards B.
Afro looking for an opportunity. Does he go for it? Check the first corner. Not going to get any further, though. Timing goes against him, and everybody dies. including a team kill. 2 versus 2 now. Mythics and Denza, F-Dot and Raffi. Dancing around the bomb site. Raffi hitting the shoulder. Left, right, and left again. Grabs the bomb. Do they back off and go A here?
Considering it, aren't they? Probably the wise choice. Feels like exceptional. No, what's going on here? One player over towards the other side, but it's the old switcheroo, Brycey. They've baited them.
How's it worked? No time spare.
Lord. Yep.
Denza finds the angle. Not going to stop the bomb going down, though, and somehow Notorious have got away with this. That isn't the player either, and that's an easy kill in the end. Everything that could have gone right for Notorious has done so.
Can't believe they've got away with that round. Just a little bit of bad timing. Denza can't quite hit his shots, and honestly, I think Mythics just gets. I think Denza would have been calling him out planting, so he wants to try and fly in there, stop him planting, because then they pretty much got the round, right? So yeah, he gets in, he tries to do something with it, but what if they just waited, worked together? Hindsight is 2020, of course. But yeah, I wonder if they maybe just took their time there. That would have maybe offered a better result.
Here comes the next round, though. Push coming over towards B. Exceptional Gaming. Looking, just trying to tease this one out. Eric Boom comes under the pressure and does well to get one. 3 versus 3. And now Raffi has to get out of there. Does get stun checked. Yep. Cook nade. Vortex throws one back. And now they have to hold the pressure up. Restaurant has to be their fortress. Has to be their solitude fortress. And Mythics, well, we'll find two. Afro left alone without teammates.
Yeah, even someone of Afro's prowess will struggle to do this one. Exceptional Gaming. This really good player coming in from Mythics, finds two towards the backside, just opens the site wide. They seem to waltz on through, get this bomb down. Harry is there to pick up the pieces. Good job from Exceptional. Exceptional bringing this one back after Notorious opened up proceedings with maybe a little bit of fortune. Still 1-0 in this series to Exceptional. Wondering about the other winners bracket game that will be starting shortly at the conclusion of what has felt like the longest losers bracket game I've ever seen in my life over in Bravo. It's been going on forever.
Certainly has gone the distance. As lower bracket teams really know how to stretch a schedule. Good start here though for Exceptional. Well, very good start there. That is basically the round over. Rafi will find one though.
Oh, he's a good spot here.
Oh, he would have liked to. That may have made this more plausible. Will fall straight away. Very quick round.
That from Exceptional. We head over towards A, and it's kind of the same result in terms of how the gunfights go. Brilliant work from Harry and Vortex in the middle of the map. They get the job done. That'll be that. Into the next round. Exceptional looking good here in the search and destroy. Notorious needed a little bit of a clutch to find their round. Exceptional looking solid here in this series.
Here comes the push again, and looks like maybe another B. Harry just checking that nobody's been too aggressive on the push through. Denza has found somebody, but giving his position away. Can he make anything out of this as he kind of spins around looking for players? Denza in a little bit of no man's land, now left alone. Unable to commit, able to get the kills down, and Notorious will get that one. Another fast round ton.
Super quick. These exchanges in the middle of the map. It's not necessarily... Well, I say it's not too akin to what we usually see on Red Card. We can see some passive rounds, but these two teams choosing to not go down that route at the moment. 2-2.
Here we go for the next one. So, all tied up. Couple of things working, couple of things not. Eric Boom on a 4. Now carrying the bomb. Looks like they're going to put some pressure towards mid here. This may be a passive strat. Give them information and wait to see if anybody is aggressive. In fact, that's exactly where it is. Nobody moving.
After sliding around trying to find something. Exceptional, happy to sit tight. See Denzer, he's the player on a bit of an island. He's going to head over towards the restaurant. And there's a couple of bookings arrived a little bit late here, Denzer. Try and find him a seat, and I'm sure they'll be able to. Bomb's going to go down now. 4 versus 3. They find the site. Team Notorious in a really good position to win this round. 3v3 momentarily on the side, though.
Was that Afro readjusted his aim, knowing the slide shower was coming through, but everybody pouring into that one. Notorious win the round. I think Eric Boom got the last kill, but that was everybody pinstriping the kill feed. Trade after trade.
I mean, they had to make the move, right? They knew they had an opportunity potentially to get this one done. There was one more player coming through, but the trades go in the opposite direction. You open things up, then trade from there. Maybe it's a different round. Eric Boom, 5 kills in a row. 6-3 right now. 3-2 to Team Notorious. Looking good here in the Search and Destroy. A lot better. Exceptional. Only this had a really good start, but on by the wayside a little bit. It's a back and forth game. Where's this opening brick gonna go? Over towards the A side. F-Dot's found one. He's able to get out as well. Yeah, a lot of pressure.
Full commit. Double flank. Double flank. Harry has turned at the wrong time. 3 versus 3. Harry does not know. The only thing he probably knows is timing. They haven't seen anyone else. Harry's checking his corners, wondering where they are. There'll be a nade check up there, but he's going to get caught. Harry, tucking himself in, has stayed alive.
How is he alive? I know there's players potentially in the flank. Vortex now just trying to stay alive as well. They will be called out, though, at low plat side. Oh, needs to get away from the window. That bomb is eventually going down. It's taken an eternity. Vortex now finds himself in a good position. Look at how aggressive Exceptional have to get. They probably made the right decision, though. They think there's plenty of players on the flank. They're getting aggressive into the gunfire. Notorious now in a 3 versus 2 in Exceptional's favor. Can they find anything? 2 versus 2.
And now he's going to come under pressure. That's a massive win for Afro. Vortex left alone in a 1 versus 2. There's a shoulder from Afro. It's easy for Eric Boom to pick up. Teamwork makes the dream work. Eric Boom on 7. Notorious on 4.
Sensational work. Eric Boom finds it. 7 in a row. Team Notorious in the 3rd round in a row. 4-2 to the good now.
That could have gone wrong for them, but a clutch up really for Notorious. They committed a lot of effort to going around the flank. Stayed alive while they did it. Didn't pick up maybe as much as they wanted. But the kills that ended up falling, all for them. Would have been more realistic for this to be 3-3, but Notorious took the opportunity and ran with it. And again, a slow boil start for them.
These slow ones seem to be working a little better for Team Notorious, right? Exceptional seem to be thriving in those big moments of speed, of pace. But as Notorious started to just slowly claw their way up the map, Exceptional seem to be second guessing. They're sending Titan side of B this time, though. They've read this one correctly, but now they've got a car with a big bomb on it to deal with, so that's never good.
Parks it straight in there. That gets taken out. Let's give some information that the player must have been close. 3 versus 3. Eric Boom. Currently 8-3 on a 7 streak. So much time burnt here that you're going to have to commit.
I've heard that door. That's maybe why they're spanning around. Exceptional expecting the push to come in over towards B. This bomb's going down. 3v3.
I like their positioning. Afro's held this before. Eric Boom almost makes a kill as well, but that is a slow slide from Denzer, and Eric Boom picks it up very, very easily. Goes to back up with Afro. They now have the better position. The flank's been watched by F. Afro picks up another one, and that is another round for Team Notorious.
You know, running away with this one. It's 4 rounds in a row now. This one might be done. You're on the search and destroy. Eric Boone now with the Hellstorm missile available as well. Never a bad spot to be in. Team Notorious 1 round away from tying the series up.
Is there any way for Exceptional to turn the tide here? Maybe get a first blood on Eric Boone would help.
Solid nade. He's packed them down. He's done more than that. 9 in a row. Yeah. Feeling it now. He knows he's cleared out the B side. So, yeah, okay, well, you must be pushing over towards A. You know that wide open bomb site? Yeah, let's get this in. Hellstorm on its way. Thankfully, the stadium made out of cloth will protect me. Vortex does fall. But a 4 versus 2, make it a 4 versus 1. This one is Dunzo. Denza, he's had an absolute stinker. 1 and 6. It's about to be 1 and 7. Never mind 2. That'll do. Team Notorious get the job done. 6-2 win. We are into still only a map number 4 between Notorious and Team Ben W.
It's the longest running game in history. It's actually started in 1973, this one. But right now on Bravo Stream, Notorious versus Ben W. It looks like it's coming down to the wire between these two squads. We'll head into this next set of rotations.
Just an FYI. Oh my goodness me, Ben W. Just an FYI, the team names are incorrect at the top of your screen, but either way, it's 185, 185. You can't get that wrong. It seems very, very close, but the team Ben W just about taking the lead here over towards P1. Ben W finding those 3 to kick things off. He's about to find 5. There you go. Big kills coming through. Just a reminder, Notorious, the ones up in this series. This is for Team Ben W. Send it to map number 5.
They're trying to do that. They have a bit of control here to begin with, but the name's being wrong. That's definitely going to confuse me. You can see Notorious. There we go. Lovely overlay. Lovely production. Geniuses. Now, as we jump back onto board with it, Notorious, as you can see, are gaining the points. This is going to come over to a big P2 collision.
Notorious trying to find some control over towards P2. It's going to be Team Ben W. First one's there. This is a power position. And Lampy can lock this down from here. Teams 1 has overlay to help him, but gets very, very aggressive. Mighty can find 2. They find a break with Mighty, who finds 3 kills. That's a huge 45 seconds on offer here. Got some control in the middle of the map as well. This is a really nice setup.
Can't win it here, but can certainly make it very difficult for Team Ben W to get away with it. And from the sky, gets taken down. LeBron trying to stay alive isn't going to make it either. Lampy gets another kill down at the bottom. They'll get back onto the point.
Time here.
Still fighting.
It's scrappy.
This is a rotation battle now. Better laying in his feet. It's unfortunate, but somehow finds a second. That is ridiculous to get that scrap time into the pocket of Team Ben W. Notorious, they have to hold. They can win it here, but so can the other team if they break quick enough.
I'm
Into the point. Everybody up top.
Kills.
NW's made some massive kills. It's a 3-piece. That may send it to map 5. NW has just pulled off everything he needs to. The kills are flowing like water to that side of the teams. And now Notorious Gaming of 14 seconds to get across the map, check every single corner, make the kills and break the hill. It's not going to happen. CJP and Lampy combine. That is GG. That is game over. That is map 5 between Notorious and Team Ben W.
The longest series of all time extends to a map number 5 in losers bracket round 1. Both those teams going at it. Oh my word. Goes to a final search and destroy between those two. We'll keep an eye on how that one's going as we move forward. But we'll be having, of course, back over towards the alpha side of things between these two, Notorious and... I mean, look, one apiece between Exceptional and Notorious. This has been very comfortable maps on both sides of things. The search and destroy comfortably over towards Notorious, but map number 1 was the complete opposite. Of course, a fantastic start for Exceptional to kick things off on Hacienda has really put them in a fantastic place as we head into the control. still anybody's game, Bryce. I think it's hard to decide. Notorious really didn't leak many maps, but exceptional luck here to play right now.
Yeah, I think for me, we always knew it was going to be this big game of halves, right? Like, essentially, when you come against teams at this kind of level that know each other very well, they know how to expect where players are going to be. That's why you see the pre-aims in specific spots, if they know somebody's alive and how they like to play. That's why when it comes down to the top teams who expect to play each other over and over again in these tournaments, it's pretty much always going to be close. Basically all of the time. Things like the map pools become very well defined between squads. They know what they can and can't lose. They end up playing the middle ground. It just becomes one of these where it's so 50-50 across maps. It's basically coming down to who's the hotter hand and who might be a little bit more prepared. So this could go on map 5. We've already seen it gone to a map 5 in the lower side of it. It might be a map 5 of the final game we've got coming up. We do still have Noctum and Katana that is yet to start, so that could also go to a map 5. This is what we expect at this stage of the tournament, though. It's the high level of Call of Duty that we expect from Challengers Elite.
Yeah, tell Shift and Study they're just working tomorrow at this rate. They might not get in on time. Look, it has been an absolute marathon so far. We've got so much more to go yet. Let's see how this is going to go down, though, between these two teams. We should be loading into map number 3 momentarily for the control. I'm not 100% sure which way I think this one's going to go, Bryce. It is a complete coin flip, but over to Vault. Defensive heavy. Out these two teams trying to lock this one in. And then hopefully send to a round number 5 with a little bit of an advantage. We'll keep an eye on the ticks of which way this one's going to go. But I think for Exceptional, it's probably a little bit more important, this one. It feels like they need this bounce back big time.
Well, let's see. Technically coming into this, I would say Notorious was the more favoured team, but did not have a good start. The last respawn really didn't go their way. Let's see if they can pick it up here into the control. Bit of a push. Afro going down low straight away, looking for those early kills. Not find anybody. Jumps on the point, jumps off again, expecting to be pushed, but nobody's here, and his teammates have taken care of it.
Plenty of aggression. Exceptional. I mean, you don't want Afro in this kind of position, and this is what he's so good at for Team Notorious. Just playing these corners, playing these kind of moments, and all of a sudden Team Notorious look favorites to win this round of control. A is going to be locked in. They've got pressure over towards B as well. Raf, you could do with staying alive.
That's how it falls so quickly. I mean, they did so much work. I mean, the benefit is always going to be over 2 minutes to try and take B. A million opportunities to play a bit of team deathmatch, to go back and forth. But it will be difficult. As you can see here, already they've locked it into a little bit. Exceptional will play all the way towards the back time. Can they make a series of slays here, Team Notorious? Because right now, not going so great.
I think they just need to lock down both these back buildings. You know, if one of the attacking sides, or one of the players from the attacking teams, I should say, sorry, does get over towards one of the back buildings, it is not a good spot to be in. You don't want them there. You don't want them with control over your spawns. You want to be able to spawn where you think you should be spawning. You want to be able to get into your own spawn buildings. That's what makes it so difficult over towards the B side. You need control of these. Voltex now on a full spree, steadying the ship here. What was not necessarily the best starts for Exception. I thought, man, well, I found 33 here. Found a minimum of 2. All of a sudden, Harry left on his own. Does find 1, but that may well be the break they need. Team Notorious now in a good position to try and get something going here at B.
Oh, that's a massive kill. Afro staying alive. They know he's here as well. It doesn't really matter. Goes for the chow. Misses with his main gun. Switches to the pistol and gets it anyway.
Yeah.
The rest of them getting onto it. Eric Boom finds 1. They've got to get past Afro as well, who will be hunting these players off the respawn. They're going to know this at the same time. Second tick is going to be in. Afro even going back further, and that is just going to be awful COD timing for Afro. Eventually we'll find 1, and that is going to be the round over. Notorious take the attack.
In convincing fashion as well. Did what they needed to do. Control those B buildings. Afro was an absolute menace on that side of the map, and that just caused so much havoc. Efta did really well there, by the way. There was 3 of them dead. He stayed alive, found a couple himself. He will have even found the 3rd. Just keeps that pressure on. It keeps you in a position where you can get Afro in the right spots where he can cause the most damage, and well, he's in those spots often enough. 6 and 4, but 6 of the most influential kills that he possibly could have found. Now over towards the defensive side. Finding an attack on Vault means nothing if you can't hold your defense.
Rafi just backing up, knows he didn't want to lose those kills straight away. Afro to the rescue, and well, you see all the kills still flying in for them. A total of 11 streak there for Team Notorious. Starting off very well. Didn't lose a single player in that take back of 8. Will they lock this one up fast?
They're trying to. It's looking that way. This control could be over before it's even barely started. If Exceptional don't start to turn things on. It feels like they came out really hot in map number 1. Since then, they've started to falter just a little bit. Team Notorious starting to turn the screw. 6 spree now for Eric Boom. I think he ended that. SnD on 9 or 10. Start finding Vortex. It's just a little bit easy so far for Team Notorious. Staggering everything Exceptional are trying to do.
That's what Afro wants to do, though. Run around and slay. Run around and slay. Continue to put them staggered. Never easy to do, but at the moment they've got it. Rafi going back for the spawn kills again. With time ticking down, Exceptional will have to have a break. Afro just waiting. He knows the pressure's going to come. They have to get into this 8 point. There's no other way around it. Afro, even when he gets hit, goes for the reach out. Eric Boom takes down Denza. Desktop takes down another one, and Mythic's only player left alive, and he has to commit. There's no real way to it. Needs to make a hero play. Down they fall. And with time ticking away, even with a dive into the point here, it should be over. It is. Notorious. Flawless hold.
It's a brilliant hold. Exceptional never looked like getting anything going. That's your attack. That's your defense. That all but guarantees round. I mean, it would have to take something special. I don't think it does quite guarantee round 5 defense for Team Notorious if we get there, but I believe they would only probably need a single tick here on this attacking round to get that. But I don't think we're going there, Bracey. Just trying to make the point.
Oh, that is an unbelievable start again. Rafi hunting the last player he knows is going to be here. Absolutely no mercy. And Afro's also pushed up. They want to end this one as quickly as possible. Not a kill. Exceptional Gaming are being bullied on this control map.
And if Afro finds that, might as well chalk it up. First tick's on its way. At both points, it's already in it A. It's on its way over towards it on B as well. If F Dot had an AR here, that would be beautiful. But he is going to actually fall. Well, F Dot, he was over towards the B side. It is being locked in, though. They're not too far away from it. Exceptional trying to get their way back through, but it's ringing around the rosies, and Eric Boom comes out the better side of it. 4 spree for him. A is locked in. This one might be done in 3. It might be 2 attacking rounds on Vault here for Team Notorious.
Eric Boom now continuing to put the pressure up, and this really has been one-sided control. Afro somehow still alive, even though that car has taken 18,000 bullets. An accurate count that got it off production. And this is actually just getting more and more. Exceptional Gaming, even with B, which is usually easy to defend, feel like they're barely holding on.
Oh, it feels like they're folding. My God, Eric Boom. He's really taken over these last 2 maps. He's 20 and 7. This is an absolute spanking on Vault control. Team Notorious get the job done in the most brutal of ways. It's a 3-0 with 2 attacks, by the way. But over towards Bravo. And you best believe we're still going over here. Team Ben W taking on Notorious Org. And right now, Notorious Gaming have forced us to, in map 5, to find themselves 3-0 down.
Yeah, just to put this in context, in the game we are watching on Alpha, that's going to map 4, and that's winners round 2. This is still losers round 1. Still going here, but at the moment, Team Ben W running amok. Here comes an RCXD car. Somehow surviving that pressure. Notorious with the advantage.
I mean, this is just so easy for Team BenW right now. Ben will find 2 of his own. Because it's very, very difficult for Notorious to get a hold of that bomb, but they will back up. Give them that respect. This now will be an opportunity for Nalox to maybe get it down or just get the hell out of dodge. The map is kind of on a bit of a flip yet. A lot of noise being made. He was getting in towards B, but I don't think I and the team really have any idea where the others are.
Waiting to see if anybody blinks first. Everybody just still for a second. Hoping for a quick one. He breaks a window. Little bit of information. Over the top. Doesn't see anybody. Gonna hit it at the same time. He's found a player there as well. Can they get the pitch go down? But he does. Oh, CJP tries to get the right positioning for it. And everybody goes round. And Nadix has seen him. This is it. This is Notorious's game to lose.
It's BenW for the ace as well. Just doesn't have the time. Shoulders it. Doesn't see him on it. Finds the kill anyway. Notorious Gaming finally get themselves on the board. A weird map state when we got back to it, wasn't it? Them really jostling for position. Felt like the map was kind of flipped. I don't know, kept checking in exactly. He was on the attack, he was on the defense, and let's see where everybody was. Confusing my little brain. But that is going to be a round for Notorious Gaming. BenW though, still 3-1 to the good.
Who walks away the winner? This epic saga of a game. Notorious just holding it down, but may have given up a little bit of map control here. I think that's been called. You can see the reinforcements flooding back. Notorious trying to get back into position desperately. CJP getting into it. I wonder if there's going to be a fake out. They go back for it again. There's players on the flank watching all the way deep into spawn as well. Alex is looking for an easy kill. So go back towards A. It's a bit of a mess. Alex is hoping somebody pushes through. Overlay is hoping somebody pushes through. I don't know if he saw him. I think Nadux did. He did. He's hunting him now. That should be a kill. There's one. 2v3. 1v3. Well, that was done. Not an explosive end, but an end nonetheless.
Strange one, wasn't it?
Very much was.
Around. They'll get the defuse to come through. Map 5 between these two. My goodness, how have we ended up here? I really thought Notorious were coming to this really confident. Team BenW, I don't really... Well, they didn't offer anything up against Noctum. Notorious really just give them their best game, and Notorious has been forced to on map 5. It shows that proxy really just doesn't work, does it, when it comes down to it? This team beat that team by this amount, so they should beat them by this. It doesn't work that way.
Notorious, very fast start. That trophy paying out.
Bomb down here though for Notorious. They are coming screaming back into this one. They are in a 4v3 situation. They are in a disadvantage. That bomb is down towards A, but they really have backed up. NW though, you need to actually find the kills in the middle of the map to make it this pressure count. And can find it. Lampy can find another mighty left in a 1 versus 3.
And that'll be it. Again, it kind of comes down to just these massive shifts, and it's not even that big of a battle towards the end. Teams are just crumbling once the first domino falls. But it does put them in a very good position here, Team BenW.
Two rounds away from securing at least another week. Another day. Playing in the first EU Challengers season. And for Call of Duty Black Ops 6, here we are. Notorious need to find a way back into this one. Team BenW looking good. Both teams just waiting for something to present itself. Not be just shouldering like his life depends on it.
Either that or his controller's broken.
I can hear an RCXD from one side of things.
That's why it's all stalled out. Everybody on irons. Everybody waiting.
The LC has been... Oh my goodness! Mighty barely even seen Ben W and he's been deleted off the map. Here we go then. Push over towards A is initiated and that bomb is going down.
Deflect a little bit here, and for Brun, that's a massive kill. They break back into this 3 versus 3. 30 seconds to go. Melko looking for one as well. Gets it. Turn to the second, but Fabron will back him up. Now Overlay all the way towards the back. He's going to try and hold this off by himself. Doesn't have the bullets, doesn't have the life. Will fall. And that means Notorious get another one back.
Order 3 now. Notorious Gaming. Cruising through this one. Try and get back into the game. I feel like they're the ones with their backs against the wall. They're in the disadvantageous positions. Somehow still managing to get the job done. 4-3 to the good now. And the next round we go. Maybe on the aggression here for Notorious. Can they find another round? It's looking like it. And WCJP dealt with. And I mean, should this series go any other way and then to a round number 11, it's feeling that that's the direction it's heading, Brycey.
There it is, Overlay. Big irons. Watching his own spawn, smashing windows. Notorious Gaming take that one 4-4. It was written. I said a lot of these rounds have been like this. Very, very quickly, it's obvious. Not getting a lot of 1v1s, or at least not a lot of clean 1v1s. Well, we're going to see how this one does go as well, but we've been told that our main game is also starting up. There's going to be another hard point to watch at the same time, but both games looking pretty tight. I will say this. I don't know whether they've iced them a little bit, but Notorious were looking so good against Exceptional on the respawn.
They have been. I think, you know, those last 2 maps are a bit of a painful one on the alpha side of things, really, for the side of Exceptional. If you want to change things around as soon as they can, you might be right. It might be a nice tactic. Exceptional, looking to try and stay in this winner's bracket as long as possible. But here we are, to the hard point. Exceptional looking for a bounce back. It was a really good start that helped them on Hacienda. Can they have the same thing here on Skyline?
No, not doing too badly. Eric Boom, who was basically an unstoppable force for a lot of it. Down off 2-0, back into the point. Will go down because of it though. Denzel takes him out. Rafi looking for this. He knows he has to try and deflect some of this pressure. It isn't going to work out for him though. Does fall. Big couple of kills coming through the middle of the map for Vortex. And while they might not grab this scrap time and try and make a kill, the most important thing here for Exceptional is holding on to P2.
We're moving forward, trying to get a hold of those P2 spawns as said. I mean, that's a horrible gunfight to have to try and take if you're F-Dot. Vortex and Co try and hold this one down. It's a good start for Steve once again, 6-1. Can they hold it down for anything meaningful? You can start between the two, but not on the better side. They want to keep a hold of it. Mythic's doing a really good job. That's his first kill of the game. Somebody up the elevator shaft, not going to happen. Or he will find 2. Pressure starting to be put down by Mythics. A really good time for Exceptional. 25 seconds or so still to play for here, and it's looking like it's going to go their way.
Okay. Just trying to keep that pressure off as well, and going very, very well for them. Denza cutting them to ribbons. This is more of the exceptional we saw on map number 1. Okay. A little bit slow here so far on this one, but finds the first kill, finds the second one. Never mind, ignore everything I've said before. On to P3. Exceptional do have the lead, but they don't have the rotation.
Veto. He's here ready to mop anything up over towards the P4 side as P3 now does pop. Shots here from Veto. 3 in a row. Vortex will come through to try and clean this one up, but it's all about just trying to get a little bit of control in the middle of the map, and teams are struggling to do so. Exceptional. Very much looking like the better hardpoint team so far, though, Brycey. Between these two squads. Search and Destroy was not pretty viewing, though, so we know they do have a mountain to climb to try and get hold of the spawns, just foregoing the point to try and do so. Gonna give up some time here, but they will get the spawns for P4.
Still one of those games that could go either way depending on a big hold that happens. Team kill could certainly be the start of it. Mythic's actually pushing the tempo there to try and get another kill, but does fall, and that opens up some issues. Notorious just overextend, and they gotta get straight into that one. Notorious pushed into the point easy.
And that's a disaster for Exceptional. He kind of looked in control, but the Team Notorious are clawing this one back. Every single hill, that deficit keeps being brought down, unless Harry does something like that. My word. Slid in, guns in, Vortex finds another kill. There's the break. 34 seconds to play for here. Oh, this is a wonderful find from Vortex as well. Just 3 kills. There's one. There's the second. Everybody else here to pick up the rest. And now they've got to try and get their boots on. Get over towards the other side of the map. They want to try and get a hold of those P2 spawns if they possibly can. It's still a nice lead for Exceptional. Notorious have cut it down though.
Best hardpoint player in this series has actually been Vortex in both games so far. Just a ridiculous combination of kills across the map. Eventually going to go down as Team Notorious try to get back into that P1. And this is what they're hoping for. It's still a very tight game between them, but kills flowing all the way towards Exceptional, and they may have just grabbed not only P1, but that rotation to P2 that's coming up in 40 seconds. It is way away, but it's still very, very close.
An update on Bravo. Team Ben W get the job done within 5 to advance to, well, at least another day into next week. We'll see them on Wednesday. Notorious are going to be absolutely furious. They will feel they should have beaten Noctum, and all of a sudden they're out in top 8.
Exceptional. Just having a great time. Not as far ahead as they could be. Only going to be 50 points. But if they can hold this, if they can just rebuff the pressure against Notorious one more time, it could be a money hill P2. Those are big moments to have. I thought he's found 2 of absolutely nothing. Eric Boone finds another. Even when you think Exceptional just going to extend their lead, Team Notorious is just not going away here, Brycey. Is there a comeback? Is there a way back into this in a hard way? Because every time you think that maybe, just maybe, Notorious have got it, they miss it. And that might be bad timing for Afro. Does let his teammate down a little bit, but never mind. They're in depth. Player going to be on the flank, gets cut down as well. Rafi has read everything. We're finding another one, and this might be what we were talking about, a catalyst.
Just a reason to come back into it. You have the Team Notorious. You find a good break. You make it awkward. Still going to find yourself, well, less than 20 points behind. You have closed that gap. That's as close as it's been for quite some time. All you could do was just a couple of kills like this, just to steady the ship. They're still in the lead. They'll still be feeling good about it, but they're not in control. Team Notorious clawing their way back into this game. Mythics and Denza combining well. Denza will find another Eric Boom. Rafi I'll get the job done. They get dealt with. Exceptional starting to get some good time here over towards P3. Split spawn though is going to just about disrupt that. Afro can find one. Afro somehow finds a second. His team managed to find a way through. Insane plays from Afro.
This is now back and forth between the two of them. Everybody piling everything to this point. Exceptional will get away with it. But this is where Notorious need to get all the way across the map. P4 is upon us. Mythic's backing up. No, so there's going to be a lot of pressure coming. Calls for reinforcements. Are they going to have enough here as players pile out of the corridor? And Exceptional will be the first onto this point. They have to leave it. They know the players are flying towards them. Vortex again. Unbelievable plays. Exceptional hold the line.
Oh, they hold the line and then some. 40 seconds to go here. Towards P4. They're in the bathroom. Just soaking up this time. 33 seconds to go. That wasn't even intentional. Exceptional. Just frying Harry, doing what he needs to do in the middle of the map. They want to force map number 5 here, Brycey.
They are firing on all cylinders to do it. Barely a step wrong. Steve Vortex will eventually fall, and they will get some scrap time here, Team Notorious, but I feel like we've been saying this over and over again. Can they find their way back into it? And a little flurry, but not a lot of hope. As you can see, Notorious will now have to get P1. They will now have to push through and get the P2 spawns. Same scenario, but still on the back foot.
Feels like a very similar scenario to what we've seen in map number 1. Exceptional find themselves a decent lead. Team Notorious cut it down. They haven't been quite able to do enough. I say that as
crispiest of shots, flattest of landings. Off the side it goes. And just when there was a little bit of hope for them to jump back onto it, not going to be so.
I'll gas him up and he's jumped off. Notorious still find themselves around 50 points behind, but this is good time at P1. They need to soak this up. They need to move through. They need to find some good time at P2. 30, 40 seconds. Got to be the minimum here.
Notorious need the best P2 they've had. They hold this somehow. The game is afoot. Eric Bohm already falling though. Is that the first domino? Afro waiting for the pressure. He knows he's going to be here. We'll find one. The trade's not there quite in time. Afro goes for the reach out and finds it onto Harry. And there's 3 down. There's the first wave. Denza kills him though very, very quickly. A hole in the defense.
Ball's getting bigger as Harry finds one. We said they needed to hold this down. 25 seconds to go. It's looking like they're going to get the rest of it, but it's actually going to be an attack here from Exceptional. They're going to have a go at this. Oh my god, Afro is final. Finds 2 more. That second is absurd. And that is nearly every single second for Team Notorious at P2. In the lead alongside of it now, Brycey.
Can they continue this? It has changed. We said they needed a big hole. They've done it. Through absolute sheer force of will, they are now in the lead. They are in the lethal range. But there's a big 2-piece. Eric Boone to the rescue. A monster so far in the SnD. Can he do it here on the last hard point potentially? Rafi now flying in. Both teams committing everything to this. It is not concentrated pushes. It is just trades in abundance. And Exceptional Gaming come out on top. They can't win it onto P3.
It's absolute chaos. They can't win it, but Notorious still can. Exceptional Gaming starting to find the kills where they needed, though. They've been in the lead the majority of this game. The first time Team Notorious have found themselves in a spot where they can win this series was only over a P2. Gonna get some good time here, though, Brycey. Exceptional Gaming must hold this down.
And now the final bit of pressure. For Notorious, they know they need a good, concentrated hit. They don't want to let any lives go. F-Dot finds 2. That's huge. Vortex will get the trade as well. Eric Boom takes him down. Rafi throws the God Rod in. And Notorious will win this from behind and take the series against Exceptional.
Ridiculous third rotation of Hills is what takes Notorious through to this spot. Fantastic work from them. It's all about that P2 rotation. You get that locked in, you find yourself in the lead, you scrap your way from there. Wonderful stuff from Team Notorious. Oh, we don't stop there, Bryce. We got another game to jump into now, mate. We're going to the other winners bracket. Exceptional will drop down the losers bracket. We'll keep an eye on how that is all unfolding and who's going to be playing who next week. We have one more game to go.
We certainly do, and we should be jumping onto this one, but that was one of the games we thought would be close and was the entire way. Exceptional, just not able to hold on to that lead. Notorious were just getting better as time went on. You are right, Tom, very much like that first hard point. This time went to Notorious instead of them. So, as we see moving forward, though, Exceptional will have a lower bracket run, but who has another one? Because Katana and Noctum are about to face off.
Yeah, I'm curious about this game. Katana kind of did what they needed to do. It lost out against Team Notorious only in a 3-2 fashion because of the reverse sweep, whereas Noctum looked flawless, basically, until they got into knockout so far. So I don't think Noctum will be happy with their performance in their first game of the night in winners bracket round 1. But other than that, they now have another game to go. But here's the highlights from the end of Exceptional and Team Notorious. Exceptional, I'll be super disappointed to lose that one, Brycey. They were in the lead the majority of the game.
Yeah, they were. I mean, you can see it in the highlights, just how it started going from bad to worse. And I think a lot of that, I mean, you got to give feel for Vortex as well. He pretty much had some of the best games I've seen him have. A lot of time on the point, a lot of kills made for him, but in the end, it just didn't work out that way. They got lost maybe, what, 80, 90 points to, what, 17. So when you let it slip by that much on some of these hills, it's always going to be a bad story towards the end. You see, I mean, Harry doing an awful lot of damage. So did Rafi, really. But yeah, definitely a tale of closer than it might say in the 3-1. I will say this, the control was very much Notorious's. The hardpoints were very good games to watch.
Sensational series between these two. And sorry to be disappointed with that. They were very poor in maps 2 and 3, though. That's what they really do need to work on. SnD and control not working out at all. Team Notorious looking fantastic. The hard points were close. Maps 2 and 3 were not. They will take the series away here, Team Notorious. As mentioned, we have one more game to go. The other winners bracket round 2 game between Noctum and Katana. Frankly, I haven't got a clue which way this one goes either. I think it's a super hard one to predict. Noctum looked phenomenal throughout their group stage. Katana looked good through theirs as well, but they looked flawless, Noctum, and they had a really, really tough game against Notorious. I don't know if they started the races today, but it wasn't a convincing performance. They're going to have to be better than that up against Katana.
Well, here we go. We have started straight away. These teams go into it. Everybody kind of showing down outside. Long-range gunfights. Everybody throwing up.
For red card, it is going to be a little bit more slow, methodical. We've got rotations over towards P2 and 3 being the most important. 1-5 can be scrappy, but let's see how these two teams combine together. Are we going to get another cracker?
We're just trying to stay alive here on the inside. Just being a little bit careful, just trying to drill down. Not a lot of points scored, to be fair,
no.
That first hill. Everybody just kind of throwing gunfights around rather than getting any points done. But sometimes it is about the positioning and it is about moving around ready for the next. You can already see they're on it here. Super trying to stay alive. Isn't going to for very long as Noctum jump back on.
Good time here potentially for Noctum though. Katana spawning towards the backside. Got them in a position where you want them to still be in 30 seconds time, but Cobra Brezzy combining well. Trying to find a way through. Noctum really do need to work on that hard points based on what we've seen beforehand. Can they get the job done here on map number 1? It's not a bad start. A little bit of a parallel spawn coming through from Katana and Noctum. Trying to hold this down and find the rotation in 13 seconds.
Yes, just making sure they get this final bit of scrap. Time is going to go down to Brezzy, though. And they can afford to do that because they do have that rotation locked in entirely. Katana looking to hold this. Just waiting. Cobra has been dancing about. We'll go down to detain, but they have slowed them down here. I've already got a feeling that this might come down to the clock. I feel like there's been so much time burnt already. And if it happens again, it might get a bit scrappy.
Could do. We've got a long way to go before that potentially happens, but you're all right. It has been a low-scoring game considering what we're 120 points and counting, making about 150 of being on alpha. We barely even seen 80, so both these two teams being cautious when they want to push in towards the hill. Who's not being cautious though is Brezzy. He's 13-7. He's had a hell of a start, as has Kez. Matched across the board, both these two teams so far. Noctum though will get that final 5 seconds. It's so scrappy so far.
And we just waiting to get it as we go completely even as we head over to next. Bantis here, ready and waiting. Soaking up as much as they possibly can do before that pressure mounts onto them. Done a really good job so far of keeping Katana at arm's length. You can see them far, far across the map. Brezzy, the player up top that is going to cause an issue and finds the kills. Opens it wide. Katana Gaming will take advantage of this. Already knocked them out of the point.
Themselves back inside. The first really decent lead we've seen from either one of these two teams was Noctum's, and that's just been wiped out in the blink of an eye. Katana doing a good job of just trying to keep them at bay. Aspect over the top, just trying to stop anybody else trying to push through. This is a really nice hold over towards the stage. 15 seconds to go here. I think Noctum are probably going to rotate off this.
Bag, looking for a big kill, gets it. And still can barely separate these two teams. No matter what happens, they know how to fight back, they know how to break, they know how to hold. Everybody going back and forth. Noctum will be on this next rotation again. Same story. And Cobra finds he's fourth on a 4 streak. More players getting off the point. Dangerous point to be on when you don't feel in complete control, but Katana Gaming find the kills. Should be able to jump on here for some good time.
It feels like how tight this game is being. Every single time you can pick up 20 or 30 seconds. It's so crucial. Cobra staying alive, backing it on down. Some up for his teammates, baiting each other out. Nicely played. Can you find the trade? Yeah, you can. Cobra on a 6 spree. You need to go on a 7 and 8 if he wants to keep a hold of this hill. Not going to happen. Jump shot not quite there. 14 seconds to go. Noctum going to pick it up.
And again, this is really going to be a very, very tight game. 11 points in it as we head to this next set of rotations, Ton. So little opportunity for either team to really get ahead.
I mean, it's just so tight. Every single time you see there's an opportunity for the others to maybe try and extend the lead. Get shut down by just a big play coming through. They're so evenly matched.
Oh, detained, trying to stay alive. Not going to be able to in the end. Noctum doesn't be very good at just taking that last little bit of scrap time. If anything, I would say Noctum have basically been not only getting scrap time, but had a good few of the rotations as well. So they get broke pretty easily, but they have been soaking so much on both sides of hills.
And some time with P1 here for Noctum. We've actually, it feels like for the first time, got themselves like 30 or 40 seconds. It's always been trading back and forth in the 20 seconds. Henry, oh, he's done so well to find 3 there. He's opened things up now. And that's going to be some good time going over towards Noctum. They've got them exactly where they want them. Spawns towards the back. Get your irons down. That isn't in the plan now. Cobra, Hellstorm in, and that's going to cause absolute havoc. If anything, it's just going to make players have to reposition. Noctum now are going to be sitting even tighter, but they have found the kills, so the Hellstorm gets called in, finds absolutely nothing but Brezzy Cobra. The French duo combining so well. And they'll get a hold of the point. 25 seconds remaining here. Katana Gaming getting things going.
Having a good time of it, but Katana Gaming looking to get on the end of it. Henry looking for a couple of kills. He's going to dive back onto that point, but right now Noctum will be backing up, looking for this next one. One thing they may not have noticed is that it's got a little bit tight for them to get this time. They are now worried whether or not anybody has found their way into the back.
Aspect. And you be sneaky here. team and found some kills on the forefront, and he's on the flank. Push them from behind, so he has managed to force them spawn towards the bottom car park. Bance is behind them, though, and he's going to have to be the guy to make the play.
There's the big kills, though. Noctum has taken the advantage here. This could be the first bit of real daylight between these two teams we see. Can they hold the pressure from Katana? Detain finds one. Off the point again. This really has been a slow burner.
It's been difficult to kind of ascertain who's really in control. Okay, the scoreline will tell you Noctum Esports has 30 seconds ahead, but you wouldn't put it past Katana just find the break, find 30 seconds back. It's been so back and forth, but that might just help Noctum Esports find their first decent lead. Rotating over towards the stage. I say that as if 3 kills just come through for Katana, which just completely shuts them down.
Oh, that, I don't know how Kez off that one. I thought he had that one nailed in. Another contest. More time burn. 10 on a 5 streak as well. And you are right. I think it's slowly but surely going towards Noctum. The more time that bleeds away from this, the more it benefits them in the long one. Ant's now going to be soaking up even more. Not easy being in that hill, by the way. You have very limited eyes here, and Henry says, all right, enough is enough. Half some blows them out of it. And Katana Gaming are rotating.
It's a good lead now. 5 in a row, 34 kills to his name. It's a 70-point lead. Biggest one we've seen over the entire game. Noctum have just bled them a little bit, haven't they? But a full 60 here puts Katana well and truly back into this one. Looks like Henry has been that guy, hasn't he? 34 and 24. Slaying really is being relied on by him. Doing a great job. Bance should be able to pick up 2 here. Does so. Gets taken down by Brezzy. Noctum putting a little bit of a dent in the hopes of Katana Gaming on this hill in particular. There's 3 dead. You can push forward and maybe get some more time.
And they're back onto it as well. 22 seconds. I'm just trying to see them take all of it. The Katana kind of flirting with taking it away from them, and they will dive into this. Cobra's found 2. Bance will find another. Goes for the reach out. Gets it. 27 and 19, Benjamin Bance. There's the scrap time. It's called it perfectly. Knows exactly where Cobra's going to be. Wouldn't be surprised to see him pick it up. Does in the kill feed. So we go back to P1.
And they keeping things alive and kicking inside of Ticket. P1, I mean, it felt like this rotation was really where Noctum started to get things going, and it was just down to P1 at the beginning of that rotation. Plenty of time was found. They converted in some good time at 2 and 3 as well. House Detain won that gunfight. Henry takes down Brezzy as well. They are working seamlessly together now. For what was a close game at one stage, it no longer is. Noctum looking to try and close this one out as soon as they possibly can.
Just trying to get as much time away from this as possible. I mean, the benefit here for Noctum is they can basically take a win whenever they get a little bit of a break. Certainly can, and with this coming down here, I mean, I did say there is a small chance still of this coming down to a clock. 49 seconds remain on the clock. Obviously, Katana Gaming will be trying to get on this point whenever is possible. That may be the reason it doesn't go that way, especially with P1 now past.
I mean, the problem for Katana with that theory as well, though, is the fact that they are still about, what, 50 points behind?
Yeah.
A little bit more. The clock being wound down does not suit you. It's going to try and make a move around if he can. I'm being soaked up here by Katana. Contestation coming on through, though. Kills have started to be made by Noctum. Looking to try and close this one out. They are 20 seconds away from putting themselves in the lead in this series.
Silver's going to go down as well. I think this is going to be the end of the game. 12 seconds to go. I don't even know if they can really jump into this in any time that makes sense. They would have to try and get this rotation as well. Detain just soaking up. 3 seconds for it. They will have to dive in. Super dives into the point. Detain has to fly in every single direction, and that's a 249 stop. But Katana Gaming are too far away. That's it. That's the end of the game. It's done. There's nothing they can do about it. They had to commit to getting on the point. And Noctum Esports, who really did take a commanding lead about halfway through that game, have managed to just bleed it out towards the end.
It was such an odd hardpoint, to be honest with you. It felt really strange all the way through. They were back and forth up until the midpoint, and then from there, it felt as if Noctum were just finding those couple of kills here and there, but then they would pick up some really good time for it. It was a really hard one to analyze. Both these two teams back and forth all the way through. It never really felt like anybody was in control until Noctum actually found that moment. It was close till then. When they did find that moment, they never let it go. A really good job from them. I think it was on the second rotation where they really did start to stretch their legs and find themselves now with a 1-0 series lead. And that'll put some demons to rest, I want to say, because they actually lost both the hard points in their previous series. To win that one now will give them a lot of confidence throughout the rest. Katana Gaming though will know there are plenty more maps to play through, potentially 4 more to go. So let's see if Katana can bring this one back. But yeah, Noctum will be very, very happy with that map number 1 win.
Yes, and will. And we're going to go to a quick break while we get ready for map number 2 here on the SnD. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. You are joining us here for a Winners Round 2 game. Katana Gaming versus Noctum Esports. And yeah, that was difficult for me to say. But this game is now going on between two titans that could very well end up in the grand final. So worth paying attention. So far, Noctum Esports versus Katana in the hardpoint was a bit of a weird one. Scrappy most of the way through. A lot of clock burned. And I was kind of talking about it before we went. The way to contextualize that game, in my opinion, is you've got to remember there is 5 minutes on the hardpoint clock at the start of the game. That clock only goes down when it's either contested or nobody's in the hill. The fact we burnt 4 minutes and 20 seconds roughly is unbelievable in a hardpoint game that was that scrappy.
maybe some tired minds playing the hardpoint there, Bryce. I think I wonder if that there's definitely some here on this side as well. But look, I think, you know, realistically, both these teams are very well matched. It just took a couple of moments here and there for Noctum to, when they did find that chunk of time, because of how close it had been, because of how much contested time there had been, every single, I want to say 20 or 30 seconds that they extended that lead, it became insurmountable for Katana. So we're going to be heading into map number 2 very, very shortly and seeing how this one goes. Katana need to try and bring this one back if they can, because Noctum have looked really good on their SnD and control over the past day. I want to say that they didn't look great in their first series of the day in hardpoint. They managed to win the hardpoint there. So I'm in a fantastic position heading into the search and destroy. We stay on red card, or we move to search and destroy.
All right, let's see how this now plays out between these two. Noctum and Katana. Obviously, this first round is going to be a bit different. Just remind you, there are no trophies in play, so it does change breaks just a little bit. Something that teams have had to be aware of now for quite some time. You can see there's a move here into B, and while there has been a trade 3 versus 3, control really has gone to Noctum.
Bombs go down. Complete control of the restaurant, but keep an eye on Brazzy. Had a really good start for Katana Gaming on map number 1. Aspect will be there to clean things up. 2 versus 2. Brazzy's let his position be known, though. He was the one that found the kill. Aspect found one as well, trying to bait it out with the smash of the window. These two players on Noctum playing together need to get this cleanly and do so. You know exactly where Brazzy is coming from. He has 22 seconds to do it, though.
Brazzy looking for them as well, and they almost give him the kill. Heavy cook grenade. He's just trying to go for it and can't get it, and that's always going to be difficult here with the movement. If he had found that first kill, though, would have very much changed the scenario for him. But Noctum, with that early control, they managed to get the sight ton, really set them up for success.
Yeah, as soon as you got that control, it's not the easiest of retakes. It can sometimes feel like when you're on the attacking team, it's a bit like fish in a barrel. You've got a couple of doors that you can kind of be shot from, really small choke points. But there is a lot of good headies in that room. There's a lot of good positions you can set up once that bomb goes down. That just makes it very, very difficult for that defensive team to try and retake it. Noctum, 1 to the good. Enjoying red card, aren't they?
Very much so. See if they continue, though. And a little bit of an inkling of a fight just kicked off there as well. Detain is going to be... Sorry, no, it's not even. It's going to be Bance. Left alone at A. And they did see him. Katana, you saw, take a little look over towards it. They're still trying to make their way up that map. And Noctum will know this now as they've pushed out B side.
Man's got a spot on anything here. Not quite. As he will find him. This bomb will go down. Such a hotly contested game between these two, isn't it? 4 versus 3 in favor of Katana. Answer's already fallen. Super trying to watch the flank here. You got to get moving. If you detain it. Good shots coming in from Brazzy. That should pretty much secure the round. 4 versus 2. Would have to take something special. Detain's on the flank. Henry is at the forefront. Not going to find anything. Detain left now in a 1 versus 4.
Detain with 14 seconds to go would pull off the greatest clutch we've ever seen in Call of Duty history, but unfortunately, as he jumps out there and headshots all 4 of them in a row, wasn't going to work out. Does fall there as well, as Katana get one back towards them.
Just slow and methodical. You find that first blood if you're Brazzy. Walking into the site. Get the bomb down. Go from there. It's always an awkward one when you get that bomb down over towards A. It's the defensive team trying to retake that. Pain in the ass. All the different places you can be shot from. Not ideal. The flank just didn't come in quick enough. All of a sudden, we're 1 apiece. It's like all of these rounds are being drawn out. Hardpoint was drawn out. Slog of a day, slog of a series for these two teams.
And we just keeping an eye. Well, it has been seen on the cross here, so that takes away a couple of options. Does he go for the plant? It's not quite as close as he would like for the trade if they do get into position. Gets across onto the bomb. Nade's now going out. Cobra's thrown one. Is there a double nade going in there? No. Doesn't get the hit marker either. They're now backing off, but two of them walking towards this. Whereas he finds Bance as well. An unreal kill for them as well. Cobra with the wall bang. They have broken down this defense from Noctum.
One of the players is an absolute miles away. You need to get over here, Ben. ASAP. Detain though. Can he save it with a grenade there? Is he going to do much about it? Bance trying to stay alive up top in the window. Does he have an angle?
What is Bance? Hawkeye? How far away is he? I don't even think I can get this. Can he get this? Can he get it? Oh my goodness! What a shot from Ben Bance! Sorry for ever doubting him. Unbelievable.
Incredible. It wasn't. Was it Ben? Was it Detain? I don't even know.
Fairly certain that was Benjamin Bance.
How on
doubted him.
earth?
And somehow he pulls it off.
How is he? Where's he pulled that from?
Going back
Incredible.
to check.
Incredible from Ben. I mean, when you're up top in that scenario, trying to get an Overwatch, you're in a 1 versus 3 and pull it off. That is a dagger to Katana Gaming.
So I've quickly gone back and checked there, and not only was that Bance, but I went on his personal stream, and the reaction to camera as well pretty much says it all. Taps his head, looks and gives it a wink. Knew exactly what he was doing.
And now that might just fill Noctum full of confidence. There's another round very, very quickly. There you go. Katana Gaming's heads have fallen off their shoulders. The Noctum lead 3-1.
Still in shock that Benjamin Bance 1v3 that round was so fast.
Oh, no, I can't believe it.
And you are right. It does feel like maybe, just maybe, the beating heart of confidence filling Noctum Esports. And Katana Game fight back as well. You gotta remember they're 1-0 down in the series. And it looks like, I think Noctum are going for a B hit. Yeah, I was going to say, when you have that kind of a break, that's where you lead to. Oh. Very aggressive B hit, and they managed to get away with it, but it's gone back down to a 2 versus 2.
Super backing up. Oh, gets caught a little bit. Spotted out. Look at this aggression. Oh, you're going to be punished for it, though. It's actually escaped through, but he's got 2 players to deal with. Noctum Esports maybe just being a little overzealous. 3-2 now. Didn't quite get the same flow, I want to say. You don't find those same gunfights again. Cobra is here to pick up the pieces. Unbans gets the job done. Katana will be really disappointed not be leading this right now.
Now Katana have an opportunity to tie this up if they can get a good break off. With players hanging out towards the outside, that says A. Bance will watch B with this by himself. That has given Noctum a little bit of confidence. Look how far up they've pushed.
It's a precarious spot to be in. These hedges made out of sterner stuff than you would expect, and yeah, you over-challenge that if you detain. And Bance watching B with the RCXD does nothing to help Henry in this situation. Bryce, he's watching them all go by. He's watching them all go by. They don't know he's here. Oh, that is just... Did the Observer nearly leave the game after that?
Just a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, that player got off there very, very quickly, and I was right. Katana managed to bring us back to a 3 versus 3. And now, all tied up. All of a sudden, Noctum not looking too great in the last 2 rounds, Tom.
No, I feel as if the previous round, before this one that we just seen, it maybe got too aggressive. We're feeling it maybe a little too much. And that one, I mean, they use the RCXD, but for all that it can cover, it takes a gun off the map. It's one of those... It's hard to say. It's a bit of a coin flip at times. It can guard a site for you on its own, but Could Ben do that on his own based on what we've seen in that 1v3? Maybe.
Different breaks being tried, different calls being made. Some successful, some not. In 2 aggressive rounds for Noctum, I think it's going to go a little bit passive this time, and it has. Although they are making their way towards B, and Katana, while they've taken map control out towards A, have left this a little bit open. This is where Noctum got their first round win.
Spec trying to get back. Look how spread Katana are. This is bizarre. Look where they all are. They're deep looking for one player. Yeah, they find it. They find it. Noctum may well have got the bomb down at B, but they are surrounded.
Is he trying to sneak in? They have lots of angles they can attack with, and with the numbers, it gives them an opportunity. And oh my goodness, how on earth has he made that? Shouldn't have done it. Vance has found 2. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Vance is in another one. Dips out there before he can do any more. Players coming to challenge. Vance finds his 3rd.
It's for the ace.
16 seconds. Wants to get out of there. Flies out as well. Benjamin Vance is having the SnD of his life.
Who is this young phenom I'm watching? He's got his Mrs. Little Brother around or something like this. There's no way that Vance is pulling off aces 1v3s like this. It is a one-man band. He's doing it all for Noctum right now.
Benjamin Vance. Nobody expected this. Words leave us. He keeps winning rounds he shouldn't be winning. Ton.
We used to get called biased in the CDL when we would get aggressive over Vance doing well. But when he's doing stuff like this, how can we not? Oh, Vance.
But Vance. And now Vance left alone. Just to hold down A. Katana playing this a little bit more shy. This time though, Noctum, the difference is they do have more bodies over towards this A push.
He gets no info. He's the one with the bomb here. I'm not saying it's the worst spot to die with it, but it wouldn't be ideal. That grenade is in his face and he survives it. Surprised there wasn't a hop up from the player that's just below him. Wasting a lot of time here. They're moving forward now. Super has been taken down. This is the first time they're not knocked him. Are going to have a good opportunity to extend this lead. This is looking like 5-3. Aspect now left. 1 versus 3.
Just find Kez. Can't get it. Kez gets out of there before he can drop. Still moving. I mean, can't actually fight at this point. We're just going to run away from him. Does fall down. No hope of victory. Players just running away, knowing that that is going to 5-3. Noctum move within map winning range.
They're close. The 2-0 lead will put them in a really nice spot. If it wasn't for Vance, this would be 5-3 to Katana Gaming. The 1v3, the 1v2, and ace. He's 12-4. I mean, we're saying this. Obviously, Vance is still a very good place, playing at the highest level in challenges. But he's not necessarily known for his flashy, massive plays. He is there for his experience. He's there for his leadership. He's there for his game knowledge. He's there for the experience. He's that guy who is the glue that holds the team together. He always has been that player. Well, for a while at least, anyway. Sitting at 12-4, and I don't mean that to be disrespectful, but this is a massive game out of him, and it just makes Noctum Esports that much scarier.
What's the XD car taken out? Tana definitely putting more players in towards B this time, but the Tane will find the first and the second, not the third though. Taken down, the trade is going to be there. And that was Kez. You'll have to forgive us because sometimes the kill feed does not work as it should. Cobra looking for a 1 versus 3 to save the SnD.
And this is just not impossible anymore. Oh my goodness me, surely he couldn't do it. Channeling the inner guitar inside of him, Cobra there, but couldn't quite get the job done. 6-3 Noctum Esports. They take a 2-0 lead here in this series. What can we say about Bance in that, in that map in particular? The 1v3 is absolutely ludicrous. The ace was incredible. Fantastic Call of Duty from Ben Bance. What you come to expect now, Barcy? You're doing a while.
It's not what we've come to expect. Not at all. I love Ben Bance as a player and a person, but that is beyond the pale. I mean, it did change how that felt in the SnD. Clutched up. They got it done. Really, really impressive. But Noctum have put themselves within the potential of winning this one. Can they do it on the control ton?
It's feeling that way. It's feeling like anything they do, Katana don't really have too much of an answer for. The very close map number 1. Close until Ben kind of took over in map number 2. Protocol control going to be coming up in a second. Noctum just feel like they have that edge. And if that is the case, they're probably going to take this one 3-0, Brycey.
Well, let's see if they can do it, because it's not going to be an easy one regardless. Katana will not go down without a fight. And we will see just how big of a fight they can put on. But I think you were right with what you said about the SnD about halfway through. The heads may have dropped just a little to let some of those rounds slip.
Yeah,
it's definitely, it hurts, and players remember it for a very long time.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's very easy to let that kind of moment get you down. You know that. I mean, look, feasibly, what they could have won 2 of those rounds and be in a really good position. They wouldn't have lost 6-3. They would currently be 5-4 or whatever it is. I'm not too sure on the math, but irrelevant of that. They would have been in a better position if they could have done something about Bance, but they couldn't, and now they're 2-0 down, Bryce.
They certainly are. Well, we'll have to find out how this series plays out after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty Challengers Elite Series here in Europe. Yeah, we haven't gone across the pond yet. We're still here in good old Blighty. And speaking of good old, we have a game going on with Noctum and Katana. So far, Noctum 2-0 to the good in the series. Pretty good hardpoint from them, but the story was Benjamin Bance clutching up repeatedly in the SnD. Kind of put the final nail on that coffin, ton.
How does he keep doing it, Bryce? Yeah, I can't believe it.
I thought he retired, by the way. I'm fairly certain he did.
He might have done, to be fair, and he's just like, yeah, okay, we'll come back. Play a little bit of challenges, playing around. They've really shown that he can still do it. Really good job from him, and the Noctum squad have looked fantastic over the general group stage. Had a little bit of a struggle, of course, in their winners bracket game, winning that 3-2 against Notorious, who actually went out to Team Ben W. They will be waiting for teams dropping down into that elimination round. And boy, oh boy, that's going to be a tough one for any of those teams who are dropping in. They are not easy games. But Noctum have come out swinging against Katana, who really haven't arrived here yet. Feels like they've been put on ice a little bit. That hard point was slow and methodical from Noctum. They squeezed them out of it, but the search and destroy was all about the clutches. Katana Gaming, I don't know where your heads are going to be at here, but I can't imagine they're going to be in a good spot. Heading into the control, thinking you should probably be tied up 1-1. It's not a good spot to be in. You're going over towards Protocol, and Noctum are going to be full of confidence.
They certainly are, and can they stop them? I mean, Katana have had some pretty good games. We've seen it all the way through. They're certainly not a team to be kind of overlooked in any aspect, but now, will they pull off the reverse sweep? That's the real question. Have they got enough? Is the pep talk great enough?
It would have to be pretty substantial, wouldn't it? It would have to be an incredible pep talk at this stage. Just in the fashion that they've lost the maps, it doesn't feel like a Katana Gaming comeback is potentially going to happen yet. I'd be very surprised. But they were part of the very first reverse sweep that we seen all season, which was the very first game that we seen this season. But that happened against them. It wasn't them who did it. Protocol control coming up in a second, then double skyline to close it out if we need to see it. Or can Noctum just get the job done in 3 and send them through themselves through, still in the winners bracket towards next week?
Yeah, that's what they want to do, right? Like, that's the goal here. Put this to bed early. Get it done, get it dusted. But is it too much? I mean, realistically, I feel like we could see more out of Katana. I'm trying to quantify my feelings on this. I think Noctum, the only time we've really been shaken is the fact that they dropped maps straight away and could very well be in the losers bracket, ton. That's the other part of it.
Oh, I mean, very easily. They very easily could have been in the losers bracket. Now all of a sudden they're one round away from a winners bracket final. Just about sums up EU challenges. We should be heading into this protocol control pretty soon, I hope.
I think so. I believe the map is just about to start as we head towards protocol control. And just as an aside, if you are thinking, you know what, I love Call of Duty and I want some more, well, this game doesn't end. Katana vs. Noctum Esports isn't the last game of the evening. So no matter how this map goes, no matter if we go to a map 5, map 3, or map 4, North America is winging its way down the pipeline in, well, probably about half an hour. Realistically, they should be ready to go. So there's plenty more Call of Duty. They're also in their playoffs on the North American side of the bracket. So you get 3 wonderful games with all the stakes up for grabs as well. So more Call of Duty than you can shake a stick at, realistically. Well, I'm going to see whether or not this game gets underway. I believe we're just having a tiny technical issue with getting this lobby going. But, Ton, how do you feel about the rest of the bracket?
But the rest of the bracket is interesting. I think those losers bracket games where some teams are going to drop down. Obviously, AXG have dropped down already. So they're going to, I presume they're going to drop down against Team Ben W, as if you would go to the opposite side. So interested to see how they do. I'd imagine they are going to be that big shark in there. Katana, for me, if they were to lose it in this fashion, I think would be a disappointing one, but could be going up against Team Twisted. So that's a very winnable game for both those two teams. The problem is for the teams who are already in the losers bracket, you're going to have some big teams dropping in now. You're getting into the nitty gritty of it. Winners round 2, teams dropping down. Winners final, is the prize for the winning of the series. So, I mean, these are very, very good teams.
Well, we'll see just how good teams. I believe we've got some highlights from some of the games we've been seeing, so we can kind of remind you everything that's been happening so far on this one. This is one that goes all the way back. Exceptional Gaming versus Ask Esport. This was, I think, 3 years ago.
It feels that way, doesn't it? So these are all the clutches that we've kind of seen across the entire season, and it has been dubbed chess, not checkers. It's all about the clutches. This one technically didn't do it, but it was very, very close in the round 11. We've seen some cool bits, and this is from the NA side of things. I am usually fully asleep by this stage. And that is not because I'm bored, by the way, because it's literally 2 a.m. I just want to point that out before anybody tries to call me out, but just purely because I'm asleep. But for a few of these players, it has been interesting on the NA side, hasn't it? That's Cruz bringing it up here. I was going to be fellow. Oh, Cruz gets him done. Love to see it.
Very good point, actually. I don't get to see an awful lot of North America. I do tune in for the first couple of games, but never mind. Ignore all of that. Ignore all the 1v1s. It's time to get in to the control. It looks like we're going to have Katana attacking first.
Cobra trying to get things moving. On this control. Katana gaming, it's just so crucial, especially in the attacking round. If you can find this first one, pin Noctum back, all of a sudden we very much do have a series on our hands.
Is he just trying to play this game of keep the kills flowing? Almost got A pretty much straight off the rip here, and well, Katana look like they are determined to send this to a map 4 already. What a start!
Cobra pin back. Them trying to get themselves back into it. Shots. Super and Code really trying to make something of it. They really have pinned them back. They're feeling themselves here. A is already captured. B now on the cards, but Noctum find a couple of crucial defensive kills just to pin them back. But then you see Katana bring them back as well.
Still moving though. Looking for more of the advantage. Have all the kills. Waiting in the elevator. Is he dropping again? Going up against Bance here, and he should have it as well. He's going to get it. This is opening it up slowly but surely for them. They also have a massive kill lead.
Kill lead is definitely going to help, but Noctum have started to steady the ship. Super has just been so annoying though, hasn't he? 7 and 3 from him. And they're just bleeding them out here. Noctum Esports, not a lot to be done on this defensive round. It pretty much is already going over towards Katana, unless Noctum can pull something out of the hat.
I was going to say, it's a little bit greedy there by Katana. They all moved off the point. Nobody's stacking it either, but they have such an advantage. 17 to 7. They can play this as TDM with the time remaining. 16 to 6. 16 to 5. Never mind. This is getting in. That is a win for Katana Gaming on attack very easily.
A very convincing one as well. Very convincing. Got control in the mid-map and never let it go. I think if you knocked him, you just never cleaned house. That was the problem. Super. 9 and 3. These mentions of this guy be one of the next up for Heretics.
Visa approved from what I've seen.
Oh.
Yeah. He's heading over.
Oh. R.I.P. Katana. Nah, I mean, they've got some very good players, and yeah, he deserves a shot. Very good player. Has been for a good few years now.
Well, I look forward to seeing if he makes on that Heretic squad and what he does when he does. Yeah, I believe I saw that update just a couple of days ago, actually. I meant to mention it when we watched them before. Aspect. Still feeling very, very confident in the defense. The Noctum, they really need a very good attack here because not only are they down in lives by about 11, obviously 6 ticks and around.
Oh, Cobra, really well played. They come into this round with some real fire, haven't they? Noctum getting the better of them on the lives count, though, and it seems like an attacking orientated game by the looks of things. Aspect trying to stay alive, 12 and 4 from him, trying to keep something going. B is now open, as is A. These are big kills to come through for Noctum. Looking to try and find something. Cobra needed to find that kill.
Still holding them off. Little progress today. Cobra just keeping the kills rolling.
Well, they may actually think about trying to go for a rear here. No, they're not going to have time.
I hope he was weak.
Guy. I hope he was weak. I pray he was weak.
Oh, Cobra has let a player slip there. You can see now heading towards the back, Kes, but does get fined as the players come off respawn. Noctum have done half the job. Technically the easier half. Can they get the second part done?
Trying to put some pressure on Henry. He could do is staying alive. He needs the rest of his team with him. But you can see what Noctum are doing. Dropping it down at control, just staying alive, making it very, very difficult. But for Katana, then they say, right, okay, well, we're just not going to let your teammates out the spawn. It's got to be the plan. Every single kill is made on the opposite side of the map. There's a bonus for Noctum here. They do have the live lead. Cobra 5 killing spree. Still going.
Henry not going to allow that to go any further. Bit of time burnt here. For Noctum, they probably want to start turning this tempo up a little bit, but they've got to make the kills in spawn. And needs to find that one. That's a big kill. There's the first domino fallen. There's the second. Super and Cobra, though, answer right back. Every time they do that, it just delays them by so long. Cobra continuing to kill across the map. This is going from bad to worse. Katana within a breath of taking this second round.
Can Noctum get a way through? That's a couple of kills. They need some more. There you go. There's 3 dead. There's 4 dead. Bances just went crazy. He's found 4 on his own. Again.
Oh. Well, never mind, because the answer is right there. And Cobra calls in the Hellstorm. That's going to be Katana, 2 to the good. Surely in a 4v8.
Hold on.
Wild play.
Hold on, that's 3 dead. Super's last alive momentarily.
3 versus 5. Super's being chased. They can't get him down.
No shot.
And somehow he takes it out to a 1 versus 4. Just not enough. Super threw a bullet through the wind and got him.
Katana Gaming determined to send this further. 2-0 up now. Well, back on to the attacking side. So Noctum can hold their defense. They went too far away on that attack. The comeback is still plausible, but Katana in a really nice spot here in this control. Now on the harder side of the attack. They did manage the first one. It's a really good start. Noctum just never got control back. Henry finds first blood. Trying to pin the back as quickly as he can.
Just waiting for the push here. This is already a little bit slower than it was for Katana last time, but that was pretty exceptional. And they're going on to B here, not the normal A. First tick is going to be done. They're going for this. They're going to just try and end it here. Second tick slowly. Aspect's like, where on earth are they? Here's the point away again. Second tick now going to be in. That's a 3 stack onto this point. They're going to just try and take B straight away, done.
This is massive. They've got it again. This game might be over. My word. Noctum are sleeping at the wheel here. In complete control of this one. Katana now will just, of course, extend over towards that A side if they possibly can. They'll do it as quickly as they can. They want to see a map fall.
That looks so casual for a B point, but just slaying out towards the middle of the map. 20 to 11. And one more time, they go for this. Already stopped that clock. The second tick is almost half done. This will be an absolute beating on the control. Third tick going in. And Noctum not even close. Barely even a kill. This game is done, dusted, and over. What on earth was that?
Insane from Katana. Fantastic work. I mean, just the slaying in the middle of the map, as you said, they just had so much map control. It was never really an answer at all from Noctum. And we head to map number 4 in the blink of an eye, Bricey.
Wow, unbelievable there on that one. I don't even know how to spell it out. Noctum didn't show up to map number 3, Ton.
No, not at all. Not even remotely. And they're going to have to go again. They're going to have to regain their heads and go into a map number 4. Map number 1 was pretty close. Can they do the same thing again on the hard point, though, Bryce?
Well, we'll have to find out. The hard point and everything else to come is going to be after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It's Katana Gaming versus Noctum Esports here on the European side of Challengers Elite. We are going into map number 4 after what could only be described as a terrible map 3. Essentially, very little happened apart from Katana just beating up Noctum for 3 rounds.
Yeah, they basically rolled over, didn't they, at that stage? Noctum, I don't know what happened to the team who won the first 2 maps, but that was not it. 3-0 for Katana. Skyline Hardpoint coming up next. I don't know, like that's the kind of map that probably puts you back into sort of a momentum advantage, if you like. You know, you're happy with that performance. You're thinking, right, okay, can we bring this back now? You'll be believing, Brycey.
Wow. We will see. We will find out. Into the hard point. The Noctum, very good first 2 maps, but somehow didn't turn up for 3. I still don't really understand how it went that badly, but Katana Gaming have found an opportunity. Take it to the next map and just capitalize on how bad Noctum were on that last respawn.
It was incredible. It almost felt like Noctum like they'd won it. So, being flipped almost immediately, which is not what you want to see if you're a Noctum esports fan. Sana Gaming getting some good time. Noctum will be there for what could be the final 30 seconds here. Be a decent chunk of time that they need because P2 has been lost. But now, 20 seconds to go till we get there.
No, they're just trying to hold this as well. Bants on Overwatch. Finds Cobra up top. Looks for the kills here, but it's such a difficult angle for them as well. And not only do they lose P1 and the rest of that time, but they don't have the rotation either. Here comes the push. Cobra towards the back. That's an easy read from him.
Continue to lock down kitchen as well. That will just cut off some of the resource. But look at where Kez is. Managed to slip through. He's just trying to stay alive here as well. He's not being overzealous. He was trying to wait for somebody else to come around to help him. He didn't get to kill an aspect. Super just ready and waiting. Diving out as well as he can. And diving back into the point as quickly as he can as well. It's a 7 spree for Super. He has been dominating them the last 2 maps.
They have really just turned this up to 11. Cobra not letting anything go. Super 7-1. Noctum have not recovered from map 3 by the look of it. They're not really finding anything.
I mean, this is an absolute beating again. My word. Henry somehow finds 2. Cobra on a 5 spree. Super on an 8. Went from P1 to P2. Now all the way to the P4 bedroom just to continue this 10 spree. My goodness me.
Just a continuous decimation of everything that is Noctum. Expect continuing to put bullets down with the rest of the team flying in to help out, and eventually they try to get these trades down, and it will be Bant who finds 3 to hold on.
The only man who can do anything about this right now, it feels. Tana have come in swinging, but it just takes 1 hill to slow them down. Get yourself a good amount of time here. You knocked him. Yeah, okay, you're within 15 or 20. Super may well have went on a 13 million spree, but it doesn't matter realistically when you get the points on the board in the middle of your screen, at the top of the screen. The only important ones. It's about a 20-point game as we head over towards people.
And this is not what they wanted. You see Noctum make that push. They were looking to try and flip this one out and continue that P3 momentum. In fact, Cobra still alive here. He's unbelievable. The Tail eventually will take him down. Here comes the pressure. Waiting for it. Nades and tacticals flowing into the hill. They know where he's going to be. That bathtub will take a beating, but it will stay up. Cobra will find 2. And they're right back in.
Some more good time for Katana. I want to see a map number 5. Just free for Brezzy. Starting to get swarmed though. A little bit of a spawn out here. It's only for 15 seconds. Even if Noctum could take advantage of this situation, what's it for?
Eventually trying to find their way into it. A good 6 seconds of scrap.
I mean, they did really well to get a hold of it. I mean, some great gunfights from Henry, but you need to find those moments when there's like 30 or 40 seconds on offer.
Trying desperately to hold it, but it always felt like Noctum are trying to push water uphill. Every time you see them fighting for it, they just lose a couple more gunfights than they win.
Super nailing it down if you can. One of the first times I've seen him miss on this map so far. Noctum trying to get some decent time. Unable to do it though. They're just not winning the gunfights. It just feels as if Katana have the slight advantage in that department. Saying that, 3 dead. 13 seconds to play for. You got spawns for P2. You need to hold these spawns for P2.
Over very, very weak, but it looks like he could pick up this kill anyway. The health comes back. He finds it. Here comes the pressure. Bant absorbs a little bit of it. Can he find the second? No. Super will take him down. And somehow they've lost it. Katana back on top, ready for this P2.
Being surrounded, though. They're being swarmed by Noctum. A couple of gunfights go the other way, though. And all of a sudden, Katana Gaming in a really, really good spot to be able to get some good time. 40 seconds remaining here for the mid P2. Noctum have kept it relatively close, but Katana just having the better look of things at the moment. Aspect trying to stay alive. See a little bit of help from his teammates on his left hand side. Really, really nice bait and switch coming on through here. But then Cobra finds the two. He just slips around from behind. Ants can only find one. And he's all alone. But they get to spawn in. So that's going to be about 20 seconds potentially to play for here. If they can just rebuff this approach from Katana. Which looks like it is ended. Still only going to be about 25, 30 point game.
Now this is where it gets dangerous. Bance is going for a flank. He wants to pinch this. They want to get him on P3 as quickly as possible. Gets one, but it's still not going their way. They fly back into the hill. Kez is going to be alone for a few seconds. Already they're pushing forward. Finds that first kill. That's massive for them. And now they're in. Trying to cut down the choke points. Ready for the push that's about to erupt through kitchen. Kez gets cut down already, but a couple of kills for Detain. Brezzy will find two, though, as well, and they win that with 3. Brezzy will find 4 before he ends up falling. And Noctum, every time they look like they have the opportunity to break back into this game, instantly get broken.
It slips through their fingers, doesn't it? Now Katana are in a really good position to try and get something going here over towards P4. That's popping in 8 seconds time. Starting to stretch away again. I felt like the moment for Noctum. If they hold that down, what was that, 20 seconds or so? It's a big, big swing. You're within 10 or 15. If you're knocked in, if you hold that down, and Katana don't get anything. But Brezzy found 4. Now he's in control in the bathroom as well. Trying to stay alive. Pusher's going to come in from the left side. How on earth has he found that kill? It's going to be a couple more on offer here as well. Is it another 4 in a row from Brezzy? He's going to pop his head up and have a go. The team can find 1, but that is 8. Katana Gaming should break 200 here at P4.
They are just continually putting Noctum in a body bag. Every single time they push, it's things like that. Cobra finding 3 on the streak, and they just cannot break them. The combination of kills, 25 and 19 for Cobra, Bradley 28 and 22. It is a difference in these massive moments. They cannot seem to drop them.
They're just finding every moment they need to. They're finding the break when Noctum threaten. There may be a way back in for them. Can they hold P1, get some good time? Can they get a 460 over towards P2? That's got to be the option.
Looking to go all the way through, and does. Easy as you like. No good on the point at the moment, and that is a massive hellstorm, although it does get a team kill, so not quite as good as it could have been, but Cobra soaking once again.
I'm getting some time here. There's a 4 dead. That's a good time to find it. Extend forward. Get that P2 rotation. Keep trying to get some time. Katana Gaming. Doing well. Detained up. He's going to get taken down. Concession here is fine as long as you keep a hold of the spawns for P2. Katana going to chip away at that 250 mark though.
There's one. There's a big kill here if they can make it. And make it, they really, really need to. Aspect already just drilling Henry before he can kind of get that kill through. Bance has to back up as well. Nades being thrown. They know he's here. He's low on health. Reinforcements are coming to help him out, though. And somehow they've held for just a few seconds.
They need this time. They absolutely need this time. They need to group up another wave of attack. Aspect will be able to find 1. He's just trying to survive. He can find a second just somehow. I've got no idea how. And surviving towards the back reloads just in time for dead. 25 seconds on offer here. This is their moment.
Katana Gaming may go for this push. And already Bance knows where a player's going to be. Does get a trade out there as well. Still a good amount of scrap time here. And I think they're going to go for this. There we go. I make this gunfight. Kez gets 1, but no more. The 8 seconds will disappear. P3 is upon us. And Katana Gaming still very well within lethal range.
It's all very good time.
Oh, that's it. That's over. Katana Gaming, well, they got the rotation as well. Scrap time plus rotations plus slaying out in the kill feed means we are going to a map 5. Noctum Esports and Katana Gaming.
My word, would you have had it any other way? Katana find it. The reverse sweep is on the cards. They've been involved in 2. Well, potentially 2 now when we head into this 5th map. They were involved in 1 in the very first game of last week. And now here we are on the very last game in Europe of the next week. And here we go for another map 5 between these 2 teams. Noctum, I don't know what's happened. If I'm honest with you, map number 1, yeah, okay. It was kind of a bit of a battle in between. Map number 2, brilliant. Fantastic work from Ben to get them over the line. But since then, Katana have ran through them. And all of a sudden, we see a Skyline Search and Destroy.
You really do. And hey, sometimes you're going to get beat on a couple of maps, only to beat down on the rest of the map. So we're going to see what happens on map 5, the decider here for the final game in Europe. Don't go anywhere though. We're going to a quick break. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite in Europe. Katana Gaming and Noctum Esports have thrown us to a map number 5. The winner goes on, the loser drops down to the lower bracket. You know the story, it's been here for a million years, but it has been a game of two halves. Katana Gaming weren't having a good time in the first two, and neither were Noctum in the second two. Really has been a kind of a weird one. Essentially, Noctum, pretty good on the first hardpoint, great on the second SnD, and then didn't show up for maps 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's been tough viewing over maps 3 and 4. I mean, it's been complete domination, to be honest with you. Okay, Noctum kind of offered something on the Skyline hardpoint. Now we go into a map number 5. But let's have a look how things have broken down. Pretty comfortable on map number 1. Very comfortable on map number 2. Although saying that, the clutches from Ben really did solidify that win. But, I mean, speaking of comfortable, nearly identical scoreline in the other hardpoint. But the control was so one-sided, it wasn't even funny. That was over in the blink of an eye. Katana Gaming took that one away. Then the Skyline hardpoint followed. Skyline Search and Destroy, though, is going to be coming up. And this will be the final map of the evening here in Europe. The NA broadcast is coming. Don't you worry, boys. We've been here for a while, but we've got one more map to get through.
Yeah, we've got Shift and Study waiting in the wings. Funny enough, they are ready to go. Just chilling down there, ready to cast the North Americans. But before we get there, we've got one more map. Skyline Search and Destroy. A nice, relaxing villa torn apart by explosions and gunfire. Ooh. Even though that pool looks pretty great.
Can you swim?
What do you mean, can I swim?
I don't know if I've ever seen you swim.
Well, of course not. I just don't make it a habit of swimming around events, mate, to be honest with you. Oh, don't worry, mate. I'll just take a quick dip between maps 3 and 4 in the pool. What is wrong with you?
I just don't know if I've ever seen you swim, mate. I think
it's probably a very there's probably lots of people in your life you haven't seen swim. What kind of question is that?
I don't know. I've spent quite a lot of time with you over the last 12 years or so.
I know, but I don't think we've gone. Let's go down to the leisure centre, mate, and here, make sure you see me swim so you know that I can.
I've been to plenty of events with pools.
Yeah, and I think I've been in some of them.
I remember seeing you swim. Anyway,
well, that's a you problem, really, isn't it?
We're going to Skyline Search and Destroy. As you can tell, me and Bress are slowly losing our minds.
Exactly.
Not even slowly, very quickly. But Search and Destroy is going to be coming up here, and just I don't know how to quantify it, because the 6-3 for Noctum, I mean, if Bunce hadn't clutched up twice, we would have been in a situation where they were 5-4 down. He found it out of nothing, an ace and a 1v3 within the space of 3 or 4 rounds. Is he going to be able to do that? Is he going to have to do that here for his team? In map number 5, here we go.
Let's find out. Already, a couple of kills gone down. 3 versus 3. Noctum, backing up. Oh, that was some clean shots, though. 2 versus 2. Problem for Noctum is now they don't know where the other players are. They don't have map control. So they've gone to a part of the map where they're pretty sure no one will be. It's just them and the rats. All the way. They're double hit by the elevator. I think it's been called as well. Cobra! The worst timing!
Got there a millisecond too late. This bomb could go down, but they're expecting an aspect. I mean, just gonna hit it. Yeah, screw it. Let's go. Oh my goodness me. Noctum Esports, they find the round. It's on it. Not much they can do that.
And Cobra called it pretty correctly. Went to look, but they just come underneath him before he got there. A bit of bad timing after a correct call. And Noctum take the first blood in terms of rounds.
That will give them a lot of confidence. Just to steady the ship. 2 bad maps back to back. You find the first round in the Search and Destroy. Henry and DT combining. 4 kills between them. We're looking for a pick here on the outside. Still alive. Super. Oh, he can't find it. Noctum. Oh, they find 3 kills in a row. It's been a whitewash so far. Cobra left now in a 1 versus 4.
Noctum again. Absolutely hammering. Very simple for them so far on this SnD. Can they continue, though? It wouldn't be the first SnD we've seen go after the first few rounds a completely different direction.
Oh, it can change very quickly, Brycey. Change very, very quickly. But a 2-0 lead for Noctum Esports in, well, pretty convincing rounds. Gotta make them feel very good about this search and destroy now. And over the top, stop the push over through kitchen. I think that might land, you know. If it did, it didn't do enough. And we tagged up a little bit with the stun. Now can't make the push. A very aggressive defense from Katana over towards the A side.
Henry Chow goes for it at the right time as well. Gets it. First blood advantage. Noctum again. There is another player here, though, waiting. Super.
There's no way he reads this, right?
I don't think he's going to get hit by that either. Just over the top, but he's going to get cut down anyway. Bomb now go down. There is going to be a flank as well, you can see. Detainer's found it. Aspect's looking for him as well. That will be called out, but he isn't able to turn in time, and Noctum will go 3-0 up in this.
3 up and cruising. If I remember rightly, it was comfortable at the start of the previous SnD. Yes, okay, they did go on to win that, but it wasn't without its trepidation. 3 up. Looking very, very comfortable. It's a nice scoreline to have. Cobra yet to find a kill.
Here comes the push. Comes Katana, find a bit more of it. There's a very aggressive push coming in, though.
That's what they need.
Flied over the top. Brezzy has read it. Heading into this is advantage Katana now. They do have the bomb down. Brezzy looking to hunt it down and does get it just in time, giving them even more of an advantage.
All the other kills, though. Yep, Aspect is going to find another. This is going to be the first round for Katana. Happening in the blink of an eye. Really good job. Bomb down. Noctum just don't cover on that side whatsoever. It's a difference maker. Have to go for the retake. First kill comes through. Just makes it so much more difficult, right? Noctum.
Yeah.
Lead around.
It's never easy, but sometimes it can be quite difficult like this. And you got to remember, pressure is mounting. While they will have another opportunity in the lower bracket, you really don't want to fall here at this point.
Trying to get some inbound sights. Cobra in those sights. Katana definitely seems to prefer a more aggressive setup over towards A on the defensive side than Noctum do. Don't necessarily want to get too mixy in those situations. Henry have to back on down. Does have an RCXD available, but here you go, Detain. Somehow slipped through the middle of the map, and all of a sudden things have opened up wide to the side of Noctum. Cobra left it on his own. Nelly finds the second, doesn't quite get it. Now in a 1v3, not going to happen. Noctum, just one break through the middle of the map, gets his job done.
Wow. This is looking pretty dominant by Noctum now. After the last two maps, I wonder if all the fight had left them.
They're looking good here, though. Search and destroy looking very clean. And they keep it up, though. As he finds one. This is 3. He was able to answer back, but Cobra just about smokes him out. D10 trying to get away here. He's going to get chased down momentarily, but Kez, he may well be the player here. They're not reading it.
Kez.
Oh, they push through.
They haven't. He'll call that out as well, so they're going to have at least some idea. Can they get the timing to really react to it? Tane wants to go up. Finds one, gets away as well. 2 versus 2. Stops that bomb going down, and they get another one. Kez finds it. 1 versus 2 now. Super will find one, though. 38 seconds left, and the trade is not going to be there because Noctum will find it themselves. And 5-1. Noctum just 1 round away from ending this and killing any dreams of a reverse sweep.
Pin finds another 8-1 from him. And they are enjoying themselves on Skyline here. Noctum. 5-1 to the good. Looking like they're going to close this one out pretty quickly after it was being a drawn-out series. Dominant start to the series from Noctum. Trying to claw it back. Dominant fashion themselves, but Noctum putting them to bed here now. Look at this aggression. Are they considering a push through towards B? There's 3 of them over the top of them. Lance is in a lot of trouble here. Needs a bit of help, but look at Kez, the positioning. He knows that they're maybe going to throw a bit of a Hail Mary. It's a 2 versus 2. The bomb is down at 8.
Oh, Henry almost gets caught.
2.
Cobra left alone, and with 35 seconds left, he has a little bit of time. Needs to make a kill, though. Finds the first one. 16 health and a dream. That will come back. All even keel. Cobra has to guess correctly and does not. And Noctum will end this one in the fashion they lost the last 2 maps. An absolute beating down onto Katana Gaming. And they will progress in this series 3-2.
Sensational work from Noctum in map number 5 to get the job done, to wrap this one up. We will see them next week in the winners bracket final, where they will take on Team Notorious. Oh, that was a really dominant map number 5, and I don't understand the dynamic of that matchup. It was so strange. Really solid one way, with the first 2 maps going obviously over towards Noctum. Comfortable in map number 1. Had to clutch up in map number 2. Destroyed in map numbers 3 and 4. Then destroy Katana back in map number 5.
They are, and then you can see now, obviously, this is how it is looking as we move forward. Notorious and Noctum will show down in the winners final. These 2 teams yet to suffer a loss in the elite so far, from what I remember. And it does mean that we get teams dropping down to that lower bracket, which we will also see. But lots more games to come as we determine the final of Europe. But it's not over. No, it is not. North America is coming up right in this moment. Very little break coming, but another 3 sets of games, another lot of dreams to be realized. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you across the pond in just a little bit.
What's up, people? Welcome back, challengers. I hope you brought your jammies, your slippers, and maybe a cozy blanket. Might have to get one of my own because we're in for a long night. We've got 3 more matches worth of games to go here as we head on over to the North American Region. Playoffs is the name of the game here in Season 1 of Challengers Elite. On my whole shift with me, I've got Study. I know you're looking comfy. You got the Lulu on. I decided I was already feeling a little hot, so I want like a more breathy shirt today, Jay, but I might need to swap it up to the hoodie just to match.
Nah, I was watching the EU Challenger side. I was watching it, and it was going basically map 5 every single series. So I wanted to get a little cozy because I knew we were in for a long night. Because we go to game 5 every single time. So gotta be comfy today.
Indeed the case. Here's a look at where we currently stand in terms of winners round 1, of course, with EU bleeding over. We didn't want to hold on to all of the North American games, so some of them are already on the way, and I think actually you had already kind of said that Admit Brooklyn has already 3-0'd Cabal, so they will already move on, and they'll be sitting around for a while waiting for winners round 2, so they can also get a little bit more comfortable. But for us, we're going to be taking a look at the remaining of the matches that we still have on par for us, in particular that SGP YFP game. Should be a banger. KCP and Paranormal already off to a hot start as well. 250-230 was their opening hard point. So we got a couple of close ones here, Jay.
Oh, yeah. These are the top teams that we've had throughout challenges so far in this season. You deserve to get to the top 4, and now you're playing against the best competition. So all these games are going to go down to the wire. 250-230 between Paranormal and the Pioneers is going to be the series that we're going to jump into. And I wish we were able to watch the ending of that game, because to have a grueler like that on a map like Red Card, you know it definitely most likely ended over towards stage.
Yeah, and that's usually the way that goes. 20-point game, you often assume that it gets to the 3rd set, and we're all the way deep with the game clock, all the things. But let's take a look at how we kind of have gotten to this point and what these rosters have looked like. Because, to be honest, we have seen quite a bit of Paranormal, but a lot of it has been on look-ins. We haven't necessarily watched them maybe flat out. But Darkside, Bink, Assault, and Gunzy. Of course, the big name there is Adam Assault, longtime CDL pro. Gunzy, Bink, Dark. They've not seen the CDL yet, but they have been a part of some pretty significant challengers teams over the course of the last handful of years. I think Dark in particular, he's definitely been on the up and up in the last 2, and just to kind of speak more specifically to his career and how recently he's kind of come into the top form that we often expect.
And when we got to watch him yesterday, when we jumped into the stream, like, he was frying versus YFP, taking over on that protocol control, even though they were down early into those rounds. But then him with the submachine gun, he's a playmaker. So if he can continue to have that success today, without question, he's going to have a fantastic series.
Well, the idea that Gunzy also has been looking really solid on this game. But on the other side of things, the KC Pioneers. Been a weird kind of mix because, again, they found themselves in a massive tiebreaker situation under their group. SnD, Illy, Brack, and Johnny. The names pretty much speak for themselves, although I say that. The name Illy, hard to say if it actually speaks for itself or not. I don't know if he's going to go as Yoda, he's going to go as Illy. Maybe there's a little bit of interaction farming with the give me 20K and I'll go back. And I think everyone was like, brother, Yoda is just not it. So he will go back to the Illy name. And at one point in time, Jay, he was out there tweeting like, I'm unkillable on this game. We've seen him not necessarily live up to that, in this moment, kind of to, points that we've had from before, but he still has been, I think, one of the players to keep an eye out in terms of possible CDL considerations very early on this season.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. He's a world champion. Like, Illy's on his return back into the CDL. He at least works his way into the first stage of the Elite playoffs. Starts off 1-0 in this series, but we all know what that young man is capable of. He has a phenomenal Call of Duty mind. One of the best SnD players to probably ever touch Call of Duty. He's getting it done also in the respawns. Obviously, he had a whole bunch of name changes out. I'm pretty sure he was also going by Pope for a little bit. But finally, back to that world champion named Illy. He's a phenomenal guy, a phenomenal player, and hopefully he's going to get his opportunity soon to go back into the big leagues.
That would be the expectation, I think, in some regards. I don't know about you, Jay, but like I was kind of thinking about it when I was doing my little power rankings video. Obviously the Falcons team is struggling. They're not going to make changes outside of more Falcons players that are already in academy. That's just kind of the way that organization seems like it wants to run. But you have to be thinking teams like LAG, teams like Vancouver, I would say are probably top of the list in terms of how they could possibly use a player like Illy, just kind of helping build out not only their ability to put into a flex player in the respawn, but he's obviously one of the smartest S&D minds that's out there in challenges right now.
Yeah, without question, man. Like, those are a lot of spots that potentially have an opening for his kind of play style, his kind of leadership. We talk about S&D. And I was even thinking about Miami. Like, if Illy decided to learn a little bit of the Spanish, those guys can't figure out Search to Destroy on that side. Yeah. So, a lot of potential spots that can develop to open as the CDL season continues to go forward, because we're still in the very beginning. So for all these challenger players, you're playing not only for your individual stock, but for your chance to get to the big leagues early.
Yeah, Miami does feel like another team that's kind of like Vegas, though, where, like,
Yeah.
the only thing that we're going to see is legitimately just Super possibly getting an opportunity, which I honestly, like, just speaking to it, like, a Super for Metals sub, I think could actually work out really nicely, just depending on, you know, what we get out of Super when he gets eventually to Texas, which he said his visa was approved earlier today, so he should be on the way after this season of Elite. So just things to kind of keep in mind. But for the other 7 players outside of Elite that we have already talked about, yes, on the Pioneer side, the other 3 on that team have, of course, seen the CDL in pretty great length. But for Paranormal Esports, you had Assault, who was most recently a part of the LAG team. But outside of that, players that have not been given a chance yet. So can they try to use this Elite Season 1 playoffs as a kind of vehicle to get them maybe closer towards the end-all goal, which is to be a stable and solid CDL pro? We'll come to find out. And Illy actually is going as Pope now, apparently. So he has kind of swapped it up, and he will be just watching this long angle while the rest of KC look to try to play this through open in towards A. They will get a plant, but it's going to be contested.
Yeah, big nade, though, from Big to at least making it 3v3. Brack catches the timing, working his way through backside 10. Just doesn't want to put down premature shots. He might be blessed now with a free double. Give me that. That's actually going to be Mr. Pope on our screen, not Brack. Podcaster's still messed up, but that's guaranteed. Pioneers take round 1.
Yep. Good stuff. I mean, we've seen this a lot, I think, of the openings where, you know, again, you just get an AR to watch over the fire hallway, try to get deep in towards that the top window hall. See if nades will land stuns. Obviously not going to be contested by trophies. And you jump out, get onto the site, get the quick plant.
Yeah, that's as simple as it gets on a map like Hacienda on offense, especially when you're going to go over towards that B site. It's all about that Seeker control. Once you take Seeker, you know that the opposing team isn't going to push up towards out offenses because you don't want to get picked off on that side of the map. You want to play it a little bit safe. So, dominating towards top secret led to early success there for the Pioneers.
Yep. 4-man hit here coming out for Paranormal. Straight over towards B. Bink just trying to see if anyone's going to check. Stuns over the back. Not going to land. So, this will be a free sight. Bunzy going to hop on to the plant. Assault, aggressive! That will work out, but the bomb will be dropped for a moment. Nade over the top from Pope will work out. Follow-up almost gets Dark out of the picture as well, but instead we'll stay 3v2.
Yeah, but that's 2 nades now blown up. This is what you have to commit on this bomb plant. You still have the numbers in your favor, but Bink eventually going to get isolated. Is able to take down 1. Gives the info to his teammates, and now he's approaching towards that back end, but let's just plant.
Yeah, well, the problem is bomb has backed up. Assault has to jump over the mantle, and Johnny, had a really good look at the gunfight, but was unfortunately in the midst of a reload animation. A couple of tags at range, tickling the rest of this offense as they will rotate back through connector and get the plant a day.
Yeah, now it's 1v2. 45 seconds. Johnny's going to have to work with. Already gained the info. They're not going to be at that B site, so now going to rotate his way in towards bottom connector, but they're pushing out towards 10. They're going to stay in a situation where they're going to be able to play a trade. But once they get that info, both those arrows are going to lock in on that gunfight.
100%. Johnny needs to find some way to just absolutely melt and likely snap. Salt, seen. Shot's not going to land.
Got it on both.
Surely has been seen as well, yeah. He knows that at some point, Semtex just to clear him off in that build tag. Assault will push forward with that information and take care of the weakened final member, tying us up at 1. Nice stuff.
Yeah, it all starts with Assault being the aggressor through that B site. The fact that he's able to push up through rock, he knows that they're most likely on that side, rotating, watching that bomb site from that deep crack, but just flies on through, takes the first player out through top office, catches the timing on the bottom player at Wine. And then in the 3v2, even though they take a little bit long to work the objective, they still played their number situation correctly. Hit the rotation, plant the bomb, gain the info, double chow, tie the game up at 1.
The second effort is going to be here for the Pioneers after that hard, heavy focus up towards fire. I'm trying to do the exact same thing once again here. A little bit of a different focus. Assault just throwing the shoulder with the knife out. He will read that there are a couple of members of the Pioneers up top. The defense will not just mold to this. They're actually going to get a little bit aggressive in their own right. They do lose Gunzy, though, over the top of A. So this play from Dark has to produce something.
Yeah, and Dark
has been seen.
Yeah, he definitely has gotten seen. Brack's just going to back on up because he is the bomb carrier. Finds that first blood. Dark's not trying to be the playmaker. Unfortunately, walks into the preem of Johnny. That's 2 on the round. 4v2 now. Big potentially going to catch himself behind enemy lines to make a play here. Or not.
Yeah, this is tough because you don't want to just go completely rogue. You need to try to work with your teammate in some regard, but at the same rate, you do need to get aggressive and find some sort of an initiation. Not going to work out. Assault not by himself. The guy who initially saw all the information in the first 10 seconds of this round, now the last one standing. 1v4. Not going to get through the first. Yeah, tough scenes right there because Paranormal, they get the read early. They try to play through aggressively, but honestly speaking, KCP just watch their back and they counter just by keeping their flank safe.
Yeah, and it was only Johnny, and he was the player with the bomb in hand too, Alan. So he was the island
true,
player
good point.
with the objective, watching that overextension, getting bombarded, and somehow miraculously is able to walk away with 2. Just fantastic plays right there from the Pioneers to fill out that round. Johnny with the double, and then just playing to their advantages, realizing the situation at hand, getting that bomb down. So in a 1v4 stands no chance. So Pioneers take the advantage again. Back to the defensive side they go, and last time it was Paranormal full out aggression over towards that B site. This time they're switching up towards A.
Yeah, and everyone's down low. That's the interesting thing about this. Checks up top. SnD has to back off just a touch. Checks to see if the bomb is being planted. Stun check will not connect. Bomb gets planted, but Gunzy, the planter, has fallen 3v3. We go early.
Oh, Johnny's trying to isolate out to Dark, but he's just going to slide on out. Get back to his teammates, hopefully to watch over him. You have a pinch being developed out of SnD. I don't know if he's going to be saying top secret or bottom secret, but miraculously, Johnny wins that gunfight. SnD here on the pinch. 1v3 left up to Bink.
Yeah, and Bink has been seen over towards Connector, tries to give himself a chance at the stun, but over the top, that was Johnny who finds the final shots. That was a really impressive individual moment from Johnny. The shots to Assault to push him off the box, and then knowing that he's gotten him weak, takes the slide shell to get his actual focus, which is the player laying prone in the corner. Really well done by Johnny now on 5.
Yeah, he just has that playmaking ability specifically for in search and destroy. He showed it there in that moment. Now finds himself on 5 in a row, 2 rounds in a row for the Pioneers. Perfect on the retake. Over towards the safe site. Now back to the offense. It's been a lot of early contests for the Pioneers over towards top secret. It's 2 back-to-back rounds where they find that early success in those gunfights. I think if you're Paranormal, you probably don't want to contest that side. Just make sure they don't have an A plan for free and by investing your stuns and nades.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds that's like, I wouldn't mind them doing the same break-off again. It just comes down to Dark getting caught on the counter intel. Assault this time, yeah, same thing. He just throws a shoulder with a knife by the look of it, catches the info that Pioneers are playing through open hall. But the difference this time is it's a rewrap back out over towards A with the trophy system, but Brack gets caught over peeking. SnD with his nade doing some damage will use that as a chance to get the plant and turn this into a 3v4 with Pope going on the long super giga route.
They're just hoping that Illy can make himself into this play before the bombardment of players comes right in front of Brack's screen, and Illy times it perfectly. The perfect pinch to line up 3. Doesn't find the 4th. That basically calls the round. Now Bink left in the 1v2. 25 seconds. Repositioning out of the Pioneers players is going to be difficult to try to locate them. SnD commits on the gunfight. 20 seconds, 1v1.
Yeah, I think Bink may have just gotten the info from that little peek through window. Maybe not. Brack showed himself for a moment. Of course, we're staring at him because he's in gold, but Bink may not have seen it. And he's running out of time. Okay, so heck of an effort, but all things told, it is Illy once again, just getting proactive, finding perfect timing on the long play. And maybe that's a little bit of a read from KC. Like, hey, if Assault's going to play top offense like that and just kind of throw a stun and then back off, maybe that gives us the opportunity to take a super long router on the back, and it works out perfectly.
Yeah, and it also helps when you have SnD who commits on that bomb plant, Brack watching over him. They're realizing, okay, there's a lot of stuns and a lot of nades getting invested on this side. So Illy trying to step up in your pacing on that pinch. And thankfully, he times it perfectly to secure 3 on the round. At least 3 rounds in a row now for the Pioneers. Already up 1-0 in the series. Starting to walk away with this search and destroy. Johnny does get shut down off his potential Hellstorm, but he does have that RC card. He decides to use it this round to slow down Paranormal spacing.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Is like this would be a huge space granter. And ooh, here we go. Dark is just pixel peeking through the shutters over towards Checkers. He's going to catch some information. This should alert the players that there could be a play at Connector. Yeah, double sliding back and forth. Bingo gets caught. SnD in and out real quick. Follow-up Semtex from Gunzy, but SnD's off the regen. He can take this challenge, especially with Brack able to assist. And now it's just down to finding these last couple of members. Shots from behind. Assault and Pink. Dark actually going to take this. Chance for SnD. Caught outside the map, and now it's just down to Illy for the 1v2. Caught. Not a great look at this gunfight. He's going to try to make the exact same play happen. And he finds the kill, resets. But time is the issue, and Dark will finish him off.
Yeah, and that all comes down to Dark side. Being the player on the complete opposite side of the map in the 4v2. teammate Adam Assault finds the first one, and Darkside was putting down shots from Top Secret, works his way out towards Plat, and whips that gunfight out of nowhere when he should have been dead to rights. Turns it into a 2v2. You try to hit an outer play out the map to take down Assault. He's seen that one before. And in a 1v1, just not enough time for Illy to find that kill and secure the defuse. But a big 2v4 clutch there from Paranormal to give themselves a little bit of life.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, even though it was a 4-1 tally, there's a couple of rounds in there that Paranormal are going to look back on and say, oh, we could have won that round or should have won that round. You don't really feel like you're too out of this search and destroy because it has been relatively back and forth. Aggression for the first time this time for Paranormal. What has largely been just Assault. Holding this corner, trying to read information. Now both SMGs push through, and it's good for first blood.
Now it makes Pioneer's life a little bit more difficult to even think about that bomb plant, but Brack is able to even up the numbers, take it down Gunsy, 3v3, 55 seconds still to work with, and Pioneers, they're potentially going to catch them off guard. I thought the route was good enough from Johnny, but Assault was prepared for that 3v2 bomb down.
And Dark on 3, gets the intel onto 1, backs off. Johnny resetting. Oh, the timing of this route could be incredible. Just comes down to what does he choose to do once he clears office? Does he go patio? If he does, he may be able to catch timing onto somebody, but the door is actually shut. Fire hall. Instead, he's got baked through the wall. Those were clean shots. Timing issue, though. Have to get the bomb exactly, 2v2.
Gotta grab the bomb, and Brax, his positioning is already known. At least has info onto one player, but it looks like we're playing for the kills. Johnny might have jumped up perfectly for at least the first shot's not good enough to take down either one pistol, and turns it into a 1v1. 5 seconds, he's on the chase. Darkside running into the boathouse, not able to hit the movement, and he's just gonna be able to get out of dodge. Man, oh man, what a mixy round to close that one out. But, like, if you're the Pioneers, are we going to grab the bomb and plant it? Like,
yeah,
we wait till 15 seconds and chase down gunfights, Alan? Yeah, I would have went towards the hallway, got the bomb, planted it at A, and stood a better chance there. But, fortunately, they don't. Paranormal secure the round. Now down 4-3.
And that little accidental mantle could have just cost the round as well. Just takes the aim a little bit further away. He had everything right in front of him, but this is the big difference maker. The fact that we do have our CFPs on the field. Immediately deterred, destroyed. Paranormal looking to go quickly onto the A site. Made the top window. Could possibly get a chance at this, but no one's even looking. And now Illy's going to find a free first blood. Still good presence of the defense in bottom connector, and that's going to be enough for a 3v2, no bomb.
Oh, Johnny also able to find another one. Illy from Top Secret secures the final. Both players find a double to secure that round there for the Pioneers. They invest the RC. Even though it doesn't get anything done, it gains all the info from them, and this is where the pressure's coming in. They were prepared for that push. No pressure in towards Top Secret hallway. Gave Illy opportunity after opportunity to look down and just get a couple freebie kills. Pioneers now at game point.
Is there enough in the tank for Paranormal to be able to snap 3 in a row? Because this has felt like a lot of back and forth in the moments that you think Paranormal are going to be able to walk away with. Don't end up really coming through fully, so gonna have to show us something convincing here in this defense. And it's gonna be a 2-1-1 split off with a couple of members throwing shoulders towards Rock. That's Dark and Big. Both, or Gunsy rather, both SMG players just trying to hold up close and personal. Standing just dives through it and almost finds a chance at a second. Johnny a bit deterred, but uses that as a chance to isolate and almost gets the turn and burn, but not to be. The defense for Paranormal responds.
Yeah, perfect blind counter right there for Paranormal, set up all around that B site. Crossfire is good enough to keep the players who are trying to work their way from Lambeau side at bay. You're tracking towards mid hallway. You have to try to make your way on out. Fortunately, too many players there from Paranormal set up with crossfires. As they're able to secure that round, keep themselves alive in the search and destroy. Trying to tie the series up at 1. Just need this offense.
What's the call? They've been flooding a lot. This time the bomb will go outer towards B. You're going to get Bink alongside Assault. Play the top hallway. A little double setup with the ARs. No one channeling. Yep, this is the thing that Bink has to be worried about. What's the timing on these pinches, these flanks? He's been distracted. Brackett's just waiting for this to develop through open hall, and he's even in a spot to stop the bomb from being planted. Huge advantage for KCP.
And this makes it more difficult now because they know that they have that angle to watch down over the bomb. found an early first blood, and this is where you tend to panic a little bit because players on Pioneers love to be playmakers, potentially set out pinches. In the 4v3, they're just playing the advantages. 45 seconds, they still have them trapped over towards site.
Johnny is going to say all he needs to do is just keep sliding back and forth and confirm that Paranormal are still in position around this B site. You see SnD kind of watching for this pinch. Nade will tag. Johnny trying to follow up, not able to find anything. And now the question is, with so much time being distracted, can you account that all three members of Paranormal are here? And whoa, they're going to try to challenge with the bombs coming down. Not even actually being planted, though. RC was being called into the play. Time becoming an issue. They'll be the first one up. Clean shots for the first. Now it's just down to a 2v1 situation. And there's nowhere for Dark to go. KCP will clean up the search and go up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, it all starts with that first blood from Brack, man. Finding that cracked angle to find that first blood. Watch that bomb go down, and then Paranormal non-active at all in that round with mid-round adjustments or anything. They were just settled and okay with being trapped towards that site. But time starts to dwindle on you. You know you can't play. You know you can't wrap back to the spawn. You know you can't push mid. Eventually, you got to make something happen. You wait too long, and then you get bombarded by all four players on the side of Pioneers. Just not enough numbers on your side. Now, all of a sudden, you're down 0-2.
Not a great thing, especially considering that it was a close hard point based on the scoreboard that we saw. And there in the search and destroy, a couple of rounds just got away from them as well. So KCP in a pretty convincing point here as they are up 2-0. Taking a look at the bracket, we've got a 3-0 for a mid that we already reported on. The Royal Spartans are up 2-1 against FC Stallions. Saw that Lurks had dropped 44 in the protocol control for the loss, which is baffling to say the least. And YFP just won the map 2 SnD to go up to go tied 1-1 with SGP. So North America winners round 1 well underway here, Jay.
Oh, Stallions are losing controls, Alan? What the hell's going on, huh?
On protocol, too.
34 on protocol. That's their bread and butter. I'm pretty sure they were like 5-0 on that map.
I think they were, yeah.
But I guess it's that pressure, Alan, you know? You get the qualifying matches, that's different than the playoff. Playoffs is where it really matters.
That's indeed the case. We see it all the time. Players, teams that end up dominating the group stage can't quite find a way to put it together in the playoffs. It happens in both regions, both in Europe and North America. Often we get the case where like a team is just kind of in the middle of the pack when it comes to groups, and then they just dominate their way through playoffs. So it's just one of those things of how much do you use your groups to kind of learn, adapt, and get ready to go for that second week. And I think in particular, the third week of Challengers Elite is where we really see teams kind of explode with their potential. So looking back over the Search and Destroy, again, a couple of nice moments, a couple of nice ideas for Paranormal Esports, but like things like this, when that's going on, that's demoralizing. A 4-1 start is just so difficult to come back against a team like KCP.
Yeah, and I think that 4-1 round was everything because you found that early first blood if you were Paranormal. You got the info that the bomb was getting planted over towards that B site, but with just taking way too long to try to retake it when you have the numbers on your side. Whenever you have an advantage, I'm telling you, if you're listening, everybody that plays rank play, just listen to me. When you have the numbers advantage, 4v3, 3v2, 2v1, play it together because it makes it way more difficult for the opposing team with one less gun out of an opponent to win those kind of gunfights versus you. Yeah. You will be able to trade them out every single time. And Paranormal, again, just with taking too long, allowing that fight to develop from Illy, and those are the kind of plays that Illy makes. He gets away with it all the time. It's not like his first rodeo here.
No, not even close to the first rodeo, my friend. It's been a long time, it feels like, that we've seen Illy on our screens, especially when it comes to Search and Destroy. So he continues to just flex his muscles in one of the modes that we often see are a difference maker when it comes to Call of Duty. You guys know this. We're saying words, and they feel empty because you're watching Challengers just means that you are a COD guru. Yeah. Don't let that get to your head when you sit there, you know, playing ranked on one screen and watching COD on the other. Yep. Legendary stat. Let's take a quick break. We're going to come back, map number 3 control right after this. Hi there, friends. We're back. Get used to just the sultry ASMR sounds because we're going to be here for a while, especially if these games continue to be as tight as they are. At the moment, KCP up 2-0, so in the series, comfortable. But that doesn't mean anything, it feels like, especially when the first hard point was 20 points. The Search and Destroy was also tremendously close between both these two teams. Jay, I'm just going to say it because it needs to be said. The universe needs to soak it up. We have seen so many reverse sweeps, so I'm not going to rule anyone out today. Not going to happen.
We see so many reverse sweeps. We see so many game 5s. And we potentially might have our first 3-0 on the Alpha stream on the NA side to start this one off. But I'm putting that in the air to just simply get the caster curse, Alan, because you know.
Yep.
You know what's finna happen. You know what's gonna go down. Paranormal will come out, and it will be a completely different team on this control. Then it will spawn into the Hacienda hardpoint, which is map 4, have a grueler of a map there, and then all of a sudden we're in protocol probably in around 10. I'm telling you.
Sounds about right. It's just par for the course. Wait, so you have to remind me because my memory isn't good. Is every series that we've casted, not just in Challengers, but also CDL, been 5 maps? It has been, right?
Yeah, I guess this past weekend, yeah. Even the weekend prior to that, too, yeah.
Yeah?
No, we've been on like a month straight of nothing but game 5s.
Man, we got that mojo this year, brother.
2025 is coming diff.
Apparently. Woof. Well, we're all waiting for that to reload on in. We're going to take a glimpse of what's going on the Bravo stream. Because, again, we've got multiple games going on. So we're going to watch them. Also, shout-outs to Infinity and Proper are casting the community stream.
I was just watching that. Shout out to the boys.
The boys. Love those boys. But here, it's just in the initial stages. Another vault control. Ooh, nice shots from Rex. Cannot quite tally onto Cruz. So the offense will be paused here for a moment.
Yeah, and this was Syndicate finding its success early on into the hard point. They walked away 1-0, but then the response out of YFP and the Search and Destroy. We expect that from that kind of roster with that kind of strategy in their SND game plan, but into the control. You're already going to have Syndicate on the offense. Trying to be the aggressors. You have players pushed out towards back guard, but by the time that Yuli gets into the play, all of his teammates fall. So now you just got to play a couple spawn kills.
Yeah, that's
There's
just
no
unfortunate. Yeah, unfortunate set of timing, right? Like you're just completely blocked at mid-map. You do get some routes towards B. You've got Yuli behind, but this does not really collectively work out together. So we're going to try it again. Succeed. Pop in the zone. Kind of pull the focus away. They do take care of the player front side Lion. But the problem is the defense is now behind you on B Street. This doesn't feel good because you're just out in the middle of no man's land. And the kills continue to look pretty darn decent here for YFP. Moment of recovery, though, as SGP will find a couple of eliminations. Just comes down to can they actually stay on the zone.
Oh, Yuli finally is going to drop. His first step of the map, 23 seconds left. Not a single segment earned on the side of Syndicate. A lot of presence around this mid-map area. There's a player going on pinch, though, in Wiz. He is going to find success for his first kill. Now he can continue to be the aggressor on that side, but he's just going to jump back into the point with his team, give up his life for free. First segment getting done for Syndicate.
Looking good for more on top of that. Second tick, just one player on, but the kills that are looking pretty darn convincing should allow for more to jump into the picture, and that will indeed be the case. Third tick on the way. Cruz going to try to fight for this. He's playing around the back. He's going to find himself a couple. Now it's just down to the player popping out of the vault. Not fully going to work out. A couple of trades decent for Dak, but it comes at the cost of the extra 60 seconds.
Now down by 3 lives is YFP. Also have to play a little bit of stagnant. And the players coming off the respawn and Art. If you are Syndicate, you can afford to slow this game down just a bit, but not too long because YFP are already in your face. That's 3 dead. Players pushed out to your spawn. Now you're spawning towards the backside of your base. Forced to overextend, but they're wrapping back towards gold.
Oh, look at this play, though. Around the backside of this. Exceed's just trying to hold his life at mid. Everyone else trying to catch his player over towards gold side. It's just not fully working out. So, yeah, YFP, the spawn trap, well and truly in play. Rex trying to step away, see if he can find anybody. Decent shots, but just too difficult. If a gunfight doesn't make a difference, Yuli comes out from behind. We got a 7v7, and all of a sudden shoots on the opposite foot. So you've got a little spawn trap happening for SGP. They turned that into lives, plus now progress on the zone.
Yeah, Nade's got to be good right here if you're YFP. Everyone's spawning all the way across the map. Yuli on the cutoff is able to find a triple, and that should be able to be enough to seal this round. All segments potentially going to be earned. I would let that last player just live. Let's get this 6th one out the way. But he's just going to go uncontested and not give it all up. But Syndicate with the perfect response. I thought they were going to waste a lot of time wrapping back to try to fight Wiz over towards gold, and that's exactly what the case was because he was able to find a double. But then they commit again on that push. It was due to the fact that one of Wiz's teammates pushed through pool. So he blocks that spawn, spawns him right there next to them on gold. specifically was not prepared for those gunfights to instantly be upon him. They go forward at the wrong time. He's falling all the way across the map, and then you run into the preamble of Yuli, who was being the cutoff man. Perfect round, even though it looked very, very grim in the beginning of that one for Syndicate. They walk away victorious.
Yeah. And it comes at the cost of another 6 in a row, too, here for Yuli. So his last 2 lives, most of his 13 kills, it felt like came from those last 2 lives. So he's working towards potential Hellstorm. Still a bit away from it. Nades over towards the outside. Mamba actually finds a little bit of a lineup on the other hallway. Dak follows up to shut down Yuli, leaving Diamondcon really just left here trying to keep his life. A little push out from YFP. Trying to take care of him, but DC will hold his life, and that'll give a chance now for the defense to recontest quickly. A couple of eliminations. Exceed's able to turn that into a double. One more player to find in the back, and Rex will find the final kill, so that will be enough to deplete the second tick.
Yeah, now DC's just going to push out towards the left side. Make sure he's working that overextension to get a couple 3v kills. And keep in mind, this is going to be on the Bravo stream. A very tight series between Syndicate and YFP, but Alpha is back and ready to rock. Pioneers currently up 2-0 in this series, but as we said before we went to break, we're guaranteed map 5 and another restart.
All right. I don't know what those boys are doing, but can we figure it out, please? Back to Bravo. Here we go. Diamondcon will drop. YFP on their next approach towards A, looking a little more successful this time around. Although, Wiz Mamba dropping. You would think maybe he gives a chance for Exceed to make a decision. Does he want to come back to the play and try to stop this capture on A? Sure seems that way. Pops in through mid-map, finds his kill. Dak pushing forward, creating a bit of a buffer. Nice job, able to find 2. Exceed will also drop, leaving now just Rex by himself, and as Mamba finds the final 2 eliminations, the extra 60 seconds are going to come in.
Yeah, Mamba's having himself a great round here. He had round number 1 sitting at 1-9. That's not what you want out of one of your main ARs. 7-12. Starting to turn this one around. 14v14 with 1:40. It's a lot of time on the game clock to develop a potential couple of long routes. Wiz sniffing someone out through bottom vault. Able to get the freebie onto Exceed, and another gunfight going to be right in front of him, and he somehow, some way, pulls that one out of nowhere. Is able to take down Yuli. Now he's going to try to work this overextension, at least try to be a nuisance.
Nice shots on the Diamondcon. That allows the offense to stay alive here on the B zone. A little pitch coming through the bottom side at Vault, though. That stun doesn't really get there for Dak, but doesn't make a difference. Teammates still pick up on it, and Dak, good for one of his own. Now it's time to try to get the reading on the timing from the pitch, and ooh, Mamba keeps him safe. Second tick of progress about to be locked here. Exceed, not able to touch in time for the contest, but the follow-up kills are decent. The defense will hold. 7v7 we go.
Yeah, 7v7. YFP, no, we can't just sprint straight at that point, but now that you found 2 in your favor, you can keep the game clock at a pause. Try to trade this last player out on Dylan Rex. No more respawns for Syndicate. Dylan finessing, unfortunately, will get taken down. 3v5. Final segment being worked on. But YFP have numbers. They got to slow this one down. 1v3.
Yeah, 1v3. It's just down to DC. Wiz, first one in the way, and he will be the only one that's needed. Really good focus from YFP. I love the little route on that second attempt to get back over to B from Mamba. He's kind of delayed through mid-map, and he's able to play a little bit of a cutoff. It just slows down the defense just long enough. He only found, I think, maybe 1 kill, but it's really, really clean stuff to at least allow his teammates off spawn to get back to the B zone with some very significant force. Is the 3rd time the charm for the Alpha stream? We're about to find out. Please? 3
seconds out.
2. We'll find out. Are we all jumping off spawn? Hooray! We got it.
Alrighty. Back to the Alpha stream we go. Pioneers again up 2-0 in the series. Trying to move on through winner side nice and early with potentially a quick 3-0 on the cards. Is there going to be the team early on the attack? Trying to dominate over towards top hallway, but no one watching that overextension. Assault comes up with the freebie pinch. Johnny Paul, this player pushed on up, has a one-on-one. He falls, and now all of the Pioneers coming off the respawn.
Nice shots from Gunzy, just playing the heady on the stairs. Pioneers are held at the moment, having to play through palms. Not what you want, but the full wrap around the back. Oh, this is a little unorthodox, if not creative, to say the least. Brack will get top art. He should be able to come up from behind Gunzy here. Truck plays a little bit of a deterrent. Tex will work. And now Brack can just hang out here while his teammates get to work on A.
And his teammates are still doing a great job at A. There's still only 1 segment to their name because Assault flies in and is able to catch a double. I feel like when Brack puts himself in a position like this towards back R, you probably want to hit that rotation over towards B to get some early segments done and at least pull the setup away from Paranormal at that A point. once he drops, now only 30 seconds left. You have to win this next wave of fights, so this might be a very easy, dominant round for Paranormal.
Oh, nice little follow-up here, though, from the defense of Gunzy and Dark. Brack puts away one, but can't find the second. And there we go. Illy right back into the picture. A little bit of a slower start for him as he's just 2 and 5. Clock becoming an issue here for KCP. And this defense is still in a really solid spot. Nate's being exchanged back and forth. Big Gunzy cleaning things up, leaving Brack by himself. He'll drop, leaving now just back to Illy again. Oh, lots of damage, but only finds 1 kill. And Paranormal defensively only going to give away a 1 tick of progress. That is as convincing as we've seen.
Yeah, that was great work right there out of Paranormal. Because it looked like there was a lot of presence being shown from the Pioneers around that mid-map area, but it seemed that the team comms or the team push wasn't in sync. Because you had 2 players who were playing over towards A, one consistently pushing out towards line, so that progression is going up very slowly. But at the same time, you have a player like Brack, who's already in towards Art, trying to play for spawn kills. So it's like 2 different game plans, and unfortunately, neither one of those worked out. So now you got 1 segment earned. You needed to potentially try to get a shutout on this defensive round to make up for your mistakes in that round 1.
See, Paranormal, break off. What do we got? Lots of success on the other side, playing over towards Balcony, and they're going to do the same thing here. 3 members, actually, large, to play over towards the outside. Big just throwing nades towards the U-Haul connector. And these players at Balcony are the ones trusted to make something happen here off the breakoff, but it's not going to work out at all. All 4 members will drop. 3 survive for KCP's defense, and now they're under spawn.
Damn, Brack at least gains info onto 1 player. It's about maintaining your position in their spawn, forcing them to waste a lot of time to check every single corner. Allow that game clock to continue to wind on down. Brack, another one-on-one gunfight, this time versus Gunzy. His teammates through the middle of the map, they're getting work on the overextension, but they have the bodies to still contest it.
Oh, follow-up ball. I was going to say, big, really good corner for him to hold. Catches Illy cleanly and then turns that into a double versus SnD, leaving Johnny now to kind of have to determine what he wants to do defensively. Shows himself over towards the connector, but now he's on the backside of the play. The nade will keep him a little bit further concealed. 3 straight kills. I think you may have saw a couple of toes. Yeah, he's on the chase for Assault. Ooh, Assault has an SMG in hand. Wins his first, but not the second. 25 plays 18. First tick of progress halfway captured as Brack on 5 gets into the spawn again.
Now they already have goal control once again. They're working them, force them to push on that overextension through pool. Freebie number 1 here for Johnny. Bad timing potentially on the cards for number 2. As the pinch is on the cards here for Assault. Puts down a couple shots, able to figure out that kill. Him and Darksoft combined for 2, make it 3, and here comes that first segment, complete and potentially more.
Yeah, and you can tell that Illy, he really wants to challenge this, but has to make the more mature play by staying alive and playing for the long win, which would be defensively, well, trying to not let this happen. But that's KCP. They overcommit. They try to contest that 3rd tick of progress. The stack was already in. The kills come through. Full wipe. Now you got a couple members over towards B. First tick to get locked. Second quickly on the way. None of the nades are landing. Binky with a follow with another kill. There's the second. Where are we at here? Pioneers taking way too long. Anticipating that the nades were going to work out. They don't at all. And that's just too easy for Paranormal Esports. They survived the nades and no one even shells.
Oh, it's just way too easy right there for Paranormal. The fact that they were able to find all 4 kills in sync. 1 player in Johnny is the closest one that spawns up on the backside of Art. You're watching that outside of bottom Art door. Able to find that first kill, but then the 4 stack, just way too much for Pioneers to even think about hitting a route or think about holding a stun or a nade to try to contest it. There's not enough time with everyone dropping at the same time. At least of them being now down 2-0. On the offense, only 1 segment that they were able to find in that early offense for them. And Paranormal are in a heavy, heavy favorite side now.
Oh, big time. What is it about controls and resetting momentum in these series, brother?
I'm telling you.
Sure feel. Whoa, okay, nice little snap right there from Brack. Transfers from one to another. And this is more like it for KCP. They're going to get their first tick of progress and then some. With Johnny following up, pushing out the zone, turning that into a double. And a really solid read here, at least initially, that Paranormal. We're going to try to play through B Street. There's no ARs watching it, but he gets dealt with, leaving the rest of KCP to have to deal with this. And quick action leads to what is essentially a 1v1 between SnD and Assault, which Assault's able to take. Johnny trying to follow up on this, but cannot get out of the zone, and that's going to allow Paranormal's defense to come back to this.
Yeah, they're ready to contest it. Pretty sure every single player right now on the side of Paranormal is running a self-machine gun. They're just prepared for the mixiness around this middle map area. A minute still to work with. Dark Side in a 1v1 versus SnD gets caught off guard, so it should lead to Pioneers being able to extend this game clock by an extra minute. Currently up by 1 life. We have a lot of time to develop some of these play calls, but it all has to start by taking these players out of your base.
SnD off the regen. A bit surprised by Darkside just playing off that prone angle. Rack follows for the trade, but no exit. 17 plays 16. Still a lot of time on the clock, and Johnny will pause it at a minute 39 by jumping onto B. He's got some good help around him. He's got both Illy and SnD trying to help him out. This just tries to dodge all these incoming nades. Turns that into a first kill. First tick of progress is going to be good here. Meanwhile, you've got SnD trying to play forward. He's going to take care of the player at Art. The only player who can really contest this is Gunzy, but he had an SMG at range. That's not going to work out, and that's all 4 dead. Only 1 player on, though. A bit staggered to the Pioneers coming off their own respawns. SnD trying to get some control forward, but shut down as the second tick gets locked.
Second tick gets locked, but now you do not have the numbers. You're going to give Paranormal an opportunity to contest this. For a final push, Assault at least is able to find one, and that should basically shut down the play coming in from the Pioneers. Now you've given Paranormal an opportunity to work their way back on in. Already showing a lot of presence around the mid-map. You have Brack working his overextension. Big one-on-one gunfight on the cars, but might just decide to back down.
Yeah. You've got time. No reason to push anything. Oh, and he just gets caught, just throwing some blind shots over towards Art. But that may have been enough to at least free up Illy to get through. He's going to catch one by surprise. Tagged up, but deals with the first kill. Now it comes down to what's next. Paranormal know they need to try to contest this from Vault side. And also isolate Illy, who is playing a really good angle. Stun comes through. Dark trying to push behind it. It doesn't land, though. And now all of a sudden, Illy trying to finesse. Tries to get out of the top balcony. Not going to work out. 6 plays 7. 45 seconds on the clock. KCP needing to convert.
Oh, big opening, though. With the nade from Brack. Makes it a 6v6. You gain info onto the second player in Gunzy. Just has to get out of dodge. And walks right into the pre-aim of SnD. So that's 3 dead. Yeah, Bink was camping towards top part, but the players are going to be on that point. Nade not going to be able to connect. SnD finds another kill, and it's seeming that the Pioneers, in the brink of losing that control, able to clutch up in those final moments on that attack, securing all 6 segments, going to be able to find themselves up by at least 2 going into this next defense. But, yeah, it's got to be a lot cleaner because they held it down for every single second until the final 15. It's because they put so much focus over towards gold side. Didn't think, okay, we got all the cuts watched. We shouldn't lose any of those gunfights on the overextension. But once they do, then they're trapped. So we need to be more proactive if we're going to just be sitting at gold.
Okay, well, you know what's on the line here. KCP favorite defense, but they have to be dominant. Good start. But Dark around the back, trying to finesse. Not going to be able to do too much. That's going to stall out this offense pretty convincingly. This is some staggered spawn, so more time off the clock here as Illy and Johnny try to get to work overwhelming this A zone, but Johnny dropping now brings Brack into the fold, and he drops as well. So Paranormal now off to the races. 3 straight elimination. SnD last one standing. He's able to find 3, though. Oh, a little collat situation. He takes advantage. Last player to find is Bink, and he's now made himself known over towards the backside of B and KCP, starting to roll.
Yeah, SnD just lines them all up, man. Single-handedly shuts down that pressure at that A point. Now he's working behind enemy lines. He's hoping his teammates can put down shots so he can try to execute on this pinch. But Brack finds one with the nade. Not good enough with the gunny for the second. SnD's not willing to give this one up for free. He's just hoping that his teammates can pitch from the front. Now you make the play. 25 seconds. The clock continues to roll.
Decent. SnD 6 in a row now. Up to that next double. Assault dealt with. Clean shot. SnD off 7. Possibility for a Hellstorm as well. Trigger discipline going to be everything. Big stun lands. SnD trying to finesse, stay alive, work for this potentially crucial streak. One more elimination will do it. Coming back to the zone. You know what's on the line here. You have to try to be able to hold it. SnD snaps onto Assault for his 9th. Hellstorm now earned. Needs to find the last. 10 kills in a row for SnD. The rest of KCP cleaning things up. And we're going to go round 5 with KCP earning a Hellstorm and still being on defense.
Oh, man, SnD, take over. It's as simple as that, man. The fact that he lines up 3 to start off that 10 streak was chef's kiss. And this turns out to be the best play. Freebie number 1, that guy's one shot and you walk right into my pre-fight if you are Gunzy. That's the play right there. That secures the round for Pioneers, secures the defense for Pioneers. And like you said, now you got that Hellstorm just in case it gets a little scary at that B point.
Wow, what a turnaround. What an absolute turnaround. Little mini reverse sweep here in the control, potentially. Hard to say. Paranormal have had a couple of really good looks on the offensive side. SnD trying to keep this streak going. Long range shots good. Slide out. Oh my goodness. Eli looking large on the map. 29 and 17. And no one can find him. How about it? Just a little heat check here because why not? And Illy is already moving over towards the P2 side. KCP are all over this defensively.
Yeah, they have them trapped, man. Look at all the positionings they have to watch over towards Pool, but none of them are successful to find a kill. So now SnD's still trying to be a nuisance. You have one player in Assault trying to locate where he is, playing super slow in the back of his spawn. But this is what SnD's going to do. Just continue to not allow you to make plays, continue to keep you on your toes, and continue to shooting like that. Unfortunately, not able to take down Dark, but puts down shots. Brack going to fly on in, potentially for the cleanup.
Oh, Brack, little finesse. Pistol out for Big. Not going to work out. Pre-fire was well intended, but it doesn't work out. And how about this? 3 straight eliminations for PE. Oh, boy. Save for Paranormal. And they get this extra 60 seconds. The life lead has been reduced down to just 1. And a minute 37 on the clock would be decent. Whoa, we're going to call in the Hellstorm here? Not use it as a get-out-of-jail-free card for B? Trying to get him out of the zone, and he actually takes down Johnny instead, and now you've got players Paranormal on the B zone. Oh, Jay, not like this.
Okay, thankfully, Brack is able to catch that double. Safety net was pushed out towards Gold. Shuts down that push there for Paranormal. Allows his teammates to work out of the base. You still have Brack finding kill after kill effectively. The trade is going to come in, though. Now Paranormal currently up by 1 life. SnD holding strong over towards Volt. Too many players in front of him. Able to take care of him. First segment done.
Clock still at a pause. Nice shots from Johnny. And they catch Assault outside towards Paul. They may not know where exactly he's positioned. He stayed down. He stayed quiet. Look at the long route starting to develop here for Darkside as well. Assault just sneaks up, finds Johnny. Should be traded by Brack, but that comes with numbers advantages now for Paranormal. Just down to Illy. Damage onto both players. Can he find a way to get the kill? Not going to happen. Shots underneath the truck are going to land. Second tick of progress looking decent here. Paranormal had the life advantage. Darkside going to hold over towards Art. It's going to have to be a miracle play here from SnD. Not going to get through, and that's going to be enough to capture the zone. Paranormal Esports stave off the huge bounce back from KCP. I got to tell you, Jay, I don't know what that Hellstorm missile is. That is bad. That's real bad.
I don't know if SnD thought he was going to be able to call that in and potentially shut down that A play from coming in, or at least not allow him to extend the game clock, but a team kill leads to Illy dropping an 8 at his feet, team killing again, and then Darkside is already your mid-line trying to spawn kill you with a submachine gun in hand. It was great, at least for the previous 2 rounds there from the Pioneers. One definitely on the back of SnD, but just on their defenses, it looks like the game is a lot easier because you're pushed out towards Gold. You're forcing them to work that overextension, but then you're losing those gunfights. That's the biggest thing about it, is that you know exactly where they're coming from, but you're still getting gunned. You cannot allow that to happen, because once you're dying on that position on the OE, now they're already taking Art because they kill you on that position. They take Art, you're spawning at P4, you're forced to hit stuns and nades, and with Darkside roaming around in your spawn, you're just simply not going to have a good time. So Paranormal, even though it got a little bit scary towards the end, I just thought they were the more prepared team in that control. They showed it to at least extend the series.
Yeah. And as often has been the case, not just here in Challengers, but also the CDL, you feel a little change in how this series started versus where we might be possibly headed. But still, highlight comes down to 10 straight eliminations for SnD. Unfortunately, demerit being called, I think, on the Hellstorm play. But still an impressive stretch of kills from him. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work out for KCP, so they have to try to fight back and hopefully not lose too much composure as we look into map number 4 and a hardpoint that, again, we didn't get a chance to see map number 1 between these two teams, but it was a 20-point game. So, especially on a map like Red Card, that means it's tremendously close, and it'll be Hacienda coming up next.
Yeah, Hacienda is all about the fundies. If we watch Pioneers play this map, they tend to find a lot of success on it because you have players who played Black Ops 4 back in the day. Might not be the same for Paranormal. I know Adam Assault, he's been around since forever, so he's most likely going to let these guys know we have to play ahead. If you fall behind early in rotations, you have to be able to cut your losses and work your way out and out, because they're so punishing with how far you're respawning away from some of these hills. But you know, Alan, we're just on the way to a map 5. So Paranormal, what kind of grueler of a map you're gonna give us here to get us all the way to that Protocol SnD?
Yeah, definitely feels like we're gonna be there. So see if the Hacienda will provide us some extra drama. Update across what we've got going on in the other winners round 1 matches. Again, Amit, Brooklyn just off to the races, 3-0 Mollywop CBL in the Cabal team. But the big story, Royal Spartans, 3-1 FaZe Clan Stallions. And I'm just going to go ahead and say it, Jay. I put out a little a risque tweet last night talking about those boys, the FC Stallions boys, coming out 5-0 in their first ever Challengers Elite, 18, 19 years old. It is an unprecedented thing. We've never seen that before. And yeah, I think that there is space in the league for pretty much all 4 of them, pending, of course, if they could do some more damage here in the lower bracket and, you know, not fold completely. Lurix, it looks like, I mean, the check should be in the mail for him. He's been unbelievable, but this FaZe Clan Stallions team, again, just kind of receiving what has often been the case, which is a more difficult and treacherous path once you get to double elimination bracket, because that Royal Spartans team, you got to remember, started off very cold, had to win their final series just to make it to the bracket, but that gap between last week to this week, they clearly have improved quite a bit, and it's across all modes. That's what we really commented on last night when we were watching that.
Yeah, you just expect that when you have a team of that caliber, like Pro Loot, RCD, Spart, Capsule, everybody who's been in the league before. They should understand when they're playing against new guys, we just need to do what we need to do. We understand the little things about Call of Duty. We know how to out-rotate them. I'm pretty sure they were able to beat them in every single respawn. But if you're Falcons, if you're the Stallions in this situation, you go 5-0 in the Elite stage matches. That don't really mean nothing, though, Alan. I'm telling you right now, you can go 5-0 flawless, but if you get to this playoffs and you double bomb your way on out, then it's completely irrelevant that you went 5-0. So if you're the Stallions, you got to get back with your confidence. The fact that they lost Protocol Control when I thought that they were one of the teams that I probably never see lose one of those maps definitely threw them off guard, and now they are on the losers bracket side where you cannot afford any little mistakes like that. And with such a young team, those mistakes are bound to happen.
And let's be honest, dude, like where we're at right now, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. The CDL feels like any of the top 6 teams could beat each other right now. Yeah, maybe slide in Boston for like an upset. It's kind of dark horse Cinderella in a couple of series. But the same thing's happening here in Challengers. Like, it's just the competitive level of where the game is at. There's not a large skill gap between where our top teams are versus, we'll say, middle of the pack teams are. So it's one of those situations that does feel like on any given day, anyone can beat anyone. And we've seen it on both sides where we had series that's like you're dealing with 15-point hard points, 2 rounds in a search and destroy, round 5 controls. And then you have other series where it's just like, all right, we're going to beat the brakes out of you in a hard point. You're going to beat the brakes off us in the search. We're going to have a close control, and then we're going to go back and forth and just stomp each other on our map choices. So it's just a very interesting dynamic right now, because outside of like maybe Noctum in Europe, there really hasn't been a team that's just completely steamrolling anybody. So it definitely feels like we're in a game, a title that is extremely tight in terms of overall competitiveness. And again, we don't know what the actual map scores look like between any of those particular series, but figure that, again, games are probably as close as they've ever been.
Oh, yeah, without question, Alan. It usually tends to be like this, though, in every single Call of Duty title, because everyone is learning at their same exact pace. So all these teams who have yet to put in that extra amount of work to understand how they could be perfect in some of these situations, we see that as we get towards the later half of the year. We haven't even got to Major 1 yet. So all these teams that are scrimming against each other basically have the same exact recipe to how you want to play it, how you don't want to play it. As the time goes on, as months goes on, eventually teams will start to pull away. We'll see like the Atlanta Phases, the Optic Texas, the LA Thieves be those teams that are basically uncontested versus anyone outside of the top 4 when time goes on.
Unless that's all I'm gonna say. It's just unless. It just feels like there's something different about this game comparatively to what we'll say 3 years. Like Cold War, I think, was like one of the last times that we had a team that like that Atlanta team in Cold War was just untouchable in so many ways. So it's just like outside of that, we are getting, I think, like a tighter overall competitive venue when it comes to Call of Duty, just based on how the game has come through. I think the Omni movement has obviously highlighted more like individual roles compared to prior years, but it still feels like anyone can do it. So there may not be as much of, I think, maybe a movement skill gap or things like that we kind of assumed we initially saw the launch trailers and things. Everyone's saying, oh, it's gonna be like a Jetpacks COD all over again, but it really hasn't really been like that. So I think there's also like a part of that being just like an element of the maps that the way they are, like it's just like we're still dealing with control maps that like still don't feel great for control in a lot of ways. So it's just like, there is a level of rolling the dice when it comes down to like 4-man rushing SnD sites or like playing control maps where it's very difficult as the offense to get onto one of the 2 zones. So it's definitely intriguing to say the least as we head back over to our Bravo stream and take a look to see how things are going between SGP and YF.
And YFP are currently up 2-1 in this series. They were successful at taking away that ball control previously. Now just need one more map to advance their way through winners. Potentially have that rematch going against Omit, who they were able to beat in a round 11 on the very first match that we had here in the Elite. So Syndicate trying to at least force this game number 5. They're getting a lot of time here at P1, but that's enough already of the Bravo team because Alpha is ready to rock, Alan.
Unless, no. You just never know. Here we go. KCP spotting from the favorite side to kick things off here on this hard point. And it'll be a full fire push here for Paranormal. Interesting break off. And that will actually work out for not just first blood, but a full wraparound. That's going to flip spawns immediately. This has been a little bit too easy. No one watched the fire hallway at all for Pioneers. And things are going to already kind of exchange hands in terms of who spawns where.
Yeah, because usually breakoffs, you're thinking, okay, Hacienda, they're most likely going to be challenging over towards Rock and open hallway. That's exactly what you saw. SnD walk out the bottom mid, tuck that nade, but nothing connects. And Paranormal with the perfect routes, at least able to try to keep them off of this P1 and flip those spawns for new. 11-4 is current the score line, but you have Pope, a.k.a. Illy, playing for those spawns at next.
All right, well, macro gameplay now being tested for both sides. It'll be Paranormal inside the hardpoint as it opens. Spawning on the outside. They're just going to try to receive this hit through driveway. And it's working out pretty darn well. Johnny able to crack the code by at least stepping into the hardpoint, but the play through Zig is shut down. And now all of a sudden, Paranormal are just getting them a little bit trapped up over towards driveway side. And there's a level here for KCP that, yeah, you're spawning close, but you got to get that mid-spiral control and really try to push this Paranormal team back. And finally, they'll take care of Gunzy inside the hill, but the second wave is in, and Paranormal will re-break from the front again.
Gunzy just stalled out so much time, miraculously was able to walk away with a double. Now the rest of the teammates are already here. The Cavalry trying to hold down for the front end, but the nades and the stuns too strong because they have yet to be any trophies as a turn. So Pioneers do not make that one look clean. They're going to walk away with the majority of this hill time. Still going to have themselves a nice little 15-point lead going into P3. And you do have SnD early off that rotation.
Yeah, that's a really strange second R point, because for Paranormal, they're just sitting here saying, we have to deal with this from the front, and I think at best, you could sit there and say at least they contested a lot of the first 40 seconds, but scrap time eventually won by KCP. On rotation, you called SnD the early route man. He's shut down early, so we'll be Paranormal with the setup that they want. Ark just looking for information, top window. He's shut down. Follow up from Bink. A couple of tags are in, but the secondary challenge from Johnny. Oh, little slide out double. Now all of a sudden, KCP with the numbers can try to hit from the front again.
Oh, here comes Unzi though. Potentially another playmaking ability play. Only able to take down one, but right off the respawn sets up his teammates to close out those final couple of kills. Paranormal take the lead right on back. Still 30 seconds here to fight for here at P3. You have crossfires galore being set up through top secret hallway. Pioneers cannot try to contest it from the front side. You're just hoping that Brack can find a little bit of success from top plat. Whips out a double, 11 HP. Not going to try to contest because I'm one shot.
Yeah. Just a moment to jump in the last 10, just knowing that there's really no reason to sit up there at top patio. He'll just spawn right back flowers again anyways. SnD playing in a bit of a corner, waiting to see if he can catch him on rotation. He should be able to catch at least one for free here as Assault. And as he drops, and no more information, KCP should be expecting the sit to come through rock side. It's good awareness here from SnD to come back to the play and help out. Nade through the front door, just rolling it forward. Bink will get out of there to at least keep his life and allow a chance for a secondary hit. And he's actually able to punish SnD for getting a little bit too far forward. Johnny holds the front door, though, and here comes the break attempt.
Yeah, that's just a situation right there where SnD needs to be aggressive in that situation because it was Assault, the last player alive. He miraculously was able to come back, regenerate his health, and now he's all of a sudden still in the kill feed, lining up with kills. The break comes in for Paranormal. All of Pioneers trying to bombard their way over through Lambo. This is probably not going to be a high success rate. You're just hoping now that SnD off the respawn can set up this pinch quickly.
Yeah, he's trying to get there as fast as he possibly can. First one's good. Couple damage shots in, but no, completely shut down. Yeah, messy stuff there from the Pioneers. The initial push out, a bit questioned. SnD kind of just comes off his second spawn and just runs back into the mix, doesn't wait for his teammates, and that doesn't work out, and that's going to lead to a 30-point deficit. Head back over to P1. Much better here, though, for KCP. Deal with all four members on the exit from 4 to 1. SnD now playing towards rock side, has a chance to isolate, and he's able to find that double, turning it into a great moment for time and map motion here for Pioneers.
Yeah, now SnD's pushing through. He wants to try to flip those spawns out. Know that eventually this P1 will come to an end, but Paranormal, they have just been able to hold down lobby this entire time. They know that SnD's behind them, but they have completely disregarded him. They do not want to give up all this time here at P1, but now might be two things that you have to worry about. You don't have the rotations over towards new. You can walk away with the potential final 20 to give yourself a little bit of time now to work this OE. It's going to be Pioneers fully set up this time around at P2. You have pressure towards the back. You have presence in towards lobby. Just don't want to get some bad caught timing because it's not a single player for Paranormal going through the front. They're playing for these spawns.
Yeah, lots of responsibility on Brack here. He does have SnD in a position to come back over and help if he needs to. Assault scene, trophy system keeping Brack safe for the time being. This is a lot of time off the clock here. Paranormal just know they need to be very clean about this break temp run back. Brack, ooh, pistol out, has Gunzy tagged up heavily. Chance to reload, help from Illy, but the spawns will move. Comes at the cost of 20 seconds, though, and the Pioneers, I love this route from SnD. He can just play inside of his spiral. He's been seen, though, and taken care of maybe a little bit too easily, so it's all on Illy from the front. What can he do? Quick piece up. Big the last one left, and KCP will hold it from inside the hill.
25 seconds. Paranormal still not having the preferred spawns. Now off the rotation over towards new. Pioneers know that they're going to be able to have them trapped in towards the backside. Johnny not willing to give up his teammate for free. He did find himself on 8 in a row before getting shut down, so Hellstorm secured. Still going to be a 10-point difference. Pioneers again win the rotation over towards new for the initial time.
Big moment here for Paranormal. And I love this from Gunzy. Just comes down to what kind of help can he find. Rack off the heady. Follow up here from Johnny. Dealt with by Gunzy with pistol out. Hold on a second. And wait, that's actually dark. Pardon me. Again, the scoreboard broken. He gets 2. That allows entry from the front. Nice shots from Assault. But can't stay in. Oh, that's poor timing. Backs up, tries to get a trophy to play this from the front side of the hill. And in that moment, KCP spawn up, find the eliminations they need to get back into the hard point.
Yep, they also used that Hellstorm out of Johnny to get them trapped in towards 10 for this break. So the lead continues to grow when Paranormal are getting picked apart one by one. Brack's opportunity to potentially find a couple. The contest is going to be towards out of fence. The jump good enough over the fence from Johnny to find that double. Now the final 15 in favor of the Pioneers, and they're going to be early off the rotation. Paranormal are just playing from the back foot right now, Alan. You cannot do that on a map like Hacienda because then the game can start to get out of hand.
Yeah, it definitely could. And we're right at the precipice of that happening. So massive rotational moment here for Paranormal, coming away from connector side. Not where you want to be, but they do at least take down Brack on the interior towards open hall. Follow up on this pinch is beautiful. That's dark for 3. That now creates a ton of space. Just comes down to spawn awareness, and Gunzy is in the perfect position. If anyone tries to hit through Lambo, which to be fair, they're actually not. They're trying to hit over towards the middle. The map. Beak gets caught by surprise through office. That's not the way you would anticipate that to happen. So now you got to deal with this player on the back. Johnny able to contest. This is not a hill that KCP were tremendously great at the last time around. So can they improve upon it? Gunzy still in trouble. Help on the way. Mad dash to get into the hard point. Kills back and forth. Brack staying alive for 2. Dark down the last one left, and he shut down KCP in the hill.
Oh my God, Brack able to find himself on 5 in a row after that triple in towards his hard point. One more play you need to trade out for the remaining time, and you're able to at least keep it mixy. But the final 5 seconds is going to be yours. Now, winning those gunfights at the very end of this hard point makes your rotation a whole lot easier in towards P1. You know exactly where they're spawning over towards Wine. They have to work their way to top close and secret. And right now, Pioneer's setup might be too difficult to try to break on in.
Yeah, Johnny just holding it over towards Fire Hall. Pistol out, whips Pink. No problems there. 178 to 140. Hard point still open for the time being, but numbers for KCP allows Johnny to get in for a little bit more time. And every second's going to feel like punishment right now for Paranormal, who are coming off with staggered and split spawns. And this is going to take a while for this to start to develop for them. Being able to create an opening. Brack at the corner, shut down. Here's a chance. Numbers are decent. SnD off the pitch, though, catches 3. Not enough to flip the spawns yet, though. You're going to get a well spawns for Paranormal, and SnD knows he just has to play his life with only 13 seconds remaining on the last hill.
Yeah, and this is where SnD should give the comm. You guys can come right through the front side of the hill to get to me. I'm watching over Zig. I'm just waiting for you guys to approach me before we decide to gunfight our way on through the back. And here's where the engagement starts. Johnny and Brack find 2. Bink and Assault there for the trades. Back spawn secured now for Pioneers. You have the numbers. You just got to go.
Illy able to get the initial trade, 3v3. Close spawns for Pioneers. Illy looking in the corner. Whoa, Spink just looked like he was, or Gunzy rather, looked like he was late to the gunfight, but still finds the kill. Brack over the top, shut down. That's long range shots coming out from Bink to shut him up. 201, 170. Long route from Johnny. And I don't know about you, Jay, but my feed is completely frozen again.
Nope, I'm good, Alan. And it's Johnny finding a 4-piece. What a beautiful play right there out of Johnny. He's able to win that one-on-one on the pinch, sets up the free pitch for his teammates to walk away with that remaining time. And that was all on the back of what Johnny was able to do. His playmaking ability on full display. Pioneer still going to be up by 40, making 35 points at the end of this hard point. But rotation now in favor of Paranormal. This is where they need to have a response, Alan, to try to tie the game up and take the lead here.
Yeah, huge opening gunfight win as well. Means that KCP has to try to break this from the front. Held by Dark initially. Semtex out. Oh, shots through the fence are going to be good. But you've got Assault. Oh, for a second through the window, I thought he might be able to at least turn that into 2, but he gets shut down. So now you've got KCP in the hard point. Extending their lead, just graciously, little by little. Standing going to get the read. Spawns are over towards well for Paranormal. Brack quickly trying to get the window to shut this down. Watching the cross, he's been seen. KCP still in the hard point though. Brack going to change up the route. Dark was looking to isolate him, but now all of a sudden Brack is behind the play, but he gets shut down by Assault. Numbers now for Paranormal. Caps trying to break and contest from the front, and they find it with 3 straight wins.
And they need all this time here because they're going to be laid off the rotation over towards New. If you're Pioneers, just cut your losses. You need 26 points to close out this game. Every single player needs to be over towards that next hard point. But now if you are Gunzy, I don't know if you're going to be able to read this spawn coming behind you. Brack should be able to open up with the freebie for the first kill, but Gunzy actually gets the read on it. Gonna go for the chow, and Brack gets the better of him.
Oh, no.
Both sides secure for Pioneers. This might be it.
Oh, nice little bump out there from Illy as well, just to try to reduce the numbers. That's all 4 dead. What a play from Brack. So now it's just down to breaking in through mid-map. Both spawns on the outsides have been blocked. Everything has to come through middle. Stun, lands, SnD. Not a great game from him, but he's able to find the opener. Trades were decent though for Paranormal until Johnny finds the final 2. No one's going to be able to touch in time, and Pioneers will close this out in 4, sending Paranormal down to the lower bracket.
Oh, Pioneers just played that one almost perfect, Alan. Literally almost perfect. The only thing that I have to say about their initial P2 setup was the fact that they had a 4v2 and they decided to send every single player towards the backside. There was not a single player that went towards Zig to try to set up that pinch or at least work your way around the opposing end. You consistently were trying to bombard your way through the backside of the driveway, and that used to not be a very successful way to break your way back into that hard point. But when you're running a rotation after rotation, you got players picking up pinches. Johnny was able to hit up a perfect ace in a round off of a pinch to just simply break that P2. But I think my MVP of that map, without question, was Brack, man. He found himself in multiple scenarios where he needed to make a couple clutch kills happen. He did it at P4 multiple times, and even at the end of the game, the fact that Gunzy gets that read, that Brack is behind him, and then Brack understands that he's going to be playing for me and turns on him and then kills another player in that process. He might not be the most flashy player, but when you're thinking about fundamentals, that guy is always on that page. And Pioneers are able to close out the series in 4. Finally, we don't get a game 5.
Great moments for Brack, but I also got to give credit, I think, to Johnny as well, where he was able to turn what looked to be just a 1-for-1 into multiple. This one in particular, the pistol whip, giving a little bit of favor over the top of the hard point, and a couple of key eliminations as we went down the stretch from 3 to 4 as well. I think you're going to probably see it here in the final moments. Yeah, it's just this play right now from Johnny. Just, again, finishing things off. The last one standing. Game-winning play, if you want to give him credit for that. Also, he went 32 and 19. So I think between both Brack and Johnny, a lot of great moments for both of them, and they are the top damage leaders for their squad. But 26 non-traded for 32 and 19 with 2 minutes 11 seconds in the hard point with 19 objective kills. Johnny was all over the OBJ, my man.
Oh, he was doing his thing, man. We saw him go on, what, 8 or 9 streaks, earn Hellstorms left and right. Just basically picked them apart whenever he wanted to. And that's the type of SMG playmaking that Johnny has in his back pocket, man. He's always going to be one of those guys that's thinking a step ahead, trying to set up those proper pinches, trying to not bombard his way on one side or solo his way to make those team plays happen. When he has performances like that, it just makes your entire game plan a lot easier. The Pioneers, The only thing that truly scares me now, though, is their control. Because we watched some of the previous, obviously they lost this one versus Paranormal, but just simply their game plan of just relying on a lot of individual players to make those big-time plays. We need to get more on the same page here going forward for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, very much the case. They don't have a lot of time to try to figure that out because, simply put, they have to load into losers round 1 next. And they will have to play. They'll have to play the FC Stallions. That is a tremendously heavy-handed first lower round game. Cabal will play the loser of SGP and YFP, who are apparently going into map 5 or playing map 5 at the moment as well. So coming up next on our broadcast will be coverage of Elimination Round 1, both here in the main stream as well as on the Bravo stream. Then we'll finish the evening taking a look at the top side of the bracket, where Royal Spartans will play KCP, and then a bit Brooklyn will, of course, take on the winner of SGP and YFP. Just good matches all over the place, Jay. That's all I can say.
Yeah, and we're instantly going to jump right into them between the Spartans and the Pioneers. That is like a lobby full of just nothing but veterans, Alan. Like, I'll be very surprised if we don't see an Hacienda Hardpoint in this series. Without question, with all the vets that you have in that series.
Should be a fun one, my man. Should be a fun one. And then it just gets better from that next week. Yeah, that's what we love, my man. That's what we love. So we're going to have to say farewell to 2 of our teams when we come back into Elimination Round 1. Of course, with that, we still have to wait for the results of that last winners round 1 matchup before we can actually fill out the rest of that bracket. And also, of course, we need to let the players do their thing, get their vetoes done, and get our series set, ready to go. So while we're doing that, we'll step away for a break. When we come back, we're going to eliminate 2 teams. Don't go. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping on in to catch the end of Game 5 on the Bravo matchup between YFP and the SGP Syndicate. They are on protocol for their search and destroy. And just based on the look-ins that we've had so far, Jay, I mean, this series has been tremendously close, so it's no surprise that these two squads find themselves in a map 5 situation.
Yeah, this has been a mixy series, man. Back and forth. When you talk about the maps, it was SGP to start off 1-0, YFP with the response, YFP take the control, SGP with back-to-back hardpoints. Of course, this game number 5. But Syndicate at least respond early on their defense with Dylan finding 3. So it was all out aggression towards bottom A. They were prepared for that aggression to come on in. We were able to trade out effectively, but we love YFP on this map, especially the way that Dak and Wiz love to play. Always the aggressive setting the tone, and Dak starts it off with the first, make it 2.
Follow up down. Con stock. Not going to be able to get away. It's going to be Dak for everybody, essentially. Rex was outside the picture, down to 1 HP. And he will retreat back over to Castle and see what he can find here with a minute on the clock and a 1v4 in front of him where he's got no map, and YFP are pretty much holding every single angle he could possibly hit from.
Yeah, at this point, we're just wasting time, Dylan. Like the bombs down in towards bottom B, bottom A. You know that they're definitely playing down that info, but gains info not going on to at least one player. Just going to slide out in mid, hoping someone is going to commit on the chow, but YFP are making it so difficult to even give them a chance. 6 HP in a dream, yeah. There goes the wow. YFP perfect on the response on defense. It's tied up at 1.
All right. Quick action, as we often expect it, down low, leads into a Dak masterclass. But it'll be Cruz who has the literal final bullet needed. Stealing that kill away from Wiz by the look of it. And we'll see what happens when we swap the sides around here. And I think that, you know, the thing we've seen over the last couple of days now, Jay, is just like the ability for SMGs to find timings down low towards A has been game-changing. No matter what side of the bomb you spawn on, we've seen it from both. So we'll see if Dak tries to keep a hot hand out. But no, instead, not an elevator push. It's going to be straight on over the SGP building, their sidewalk, and the B bomb, where it's going to be a quick plant. No one here to contest at all.
Yeah, SGP already have a read on it, though. Players on a rotation on the way back to their base. That bomb is already down. Now for your YFP, how does your post plan setup look? You have one player camping on the site, one over towards Heli, so those guys are your safety nets, but Yuli on the pinch finds that first blood.
Rex knows he's got Cruz backside on the helicopter exceed, chasing him down, and they will isolate. Nice retake. Clean retake. Perfect retake for SGP. Bit of a miss, it feels like, for YFP. Like, you get the quick plant, but it almost felt like they didn't have the setup that they wanted, which is peculiar to say that out loud because it was a free plant and they had all 4 members what looked to be in a great spot.
Yeah, that's unacceptable if you tell me, Alan. YFP get that bomb down for free. You hit it on the head. You put yourself in your ideal setup. It's just, I guess, all that practice you put in that setup was for nothing because you all dropped in one-on-one gunfights around the map. Not a single player falls on the side of Syndicate. And usually when you plant that bomb at B for free the way that they did, it's a lot more difficult for teams to even get close to that site, even execute all 4 kills without dropping. So, perfect retake there from Syndicate. Go back on the offense. All out aggression in towards bottom A, and this time it's Wiz to start off with the first blood.
See, just trying to rewrap back over, maybe try to create some openings over on B site, but this is interesting because SGP are kind of forcing this play down low at A, so now DiamondCon just has to sit in the back of this bomb position and hope that Exceed can create an exit or just a follow-up on this hit to A. He'll clean out Spiral, but yeah, the question mark here is going to be how do you deal with the players over towards field, especially with a 2v3? Oh, that works.
Yeah, that definitely works. Mama just gives up his life for free, commits on that gunfight, now in a 2v2. For the rest of the YFP players, they were just prepared for that bomb to go down and retake with their numbers, but still full A-side control in favor of Syndicate. Wish trying to time this timing on this pinch, but not going to commit on the zip. Bomb is now going to get planted.
And what's going to be the timing here? Cruz and Wiz working together. Cruz will clear off one angle. Wiz will step in. First contact. Going to be everything here. Shots are out. He's the first one to drop. Oh, and for a moment there, DiamondCon. He takes care of Cruz at range, and Wiz almost gets a little crossed up on his slide forward, but instead, the hip fire connects. He locks it up, and YFP will respond and will stay tied.
And so far, what's that? All defenses on both ends?
Yes, sir.
Not a single offense for either squad, but YFP almost threw that one away. If you're Mamba, you just cannot afford to die like that. You can't give up your life. You don't show you gain any info. Once you gain that info, you continue to throw those shoulders. But when you give up your life for free, then it makes it a lot more difficult. Thankfully, your teammates still were able to clutch up on the round. Tie the game up at 2. As YFP now go back on the offense. There's all-out aggression in towards A. They get shut down. You get a free B-bomb plan at B, and that gets shut down. So I just want to slow this run down overall.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems like could be a call, but instead, YFP going to go right back over to this B site again. We just had to set up a better post plant. They're going to get it for free again. SGP seem to be fine, voluntarily giving this up, and yeah, this is better. Just get a little bit more aggressive. If no one's going to play you on the backside of that sand missile, then you may as well just play through it. And that puts a lot of pressure on Rex, who does open things up nicely. A follow-up around the back. It's isolated onto Mamba.
Oh my
God! Not again!
Rex
and Yuli for another 2v4 situation. As Wiz is going to try to reset the entirety of the map. This is going to take so much time.
Oh, and they're not even going to hop the bomb, so the time might be in his favor. With 20 seconds left, they're still trying to locate where the hell did Wiz go. He now finds himself at P1 with an angle to potentially get the player off. Bomb, perfect, not able to lead to the kill. But all you got to do is play your life.
Yep, clock is in his favor. Nade lands, has to battle this. Rex trying to stay down, still holding. Wiz can't finalize the elimination, and SGP will once again retake. It looked like such a solid start again. After the bomb gets planted, they get aggressive, they find the kills, and then we just get picked apart. It's unreal.
Yeah, the adjustments came in. They said, screw sitting back on our side of this ball. We'll push through your base. They find the initial 2 kills, but then they just get picked apart. Like, it's as simple as that. Yuli was working at overextension. He pushes up towards tower. There's a good fight on the complete opposite side of the map, and he wins it in that island one-on-one. But then the fact that Dylan was able to just fly on in, get the player at cruise over towards helipad for free, then slide out towards middle and win an insane gunfight up close and personal with an AR versus an SMG. These are just rounds that YFP are looking at back and just sitting there like, what are we doing? 4v2s cannot happen when that bomb goes down at B site.
Unbelievable stuff. Feels like 2 major missed opportunities without question for YFP. Now we go back to another offensive round, which has been tough for both teams to find. Different look here, though, for SGP. Problem about this is taking time to develop over towards B, and look at how far up a player like Wiz is. And, yep, he will find first blood. That might be all they need, because you've got Mamba playing deep over towards the defensive spawn, and then everyone else is essentially just watching corners. Exceed trying to go up the zip, would have to try to take down Cruz, and he does find good timing for it, 3v3.
I don't know how Exceed always does it, Alan. He always finds the route to get behind his opponents. And he continues to be lost. Now you have Wiz, who's trying to locate where he is in towards the end. But Jack, playing in the box out of tower, is insanely prepared for that gunfight. Trade good enough there for Yuli. 2v2, 30 seconds.
Clock could be an issue here, though, for the SGP offense. Still playing up top. They're going to go spiral down low, and there's a player here for this. It's going to be Wiz on the corner. Gets the first cleanly. Rex, nice snap. Time to get the bomb planted. Mamba's going to reset this from elevator side. Does he catch timing onto Rex? Waiting to see if he can catch him. Moving back over towards elevator, and yeah, he plays it perfectly. No problem for the follow-up, and we've got 6 straight rounds worth of defensive wins so far, Jay.
Yeah, it's all been defenses so far. And I thought Dylan stood a pretty good chance to secure that round. Once he gets that first kill, puts the bomb down, but you're expecting Mamba to instantly be on you. Where your teammate falls in that scenario, at least be a little bit closer, but he plays it patient through zip. Secures his second kill of the map. So far, 6 straight defenses. But YFP had a lot of opportunity on their offenses. They just completely keep letting them get away from them.
Unreal. Very peculiar. Just small timing things for sure, but at the same rate, there's also levels of, I don't want to say incompetency, but incompetency. These post plants. Wiz looking to try to finesse. Uh-oh, he's in trouble. Yeah, oh, Diamond Con shut down. Yeah, there's nowhere to go. Back and forth we go. 2v2 situation. Defense a bit stuck down low, though, at the moment. And it looks like YFP have a read on this. They're going to re-sprep this back over towards B, but not play for the bomb plant immediately. Well, jump on now. Oh, and Exceed's going to check this. Well, maybe not. He's going to play inside top of the zip again. 2v2.
40 seconds. See, gonna try to push his way up through both sides. Sort of getting to read it. They have to plan on that back end. Doesn't peek that corner. Doesn't give up that info. 25 seconds still to go.
Yeah, and SGP is going to know they're playing on the backside of the defensive spawn. Couple of tags are out. Here comes the clearance. Rewrap from Dak on the way. Oh, he's committed. He's fully committed. First kill's in. He does mantle. Get out of there. 13 seconds on the clock. Dak just playing with the doors. Time is going to favor him. And yeah, finally, we get an offensive win. YFP, 3 straight rounds where they were able to get offensive plants over towards the more unorthodoxical site, and it works out for the 3rd time.
Yeah, it's a great clutch right there from Dak in the 1v2, but why did it even have to turn into a 1v2? Like, your teammate's sitting on the backside of that gun. You were right next to him, but instead of helping in those gunfights because he was getting pushed out, you decide to set up that pinch. Thankfully, it works out because the time was on your side, but probably just want to assist your teammate in keeping him alive in that situation to make that a little bit more consistent. As now YFP secure the very first offense of the entire map. Syndicate now left to respond.
More traditional look here. Rex, just tries to break through the doors, looking for team shots, but Mamba who finds first blood. DiamondCon not able to track. And numbers are going to hold convincingly now with YFP. DiamondCon eventually back in the fight, takes care of Cruz, but he needs to grab the bomb and play this 1v2 out with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, he has a lot of time to work with, though, so you can approach this from a different angle. Seeming like he decided to work his way through Spiral. Still has a stun nade in his back pocket as well. Positioning now to be known, but now he puts down a couple shots. Stun goes down. Able to connect on at least one, but I don't know if that nade is going to get anything done.
Yeah.
40 seconds still.
Running out of time on this crossfire setup to play. Oh, they both rotate out, though. Hold on a second. DiamondCon up and over. No, going to be red as YFP committed to try to play him out. The isolation is good. Match point. YFP up in a major way. Have to have it here for SGP. And I'd be curious to see if YFP continues to try to play this B site. And they found, at least 3 straight plants over there. Finally, they converted 2v2, but they've had success getting the post plants that you would think that they would want.
Yeah, if you're Syndicate, you have to, at least put a player in that position because you could not afford in this round here to give it that bomb plant for for free. Potentially put someone towards top trips to watch over that middle map for that early first blood because here comes the push again. This time towards bottom Spiral. Mind games too strong for YFP. They have full site control already.
Yep. Bomb being planted. Syndicate wrapping all the way around the back. YFP electing just to bunker up inside computers. DiamondCon, can he open things up by finding something over towards field side and allowing this defense to try to capitalize and just overwhelm? Nades are not landing. And look at this. You've got 2 players just laying prone, essentially watching the same thing. Mamba will drop. Here comes the retake attempt. Wiz in the bottom corner. He's able to find 2 with the help of Cruz. Can he get out of there? Yeah, he's able to get out. Cruz has to battle off this 1v1, and he's able to win it. No way. DiamondCon, last one left. 1v1 situation. Wiz has got the RC out. He's just going to delay the clock as long as humanly possible. DiamondCon has to force the issue. The pistol not going to work out, and YFP able to wipe the floor with just a bunkered up setup and take the match.
Yeah, and I thought the stuns and the nades were good enough for Syndicate to find an opening because it was Dylan Rex who finds the first blood. Everybody else in there is weak, but the fact that Wiz is able to find 1 kill, pushes his way out towards Spiral, sets up Cruz for that insane double. And then in the one-on-one, 15 seconds left. I'm calling in my car, brother. As simple as that. You can always rely on Wiz to make the smart play and search and destroy. He does it in that final round. What was that, 2 offensive wins the entire map between YFP and Syndicate? YFP, they walked away with the 2, so they walk away successful at the end of the game. They were just the better search and destroy team on that final game right there because you saw the game plan was perfect, Alan. The fact that they start off initially, get shut down on their area push, then they go over towards B. So back and forth you're going. You get shut down at B. Syndicate are thinking, okay, no way in hell they're going to do that again. They do it again. This time we 2v4 them. No way in hell they're going to do that again. But then in the 2v2, they wrap it out, and this time it's Dak with another 1v2. I feel like every time we watch him on Protocol, he always has these clutch moments, and he gets it done there for his team to walk away victorious in that series and advance to the winner's bracket.
It feels like there's just something in the air about that YFP team because we saw it from Mamba, we saw it from Cruz as well. A number of moments where they can clutch up on that map mode combo. So good stuff for them. They move on to the upper bracket semifinals. So have to wait a little bit before they play, though, because coming up next in our broadcast, we drop down and have both our Alpha and Bravo matches going on at the same time with our elimination round 1 games. We're going to have to obviously go to a break. It'll hopefully be an extended one because it's going to be a while for these players to go through their vetoes. So we'll be back hopefully with the results of that veto process and our kickoff of our second match. We'll see. We'll come back. back, everybody. We have bad news. At the end of this next hour and a half, we're going to say farewell to 2 teams. That's just the way double elimination bracket works, Jay. We got to eliminate some people. That's what we got coming up next here. Stallions and Paranormal are going to be our focused matchup. Surprise, I think. Stallions 5-0 in their groups, lose out in a 4-map series as they played up against the Royal Spartans, who did look really good yesterday for what it's worth. But this is the roster. Abe, Lurix, Encourage, and Mercules. The big news was, again, they were flawless in control until they weren't. Lurix dropped 44 for the L in their last series.
Oh, but I'm super excited every single time we get a chance to watch this squad, man, because they're so young. They have so much in front of them when you talk about their careers, and they're already off to a great start. Going 5-0 throughout their elite stage matches is great, but now you find yourself on the brink of elimination going up against a powerhouse team in Paranormal, who were the 2nd seed in their group in Group A, which was a stacked group. You got Darkside, you got Big, you got Assault, you got Gunsy. You see the pacing that Darkside plays with. You see what Big is able to do either way he's switching between that sub or the AR. Assault, Mr. Fundamental, and Gunsy has been their aggressive player as well. So for the maps and modes, we're starting off from Protocol, followed by Protocol SnD, Hacienda Control, Red Card Hardpoint, Vault SnD. Already off the rip, Alan. I love the first 2 maps for the Stallions, even though they fell short on a Protocol control. They tend to love themselves a Protocol because it always is in the Mixie Fest.
And I think the thing about this picks and bans process is that the Hacienda control essentially was the Stallions saying, hey, we're going to veto out Vault and force you guys to pick between what is the lesser of 2 evils for you, because you know that the Protocol controls could be favored, and the Hacienda control, it does lead to similar things where, again, it just does not feel like a map that a lot of teams like to play. So Stallions just kind of forcing the hand of Paranormal there in the flex map number 3. Red Card Hardpoint still there. We saw, again, the results when Paranormal had played. They had a 20-point loss on map number 1 on Red Card Hardpoint to KC Pioneer. So that is essentially a coin flip map between those 2 squads from before. So be interesting, I think, to see what we get. But I think you're right when it comes down to the Stallions, you know, kind of favoring Protocol no matter what the mode is. We've seen them, again, just run around, get lost, let the SMGs do what they do best. So no matter what mode you play, you're going to have that likely be the case. So that's going to be, I think, the big question mark here in terms of will that continue to be allowed, or will this Paranormal team be able to bounce back after their loss a little bit more recently and find a way to try to get hot start here on Protocol Hardpoint?
Yeah, I wish we were able to jump into that Stallion series, because to see the way they lost versus Spartans, obviously 3-1, losing a control. You lost the opening Hardpoint. You also lost every single respawn actually into that series. So if the players weren't shooting straight, or they weren't a little bit more warmed up, and I find that hard to believe because you told me Lurk had 40 in the control and they still fell short. This might not be their day today, but you need it to be your moment now versus Paranormal, because they came off a very grueler series versus the Pioneers. 250 to 230 opening HP, 6-4 game 2, a very grueler round number 5 in that control. So it seems like everybody's a little bit more warmed up. But as we take a look at the highlights, you can see versus Vegas, this was a very, very scary situation, because even though Stallions were able to walk away with the reverse sweep in this series, what Vegas were doing to them was whatever they wanted to do to them, Alan. Flip the spawns, okay, we know you're going to spawn there. We're still going to turn around and get those kills. And for a team like Stallions, who loves to play through that chaos, if Paranormal do the same thing and they don't thrive in it, this probably could be a very quick one for a young team.
Yeah, it definitely could. It's just one of those things, like, it's so hard to put a finger on it. Like, again, like, we're in this period of the game where teams are obviously kind of progressing and learning maybe faster than others. You're starting to see some squads build a little bit of favor, but largely speaking, we don't have anyone who's dominating in any stretch of the imagination across challengers or the CDL right now. So it's hard to predict where the game is at the moment, especially with teams that are making it into a playoff situation where you assume the competition's going to be tight. And so far, across all of our series, except for the Omit versus Cabal game, it has been. So yeah, hard to predict, hard to make assumptions, but we have to at least somewhat build out some opinions. And I think you're right when it comes to talking about the favor that a team like Stallions have on a map like Protocol. So what can Paranormal do to change our minds on that opinion and prove us wrong? We're about to find out.
Here we go, early into the P1. A lot of the map control, a lot of presence from the Stallions. They're able to find every single kill after Encourage is able to lead to 3. They do not put the spawns, and I already love the consistency out of the Stallions to keep them trapped right in front of you.
Yep. That's something we've seen this team do a lot of. Just play the macro game early. Don't worry about the objective until you're able to. Nice bounce back here, though, from Paranormal. Getting a couple eliminations, putting some pressure onto Encourage. He's off to a hot start, 4-0. He's going to try to get the pre-fire down. Lurk's helping, though, from Sidewalk. And now Encourage is off the regen, and that will work out with Mercules as the AR start to dominate, and the Stallions are all action here so far with the first 30 seconds.
This is perfect
Oh.
so far from the Stallions on their opening break. 35 seconds, chef's kiss here at that P1. Your window rotation over towards new. Finally, Paranormal are going to get a player to spawn behind Grandma for a potential pinch, but a perfect start to this hard point for the Stallions. They're consistently just soaking up all this kill time. So far, been 10 contested seconds. Have not gone the opposing way. Mercury's on 5 in a row.
Wow, ARs are hot right now. Mercury's and Encourage combined 12 and 4. Abe hasn't been able to do anything as of yet, but he hasn't needed to do anything as of yet. 50-1 is the current score. Finally, a moment for Paranormal to try to get in from the front, and that's a full wipe. Okay, this will allow Gunzy to rotate back over to P3. Darkside is going to watch the cut through mid, and then everyone else is going to focus on trying to play through the hard point. Just touching Assault, nearly able to line up a couple, but now the pressure's on to Bink, and he's going to get out of there, reset, allow Gunzy to play from the high ground. Really good reposition here from Gunzy and Bink. That's going to lead to another clean feed, and Paranormal have arrived.
And they're blocking those spawns, so nothing iffy so far on your minimap. In our first 2 hard points. Now the Stallions have to work their way for a break. Gonna have a couple players trying to at least work their way through underground, potentially work their way through zip. The first contact is gonna be this player in towards Spiral. Darkside ready for it. Slide out, give me the freebie for the first. Assault trading. And that's another 4 dead in the feed. Spawns consistently are being blocked. This is a textbook hard point so far from both teams.
Yeah, it's been absolutely perfect. Really good stuff from the team, kind of quote-unquote defending these hills. Bink up top, wow, gets one, slips away. No trade allowed. Gunzy tested in the back. Damage out. Dark follows up. And now he's on 7 in a row. And Encourage is going to be chased out here over towards Sidewalk. This has been a beautiful stretch of the back part of P2 into the pretty much majority of this third hill. And it just continues to be full wipe after full wipe. And now you start to look at the SMGs for Stallions and say, whoa, we need to slow down a little bit because they are getting ripped apart.
Yeah, they're getting torn to shreds right now, Alan. Not having a good time on protocol. And it doesn't make your life any easier when you're late off of the rotation. Now over towards this money hill in P4. Needing to find a break. Route starting to be developed. You got Mercury trying to drop down through zips. Lurk starts it off with the first kill in towards Spiral side. You have the numbers. Now you just got to trade it out.
Well, once again, Paranormal, good for it. Another clean wipe. Darkside is now on the Hellstorm on 8 in a row after a 1-3 start. And we've got a 6 and 23 KD between the 2 SMGs for Stallions. We have to wait for the ARs to get into position and start to open the door, because these entries have not worked out nicely at all. Bink now on 9 in a row, looking for double digits. Shut down by Abe. 3 for 2 the exchange. Assault in a position where he has to take the battle and does so okay. Trade is good, though, and that will be enough time for Stallions to largely get the back 10 uncontested.
Yeah, they're going to walk away with this final 20, but this second half of this game needs to be a lot better.
Yeah.
You need to make sure we're setting up these SMGs to have those free roaming kind of players. We're talking about flanking in towards Grandma's, flanking zip, working your way through bottom comms, just hitting those routes where you don't have to really square up with ARs as they're posted up in head glitches. The adjustments need to come in, but so far not too fast, because Paranormal just fly on out and find 3 dead. Encourage last player alive through mid-gun. He gets taken care of, and Paranormal continue to run up that score.
Been clean so far for Paranormal outside of the first hard point and a half. And Assault can just get to work throwing shoulders. Hellstorm called in. Only going to find 1. But it's enough to, once again, create time and space in front of the hill for Paranormal. This has been great. 13 and 5 from Dark. 16 and 6 from Bink. And Assault and Gunzy are just here to hang out. Watching these crosses. ARs in hand. Just shutting down the opportunity for Stallions to push through and catch these timings in the middle of the map. It's just every hit that starts to develop for the Stallions has been completely met by just AR resistance. And I don't know, man. It's one of those things that Abe he's swapped off, it looks like, into an AR, but this has not been pretty yet so far for the Stallions.
Yeah, not at all, man, because the way that Paranormal are playing, like the ARs are just watching their lanes, but the SMGs right now, and Bink whipping out the AR, he's the guy doing the dirty work. Even though he's sitting at 19 and 7, he has the most hill time, he's the guy blocking the spawns to make sure everything is stable right in front of them, and that's why they've so far been able to grow a 60-point lead. But now spawns get a little bit freaky. Bink's going to invest that Hellstorm to get him off of this P. Due time while his teammates are setting up the pinch. It's already 2 dead in the feed. You isolate Encourage it towards the tower. The break comes in successful again for Paranormal, and Bink can do no wrong.
Yeah, really good follow-up off the Hellstorm information. Kind of used as a UAV right there. 21 and 7 for Bink. Dark is going to get caught topside tower. But how do you transition against this? Assault now in position to play through staircase. He's got help from Bink up top, who has not left either of these two buildings, it feels like, this entire game. He's just been playing through the windows. And if you're going to continue to allow him to be there, he's going to continue to stay there. Moment for Encourage, trying to contest off the scrap time. And with that, Abe's going to make a play around the back. He's going to have to find two here, though. Spawns will move right as the hard point opens. But Bink is aware of it. He's got nades already primed up for the back door.
This is when the Stallions have to make this play count. You had the back spawns here, probably the first opportunity you had at a very close break attempt. Just got to win these gunfights in towards 10. Unfortunately, the trades go in favor of Paranormal. Last player alive is going to be into a spiral. The rest of the teammates are spawning all towards the front door. More cutoff kills for Big. He was already on an 8 streak. Now he finds himself on 7 in a row, trying to catch the timing to jump out through the front door. But the teammate is the only thing that can take care of him, as Paranormal starting to run away with this game.
Yeah, 90% sure Bink had ran out of ammunition. He legitimately had not left top windows. And so he only had to try to dive in with a pistol to get another weapon. 100-point game. With more still to come here for Paranormal. And the route that Gunzy's hitting, timing here is going to be everything. You have to shut him down if you're FaZe-clad Stallions. You just can't afford to allow this pinch to come through. And okay, these nades are going to give at least some sort of knowledge to the Stallions that there could be a play off the back, but Gunzy also aware of that, knowing that someone's probably going to be watching that, has now reset. They're going to flush out Elevator, and it's 4 straight kills. Not a single trade anywhere in or around the hard point for Stallions. They are getting absolutely torn to pieces.
Yeah, they're just getting gunned to bed, bro. Like, Delta ass right here, Allie. This is not good for the Stallions. They need to try to figure it out. Thankfully, they find 4 kills at the right time. But potentially this final 40 here at P4. But this is time that they desperately need. And when you have so much of a lead the way that Paranormal do, you can afford to push this all the way to the very end. They have the numbers again. Got to trade out on Encourage. Assault and Bink good enough for at least that double. But Mercules finds 2 of his own for the final 20. Trying to keep the hopes and dreams alive for Stallions. Keep on fighting it.
Abe needs to get something going. He needs a couple of freebies just to feel the hands again, because he is in the blender. And I think a lot of it is like just watching his arrow on the map. He's just trying to force these long routes. It's just not coming to fruition. Neither are, can you say the same thing about Lurk? He's not able to find anything. And once again, look at the setup for Paranormal. AR's top windows. That's all they need. Assault now gets 30. Man. And that's probably game. I mean, it's just so much of a deficit to come back into, especially if this continues. Assault now on 3 in a row, and he's going to hold over towards Billiards. A couple of moments here for Stallions, but Assault's behind you. And he's got a read that he's going to be tested. Not able to finish off A. The Stallions will get a little bit more time here on P1.
Oh, finally a break here for Stallions here at P1. Take care of the play that was pushed out in towards Grandma's. Now their sole focus is right in front of them towards the bottom side of Heli Steps. Trying to find an opening. Fortunately, does get taken down there from Mercules. He does get shut down on 5 in a row, but Encourage. Phenomenal AR shot sitting top window. Able to keep his teammates alive. And Stallions starting to show a little bit of fight now. If you're Paranormal, cannot afford to let your foot off the gas, because these young guns, they don't give up.
No, they do not. We saw this happen yesterday where they started to make a comeback in the 3rd set of hills. This would be dramatic, though. P2 opens up. Have to get this first win. Lurk's just trying to create space through mid-map, but again, he's just outside the picture, almost too much so. And yeah, Encourage, last one standing. Whoa, Big! Is this guy on host or what, bro? He is 2-bulleted Lurks. Able to catch a double. Mercules and the rest of Stallions spawning relatively close. We'll get back into the hard point, but Bink and Dart gonna try to fight him off, and finally there's a bit of a shutdown. Gunzy can only fight from the low ground.
Stallions are keeping this one scrappy, though. If you're Paranormal, your heart's starting to race a little bit quicker now. You were just up by 100. Now it's a 40-point difference. Need these kills to go your way. Lurk finds a double. Assault knows he can't fully commit on this gunfight until your teammate gets to the play, and the pistol good enough for the double. Potentially the final 15. You don't have the spawns for next, but now you're just hoping that you can get a couple kills over the rotation to spawn them behind you. One player at least in the Courage is going to be blessed with that back spawn. For how long?
Yeah, you need Lurks and Abe to just do anything in this next moment. They have to stop this route from Gunzy in particular. And Gunzy's timing is going to be perfect. He's going to find Encourage for free. So now you've got the wrap. You've got the spawn blocked at worst. And the hit from the front is already developing. So they're in for time. Bink crossed up with Gunzy right there to assist. And he's going to find not just 1 but 2. Pistol out again. And Paranormal looking good to put this map away. A comeback effort for Stallions, but a lot of it came in what felt like 2v4 form. or Merciless and Courage were doing 99% of the work, and that's just not enough to get through a quality team on the other side.
Yeah, just way too late to actually spawn in and start fighting for those spawns or contesting those back spawns and setting up those pinches. But Paranormal just played a fantastic Protocol hardpoint. That might have been one of the best ones I've seen all season long, and the season just started. But into the Bravo stream, Rico, Cabal GG. We're the squad that snuck on in due to Vegas Academy falling short in their series. They got 3-0 to start the day versus Omid, and this scoreline ain't that pretty, Alan. It's looking nasty for Cabal.
Yeah, looking really nasty for Cabal. We'll see. We've seen some drama on this map before, but once again, you take a look at the scoreboard. Shoxy at 5 and 16, Manny at 8 and 14. It just does not look good here for Cabal. First time we've actually seen Cabal at all on broadcast, by the way. So talking about this roster, you know, Rupert, he was a part of that all-Mexican squad that toted players like Bink and Snoopy in a couple of years prior. He's had I thought he had a really solid year last year. Cody as well, also a player coming out of the Latin American region who's getting his first real taste of North American challengers, it feels like, this year. And Manny, he's a little bit more of on the unknown side of things. This definitely is a Cabal roster, though, that, you know, you look at on paper and you say, okay, like, typical to qualify for the elite, but you get into the playoff situation and you say, all right, you know, hey, that's not bad at all. To get out of groups in the first place is not easy to do, and for them to be able to do that already and get a taste at playoffs is great. They're not going to have to requalify for Season 2, pending that SGP continue to do this to them, which it looks like it's probably pretty likely.
Yeah, the taste at playoffs, though, you don't want this kind of taste, Alan. You are getting beat up to shreds. 45, you have been able to finally reach that 50-point mark. But you lose the rotations over towards New. It's only a matter of time before Syndicate are able to close out this game. We just watched Paranormal play a little bit of Protocol hardpoint. I thought that theirs was flawless. I wish we would have spawned in at the beginning of this game, because Syndicate's seeming like they have not made a single mistake since the beginning of this hardpoint.
No, it doesn't feel that way, Jay. It doesn't feel that way at all. So Cabal in for the opening of this new hardpoint, but quickly foiled as SGP will win the spawns, and with that, also find every single kill that they need. I mean, we're talking about 24 and 14, 18 and 17, 17 and 12, 16 and 13. The KDs are out of this world for SGP. Pending they can find these last couple of kills around the back, they will likely win the map right here. And that will indeed be the case, pending that this is not a heroic moment from Shoxy. It won't be. And that's just all gas, no brakes for SGP. 100-point club in play here in elimination round 1.
Damn. If you're Cabal, like, I don't know how you're able to build any momentum so far today. We're getting 3 Verve versus Omen. I'm pretty sure that was like a 20, 35-minute series. That one went in the blink of an eye. But then now all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, we had a little time for a reset. We're going to go up against Syndicate, who's just coming off a very tough loss in the Game 5 versus Detroit. They have completely shook that one off. Came in versus Cabal and said, we are superior. We are the better team. And we're going to show you on Protocol, because 250 to 59 is... yeah, that's just a grade A beatdown right there. Open can of whoop ass right there.
It's on sale, 2-for-1 special.
Yep.
Cans of whoop ass. That's good. Okay, we're seeing maybe a little bit of what went wrong in winners round 1 for Cabal. They were beat up by Mid Brooklyn. Looks like they're getting beat up here in this one as well. So not great news right now for Cabal. But again, making it to playoffs is no easy feat. I think especially to do so in a way that kind of avoided them being in tiebreaker situations until that very last moment where they needed Vegas to lose. Vegas lost. They got in. Such is the way the dice goes sometimes. But hey, that's what happens when you beat the team you need to beat. Get a head-to-head win. Get out of your groups. Make it into the playoffs. Don't have to requalify for Season 2 of Elite. And more effort still to come, of course, with things like Search and Destroy, which is often when we talk about underdog stories, you often put the focus on you have to win the Search and Destroy. So yeah, who knows? We'll see how things will go. And that's on the Bravo stream, so we'll try to keep an eye on that one. But let's reflect back upon what we've got here between Stallions and Paranormal. Hot start, about 120-point game at one point in favor of Paranormal. Brought back pretty nicely, brought it back to within 60, but still just too late, a little bit too late. So Protocol Search and Destroy comes up next before we go into the Hacienda Control. What's your thoughts here, Jay?
My thoughts are the SMGs need to turn their monitors on. It's as simple as that, Alan, because on a map like Protocol, where these engagements are going down in the first 5 to 10 seconds, when you're dropping down in towards that A site, those SMGs are usually the first contact. That's what it's going to come down to. Abe and Lurch did not have a good performance in that map, number 1. I know the score line says 250 to 189, but I promise you, the game was a lot worse than what that actual score reflecting. with the way that Paranormal were just able to outclass them, blocking the spawns, finding four dead after 4 dead, just stabilizing the map, slowing down the game. And if you're going to do that versus a team like Stallions, where they love to thrive through that chaos, it seemed like the patient play or just hitting those long routes were really affecting the way that they like to play Call of Duty. And on Search and Destroy, we know it could tend to be fast, it could tend to be slow, but if you are the Stallions, it has to be through the SMGs to bring you back to life here.
Agreed. Okay. See what the Stallions elect to do here off this break-off. Will they just jump in, try to just get a hot hand early, try to play some sort of a opening trade situation, see if the SMGs can just start off a little bit hotter? Looks that way. Abe and Lurk's just going to dive on in. Nades do land in the elevator, and that's an immediate backup call for Paranormal. That'll be the elevator shaft won by Stallions, at least early. Stun to recheck. Lurk's not affected by that. Follow-up Semtex will also, again, just kind of go empty, so Paranormal will lose out on any sort of a medium to get into A.
But I love the setup so far from the Stallions. They are spread. They have full A side control with both SMGs roaming on that end. But Mercury's camping over towards Heli. He's going to be the guy to make the play here, because Paranormal's seeming that the bomb is going to rotate over towards that side. But still no info. They don't want to try to commit on that play. 45 seconds to go. Bink strikes for the first blood.
Now the re-hit from the field side. One on one side, one on the other. Lurk's able to take down 2. He's done his job. But now it's down to Mercules. SMG in hand. He's going to try to play this through the elevator. He's trying to go quick as well. Maybe try to see if he can catch the bomb planter. Timing on this is going to be everything. Assault committing for the plant. Mercules still holding. Sees one at range. Line up, almost there, but no. The numbers too much, and Paranormal take the first round.
And it all starts with Bink finding that first blood onto Encourage right side, because that opens up big door now. We know that we have the numbers. You got multiple players ready to strike in towards this site. And even with Lurk's finding a double, just more players that you have to worry about on the opposing side. Able to win the trade fights, turn it into a 2v1. And I thought Mercules right there was going to catch the time and potentially line them up for a free double. But Paranormal slowed the game down early into the Search and Destroy, secure the first round.
Paranormal defensively kind of full stack field. What would likely be a cross situation. Yep, Dark gets the first. Mercules traded, and Gunzy will own the site. And wow, Stallions have to either decide to get out of here or choose to fight, and they're crossed up on the decision. Encourage will drop. Abe off the regen, just making sure there's some opportunity to hold on to this position. He might try to retell this. That's a bold call, and it gets punished immediately. I don't know what's going on with the Stallions team today, Jay.
I don't know. They just seem a little out of sync right now.
They really do.
All the stuns and nades that get invested on this drop down makes the gunfights a lot easier for Paranormal. Just when both of your SMGs are the first 2 players that fall. If you're encouraged, you think I gotta try to make up for it in the numbers, so he commits on that child through underground. Then he gets taken care of, and then Abe in a 1v3 doesn't really have a lot of options there. So Paranormal, 2 rounds straight. Continuing off the momentum they build in map number 1. We're going to take this bomb once again in towards A, but Gunsy's going to throw his shoulders. Nades and stuns get invested. I'm hitting the escape plan.
Same idea. Oh, this time, oh man. It feels like Abe is playing really frustrated right now. Like, just to even take that challenge in towards elevator is one that's just like, okay, bold. Lurks and Encourage going to step up into P2 here. That will help kind of this defense really just focus on any rotations long to B. And really, for Abe inside the A point, he just has to worry about elevator, and he's just throwing shoulders at the moment. So Paranormal is going to be allowed to play through mid-map, but that's about all they've got at the moment.
It's just a lot of openings that Paranormal can potentially take away from him. Mercules pushed out towards Heli, but info gain on 2 players at E2. Going to set up Bink to at least set up the pinch, but was not prepared for the double child to come on in. Now with 30 seconds left, Stallions in the heavy numbers advantage. Lurks takes care of Assault. Dark side now left in the 1v4. Finds the first.
Yeah, clean. Time is the issue.
Not going to
here,
go
though.
for the bomb plant. Yeah, no time.
Essentially 1v5. He's got to play up against 4 players plus the bomb. And the knife will put him out of range. Okay. All right. decent moment there. I think the thing about it for the Stallions, I just love the idea of both players getting over towards P2 and just completely isolating that side of the map, and it just means that everyone else for Stallions has to worry about elevator and just worry about what happens in the middle of the map. Really nice stuff.
Yeah, good stuff from the Stallions, like you said, being proactive on the map. Like, it was as simple as that. They gained the info. There's no presence over towards P2. This is usually how they like to work their way in towards the site, because that's what led to them finding that first blood early for Encourage, so they take that positioning away. And even though Paranormal slowed down the round, just could not find any trades in that scenario. So Stallions able to tally one on the board. Back on the offensive side, all out aggression over towards Platt. We're going to have a bloodbath here.
Whoa, an Abe. That will work. A little bit of a dolphin dive in. Just something out of a Michael Bay movie. Able to turn it into the opening set of kills. Big now last one left, and he's not going to get out of field. So he'll drop, and Stallions will come quickly back into a 2-2 count.
Yeah, Abe seems a little frustrated in the early rounds. But that round right there might jolt his energy back in. Dives out of P2 Plat. Catches a free double. And this is what the Stallions love to do. They love to play at this kind of pacing. When they can get these gunfights 5-10 seconds into these rounds, that's usually when they tend to find a lot of success. And the perfect blind counter there from Paranormal, not good enough. Now Stallions are able to tie the game up at 2, back on defense.
See what kind of a change we have here for Paranormal. A little bit of patience. Playing over towards P2 side. Stun will actually land at mid-map. Rips will be at least somewhat known that he's playing aggressively. But do they know that Encourage is playing this far forward? Wow. Bink is still in spawn. And Encourage is probably sitting there like, bro, seriously? Like, you're still playing back castle? Unreal.
And advantage early on for Paranormal. They have the site control as well. Now that bomb is going down. The Stallions have a double setup in towards bottom. Grandma's trying to isolate onto Bink. They find him 3v3 now.
Dark trying to get back out through Spiral. Timing here, yeah. Abe and Merc, I believe, were right there waiting for him. So, numbers advantage strong here for the Stallions. Of course, the dropout on the Paranormal side will have us likely holding a 3-2 tally, as we will most likely reset. Bomb will be defused. And Stallions won 3 in a row. Okay, needed that badly. I just try to catch a little bit of momentum here.
Wait, did Assault lag out?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Dying? Or did he die and then eventually lag out?
I think it was.
I didn't think I'd see him in the kill feed. Like, I didn't see him.
I didn't see him
there.
in the kill feed either.
So I was thinking, okay, it was a 3v3. You know, we can stack him towards the site. We have the proper setup to watch every single angle. But then obviously if one player falls, that forces Darkside to try to make a play. And doesn't catch the timing there at Spiral. So more than likely, we're going to come to an end here. Obviously with a man-down situation. Don't know if that round is going to stick for the Stallions, but if it does, that's 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah. I have to assume it probably stands, but I think you're right. I mean, I was so focused on what was going on the minimap, I kind of lost track of when Assault actually lagged out, but it definitely was obviously in that round. So we'll kind of see what happens with that. But I think the big thing here is Stallions needed to have some sort of a bounce back. I think it's nice that Abe was able to find a couple. Lurks also, he had that 2v4 found 2. So it's like you just have these small moments where you can start to rebuild some of that individual confidence to get them back into the series, because the opener was nothing but Paranormal. And if that were to have stayed the case, woof, that would have been a really tough premise to try to set up some sort of a reverse sweep conversation. So we'll go back to that map too when we eventually get there and the reset, and make sure that the count is correct, whether that's 3-2 or 2-2. That means that we will take a moment to watch Dylan Rex approach a 1v2 situation here, already up, and he will not be able to escape the eyes of the final Cabal member. So we'll stay just a 1-round deficit here.
Yep, Cabal able to secure that round off the 2v1. Manny in the perfect position. Play the trade here on Dylan Rex. He knew that was the bomb down. He had all the info. He was just hoping in the 50-50 peak that play was going to be on the opposing side. But Cabal secure their second round. You have Cootie sitting at 3 and 4. Dylan Rex having another stellar search and destroy at 6 and 2. As Syndicate go back on the offense, and I just want you to pay attention to this round right here, Alan. I promise you that Exceed will push his way through middle map, somehow, some way get into 10, and find a flank kill.
All right. We throw money down on that, or you just know?
I might be a guru.
All right. Well, Here we go. Exceed your mid-map. Gonna make his way around 10. Why am I even here? Jay can just do it all himself. Well, probably Exceed is in a world of trouble.
Too
here.
many players. Too many players there for Exceed, man. This was way too trapped. Teammate also falls in. Dylan Rex, make it a 1v4. Cabal were not going to allow him to make a play there. But that bomb goes down. Yuli gets out, at least finds the first kill.
Yeah, he's got a frag. He's gonna have to try to play this through sidewalk. Oh, Manny. Wait a second. Manny just kind of pops open. No way. Yuli.
No!
He's out of there. Oh, no. For the 1v4. Has the clock up and out. Oh, Cootie right behind him. Yuli trying to slip away. Pistol. Oh, just not sure what weapon to use. The pistol will work out. Just enough time to come back for the defuse. Stopping the 1v4.
Man. I thought Yuli was going to get that. Just a little bit of panic there. Probably hitting every single button on his scuff controller. And unfortunately for him, he switches to the pistol. Was not ready for that gunfight, but he almost whips that 1v4 to absolute nowhere. Cabal GG, I can almost see why you guys have not been able to win a map today. Because if you would allow that to happen, that's a grade A breakdown.
Okay. For a second, I thought you were going to have to call that whole round, though, perfectly. I'll tell you that much. Trophy system down. Here we go. Hold on a second. This is going to lead to some early fireworks as the trophy system keeps Cabal safe. And yeah, that turns into some quick action at mid-map. Syndicate, we're trying to do the exact same thing. Rex will at least pull one back. Chance for maybe more, but no. The team shot's too strong, and Cabal will go into a 3v1.
Seed left in a 1v3. His positioning known, and Cabal with the perfect blind counter. Pretty sure the play call, at least on the side of Syndicate, was, okay, they're most likely going to get aggressive in towards the A side, so let's just take top mid away from them. But then when they take top mid, they gun you out of your socks. Perfect blind counter right there from Cabal to take the advantage in that SnD. But back over to the Alpha we go. Don't know what the score is. I'm assuming 3-2.
That's what I would assume, too.
Stallions up 3-2. Back on the offense, and Courage finds first blood.
Okay. A little more action to come. Gunzy is a bit trapped. He does get hit by that stun. No push down immediately, but the freedom towards B is extensive. Oh, but a lot of SMGs in hand right here. Stallions don't want to play for a B play. They want to try to rock this thing back down in towards A. And that will be allowed to happen. So, yeah, just all three players with SMGs just diving on in together will lead to a plant. This is going to be a really tough retake for Paranormal.
Oh, yeah, man down as well. Mercury's able to find the second, get info into the third, and get out with his life. More than likely, this is going to be a Stallions round. Because Bank and Assault don't know if they have stuns or nades to even potentially find an opening in towards this site. But 30 seconds left. Both going to chow from dub door.
Well, Lurks catches the info. Stun out. Wait a second. Assault just walks in. He's going to find the opener. But Bink drops, and there's just no way Assault wins that out. No. So that's just flat out. Is it Stallions? Do they have 4 SMGs now? It sure looked like that. At least 3. And that led to, obviously, major considerations of getting to the A site. And once they do, it's so hard to break that open. Everyone watching Crossfire as the Jackals in hand.
I love that play call, too, right there from the Stallions, because they found that early first blood. They showed like they were going to go over towards B. You forced a rotation to come in from Paranormal, but then the commitment as a team. For everybody to drop down big door, we're playing the trades, we have the numbers. Retake over towards that site, turn it into a 4v2, and then it's a difficult site to try to retake without having the numbers advantage. Now puts the Stallions up 4-2. Command of this search and destroy, all out aggression towards bottom mid. Abe finds the first one with a nade, and the rest of Paranormal are right in front of you.
Yeah, Lurks just trying to stay alive. He's cooking up a frag as well. And he even catches one. Oh boy. Okay. Pistol out for Lurks. Traded by Assault, but as the last one standing, he is being chased down. Stun lands, but Assault does catch the zip to get out. Problem is, bomb is still left over the top of the A site.
All right, come on, World Champ MVP. Let me see what you got in a 1v2 versus some young guns. Gonna work his way back down towards the zip, but when you drop on the zip, you best believe those headsets are cranked. As the Stallions now, with what, 4 to 5 rounds in a row?
Yeah, 5 in a row.
Now put themselves at game point.
Yeah, it's been 5 in a row. They lost the first 2, and ever since then, it's been all Stallions. Okay. Let's see. Can they close it out with 6 straight? Paranormal will be on the defense. And I'm just curious to see if Stowns are just going to keep running with all SMGs. We'll get the notion of it depending on what Mercules comes out of spawn with. He's got a Jackal, so this is going to be an A hit most likely. Straight through elevator? Yep, sure is. Who's here to contest this? The answer is nobody. They're trying to play it through field side. Stun will land, but again, there's a lot of players here. Late trophy comes through. Lurx catches the opener. And he catches one more. I mean, he took a little bit of team damage right there as well, so Lurx will find 2. Abe holding the front door. Bomb's going to go down.
Yep, GG, let's go next map. 4v2.
Yep.
Bomb getting planted. OFAT double doors. There's no way in hell you're able to win all these gunfights one by one. Abe finds his second of the round, trying to close it out onto Bink, but that is going to be the SnD. It came and it went, Alan. With how fast the Stallions love to play. When they're playing at this pace, they just have so much confidence to do it in sync, man. And that's how easy the game tends to come to them when they're getting these engagements in the first 5-10 seconds.
Yeah, and I think that's the other part about it. Like, you know, Mercules, if he's pulling out a third SMG, you know what we're going to expect here from the broadcast side. FaZe are just going to run at you, try to play you down low. And just maybe there's a level of, like, just simplify the gameplay. You know, this maybe getting a little bit too overcomplicated in what they were trying to do on the protocol hardpoint. The start of the search and destroy also felt like they're trying to stretch themselves out. Boys, let's simplify the game again. Just get our feet underneath us. That seemed to have been the play call, just running into 3 SMGs, sometimes 4 SMGs by the look of it, and just try to play everything down low, play each other's trades, trust that teamwork that we really credited a lot throughout the group stage, and that starts to come through. Other update, I know we kind of swapped away from the Bravo stream, but Cabal did win that search and destroy. So like we always frame up, if you're kind of quote-unquote the underdog in a series, win your search and destroys, give yourself a chance on whatever your hardpoint pick was, maybe steal away a control. That's how you win series. So we got control coming up next for both of our 2 series, both of them at a 1-1 count. We'll head to a break. We'll come back. We got control. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to North American Challengers Elite Season 1 and our playoff bracket as we find ourselves in Elimination Round 1. Both of our matches, both here on our primary focus stream as well as our Bravo stream, are at a 1-1 count. Kind of beatdowns for both of the teams on the hard points, followed up by some tight search and destroy for both of our squads that had been beat up on the hard points. So, has there been full recovery? We head into our control. We got Hacienda here for the Stallions and Paranormal game. First time that we've really seen a full-out Hacienda control, Jay, you and I. So we'll take a look to see how this one starts to develop as Stallions had vetoed out the vault, forcing the hand of Paranormal to choose between Protocol and Hacienda.
Yeah, Protocol was an easy pick to not choose if you're Paranormal, because you know those guys are sitting undefeated until their last series that they just played. 5-1 though. Those guys understand how to play a little bit of Protocol control. So Paranormal off the rip, off the Hacienda, they attack over towards closed hallway. They win a bunch of those gunfights, and they're already going to be able to extend the game clock.
Wow.
Up by 4 lives. You're spawning them over towards 10 side. You're instantly going to hit that rotation over towards A.
Yeah, that feels way too easy. I mean, we're talking first 20 seconds. It only takes 1 wipe of kills, and you're already able to stack find the zone. Now Paranormal setting up off their second effort over towards Rock side to, again, try to get some high ground control and then likely dive on into the A point. And Bink is really trying to put some pressure on the spawns here. Good opener, traded out quickly though. Follow up from Dark is clean. And that's going to be enough now for Paranormal to once again just kind of use this outside open hallway as their kind of setup vehicle for how they want to move across the map. Hercules able to shut down one more player a little bit on the deeper side of Checkers, but still Paranormal trying to win this high ground before they dive into A.
Yeah, and they're just consistently spawning them over towards boat. You have a lot of time too, so you can slow this one down. Tend to play your kills and look for the perfect moment to hop the objective, but now if you're gun seat, everyone else drops around you. You have to try to make an individual play. Fortunately, only able to take down one, but a lot of map control in favor of Paranormal. Still up by 3 lives. Make it 4 with a minute left.
Yeah, it's 60 seconds off the clock for the defensive Stallions, but they're starting to lose lives more than they're winning them. Dealing with some pressure over towards spawn. Salt feeling a little bit of pressure from the clock, jumps into the zone, and then immediately is dealt with by Encourage. Yeah, I think there's a moment in there where you look back for Paranormal and say, hey, we've got top office control, we've got a little bit of rock control. We should be trying to put a little bit of pressure on the zone, but easier said than done. This map is difficult to capture the A point, to say it plainly. So 12 plays 11, bounce back here for Stallions as the defense will try to play through art.
Because the spawns are so punishing, Alan, on both the attacking side and the defensive side. So now Encourage is just roaming over towards P2. Over towards Statue with the lobby. And the rest of his teammates off the respawn are clearing out their base. This has been phenomenal stuff from the Stallions to read where the pressure's coming in, knowing that Paranormal will have to work this overextension, and just simply playing rat corners, forcing them to check every single corner on the way off respawn, wasting a lot of time. Now 15 seconds left. They might not even have time to get to the objective.
Abe is in a little bit of trouble though over through Lambo, so really it's just on to what Hercules can do from the corner of this fountain. Trigger Discipline catches the first. Tries to dive back into Secret, keeps his life. Follow up from Encourage, good on the zone. That will put this one out of reach. But still, quick capture over towards B. Pretty tippable, I'd say. I mean, I'll put it plainly, but surprised to see first effort lead to a full capture like that on the B zone. But like you said, the spawns can be punishing, and the focus for Paranormal was just making sure that back flower spawn was blocked, and it forced Stallions to keep spawning towards boat.
Yeah, and it's a little bit more difficult if you're Paranormal, because you're thinking, okay, we have 2 minutes to work the game clock. We were up by 4 to 5 lives. We were killing 2 every time they were coming off the respawn. But instead of putting that game clock on a pause and forcing, you know, the pressure to be on the Stallions, you were in their base trying to spawn kill them. Now, I can understand if you're getting those kills, then the play is beautiful. But if you're not, then we could have think about that objective a little bit more, force them to play a little bit quick off the respawn, and potentially catch them off guard. But once they were able to get a 3 dead, it puts them into your base. Just not easy for Paranormal. Come off the respawn and locate where those players are. Now, FC Stallions' opportunity on their offense, and they're going all out pressure towards B as well.
Defense coming to life early, though, for Paranormal. Playing through the B zone, and they will wrap and find every single kill for the Stallions. Good awareness here from Dark, knowing that the play through Rock is likely what comes next. And he is going to push through the zone and maybe get top art control. Assault's already playing here, waiting for a little bit of assistance. Lurks to start things off. Dark keeps his life for at least one of the 2 kills that were in front of him. And that will be enough now for the Stallions to get through this defense, get on the B zone, and now they've got patio and office control. This comes down to what Gunsy can do from behind the play at fences, and he can't win the 1v1 versus Encourage. Progress now being made on B.
The second segment already underway. You do have a pitch being developed on the side of Dark side through top connector. Puts down shots to at least force them forward. You run right into the pre-aim of Mercules. Able to catch a double. Does get shut down, but the teammates and the cavalry is here. Time does get extended, and now the Stallions have you trapped. Just 20 towards the backside of Boathouse. Everyone's set up for those kills before they hop the objective.
Lurks up top. Oh, nice double from him. The stun not gonna land, but still, Turns has Dark in front of him, and the shots are clean. Lurks for now 3 in a row. Stallions offensively should be able to jump onto A here to at least put some pressure over towards Paranormal, but no one's on the zone still. That feels like a bit of a miss. Abe is still watching through Rock Hall, trying to block the spawns up. We got 3 down. Someone's got to hop on the zone, and finally Merc is able to join Encourage, likely for a double stack. Just have to watch Connected. That's the only thing that's open. Assault will catch 1, but Merc looks like he should be able to get the first 6 progress.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to take care of Bait. They didn't know where he was. He was pushed out into their spawn. Thankfully, once they find that kill, they think about that objective, but give enough time for Paranormal to work their way in, back through bottom wine. Find a couple kills. First segment does get decapped a little bit, but now 16 to 13 in lives remaining. Lurk is just hoping that that kill feed all lights up white, so that he can potentially put them in a little bit of a spawn trap, but the timing not good enough. A minute left on the game clock.
3 life edge. Doesn't feel like enough, but there is the ability to just look at the lives remaining for Paranormal at just 12 and say there's win condition built there, especially with Encourage, taking that down now just to 10. Lurks trying to finesse the spawns a touch. I mean, look how deep the defense spawns, my man. And that is so punishing. Encourage surviving over through Connector. Lurks shut down top office. Moment here for Paranormal, especially as they clear out Rock, at least somewhat so. Abe on the hunt. He'll find the trade, and we have 11v6.
So you can get on the point. You stack on the point. Force them to chow you in those gunfights. You don't have many more lives to play with if you are Paranormal. This is going to be your last break attempt, but the Stallions have already understood that. They're going to stack that point, force the pressure on them, and the stack is good enough for the Stallions to complete all 6 segments. And that's got to be tough right there for Paranormal.
Yeah,
because that's what your offensive round was supposed to look like, but it's a split-second decision on prioritizing what you need to do. Allows the Stallions to make it look a little bit more easy on their offenses. Now they go up 2-0.
There's also like this really clutch timing where Stallions get a trophy system down right as Paranormal are throwing 3 different sets of nades in, and it just deletes them all at that very last moment. So clutch timing there as Encourage is on 7 in a row. Trophy system at the ready for him. And that would mean that he needs maybe just a couple of kills to possibly get a Hellstorm missile. And Paranormal, once again, kind of similar breakup they had in round number 1. Avoiding the high ground pretty much completely and just forcing the issue on the B site.
Yeah, they're okay giving up this B side. As long as they can maintain the mid-map control a little bit. First segment already coming on in. They're trying to set up these pinches. Not good enough to check underneath you is Encouraged. He gets taken care of. Lurk gets taken care of. Abe on 5 HP. And the Dream's going to go for the chow, and he's also going to drop. So a clean 4 dead for Paranormal. Second segment already earned. Time should be allowed to get extended, but it's on Bink now. The player working this overextension to try to potentially set up this pinch.
On Z through top window. Nope, surprised by Encourage down low instead. So the exit, Paranormal, going to be largely cleaned up. Puts us at a tie game at 26 lives apiece remaining. Bink, though, off this bench. Shots are good from one to the other, just right on top of each other where Mercules and Lurks. So Bink will now have the opportunity to play an AR from top office. Oh, nice snap from Assault. He had a little bit of help from some team shots, but still, the shots were clean. The kill is good. And now you're in a position to where you could stop this clock and maybe get some progress done today, and that's exactly what's happening.
You got 1 player on the point currently. Just hoping that these kills can go your way. Gunsy starts it off with first. Assault there for the trade, but Abe with that double might have single-handedly shut down their progression here at this point. As now you know the spawns are going to be over towards Boathouse. Paranormal have gotten a read on it. Bink on 2 in a row. First segment secured.
Second on the way, but Mercury steps in, finds the kill, depletes it. Lives starting to be reduced just a touch. 20 playing 17 as Assault is the last one left standing. And they know he's here. Abe off spawn. Nice shots. Man. Clean with the Jackal. And now you've got Stallions trying to play forward. Encourage shut down by Gunsy. Keeps secret in the hands of Paranormal's offense for now, and it forces a little bit of consideration for Lurks, who steps up, finds 2. And once more, you've got Stallions defensively playing forward towards this secret position.
And now a minute 15. Paranormal have to work out of the base. Check every corner as well on the process, and they at least find the initial 2 kills. Also info onto the 3rd and 4th because they both picked up 1. With a minute left, Lurks with the shots good enough to now find himself on 4 in a row. 55 seconds and counting. Paranormal need to get on the ejector to pause the game clock.
Lurks timing here. Whoa! Just a little bit of a dead fish there from Darkside. Slides, goes prone, turns that into 2. Mercules able to at least hold this off just a touch. Second to progress looking likely, though. Darkside to the corner. You can't afford just allow this to go. Merc has to come back to this play. Encourage challenges by himself. Paranormal cleaning up every single kill, and they're going to win their offense with full capture on both zones. And that gives a little bit of a lifeline, needing just to put together some sort of a defensive resounding play here to possibly get round 5 favor for the defense.
Yeah, the adjustments came in right there from Paranormal, Alan. The fact that they realized, okay, opening offense for us, we had multiple opportunities, but we could have put the pressure on them to simply hop on the point, especially when we're coming off spawn, taking our time. I think that was the biggest thing. Like, Big finds that double on top plat. That's good, because now he wants to play for those guys coming off of the respawn. But he still has not to yet locate where the other 2 players were on the Stallion. Everyone off the respawn on Paranormal, they'll take their time and execute both of those kills while Big was still staying alive. Now you have all the info that they're on their side of the spawn. One more wave, and we can put the pressure on them to hop on the objective. And it worked out to perfection to secure that offense.
Yep. Okay.
Love this play call.
Yep. Stallions is trying to bait in Paranormal. Problem is, they are gonna have to run into pre-fires as they make their offensive come through, and that will be all W's for Paranormal on the kill feed. Oof, not a strong start here for Stallions. After what looked to be some conviction out of them, now you got to fight back against some pretty dire straits. I mean, Dark, stun out, backs away, has help, and he ends up finding Lurks instead. Not the gunfight he expected, but it's the gunfight he gets. He wins it nicely. Bink shuts down Abe, and the Stallions will be left with just Mercules trying to play through it.
And right now, Paranormal, they're showing a lot of presence on the right side of your minimap at B. They're forcing the Stallions to consistently work their way through Rock. You know how much more difficult it is to secure these A captures. First segment almost done there at that A point, but the kills are all lighting up green in the kill feed. Paranormal, 25 seconds, just got to hold on to one more push.
Yep. Looking good for him. I mean, there's really only one option here for FC, and that's to try to play off the A zone. Lurks opens up space through bar. He may try to rewrap this all the way back to B. Oh yeah, this is desperate measures here. Lurks and Courage will drop. The rest of Stallions are already committed.
Hello.
They're going to find absolutely nothing. Oh boy. It looked like off of the initial offensive 6 captures that Stallions were able to find in round 2, that they were going to be fine. Not the case. All of a sudden, the tick progression favors that of Paranormal, and they're going to have the round 5 defense.
And I was thinking, like, the beginning of the round, we're talking about playing it slow. The mind games was going to be good enough for them to potentially find an early opening. But Paranormal do not bite on that. They were all set up, watching those angles, realizing, okay, they're playing really slow, but they're trying to catch us off guard. They find the initial 3 kills and force all of the Stallions players to come off the reset. Just with how punishing those spawns are, it's very difficult to even have a game plan off the respawn. Now, going back on the defense, Paranormal to back-to-back rounds here. They start off with the initial 2 fights. A whole lot of pressure from the Stallions on top, close hallway. 2 for 2 in the trade fights. Now you got to continue to roam.
Okay, this works for Lurks. Gets his control at top patio. AR in hand. Also sees a player cross. Help on the way. Good follow-up. Yeah, really well read by Lurks. That should be enough to get on the B zone. Okay, just going to say for a second, may have been delayed. Mercules now playing top office. Trying to keep Lurks safe from any possible contest. And he actually steps up in through 10. A couple of shots thrown out, and Lurks will find another. He's on 5 in a row. Abe gonna follow up behind this play. All kills in favor of the Stallions, but Dark's got the Hellstorm. Able to allow that as a chance for Big to clear the zone, but he's cut down short. Second tick of progress on the way, but a nade lands and takes the Stallions off the zone.
Yep, spawn's so punishing. They're consistently spawning at Garage. They're forced to get back over towards B. To the OE side. Abe pushes back behind enemy lines, find that first kill. Now you have an opportunity to just work A. Disregard B at all costs. Let's stack this point.
Well, trades continue to come through. Life advantage for Stallions, but Lurks is playing forward with Mercules. This should be enough to clear things out and just get on the damn zone. 2 players on. Second tick of progress going to be good. Trophy system ready for Lurks. Hasn't dropped it yet. Takes the gunfight backside tin. That will work. Abe also holding on top towards patio. This should be good for the full progress, and it is. Pinch, though, on the way to try to find the exit. No, Mercules reads Gunzy, and now all of a sudden you've got kills all over the map, and we should be able to get onto A.
Why are Paranormal still trying to contest over towards B
No
when
idea.
they can just push out towards Rock and get into their base to keep A safe? When you contest and then you lose every single fight, now you're already trapped into the back of your spawn. First segment earned. Abe there for the trade. A team kill goes down. Stallions are looking to close this one out.
Only problem is you've got help on the way quickly. Lurks up top. Turned
Oh
around,
my
but still
God.
sits down on that Assault. One more in front of him. No worries there. 29-21 for Lurks. Having himself a field day. But Paranormal's defense clear the zone. Isn't going to make much of a difference. It's a 16v5. And just not playing from good defensive positions. The hunt is on the way. Nice shutdowns. Small moments here, but they still have to play 4v14 with a minute 5 on the clock.
Hey, you can just play TDM if you're Stallions. We can hit these long routes. You have a lot of time to make these plays develop, but 2 segments earned. Info gained on at least 1 player. Mercury's there for the first. 3 lives remaining on the side of Paranormal. And it has to be literally probably the best control round we've ever seen.
Well, time's starting to move just a touch, and yeah, there's the kills they need. Just down to Assault. And there's going to be a stack up, forcing his hand. Shots not able to land as the slide through the fountain blocks the line of sight on the first. And Stallions come up clutch in round 5. A lot of it, I think the catalyst coming out from Lurks. His ability just to flip the map around and keep Paranormal pinned up. But I think more importantly, the macro decision for Paranormal, try to recontest the exit. Doesn't work out. They just get caught in really individual form.
That was just horrible decision making right there from Paranormal in that final round. We're talking about you getting into a round 5 defense. You did everything you needed to do to put yourself in this position. The initial gunfights go trade 2 for 2. But then we were consistently just going towards top office, challenging Lurks, getting bad timing after bad timing.
Yeah.
Then when they give up that B point, we're still trying to contest it, though. That doesn't make any sense. Like, your SMGs need to push out to their base. You need to be able to flank because you're just trapped in your spawn fighting gunfights that are a lot more difficult on your end because they know exactly where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I just don't understand that breakdown right there for Paranormal because they played the other 2 rounds perfect. Just that final round, grade A breakdown.
Crazy scenes, my man. Crazy scenes. But a wild affair here in Hacienda from start to finish. And every single round had something that I think caught us by a little bit of surprise. The initial from Paranormal, being able to get so much success on B for free. That actually happened in both their offensive efforts. The return of the defense for Paranormal in round 4 was clean, but then it just was nowhere to be found here in round 5, largely thanks to Lurks and the rest of the SMGs for Stallions just pushing through, finding their timings, and just catching Paranormal on sprint, largely speaking. So, there's the final scoreboard. It's not even close to accurate.
I was about to say, Assault 2 and A, 15 on 10 with 3K damage. Yeah, that don't add up there. But I can tell you whose stats, I didn't even know if they were going to count for being real, but Lurks was that guy to do it all on that offensive round. Like you said it perfectly. Just roaming over towards top plat the way he did. Being a nuisance. Consistently finessing. When you're the players off Paranormal, that tends to be annoying. Every single time you're coming out the respawn, he's still here. This guy's still in the office. Can somebody trade him? That's how the comms were at in those final moments. Because I'm telling you, when a guy like that, with an SMG always in your face, winning those insane gunfights one after another, you're only going to get more checked out as that map continues to go on.
Well, hard to say if it's been a full checkout or not, but regardless, Stallions take the map number 3. Still looking really solid in the control, regardless of the map, by the look of it, outside of the one earlier versus Spartans that we didn't get a chance to see. So that now brings us into a red card hardpoint here for our map number 4. We, again, mentioned that Paranormal in their first opening series dropped it, but only by 20 points. 250-230 was the count there. So back at it once again. It really, you look at a score like that, you say one bad macro decision probably is the difference of 20 points in a map like red card. So just evaluate that. Trust that you guys can make the right adjustments, and then come out, send this thing to a 5th.
Yeah, I think you just need to have the same exact game plan you had in map number 1, which is micromanaging the game to make it very, very simple and more difficult for the opposing team. That's simply just getting all your kills, leading to a 3 to 4 dead, but blocking those spawns, not allowing the map to get chaotic. Because on a map like red card, it tends to get chaotic multiple different hills on this map. You got P1 where it's all out mixy. P2, you're either spawning in the back or the front. You want to trap them in towards the back. That can be a grueler. P3, you want to trap them in towards the back on the lower side of the staircase, but that could be a grueler. Stage is a full 60, and then P5 is a grueler hill. So it's all about who can micromanage those other ones and keep them more in favor of their side.
See how things go. Paranormal spawning from the right side of this hard point. Stallions trying to hold on to the outsides by hedges. Encourage gets a little bit lost over towards stage side, but quickly followed up on by Gunzy. And this is where, again, you're just, whoa, panic melee. Not often something we see, but comes through every now and again. And that small mistake leads to actually Paranormal. I was going to say they were still being tested at hedges, but those wins allow them to get into the hard point and still dominate the outside of the map.
I love this angle right here from Gunzy, just putting out shots on these players, walking their way up through edges, but there's a couple freebies right in front of him, able to line up another double. Already off to a 4-0 start. Test here from Lurk onto the point he gets taken care of, and this is what Paranormal do. Look, it's just as simple as this. Assault backing on up, playing his position is not allowing those pit spawns to come in. Their sole focus is right in front of him. Now with that new hill popping, they're going to trap 2 players off the respawn towards the back.
Yeah, Abe has been seen trying to toss his nades. Pinch on the way. But as Lurks drops, they know Merculus is playing way outside. Abe encouraged, though. This is a nice little 2v3 moment. They just break in from the unfavored spawns and flip things around just simply because Merculus kept his life over through stage. So from bad to good, I should say, from Stallions. Dealing with their kind of unfortunate spawn situation. The staggered spawns work out. Lurks now trying to finesse to see who's in and around the hard point as Paranormal have broken through from the back. But that's coming at the cost of a team nade now, leading into Abe playing aggressively. And they know that Dark is on the backside of the bomb site over here, but they can't trail him yet. Waiting for the peek. Abe gets the opening shot. That's an easy follow-up. Trying to spin with the pistol. Not going to work out. Lurk's not able to follow up either, and Paranormal will be good for the scrap time.
And Mercules also wins a very clutch gunfight onto Assault, who was trying to hit that over Eccentric route to think about that rotation over towards New. He gets shut down, so the initial 10 seconds will be in favor of the Stallions, but already a lot of pressure through that front side. If you are Lurks, you got to get back towards your team. You're going out there, you're dying for free. Now you're going to spawn all the way across the map. There's pressure from every single angle on the side of Paranormal, but they have yet to be able to find a kill. It's been a 2v4 back-to-back. We are clutching up in this P3.
Sure aren't. 35 seconds of the fight for no one in the hard point yet. Shots from Encourage eventually lock in. He will win things out towards street side. Whoa, nice little snap on the Dark. Try to slide over to get the trade. Now he's looking for the inside of the hard point and Encourage. Good for 3, swapping over to a pretty fresh Jackal here. Trophy system earned and dropped, but Assault will take him out of the picture. Leading now to Paranormal from the staircase side. Able to drop in, and this is going to be Stallion selecting to allow them to have the majority of the scrap time in favor of playing aggressively on the exit. And, well, that's an interesting commitment. Dark able to line up too. That's going to leave Stallions a little bit short-handed here trying to guard this exit.
Yeah, they knew that they had those spawns guaranteed, though, for next. Especially when they start off with the initial 2 fights and a lot of presence over towards hedges. But look at the spawn that comes in for Assault. He wins that gunfight versus Lurk. Now the pressure's going to be on you from every single angle. Mercury's at least able to find one, but that player camping on the backside is one shot. Gunzy just slips behind enemy line, giving me the 2-piece. Phenomenal break there from Paranormal.
Yeah, Abe's got to be sitting here like, wait a minute, bro, you were just right behind me. And Gunzy just walks up, finds both. And the break is good, and it's convincing at that. Mercury's able to shut down Dark. Leaves the ARs for Paranormal kind of on the outside, trying to win these gunfights while Gunzy has to pick the poison between back door or front door. And he's just got his head on a swivel, and he's going to be tested on both sides at the same time. Deals with the first one pretty nicely. His teammates are here to give him the information on the follow-up. Abe, the last one left alive, and it looks like Paranormal is going to let him have this last 10, setting up for Bleachers now.
Yeah, you can have that last 10. We're early off the rotation towards New. Now, Big, how many more can you find on this mid-cross? You would at least give the info to your team, and I love this spot right here from Dark. You're not going to be ready for this gunfight. Finds a freebie onto Encourage. Paranormal running it up into the kill feed and running it up in the score, but here comes Lurks, finds a double. Gives them another opportunity at a break.
Yeah, the hard point being kind of pitch shut down by Abe. Now the full focus of the Stallions can be on the front and through ticket, and they're going to find every single kill they need. Last one left is Gunzy. But inside the hard point will go Lurks. Encourage watching his windows. Abe watching his cross. Setup is darn perfect. Yeah, nice shutdown coming through. A little bit of time earned for Stallions, but more possibly to come. As Encourage takes the head off of Big. And with the follow-up from Lurks, yeah, that's going to clean the floor up again, and now Stallions can get into the hard point.
Yep, by the final 15. They will be having a little bit of a lead change here, but Darkside still not allowing them to walk away with this time for free. The gunny good enough for the first, the nade good enough for the second. So it's still going to be Paranormal with a 10-point lead. Now as we get into the second half of this game, it was basically 35 uncontested seconds from Paranormal due to the setup that they had of trapping the Stallions towards the backside. But Abe already working his way behind enemy lines. Did not find that kill. But at least they found that break.
Chipping away at it are the Stallions. Back to our 50-50 hard point. Lurks off 3 in a row in a prime position. Catch players off the cross, but Gunzy prepared for it. Spins around on his back, finds the kill. Traded, though, by the Stallions, who now can get to work inside from Ticket. They're going to lose a little bit of control over towards Hedges while this happens, but they've gotten the lead, and they're still cleaning things up on the inside, and that's going to lead to, you can see, Mercules and Encourage spawning on the bottom side of the map. They can come right back into the hard point and keep their focus up, but Merc gets caught with a nade out, and that's going to lead to now all of a sudden Paranormal. Good, convincing control of the exterior of this hill, leading to a good setup around P2.
Yeah, they're dominating outside right now. You already have Assault working his way on the backside of Hedges, flipping those spawns for his team going into this P2. We just need these kills. Go with it. Spawn them and trap them in towards the back end. Starting off with the initial time. Great shots to take down Mercules out of top 3. Lurk is going to get caught slipping and sliding. Not able to lead to a kill. And the ideal setup, Paranormal are in. Run up that score.
Courage through goal side. Misses his timing. They just took it up. Mercules follows up, though. Dark just holding in a corner. Lurk's getting to work on the outside, but 3 straight kills come through. Getting Encouraged now by himself, and he's going to get wall banged. Wow, really good setup here on P2 for Paranormal. They were able to really execute on that the first time we were here. They're doing better, technically speaking, here on the second time. Abe around the back. Able to find one, leaving Assault by himself. Spawns will move. Assault will be dealt with, and now the Stallions can play for rotation and some of the scrap time.
Yeah, not the ideal situation you want to be in if you're Paranormal. Thankfully, you were able to walk away with at least 35 seconds there at P2. You already have a long route being developed out of dark side, but that stun is going to gain the info. Such a heads-up play right there from Mercules to invest that tack. Forces the repositioning out of dark, and they do not decommit on that positioning. They can find that kill, secure the back spawns. Now trying to keep themselves into the game. Only a 20-point difference now.
And Merc on 4 in a row. Nades over the top, though, with the support from Gunzy, will open the doors to this hard point. Paranormal will force Mercules back onto the staircase. Able to get to 5 in a row before being traded. Courage spawning close, right back into the fray almost immediately. Caught on the crossfire, though. Big and Gunzy doing a lot of work to shut down this street side push, leaving it all onto what can happen through stairs, and the answer is absolutely nothing. Mercules waiting for the elevator to go upstairs, and this is going to be a convincing last 20 seconds here for Paranormal. There's not going to be a chance for them to really even contest this, especially with Mercules just out of the picture for a minute to make this play happen.
Absolutely not, and especially with Darkside already rotated over towards New, blocking that back spawn. So you wait patient for that elevator to come down. You go to the top 3 story, but still, you're ending up with a death. Now a 40-point difference. Paranormal in control of this P4. Gunzy in a better position to find a couple. Only finds one, though, so a lot of mid-map pressure from the Stallions and attempt a break opportunity on the card.
And Encourages on the pinch. Yeah, these kills are all stagnant right now from the side of Stallions. They're going to use that as a chance to completely overwhelm and Encourage. Tracks down Bink. A big moment, and one that was absolutely required as Encourage continues to find individual kills across the backside of the Paranormal spawns. Chance to really dig into this deficit. Abe on his lonesome through mid. Has all this Paranormal team just completely caught a gap. I mean, they are just coming in 2 by 2 essentially. And these continual 2v4 situations continue to favor that of the Stallions as Abe absolutely melts Assault. And this scrap time will be contested for a touch, but again, this has been such a good hill for the Stallions.
And it shouldn't have been. That's the thing, Alan. Like, their first break opportunity, they make it count. It was a 40-point difference when Paranormal got initially over towards B4, winning the rotation. That's usually one of those hills that's very difficult to break on in, but the Stallions, the route's good enough to walk away with a lot of that time. Now only a 15-point difference. All the kills lighting up, back and forth, pinstripe kill feed. You're just playing keep away.
Oh, really good prediction from Encourage. Wins out Ticket, and now the rewrap. Oh my, the timing so good from Encourage. In the same breath, Abe is doing the work on the other side of this. He's able to find a couple of kills and move the spawns around. Paranormal, in the last about 90 seconds or 2 minutes or so, they have been stuck like 2 players spawning on one position, 2 players spawning on another. They just have not been able to get a concentrated focus as Lurks will finish off Bink from one side. His teammates spawning nearby, and we're going to get a lead swap with still 13 seconds to fight.
A lot of time here for the Stallions to walk away with, because it makes their rotation a lot easier, because they have an easy route to go right through Ticket. Get over towards this new hard point. Love the Mercules. Climbing towards top 3. Know he wants to contest over towards that. Around that middle of the map. So they're going to get the initial time. Great shots to take down Bink. The entire kill feed lighting up white. It's going to allow the Stallions to just get on that hill.
Yep. And wow, Mercules over the top of it. Trying to contest. Caught through the windows a Ticket, but still the lead starting to turn into a pretty significant one. Minute 12 on the game clock. That could definitely come into play here. With still a lot of time remaining that both teams would have to accrue. Stallions, nice moment here in the kill feed. Allows them to get onto the hard point for now. Follow-up. Looking decent for Abe. Caught in turn. Gunzy trying to fight him off. Nade is out, but Abe has broken the timing. Slipped up. Trying to catch him through the windows. And yeah, sure will. Abe now on a handful in a row as him and Mercules combined for a couple over the hill. And with 10 seconds of the fight for Stallions trying to commit as much as they possibly can to the scrap time.
And they need to win these gunfights. They already spawned one player behind them at that new HP. A more effective chase coming in from Paranormal to maintain over towards stage side. Stallions technically win their rotation over towards news. They're the team initially in towards the hard point, but the power positions, every other position that you want for this P2, Paranormal have control. They have the draw.
Abe is really starting to heat up in the last couple of lives. A couple of big eliminations from him, but Paranormal. Again, kind of staggered spawns. They use them to their advantage here. 16-point game. 41 seconds on the game clock. Stallions spawning over towards this backside of Ticket, trying to work back to the middle of the map. And Mercules is not going to be able to catch Assault. Laying prone in the middle of the map. Trade is decent. And, wow, Stallions are just going to play for a flip here. Bink has to try to keep his life. And he slipped the net. He's going to just play super deep. He knows that there's no chance to win the game on this last hard point, so he's going to play for new. And Stallions, who are focused, thinking that they've got spawns controlled, they have to play in from the front. They're going to run into a blunder.
Courage trying to keep it alive, though. At least able to catch a double, but Paranormal now. Win the rotation over towards new. Stallions got a haul ass. Sprint all the way over towards that P3.
Wait.
Spawning at hedges, but they're just playing the game clock.
They're playing the game clock.
Very risky take.
This is so risky. 206 to 214. Keep your eyes on Encourage. Around the back, Mercules gets figured out, but Encourage, he has to hit from the side door. Slips into the hard point. Deals with Gunzy for the first. He just needs a couple more seconds. His teammates are spawning close. Encourage may have just won the game here. Abe in the corner. Trades back and forth. All the decision for Paranormal to not play for the hard tie may have just completely cost them. Back into the hill they go. 4.8 seconds on the game clock. Encourage next life. He turns that into a double. Back onto the hill. 1v1. Encourage finds the win. Steps out of the hill. Does anyone touch this in time for Paranormal? No. And Encourage in 2 straight lives just rips this series away from Paranormal, who played it too passive. Tried to play it off the game clock. What a disastrous decision.
I'm at a loss for words, Alex. I don't think there's anything that I can say about how that map went, because I've never seen a worse breakdown in my life. Back-to-back maps where Paranormal were in the driver's seat. You start off with that control, you start turtling and contesting gunfights where you don't really need to. But then in that final moment, whoever made that goddamn play call there, to play the game clock with 20 seconds left, you deserve to be banned from existence. That was the worst thing I've ever seen, man. We're talking about Bink having such a heads-up play to make sure that he was maintaining that stage control, and you decide to completely dissolve his rotation play by playing for the kills. You deserve to lose that if you're Paranormal. I'm actually disgusted by that, because we're having nothing but vets here. There's a world champion on this lineup, and we decide to play that like that. Nah, yeah, we'll see you next time. We'll see you next time. Stallions, you move on through losers.
I mean, it's an 8-point game with 20-plus seconds of the game clock. It's not enough. It's just not enough of a gap. And it's just Encourage so massive. Gets the job done to really push this game to the edge, and then right here, give me that. Right back in the 1v1 for the game. Wow. I mean, legitimately, we've seen teams in the past do things like this where it's like it's a tight game, we've got the setup, let's just let the game clock expire, but it just feels too passive. You're putting the game outside your hands in my mind. Get in the hard point, grow the lead, because you know at worst it's going to be back and forth. That game clock's going to tick away regardless if you're staying mixy on a map where the spawns are so damn close to each other. Yikes.
I'm telling you, Alan, I don't know why they decided to play like that. Like, there's no way Adam Assault, like, he probably was the guy that calls that play call. Everyone wants to listen to him because he's the one with the most experience. But if he did, man, that is a major letdown. Because with 20 seconds left, you cannot rely on the game clock. On a map like Red Card, where you're knowing where they're coming from, front head.
Yep.
There was 3 of them approaching you. You already had the back spawn secured. You had Pink earlier off the rotation with about 20 seconds left. And we decide to play for kills? Like, no, man. That's just hilarious to me, Alan, because this is not their first rodeo.
No,
this is the Stallions' first rodeo. They're supposed to be making those kind of mistakes. But Paranormal, a team who got second in Group A, are already a team eliminated from the tournament. And you deserve it after that. You deserve it after that.
Clip it and ship it for sure right there. That is a breakdown. That might be one of the most cataclysmic breakdowns we've seen so far in Black Ops 6. Yeah, it is. It just is. I'm trying to think of other moments we've had in the league, like a couple of Celia moments, a couple of that 2v7 that Minnesota had under control, but no, that one takes the cake without question. So, with that, we look at how things have moved. SGP has beaten Cabal 3-1, so they move on to Elimination Round 2 next week. Same can be said for the FC Stallions. So, we know how things are going in the bottom side of the bracket, which means that in our final block of the week, we move up to Winners Round 2, Amit versus YFP, and the Royal Spartans taking on KCP. All 4 of those teams have looked really, really solid in the last couple of days. So it's going to be a battle, depending on which match we get. Don't know, don't care. They're both going to be bangers. So we're going to head to a break, make sure the vetoes are set, make sure our assets are good. We've got one more series for Challengers Elite here in week number 2. You're back. Well, hope you all regained a little bit because we got to move on. I don't think we want to, but we got to move on. Winners semifinals coming up here after some interesting play calls were made. And we've got both matches essentially going to be happening simultaneously, but the Bravo matchup is actually good to go and starting up. So we're going to kick things off there, give you guys a look in while we're waiting for our primary focus match. Biggest thing here, Jay, all these 4 teams have really shown that over the last week, the time between day 2 of week 1 versus day 1 of week 2, those 5-6 days, they all have improved immensely. I think in particular, I'm very surprised, and I think in a healthy way, looking at the Spartans team saying, okay, slow start, but brilliant recovery, especially yesterday.
Oh, man, and we get to start off this series hopping right into their series. They're going up against the Pioneers, and that is 4 players on one side going up against 4 players on the other side who have a lot of experience, not only in challenges, but even in the CDL. To start off with the Spartans, ProLoot, RCD, Spartan, Capsidal. I feel like Spartan had so many moments yesterday where he was popping a 2-piece, clutch kill after clutch kill. Same thing could be said for ProLoot, the guy who was making plays either with the submachine gun or the AR in hand. He was hitting those routes, allowing those pitches and those spawns to flip. So they have the fundamental aspect down. And so far, the way that they came out today, 3-1 in the Stallions, beating them in every single respawn, they are ready to rock. But then on the opposing side, going up against the Pioneers, they took care of Paranormal pretty much with ease. It was phenomenal performances out of Johnny. Illy had his moments in the search and destroy. So this is just a battle of, like, just the vets, man.
Yeah,
As simple as that. We're going to have some Haciendas, at least Hacienda search and destroy, but we love that for the Pioneers. I feel like every time we watch them on the map, they have yet to lose it because they have so many different strategies they're able to throw at you. Just when you're going against players who you've known for quite some time, they tend to know your play style. So you have to change up a little bit on both ends.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a new team in the scheme of how they've built things together this year for challengers, but so far, since they've come together, they definitely found a ton of success. I think in particular, again, this was the series that we watched, and like, yeah, it's just so many individual moments where Illy was just, before the plays were starting for Falcons on the search and destroy, he was shutting them down. You also had some great individual SMG gameplay out of SnD and Johnny here in this particular Skyline hardpoint, where they just completely outpaced, out-tempoed Falcons Academy, never really giving them a chance to get into the game. So those are, I think, are like the keys, you know, in terms of what Pioneers have done well. It's been on both sides where, like, there have been moments where your ARs like Brack and Illy are getting into good positions and just not allowing teams to get anywhere near the setups that they want. Or on the flip side, sometimes this is actually kind of a collective effort, is once there's at least some sort of a setup, the SMGs can run through those same lanes and flip the map around and never allow you to start spawning together. Like, they have a really good understanding, I think in particular on the respawn, of how to manipulate the map to make life as difficult as possible for their opponents. So that's going to be something that we'll see if they can kind of come together again on, as, you know, we saw this action versus KC, or pardon me, versus Falcons last week, but in their opener, you know, they were able to successfully do that as well. So that's going to be, I think, a huge key to this map, is trying to make sure that you can keep, you know, this Spartans team a little bit more scattered, especially when it comes to the respawns.
No, I think definitely the respawn aspect is going to play a big part, but I feel like this series is going to be won through the search and destroyers. We got Illy on one side going up against the Mastermind on the opposing side against ProLoot, and I feel like whoever's going to be able to win these search and destroyers is going to walk away with this series, because they're going to go blow for blow when you talk about the respawn. They have nothing but reps after reps. You're probably playing against these guys in 8s, left and right, former teammates of each other, so you know exactly how the play styles are for every single one of those players on the opposing team. Now it's just going to come down to the strategy aspect, in my mind, for the search and destroyers. We have seen multiple times on the Pioneers where they love to play Hacienda, even pushing over towards top middle hallway to play over towards B, or just the aggressive play calls early into these rounds that you have to be able to prepare for. And I expect that from ProLoot and the rest of the Spartans guys to be ready for blow. So this is going to be one of those battles that I expect to go all the way to the distance.
Yeah, and I think the thing is for the Spartans team is, you know, it was a surprisingly slow start from them. Did not expect that at all. This team had largely stayed together from last year. They were a top 4 team in North America, at least, throughout the entirety of last year. So to see them kind of come out a little bit slow felt odd, but the recovery from week 1 to week 2, astounding, because it wasn't just that they improved in hardpoint. It wasn't just they improved in search and destroy. They improved across the board. Like, all 3 modes looked so much better. The layers were there in respawn. Their ability to dynamically change their game plan in search was tippable. And they come out, they don't just have a good day yesterday, they beat a good Stallions team today. In the face, like we talked about, we saw it kind of on Twitter, 44 kills for Lurk on the protocol control. They were still able to beat them. So again, the objective mind focus, the macro gameplay seems to be pretty solid here for Spartans. But that's just one of our games. let's talk about our other teams. A bit Brooklyn in our primary focus. They came out and had a very comfortable start to their playoff bracket, a 3-0 versus Cabal. And we watched them from minute 1 of this Challengers Elite, where a lot of concern was there about, like, what were we going to get from these guys? And especially considering that it was a really hot start followed by immediate fall off in their opening matchup. We were like, okay, which team are we going to get throughout this season? But since that little hiccup and stumble, they have been pretty perfect.
Yeah, I feel like the question marks around this Omid Brooklyn team in the beginning was the consistencies of their subs. We know what we were going to get out of Lunars. We know how Tyler Fellow is going to lead and also show his presence with that AR. But it's just sometimes between Craze and Neptune, they can be hit or miss. We always saw Craze last year either getting First Blooded or finding the First Blooded Search and Destroy. That's something that he's worked on going forward into this season. But then, at least in the beginning, when we watched him initially versus YFP, they just weren't in sync. Like, it's as simple as that. Now that you have a couple more maps underneath your belt, a couple more series underneath your belt, practicing against pro teams left and right, they've been able to work their way all the way to #1 in Group A. But now they're going up against a team that gave them that one loss in YFP. Cruz, Mamba, Dak, and Wiz went all the way to a Grueler series to start off the Elite. In a map number 5, round 11, they were able to walk away victorious on that protocol. And this was just a couple of the highlights that we saw in the first time. You can already see in your scoreboard. I know it's only early into the game, but 100-point difference on a map like Skyline. Pacing and everything was clicking for YFP. SMGs need to start early on. Thankfully, they don't have to worry about Skyline because we got Mr. Fundamental Tyler Fellow to lead the way on Hacienda.
Yeah, that series, you know, again, between those two teams, we kind of classified as beatdowns for one team or beatdowns for the other. There really weren't a lot of maps that were tremendously close between the two of them. It was just kind of runaways throughout all 5 maps that we had. So, again, that was a long time ago, it feels like, in the scheme of Challengers Elite. And they are ready to go. So we're going to jump right into this Hacienda Hardpoint, YFP in the blue, Amit Brooklyn in the white. And I think the question will be, again, talking about how the macro game players are going to match up against these two teams now in their rematch. Fellow winners trying to play outside hall. Little skip and dive will work out. That's going to be a 3 for 2. Wiz last one up, and he gets himself on the pitch for a 1v1 with Neptune, which he wins, and YFP will have the numbers over the top of P1.
His spawn's already split. You are YFP, you have to soak up this hill time. You know where the pressure's coming in over towards Spiral Steps. Omid, though, they combine for 3 in the feed. Now with 25 seconds still to fight for here at P1. Wiz at 3 in a row has yet to fall. Trying to potentially make an opening for his team, but said screw all that. I'm thinking about new.
Yep. Early routes, but we've talked about this before. Is it almost maybe a little bit too early? Spawns are going to be weird here. Craze and Dak are going to be in weird spots. The second hard point's not going to open up yet. They're going to be a little bit conga-lined over towards the left side of the map. This will be interesting because YFP will be in position first. Nice little backward slide for Mamba to win a 1v1 versus Lunars. Fellow down low at Spiral's next one in line, and Mamba just has to respect this. He's got help nearby in Wiz, and you still have Cruz inside the hard point for now. Backing up to this is Dak. Mamba now on 4 in a row. Trying to catch number 5, but Neptune, he will be able to confirm the tray, leaving Cruz by himself, seeing a bit Brooklyn spawn relatively close.
Yeah, and I don't know how Dak doesn't get that info. Your teammates are spawning all the way across the map. Someone has to be repitching front. Just allow him to walk in for free, and at least Omid Brooklyn potentially walking away with this final 30. Know where the pressure's coming in from YFP. All through that front side. They're fully committing on this break attempt here, and they're just getting gunned to shreds. Now the last player alive is going to be Cruz, but he's one shot. Trade comes in, and Omid Brooklyn walk away with that final 30. And I thought YFP with their setup, it would have been an opportunity for them to take a nice little hefty margin in this scoreboard, but now they have to think about that rotation. A couple players dropping in that process, so they're not going to have the numbers that new.
Yeah, and a little bit of pause here for Fellow through Connector as both teams are kind of scrambling, trying to get into position. Decent shots from Fellow, but too strong of a position from Dak. Leads to YFP for some early time. Spawns are out, though, and a good read from Lunars. Shuts down Cruz. Now a chance to possibly make a play for more as they come off these well spawns. Shots are out. Follow-up, though, from Cruz is good as Cruz and Dak will start to move forward. Mamba clears the hard point enough to at least get the contest out. Fellow in a little bit of trouble. Slides in. 54 HP. Has a little bit of help nearby, but it's not in time to save him and keep his life. And with that, YFP will break from the front.
Yeah, and they need this 20. They have the back spawn secured. Know that Omid Brooklyn now have to do 2 things at the same time. Potentially push over towards Owen, but think about that rotation over towards New. You have 2 players from YFP already posted up at P4. But you need to make these gunfights count. Neptune gets the better of Wiz. Now the last player alive is Mamba, and all that early rotation is for nothing. because Omen Brooklyn are fully set up.
Yep, the Brooklyn now up to about a 40-point game. Break attempt in through middle. Got number 6 in Fellow that's trying to play around the backside, but the break from the front is good. The SMGs lighten things up for YFP. Mamba, Dak, last 2 left alive inside the hill. Question marks, though, about where this repinch is going to start to come through. A little slide from Dak confirms that you do have Fellow playing over towards the open hallway. He catches one for free. Follow-up is good for a mid. They've got the numbers. They've cleared up the hard point. Wiz last one up, and he will drop immediately. A bit Brooklyn off to a very strong start here through our first rotation of hills.
Neptune has turned it around. He had a slow start at the beginning of this game, but he's found himself on 2 streak after 3 streak. Now sitting at 13 and 7. Blue Tiger camo's hitting different so far on this Jackal. Now a 50-point difference, almost a 60 if you walk away with this final 10. But Mamba with that double gonna allow them to have a lot of mid-map presence, so they can initially start off with that P1 time.
Yeah, good commitment here for YFP. No reason to allow that scrap time to be fought for. Just dive on into it, battle it off, and with this win, you have a chance to own the high ground. Lunars. Oh, no. Oh. That's not what you want. Mamba just in the corner. I don't know if he gets a sound cue or what, but he hides himself behind the door, resets, and that's now all of a sudden YFP in a strong position to possibly come back into Fountain.
At the same time, you do have Wiz, who's already developing a pinch route. Thinking about that next hard point. It's actually going to be Mamba with that AR in hand. Finds the freebie for the first. Still knows that there's pressure on him, but trying to assist his teammates still around this P1 area. Back spawns are currently secured. Spawning all over Brooklyn over towards Fence's side, but this is where you got to just play it a little bit safe. Back on up. Make sure you guarantee that full 60 at next.
And Mamba chased down, though, amid Brooklyn. Again, 12 seconds remaining on this old time. Trying to move across the map, but it's Wiz and Cruz for 3 in a row. Dak, I think I've seen Fellow, who actually finesses pretty nicely. Wiz, though, with the follow-up, will secure spawns for YFP. Hit now starts to develop for a bit. Brooklyn's going to have to all be from the front. No one's been bothering to play a hit over through Spiral. Instead, they're going to try to see if Neptune can surprise off the hop-up. Cruz is, though, ready for it. He's got tons of help around him, and now there's a pinch from Mamba. Later, have fun at the respawn. Clean wipe, YFP right back in the game.
Yeah, if you're home with Brooklyn, man, you got to take your time on that break attempt. We can't just put all of our cookies into a basket and try to break through the front door. Thinking that setup from YFP, they were more focused on the backside than the front, but they found all 4 dead. I give them another opportunity to just easily pick you guys apart. This has been a full 60-0 from YFP. It's due to the fact that Omen Brooklyn did not decide to commit on a long pinch for this break at one of the more difficult hills that we have on Hacienda. Gonna have a potential lead change on the cards. Back spawns in favor of Omen, but you don't really want to be in this position.
Oh, wow. Mamba is all over the place. I was about to say, if that was Fellow who was playing over towards Rock for a bit Brooklyn to stop the push out from YFP, it looked like the natural pinch off of the back spawns is going to be allowed to break the scrap time. Doesn't happen. And now we change over to Wiz, who's maybe got an opportunity for something special, but only finds one of the 2. Mamba now on 6 in a row. Doesn't have a Hellstorm equipped?
Oh, he's turned, dog.
I guess. He's got Recon, the Archangel, and a Chopper. He's probably a kill away. That would have probably done it for a Hellstorm, but doesn't have it equipped. Regardless of it, he is 21 and 11 on 8 in a row. This will be kill number 9 right here, and that will be YFP reclaiming a pretty massive lead.
Oh, Omen is starting to really fall behind in this game. That P2 to P3 chain was flawless for YFP, who were down 40 once that P2 started to now be up. Potentially with this final 10 going in favor of Omen. 15 points. Winning no rotation over towards New. Would have really loved to have a streak in the back pocket there for Mamba. But just the way that he's shooting right now, he was the X factor that I thought had to have a great performance with that AR. Sitting at double positive, he's dominating.
Cruz has got a Hellstorm of his own, though, so okay. I'm surprised that he has one at 15 and 15, but hey, what do I know? Objective score goes a long way in score streaks, apparently. He's got a minute 27 in the hill, so that's likely where it came from. 172 to 134, 35 seconds to the fight for here on P4. And a bit Brooklyn are stuck. And Lunars is shut down. Dak's holding the front door. Trophy system in play. And the chase down is so strong. The team shot's perfect. The retransition from Mamba, having himself a career map. Dak follows up for the trade, and this has been a perfect set of hills in the second rotation for YFP as Dak is shredding him apart.
Yeah, Omen Brooklyn, what the hell are we doing? We have to play ahead. That's now 3 back-to-back-to-back hills that YFP have been able to dominate basically to walk away with 160 points combined between the three. Now all of a sudden they're up 70. The entire kill feed is lining up with Mamba taking over, as he was able to find a double. But now YFP, they can do whatever they want, because if you're home in Brooklyn, you have to pay for this P one time.
Back off 5 in a row. Just feels like there's a kill streak alive and well at some point for YFP. Mamba is him though. 31 and 14. 22 and 15 from Wiz feels like a footnote comparatively, as Mamba's just getting it done with the pistol. He is just throwing his life at this a bit Brooklyn squad and coming away the benefactor of it. 2018 to 113. This has been a blowout to this point. A bit Brooklyn have to win this rotation. The Hellstorms now on their way from Dak. How many Hellstorms do they have, Jay? What? I mean,
I have no idea. They do not have the spawns for next, so Hellstorm probably would not be as effective as you wanted to here at P2, but thankfully you got players like Mamba who are doing the dirty work. Slowly working his way up through well side, trying to pinch his way out the back, but you can see YP are playing it so patient.
yeah.
Because they want to be the team to start off with this initial fight. Now Craze spawns out, you have the numbers for this break.
This is like one of those situations like how Cruz and Dak get Hellstorms is almost like Mamba saying, no, double it and give it to the next guy. Like, with them not equipping the Hellstorm, just gives it over to his teammates or something of the nature. A bit Brooklyn are chewing their way back into this game, though. First 30 seconds of the Hellstorm is still pretty darn successful for them. Follow up on this hit from the favorable spawns from YFP being tested. Here comes the pitch from Neptune. Oh, almost gets shut down, but instead he keeps his life. Mamba trying to finesse, pistol out. Oh my goodness, Neptune's double works. And a bit Brooklyn will fight for the scrap time. The last 30 seconds looking good.
Oh, you would take that if you're home in Brooklyn. There was 2 Hellstorms that got invested for that break, and they do not find success for that break attempt. So now still a 30-point difference. Rotations won by YFP. Home in Brooklyn need to set something up and set it up quick. They only need 25 seconds to close at this map number 1.
Neptune trying to get to work clearing out connector. Pushed back as YFP will get to work from the high ground. Neptune behind this play, though. Hold on a second. Slide out. Eason able to shut down Cruz. He's got now another player at range. That's Dak. Wow, this is a send. Neptune is going bananas mode right here. Just full sending at his teammates behind him. Still staying at the hard point. Do they get a read on these spawns, though? That's the real question here. You've got Lunars and Craze that are dealing with it for the moment. But YFP, still a bit scattered, and they're catching him by surprise. Only need 8 more seconds. You got to be perfect here if you're a bit Brooklyn. They find all 3 kills they need.
Find all 3. Now, if you're YFP, you can test this if you want, but everyone has to set up properly at this new hard point. You cannot allow one of these SMGs to get behind you. You do have one player who spawns out towards well, so you know the pressure's going to be over towards both sides. Thankfully, Mamba wins that gunfight onto his own. All you need is one set of fights in this map. One is yours.
And that trophy doesn't get down in time. The Semtex destroys it. Craze able to jump on in, try to get the contest out, but no, the kills are good. One more player to try to challenge his fellow, and he gets shut down. YFP. Oh, they threw a little bit of daylight into that comeback effort for a bit Brooklyn, but the gap in, largely speaking, the Mamba, just too strong to deal with. So they will take map number 1 as we swap back over to our Bravo stream, where the KC Pioneers find themselves on a Hacienda Search and Destroy up 1-0.
Curious to see who won map number 1, because we were instantly into this Search and Destroy with only one SnD round in, but Pioneers actually going to be victorious for that map number 1, so they're feeling all the momentum. Now in a 1v3 for Sparty. Sitting towards top plat with 30 seconds. Yeah, GG. This is probably Pioneers round.
Definitely feels that way. As Sparta in the corner has now been seen, pinched up from behind. Follow-up is easy. Okay. Strong start here for the KC Pioneers. You talked about it. This Hacienda Search and Destroy has been solid for them. Again, the report that the Pioneers won map number 1 with a pretty convincing tally, 250 to 172. So that's about as good as it gets. Let's see here. Do we have a screenshot?
That was on a skyline too, man. So
yeah,
I guess they were prepared for all the aggression out of the opposing SMGs on the other end.
looks like SnD had a good map. Brack went 38 and 18. That's eliminations to deaths, not full kills. So keep that in mind. That's not our normal after-action report. That's just the players one. So that's kills and assists. But it sounds like he had a pretty solid game as well.
Okay, so SnD and Brack Again, the playmakers in their previous series continuously making plays, and already into this round, Illy finds the first blood. Brack there for the trade. Effective on the trades on the Spartans, but now in a 1v2 is ProLoot. The SnD mastermind for the Spartans. Try to at least secure his first round on the map.
I'm down in a pretty precarious spot, though, and it looks like Johnny and Brack know what's down here. Yeah, they're just kind of working together through Spiral. Brack will show himself. ProLoot sees it. Is that information mutual? No, it is not. But the problem is, how do you break this down if you're ProLoot? He's going to have to mantle up at some point. That's going to feel dangerous, and he does get up to the high ground successfully. That's a nice open round to Johnny. He slips away. No trade from Brack. Still plenty of time to finesse this, Jay.
30 seconds to go. Just got to recover this bomb. Now with a route like this, you're basically putting yourself in a position to play for this kill, but I don't know if he has wall hacks or something, but Brack sees the crack on the door and puts himself in the perfect position to not allow ProLoot to clutch the 1v2. Literally thought ProLoot was hacking there. He had it set up with the crossfire, but was not expecting this credited quarter to come in out of Brack. Sits flawless on the Search and Destroy at 4-0, and Pioneers 3-0 on the map.
Yep. That's one of those moments, though, Brack's sitting here watching the door get slowly open, and it's like you have to feel like the killer in a horror movie, where it's just like, I'm right behind you. But Brack off to a perfect start, 4-0 through 3 rounds. And, of course, the 3-0 tally, the more menacing of the shutout stats at the moment. Going over the top for Brack. Not going to hit anything, and it's actually Capsidal who sends a nade over the top. That will land for first blood. Trades out, though. That will get us a 3v3. Nice cross-map shots coming out. That will open up connector for the Royal Spartans, and they're going to use that nicely, leaving it just down to 1. And RCDs, or that's not RCDs, whoever that is, shuts it down.
Yeah, one of those players on the opposing team, but thankfully this time it's the Spartans taking away top secret. Allowed this pitch to develop out there on the RCDs on the freebie for the first, but then snaps with the second. You got to be able to match the aggression on the side of Pioneers because they just take the map away from you on a map like Hacienda.
Yeah.
So now they go back on the offense. Sparty not having a good time sitting at 0-4, but this is where I'd say screw everything else about filling out the map. Let's just 4-hit one way and get the bomb down.
Yeah, let's just simplify it, right? You know what I mean? Like, trust. The thing about it, not to make it sound oversimplified, you try to overstack something, you got chances at things like team shots, and you're going to get yourself a number situation. That's currently what we have. 3v3. R-City's cheeky timing here. He's going to find one for free. Does he get out, though? No, he does not. Nice response from Illy. 2v2.
Bomb rotating its way on back over towards B. Johnny with a lot of presence through mid map. I mean, teammates still playing safe over towards A. Has to now have the info that the play is going to be over towards this B site. Bomb is going down. It is a 2v2. And if you guys want to figure out how this round is going to end, keep in mind that this is going to be on the Bravo stream because Alpha is ready to rock.
Yeah, Illy, though, that's a big elimination. Turns it into a 1v2 for ProLoot. I don't know if we can maybe finalize this real quick just to see how this one ends. Could spare 30 seconds, I think. A little side-by-side. And ProLoot's caught in the corner. Okay, so that's how that one goes. KC is going to be up 4-1 on the Bravo stream. Perfect timing as we swap over to YFP a bit Brooklyn on the same map, same mode. YFP currently up 1-0.
And last time we watched these two teams play, I'm pretty sure it was Omid Brooklyn who lost 6-1 on this map.
Correct.
So YFP had so many different things to throw at them, but early into this round, it's aggression on the outer fences, out of the SMG duo. Neptune strikes for 2 in the bait and switch. Moon is effective on the trade. Now a 1v3. Make it a 1v2 out of Dak.
I was going to say, Dak has a chance at that follow-up gunfight, but quick to reposition on the patio stairs. That's just a gunfight with an AR that you shouldn't lose versus an SMG, and Lunars will not. Slow start for him in the hard point, but did kind of have a second win, if you want to call it that, at the kind of tail end of that comeback effort that a bit Brooklyn tried to put together, and him finding 2 here in the search and destroy. Pretty solid. And they'll kick off things with a good response to what was just a design play for YFP to hit through fences.
Yeah, good tone setter as well right there from Omid Brooklyn. To rely on their SMGs to be their playmakers. Give them some early confidence, because I'm pretty sure last time we saw them on Hacienda, they could not figure out how to bait and switch properly. They were getting 2-pieced every single time you watch that kill feed. They right the wrongs there, at least in the first round. And I love this play call. You take your way mid-map, you work your way over towards A site, right through bottom connector. Bomb going down, first blood Neptune.
Yeah, really nicely done. We saw this a lot from it, Brooklyn, when they were trying to play through A, when we've seen them in the past, where it's, again, try to get not just on A, but through it. And that leads to some difficult pretenses here for YFP on the retake. They have to re-clear out things like tin. They need to make sure no one's re-wrapping through flowers. It's going to take some time. And in the same breath, as they try to get proactive on the back, Dak will be seen by Lunars. He knows that he can't challenge that anymore. And with Wiz dropping backside fences, there's just no way you pull this 2v4 off. It's just everyone knows where you're at. Although Dak gets two kind of lined up here. If he gets a third, maybe there's a chance that it runs out of bullets. One more player up top is Neptune, and as they found the player on the other side, no reasons to panic, although it got a little interesting.
Yeah, Dak almost gives him a run for their money. Maybe if he has cleaner shots up to that third player, turns it into 1v1. Neptune isn't as confident to just stand out here in this window, prepared for that slide in. But just another great tone-setting round right there at Omid. Again, just matching their aggression. Push out through bottom mid. You take that A site completely away from them. And you're already pushed out 10 by the time they're wrapping back for that first blood. So, great play calls to start the search and destroy.
Yep. Good responses, good designs. Maybe some good VOD study coming through in terms of how you want to deal with this YFP team. Next offensive look, though. All the way through open hall. And Fellows is playing for contact. Oh, and he catches the top of Wiz's lid. Bomb gets collected quickly on the return, but still, those are just contact plays that turn into a beautiful first blood for Mitt Brooklyn.
That's such a great shot right there from Tyler Fellow. Need to make sure I shoot him a DM later so I can get that class set up, because wow, that thing did not miss any shots. Now that bomb is going to go down FP in the 3v4, but the playmaker is going to be on cruise, the island player on the opposing side.
Timing going to be everything. A bit Brooklyn looking to get this retake going from the flank, which is also one of those things that you have to keep your eye on. And Mamba gets caught up here. Clean, though. Finds the two. On the other side, Dak able to responsibly take care of his first. So now it's just down to Fellow. They know he was playing by boat initially. Where is he now? Oh, there he is. Just going to double challenge. A little high-low setup. Fellow, good damage, but cannot confirm it. That's essentially a 2v4 right there on the post point for YFP to get their first.
Yeah, that can happen. Like a 2v4, there's no reason why both my SMGs have to approach a long distance angle, working their way around backside Lambo. The 4v2, we already killed the player that was watching over mid. Let's just all bombard our way through mid door and then play the trades. Just the repositioning, the good positioning right there out of Mamba leads to that double. And YFP just pulled that 2v4 out of nowhere to secure their first round.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Now on the defense. Two players. Looking like they want to play aggressively over towards B, because that's Dak and Wiz. Mamba gets the contact. Ooh, tries to slip away. Trying to set up his teammates through the B site. That's not going to work out at all. Bomb now making its play through. But this can't plant yet. And if Cruz and Mamba can isolate, maybe there's a chance to pull this one back. Instead, it's Mamba on the Lunars. Able to see Fellow goes in the drop shot, but Fellow keeps the gunny up, and that will be enough to convert the elimination for a third round for a minute.
Yeah, we got to isolate Neptune right there. Like, your teammates already putting out shots, forcing them to slide left and right. But then when you fully commit to just give up on your teammate, thinking that he has to just clutch up in that one-on-one gunfight, just makes that round a little bit more difficult when he loses it. Leads to Omid Brooklyn securing the round. They found an early first blood, effective on the trades. Wiz thought that he had somebody watching his back, but once he gets taken care of, just the numbers advantage too strong right there for Omid Brooklyn. It's now YFP. Well, back on the offensive side, and Omid Brooklyn with the aggression. We're not going to slow down now.
No, not at all. Lunars in trouble. Big trouble. He's in tags, holds this off just a touch, and he will escape. That's important as the defense will now start to rotate back to help deal with this. Wiz on for the plant. Keep in mind that Mamba's going to be the one responsible for the pinch here. So YFP will be playing essentially a 3v3 from the front. Waiting to see what the timing looks like between Neptune and Mamba. And it's not good for Neptune. Now the full focus can go on front and towards connector.
Yeah, I thought Neptune was going to be the game breaker if he works his way all the way around deep well. That was the only angle that wasn't being watched, but here comes Craze and Lunars, making it a 2v2. More manageable now with 20 seconds left, but Dak's still alive.
Yeah, and he can see that no one's on the plant, or the defuse rather, either, and that little shoulder will confirm it. So now you've got, yep, Mamba around the backside. A little wiggle, little wag. Trust in the pistol! Woo! Mamba's having himself a day today. Impressive little individual isolated 1v2 for him. Helped out by the information from Dak that no one was on for the defuse, but a little bit of movement. Pistol whip, finish off, and now go 8-3.
Yeah, and right there on that round, Omen Brooklyn needed to be a little bit more proactive there because you had Lunars give info that there was 3 players sitting towards top secret. The other 3 players on the side of Omen Brooklyn were pushing through that B site, but they decided to either wrap back and play it super slow, give it that bomb plant for free, and then you allow all the map control to go in favor of YFP in that close plant scenario. Just if Neptune on that deep pinch would have caught that timing for that kill, essentially a different round there, but this time instantly into the next one. Lunars and Felony combined with that AR presence through top mid for the first 2.
Yeah, Mamba and Craze, I think that time they say, okay, we haven't shelled this together yet. Let's see if we can get some team shots out. Get a first blood. Instead, it goes against them. So looking like a likely 4th round to be tallied here for Brooklyn. This is a very difficult 4v2 for Dak to work around. Although, Dak again provides a double. He does his job. Wiz, stun and a nade to play with. Stun will land, and that's not ideal. One tag out. Some shots towards Fellow.
Oh my God.
A second. The pistol needs to be trusted. Gonna reset with the reload. Does he get the timing? Oh! Let him know about it, Wiz. Both players catch their isolated 1v2s, but Wiz comes to save the round and make me look stupid, as that should have been a guaranteed 4th, but instead we're tied at 3.
Oh my God, and that's 2 rounds now where YFP, being able to tie the game up at 3, have clutched up 2 different 2v4s. Like, how will we break it down like this if you're Omen? It's insane that Dak walks through the mid door, is able to catch a double before getting traded. It's already job well done, but then you have them trapped in towards the front side. Why is one person committed to a gunfight while the other guys reloading? Like, both people need to be shooting, so Wiz does not stand a chance in those scenarios, but he whips that 1v2 out of absolutely nowhere. Now YFP tied the game up at 3, all momentum on their side. Wiz is saying, screw this, I'm running at you.
Yeah, this is the mental breaking round right here. If they can get away with this, both players through office. Mamba for first blood. There's the information.
Hello.
Boom, surprise, how are you? Bomb though down. And Amit Brooklyn with Fellow and Craze playing on kind of opposite ends. This could work. I think in particular it just comes down to, will Craze see any information? He's going to check B. No one home at the moment. But YFP are playing this crossfire setup, just waiting to get contact of their own. And it'll be no contact for either team yet.
Hey, Craze was able to get out of dodge there. I thought he was going to work his way in towards office and walk into that pre-aim setup on the side of YFP, but in the 3v2, bomb has been recovered. Fellow has stayed alive over at this 8 point the entire time. The rotation is going to be on towards B. 20 seconds, you got to get it down.
Yeah, Craze just has that little pixel peek. Doesn't see anyone at B, so he's going to commit to say, nope, they're not here. They're definitely playing A. And he's wrong. And now all of a sudden they're realizing the folly of this. Mamba, does he have a crossing angle? Sure does. He sees both, so they know for a fact that this is going to have to be a play from the front side of the bomb. Craze, can you open this up? Dak throwing shoulders. Slide on over. Craze that chance at it, but doesn't win his first, leaving Fellow now for the 1v3. Clean shots for the opener. Turn and burn almost, but the chase down too strong, and YFP win a couple in a row to retake the lead.
Yeah, but now it's a 3v2 numbers advantage. Just playing it patient. Trying to catch on with Brooklyn, one of their playmakers in Craze off guard, but they said, all right, enough time has been stalled out. Let's go think about that objective. Once you get the info on both players crossing through top mid, you instantly give up that position. You go stack with your teammates and play that numbers advantage. And YFP, couple rounds in a row now, take the advantage in this SnD, up 4-3.
Yeah.
Back on the defensive side with Wiz, with the opportunity to slow down this game with this RC.
Important round here for Amit Brooklyn after dropping a handful in a row. This is just quick gut check COD for YFP's defense. They're to get through the A site. Counter action, though, here for Amit Brooklyn, who get through bottom bar. Cruz has to rotate back. This is where he could get caught or could catch great timing. He sees someone on the cross, but they don't know how many. And as Mamba tries to reposition, he will be found for first blood. Advantage of Amit Brooklyn.
Yeah, and this is where you take your time if you're Cruz. You're sitting at 0-7. Gunfights have not been treating you well so far, but your eye vision is not clearly working. Not able to spot Neptune laying in that corner. Now a 1v4 for Dak. He gets taken off. And Omen Brooklyn able to tie the game up at 4. It's just a complete blind counter to what YFP were going to throw in that defensive setup. They were trying to take away B from you. But then you push out their base and catch them off the rotation on the way on back. Back and forth SnD. Who's going to start to pull away?
If anyone. In
Michael,
certain
round 11.
regards, a bit Brooklyn should have already won this map, right? Should have been 6-2.
Yeah. 2 2v4s are simply not supposed to happen.
Yep. But we've seen YFP in the Search and Destroy. They've come up clutch a lot throughout this elite. No such thing as an unwinnable round for those boys. Frag over the top. Trophy system deletes it. Craze still trying to play aggressively through connector. Neptune, this is bold. Then it works out. Wiz just caught off guard. And that was supposed to be some sort of a passive setup for YFP, trying to bait a mid in. It doesn't work out at all. Early 4v3.
The bomb is getting rotated over towards B, though, and they might have a free bomb plant. They take the advantage that is given to them. You're going to have Cruz who's working over towards well side, but once this bomb goes down, he might decide to just push on through and work this deep pinch. Still, Neptune's thinking that someone is in that spot.
Mamba able to follow up for the trade onto Dak. Resets, Cruz up and over. Good timing here could lead to a double. But he misses the chance onto Neptune, and now there's just no way he surely gets out of this one alive. Resets, why? Almost a chance, but Lunar's to the door, able to find the kill. Just out of Mamba, but he's clutched up in these before. He's got the clock on his favor as well. First one, though. Craze pops up, little hop. Able to at least distract enough of the shots to allow for the kill to come through, and a bit Brooklyn will put themselves on map point.
It all starts with that first blood. Craze and Neptune, the SMG duo, taking away B Street. Even though that trophy does get invested, you have no info. You have to know that someone's in that position. They find that first blood. Put themselves in the early man advantage. Able to take care of the second. And I thought if Cruz just had a little bit more better trigger discipline right there, or potentially hits a different route to work all the way around the backside of their base, could have potentially been the saving grace right there for YFP. But now 2 rounds in a row for Omen Brooklyn. They need this one to try to tie the series up at 1.
All right. But Brooklyn going to just stick to a full flood towards A. And once again, it's just a setup where both teams are going in the opposite direction. What does YFP have in terms of a potential retake? Because they're going to need one. Initial look down, Mamba. That will confirm the play is over towards this site. Wiz double checks and also confirms this, but you got to find some sort of a breakdown here. This setup is already pretty perfect. Slides back and forth. Craze out of there. Connector going to be re-won here, though, for YFP. Just comes down to can they find the kills they need to actually get into the site.
No. Oh, but they count not finding any kills. Lunars and Craze combined for the initial 2. Wiz effective on the trade, makes it a 3v2, but with 20 seconds, we got to keep going.
Yeah, not another 2v4, surely not. Mamba drop shot almost for the transfer over. Wiz has to follow up on this. He's got fellow.
Oh my God!
Not another one. That's 3 different 2v4s.
They can't keep getting away with this, Alan.
Yes, they can,
cannot
apparently.
continue to get away with this. When you're thinking Omen Brooklyn had this round on lock, they're allowing people to fly out of windows, getting gunned out of their socks, and continuously are allowing these 2v4s to get away from them. All of a sudden, now we're here at round 11, where the momentum was heavily in favor of Omen Brooklyn. They are demoralized after that one.
I mean, it's got to stop. Oh, my goodness. Round 11, YFP on the offense. Amid Brooklyn trying to stave off what has been a map that should have been well and truly theirs, and we're going to get action quickly through this staircase. First shots from Craze, good. Wiz trying to push through. Stun will lock him in place just a touch. And Fellow's playing the back staircase at office. If Wiz tries to push through this, he's going to get caught, and instead, they will back up, reset the map, and the same can be said. Amid Brooklyn do the same thing.
Yeah, just play your 4v3, man. Play your 4v3 if you are Omen Brooklyn. Realistically, like, even a 4v2 is not good enough to try to clutch some of these rounds. We're going to back up and play super safe in our base. Going to have Neptune at least playing over towards Bolt, trying to give a little info if the pressure's going to be over towards B, but that bomb is now going to go down.
a little bit of pre-fire coming through. Craze nearby. Lunar's with him. RCXD for Wiz.
Mama's gotta
How
get
does he
activated
try
now,
to
Alan.
play this? That's the question. He's just trying to hold this as long as possible. There's also a trophy system down. RC will be exploded. Mamba, key timing here. No shutdown from Office. Follow-up. Wiz getting out of there. Cruz trying to play around the back. You have to keep your eye on the bomb, though, and Wiz will be shut down. It's just down to Cruz, and he's been found by Neptune. No more antics with numbers this time. I'm at Brooklyn. Clutch up the round 11 and tie up our series.
Oh my God, thank God they do, because that would have been the biggest breakdown, and we just saw it in the previous round. To have two, make it three, 2v4 clutches, you're supposed to lose that map. But they ice up in that final round. They're able to tie the series up at 1. Back into this series we go, where the Pioneers are currently up 2-0 on the Spartans. Spartans need to show some life, and at least they did early into round number 1 on the defensive end.
Yeah. All right. Opening exchange of kills, looking good for KC. Spartans trying to take their route, overthrow a pool where Illy's waiting for them. Or, pardon me, Johnny's waiting for them. Only catches one, but good information. Trophy system earned early here for Brack. Already placed over towards A. 45 seconds on the clock, and it is Illy. With no name in the kill feed. Coming up with 2. Johnny on your screen for now a 3rd elimination. Just one more to find, and Brack is pushing up, nearly able to go from one to the other, but trades are decent, and the Spartans can have a chance to possibly set something up towards A.
Yeah, they got 30 seconds. You got to get a move on it. Thankfully, to beat down, you need 2 of them to try to execute that kill. Now it's on SnD. Last player alive, he falls. Game clock now comes to a pause. First segment being worked on. How aggressive do the Pioneers decide to be in towards the middle of the map? You don't want to go 4 dead off of this chain, and that's exactly what might potentially be on the cards. This is where you hit that rotation. Screw A. Everybody else, go over towards B.
Well, only Caps did, and he gets taken care of. So 18 plays 18. Minute 25 in the clock. Good shots from Pro Loot, but Brack stays alive for a small time. Caps off the spawn, comes back into the mix. And now it's just all focused through B Street. RCs will touch the zone for a moment, but Illy playing onto the bottom side, or Johnny playing on the bottom side of Vault will take care of him. Follow up from Spart, decent, but now he's stuck and he needs help badly.
He's just going to take his time. His teammates are dropping around him, so want to try to keep a little bit of that map pressure that you currently have. He's just going to get out of dodge. Thinking that this overextension is going to be free, but you're not expecting that play out of Illy. It's now with only 45 seconds left. You're down by 2 lives. You find the initial 2 kills to take a little bit of map control away. This might be your final opportunity here.
Cap shut down at the middle of the map. Proloot able to find a trade, but it doesn't really amount to too much over towards the B zone except for Spartan, who gets on it. That's a big win from Arcides. He can now assist onto the point itself. 35 seconds to the clock. 12 plays 11. Billy trying to play on the outside. Catches one before dropping. SnD trying to take his same position defensively. He gets blown out of the map, though. So, hold on a second. They know that there's a player in towards bottom vault. That's going to allow them to get on with a little bit more conviction here. Caps is waiting to see if he can find anyone over towards the top of the balcony, but the play from SnD has him just looking inside, outside, left, and right. Follow-up kills are decent. Can they deal with this player on the backside of the play, though? That's, again, well, actually, it's Brack who's on the backside of this play. And as he gets up to gold, 8v5, KC Pioneers looking good for this defense.
Yeah, this is a lock for this defensive round. At least you do get one segment there at that B point if you are the Spartans. 2 seconds left. Able to put the game clock at a pause with Sparty last player alive. Not going to be able to do enough. Pioneers secure the defensive round. I'm really curious now what the segment count is on both ends, because they just got 4 if you're the Spartans. Hoping that the Pioneers didn't get shut out in round number 1. The back and forth control so far on the cards.
Yep. Sure feels that way. See what we get put up for round number 3. Yeah, that is going to be a question about what is actually needed here. And again, I think the assumption is we're probably not going to be able to see this whole map in full anyways. But taking a look at the scoreboard at the moment, we're hearing that Pioneers got 4 ticks. Is that what I heard? 4 or 5?
Yep, 4. So all tied up.
So all tied up.
Pioneers attempt now on the offense. All out aggression through the map, effective on the trades. Only working up on this first segment. A pinch being developed, though, out of Prolus. Now going to have their heads spinning a little bit, because you have to watch your back. You have to watch the front, because every single player from the Spartans are not going to get this one up for free. Capture just slides on in. and guns the hell out of Brack. Nice angle.
Yeah, I'll say. That leads to... Whoa, jeez, Louise. Illy off a pogo stick. Gets in towards the balcony. And hold on a second. Here's what we should have seen from the Spartans last time around. You get essentially a full wipe. They try to get over to B, but the follow-up kills are good. And SnD, or pardon me, Brack will actually back off to see if he can at least hold some ground in front of A. Off the spawn. That's the real problem here, though, for KCP. And they get these trades over towards balcony side. So far, so good. Last one to find would be Spart. And Brack is going to try to pause the clock as much as he possibly can while he's working on the first tick of A. Help on the way.
I just hate when teams do this, when they are split on their decision. Like, you have two people who are consistently going over towards B, the other two are working towards the middle of the map. If you're losing these gunfights, you're not going to have a consistent play off the respawn every single time. Now with 40 seconds left, thankfully you find 3 in the feed. Let's stack this point, extend the game clock so we have more opportunities to work over towards that B objective.
Yeah. Well, second tick looks good. Possibly the full 60 there on our Bravo stream. KCP up. Looks like the ticks for the time being. So if you want to catch the conclusion of that one, you can do so by heading over to youtube.com/CODChallengers and hit the Bravo stream. Or be a legend and a man among men and open up both tabs and watch both.
Facts.
Bang. Easy money. Here we go. Bit Brooklyn, YP, same map, same combos. It's been the case pretty much throughout the entirety of this. Nice opening route here from Fellow. Okay, 3 in a row for him, and Bit Brooklyn off to the races here on the control point of day.
And I love Tyler's initial break off. He's their main AR, but whips out that SMG for the play call off the rip. Just non-stop progression through that middle of the map. Between him, Craze, and Neptune. I've already allowed them to earn that first segment here at the A point. Luna's now it's your opportunity to get a couple. Give me 2. Second segment earned, but the trade not good enough. YFP worked their way back on in.
Okay. Second tick done. Clock continues to go, though, as YFP starts to play forward. Mamba, Wiz, Dak all fall immediately, though. Hold on a second. This is dangerous. Cruz has to win this 1v1 versus Fellow, or pardon me, Craze. That keeps the pressure off of B, but the extra 60 seconds going to come, and that's going to be a minute 53 in the clock for Mid Brooklyn with the life advantage. Though, Cruz around the back wants to try to finesse this. Shots were not perfect. YFP trying to pinch from the front, and that really just kind of leads to a moment of tug-of-war here over the middle of the map.
Yeah, it's just slide, slippery slide. Where the hell did you go? Trying to locate these players. At least it is Felony. Or Craze, I believe, with that SMG in it. Finds that player towards bottom vault. Luna's your opportunity to potentially find one. He gets taken care of. But a lot of map control currently in favor of Omid Brooklyn. This pinch can be such a massive play if Craze can get a couple here.
Yeah, it's very true. And he's not even required to do much of anything because there's no one home. He can get to work just playing from this top balcony position. The longer he stays alive, the more beneficial you would think it would be for him. Stuns out, responded. Jay doesn't love it. Not still wins the gunfight, though, regardless. And the clock is paused. Here we go. We can get a second member on as Craze continues just to finesse. And, yeah, here comes the stack. First tick is in. Second on the way.
Yeah, and all Craze has to do is simply watch their cross. Like, who cares if this guy's flanking you towards back guard? Just help your teammates at the point. Now with you not helping them, you had an AR in your back pocket. You can set up one of those long-distance gunfights. You allowed all of YFP to just cross right through Lion and break with ease. Now, with a minute left, YFP only down by 1 life. But they're in your spawn, playing for a couple spawn kills.
That just seems like such an easy read right there, where, like you mentioned, Craze just has to watch the cross. He's got both guns. He gets a second chance, though. And this time, he will try to watch that cross. Under the back door. No one home. Down low. Again, caught. And YFP are going to get a lifeline here. I mean, I don't understand it. I don't understand it, Jay.
It's just not necessary. Like, in control, you need to be able to play your life. Like, just simply staying alive towards top art is forcing YFP's mind to continuously be racing. Because you can't challenge front street. You're scared about getting shot in the back. And when you drop down and give that killer for free, 15 seconds left, it's basically your last chance here. But this is where these pitches are starting to develop. Wiz putting down shots. Has these guys out. Our fellow does find a double, so 2v3, 6.7. Game clock on the ball.
It's just winnable. Neptune's going to try to follow up through Marble here. Does he catch Wiz? Up and over. He's going to be able to chase this down. Fellow just has to keep his life until you can come up behind this. Shots are out. Oh, no, wait. I thought Neptune was chasing. He went out through you?
Doors. Yeah, I thought he saw him.
Oh, no.
That can't happen, though, right there. If you're Omid Brooklyn, man, you gave yourself 2 shots. Not just 1 at that B point. 2 of them. When a player puts that in towards R, those usually are guaranteed rounds. You have everything covered. They can't go top art to contest you. They can't work their way through bottom art, because that's even more difficult. And all 4 players were coming off of the respawn. Just a misplay right there from Omid Brooklyn, more specifically Craze. You had that A in your back pocket, my son. You need to be able to watch that cross.
Yeah. Well, doesn't happen. So we reset. Here we go again. How do they want to go about this?
Super slow.
Yeah, I'll say. I'm sitting here waiting to see if something's going to come through, but not the case. Not at least as of yet. Follow-up shots not fully there. Dak still trying to force the issue. He gets the forward rows. The second to progress behind him does get captured. And this patience has worked out. Dak trying to get to 5. Not quite able to find the final bullet maybe needed. The extra 60 seconds is already added, and the kills are still coming through for YFP.
Yeah, this is unacceptable from Omid Brooklyn. I don't know what the hell that initial play call was. Just give up that A catcher for free. Now they have 2 minutes to work with. Thankfully, you're finding kills to make up for that terrible decision there, but it all starts with Wiz. He's already in towards your art. He has a sub. He has an AR. This is what you need to do, Craze. Just watch that cross.
Well, this is becoming an issue here for Mid Brooklyn. First tick of progress at B is about to be completed. Craze pitching up, finds one, pushes off another, and that'll be enough for the double. It also gets some depletion on this first tick of progress. Follow up, good for Lunars over towards Art. That keeps things safe, leaving Mamba by himself, and he just has nowhere else to go. So, Mid Brooklyn restabilize on the defense, trying to get forward now, but largely shut down and handled. So we'll go to essentially an even footing battle at the minute 40 on the clock.
Just a lot of time. YFP to set up the proper play. Rays are bound. Neptune is getting caught off guard again. First segment already complete. A lot of pressure towards front art. Nades and stuns, everything has to hit. The car bomb is yet to blow on up, but I guess we're not committing on it. They find the initial 2 kills, make it 3. Last player alive as Daki falls. That opportunity gets shut down, only allows 1 segment to get away from them.
Yep. And back to even life count as well in the process. So 14 plays 14. Craze just watching the corner. Catches information onto 2. Neptune should follow up off of this, but instead of going up top of the balcony, he gets caught at pool. So now all of a sudden, YFP have numbers moving to the middle of the map. Fella's also been stunned outside palms. Catches the first one cleanly. Long-range shots over towards Cruz's direction. Trophy system to keep him safe, and Neptune off spawn has stopped some of this play through Marble. Not all of it, but some of it. And that gives a chance for Felony to reposition at the worst.
Oh, but I think that Cruz is able to spot him. Is going to be able to give the comp to his teammate, but 40 HP in the dream. Fellows just dancing around the crowd, swerving that corner. Give me that kill. Still dancing, this time with the palm tree, but at least stalls out time for his teammates to get back into the play. That's 3 dead, though. 6v8. Omid Brooklyn, 40 seconds. You cannot afford to drop.
And look at the play here. That's a stack up for YFP. Neptune is not a part of this initial play. So Fellow up top. Oh, he's not going to see Mamba on the cross. Trophy system is also down, but Mamba will get caught. 67 situation. Here comes the action around the back. Fellow deals with 1. But the response is here. Chase down on the way. Craze shut down by Wiz. 4v6 situation. YFP with numbers, but the clock is becoming an issue. Fellow in trouble. Just trying to find out where he needs to keep his attention as the clock gets paused at 16.4. Neptune, nice shots on the cross. Can they get back in and take the player out of the zone? They sure can. 4v4. Through mid-map. Neptune not waiting for the regen. Gets caught trying to get aggressive and take away some of the map. A lifeline possibly here for YFP. They're making the play through ball. Craze on the corner. Shots on both sides. Clock gets stopped. Third tick of progress being worked on. Craze doesn't know which direction to look. Still finds the kill. Turns and burns. Finds the final. And Brooklyn stay alive.
Whew, it's just not as clean as they would want it to be. But at least they were able to hold strong for a 2 minutes and 20 second setup there at the B point with how fast they gave up A initially to start that round. They were able to stabilize. They were able to clutch up at the very end. And I think it all simply comes down to that play right there from Fellow in those final moments. The fact that he's able to dance and find 2, the way that he did, finessing around the car when everybody else on his team was working through the middle of the map or on that right side, he was a clutch double that allows them to reinforce their way back on in and secure that round. So 5 segments earned for YFP. Pretty sure Omen Brooklyn at least have 4. If you get that other opportunity again at that B point, Craze, you better have already learned from it.
Yeah, facts. Good opener here for YFP. They're going to be able to turn this into success towards B. Getting out the middle map. Whoa! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Cruz off the diving board. Lunars 4 in a row. Making a play around the middle of the map. Fellow Neptune in the mix. And a bit Brooklyn will be back over onto the A zone, no problem here. Able to deal with a lot of that additional pressure from YFP.
They're finding all the kills in the feed as well. You also had players like Craze trying to be a nuisance over towards B, so you're keeping the setup from YFP a little bit scattered on this retake. Finally, they attempt their way on in. Craze goes to the bench, only able to take down 1. Neptune falls, and simply not stacking that point gave YFP an opportunity to work their way back on in.
Shots coming through, trying to get aggressive. Not going to work out. 45 seconds on the clock, though. Bit Brooklyn under the gun. Trying to find a way to finish off this A zone. They at least deal with the contestants on the high ground. So now it's just down to can you find out where the rest of the YFP defense is in and around the zone. Wiz playing around the back, sliding through. Decent pre-fire. But trade is out. Dak trying to follow up behind this. Gives away his position. His fellow in front of him. And whoa. Nixie little omni movement spree right there. Looking for the full 60. Cruz. Does he have the patience to wait for Wiz? Not fully. Doesn't make a difference. He still finds the double. And now he's got help around the back. Mamba able to find elimination, leaving now just Neptune to have to make a play. And he's going to try to stop the clock at B. Doesn't fully get there. Third tick being depleted. Cruz watching the cross. Will likely mean that a bit Brooklyn will not have a chance to get here unless they can dive in from the balcony. Dak doesn't know which direction to look. He's got help, though, from Wiz. Gets crossed up, though. And a bit Brooklyn, they're going to find a couple eliminations. They're going to get the extra 60 seconds here. We're going to extend this 9v8.
Minute now to work with. Omen Brooklyn clutch up in that moment. Now extend the game clock. Now slow this round down drastically. You don't want to catch anyone off guard. You don't want to make any minimum mistakes that potentially might cost you. You already have a lot of map control. You just need kills to go with it.
Fellow push back into the vault. Winners trying to open up space through B Street, not going to be allowed to. Craze also seen up top in the upper echelons of P4. That's going to hold Cruz, at least in position for now. But he's fine staying here. He can essentially watch this long pinch. Dak also knows he needs to be careful from the top side at Art, but he drops. And now Craze can make his move. Cruz has to come be a part of the play. 3v5 situation. Craze around the back. Time becoming an issue as well. Long range shots towards Wiz. Eventually connect. 2v4 situation. They're going to trust that Lunars can get onto the zone. Craze has to do something unbelievable. And, well, he's going to run out of time on the play. Yeah, YFP defensively able to track him down, find the kill.
They were able to at least earn those 3 segments, though. So that might play a big part, potentially, if we do go to the round number 5. But just, again, YFP seizing their opportunities, prioritizing what they need to. They disregarded Craze sitting on the top side of B4. It was on Wiz, the sole player who was watching over towards B Street with an AR in hand, was able to catch a double and shut down that play, forced Craze to now jump on out and try to make a play, but at that point, it was too late. So YFP secured the defense again. So far, it's been all-out defenses, a couple ruler ones to close out these rounds, but back on the attack, YFP go. I think you just want to make sure you extend this game clock early on, especially if Omen are just going to give it up for free.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, this time there's going to be a bit of a mad dash here for both teams down towards the A site. Who can win out the trades? Cruz a little sloppy up top with the SMG. But Dak down low does well, and then Cruz eventually gets a second opportunity, makes good on it. So the clock will stop early at 1:14 on the clock. Around the back, Neptune trying to come in through vault. Not going to work out fully. First tick of progress done. Wiz will be the last one remaining, though, on the point. Cruz is going to zone a little bit further forward alongside Dak. Works out for 1 kill, but Fellow on the backside. He's able to catch 2, and that kind of gives an opportunity here for Mitt Brooklyn's defense to get back into position.
Yeah, especially with a little bit of cat control now in their favor. Try to keep them trapped in towards the backside of their base. Dak, farthest player, pushed up. Need to hold strong, and Felony watching this angle. As soon as Dak decides to peek, he's going to be prepared. At least gains the info that he's going to be sitting there, but Dax is trying to make an opening for his team. They're
Yeah,
just
sure
getting
is.
spawn trapped out.
Yeah, not good news here for YFP. Down to 35 seconds. 23 playing 18 as Amit Brooklyn have now pushed through the middle of the map. Long range shots from Craze, not able to lock in. But the follow-up is easy for Neptune on 3 in a row. Also catching players off spawn. This is where Neptune really showcases his individual ability. Really makes life miserable here for YFP. But trades coming through. Open the door for one more contest. Lunars, SMG in hand. The rewrap. Oh, the timing here is exquisite. So well done. 11 seconds on the clock. And it doesn't look like anyone's going to have maybe a chance to even touch unless Wiz can get around the back here. But he's been held by Craze.
God.
Gunfight win, though, for Wiz. Chance to stop it at 1.9. Fellow diving in, contesting. Gunfight not won. It's a 3 straight down, and now you can stack this extra lease on life again as we're going to get the extra 60 seconds.
And these segments right here might guarantee themselves defense. So
Yep.
big play right there in that final moment right there from YFP to extend the game clock even if they fall short on the round. 14 v 6. Game is going to slow down a bit. But YFP with the late game heroics might have done enough to guarantee themselves defense in round 5.
Let's see what they get here. When it comes down to what happens for round number 5. Convincing in terms of lives, but again, a little bit of a misstep there to allow them to get onto the point, stack it up, get the extra 3 ticks. That could be the difference maker here in the math. A couple of lapses, honestly. I mean, considering how these two teams had really battled it through the hard point, a couple of lapses for Amit Brooklyn on the search and destroy. We talked about the multiple 2v4s. And now here, a couple of just moments where individuals just kind of, once they let off the gas, they just kind of missed the timing. And Amit Brooklyn, at least based on what the game just told us, will be on the defense here.
Yeah.
That's not right. So YFP will be defending. I don't know why the game tells us one thing and then it gives us another, but that's the
Because
thing.
we have number 64 in the lobby. I'm
That's
telling you.
correct.
Number 64 is breaking everything.
Yep.
So Neptune, you got to try to be the game breaker here. Secure this offensive victory. The gunfights are needing to go down around the middle of the map. Neptune is able to find a double, so first segment about to be secured. You know that Cruz has got a kill on the overextension. Felony, it's your job to try to take care of him, but the SMG not able to connect for those shots. Cruz is still making his life work.
Oh, shots from Neptune. Eventually traded out, though, but it does allow, again, this AF zone to essentially go to the side of Amit Brooklyn. That fellow will confirm that. Extra 60 seconds put this, I mean, there's a lot of time to play with. 2:16 on the clock. An attempt, try to push through, shut down. A little bit of a reset moment here. Just try to catch YFP on this rotation back. That will work out. Looters having himself a great map. 33 and 24. Neptune following up. He's going to get into Art. This is dangerous for Wiz. Has to keep his head on a swivel here. Stuns are out. He's going to get caught. A chance now to get onto the B zone. Keep the clock paused. Crew's able to take down the threat towards Art, but how do you clear out the zone?
First second already being worked on. Praise in a power position, this time with an AR in hands. Going to make it a little bit easier on the crossfires. The slide good enough, though, from Cruz to take down Praise. Just one letter. Changing those guys' names from each other. But YFP able to hold on to the first push.
Yeah, big stabilization there defensively because it started to look a little nasty. Now you've got Art control. You've got Dak in the middle of the map. And Flex and Wiz to kind of go back and forth as he so sees fit. Praise seen on the cross. Again, though, he can just play his life back here. Wiz trying to do the same thing on the opposite side. Mamba taken care of. Nice follow-up from Craze. That's going to now clear out Art. The only problem is no one has any idea where Wiz is. And he will stop this Amit Brooklyn team from getting on the point. Craze is having a field day in the YFP spawn. And, well, until he isn't. So as he drops, the first tick of progress was being made. But Neptune has to get off and just make sure he can keep his life. And he's done well. 4 life advantage. Straight kill feed for Amit. Chance to jump on the zone.
Yeah, you got to get on it. That's now all 4 dead. Stuns and nades need to be invested if you are YFP. At least get the play that was farthest puts him in towards Art. Nades, stuns, everything connecting on the fellow. He's keeping you away from this point. Now the pinch good enough from Craze. Able to catch a double. Still working on the second segment. That's 3 dead. This might be it.
There is double stack on. Cross being watched by Fellow, and we got off the point. Doesn't matter. Kills are out. Progress is in. Amit Brooklyn will take the round 5 offense. And with that, an edge in what has been a grueler of a series between these two squads. And it's one of those things that's like, you know, again, the follies that we continue to see. Saw it in the Search and Destroy, they escape. See it here in the Control, they escape again. And, you know, it's one of those things that we obviously could sit there and break down the moments of, like, what happens and why that's not good. But there's a level of, like, this makes this Amit Brooklyn team super scary. That the fact that they're making mistakes and still winning maps that arguably in some ways they shouldn't. And, like, that makes this team, I think, super terrifying. And I think as you look forward to the rest of this series, map 4, map 5 coming up, possibly, I think if you're YFB, you have to start really punishing these mistakes and making sure Amit Brooklyn kind of, you know, taste the defeat that they're kind of throwing their direction, you know, putting it on a silver platter in certain ways.
Yeah, you need to be able to take advantage, because when a team is making that many mistakes on the map, you need to be able to counter that with good plays. And unfortunately for them, they're matching some of their mistakes with mistakes of their own, and Omen Brooklyn are countering that due to their aggression out of their SMGs. Like, that was a great final round because Craze was popping 2 pieces left and right, and Neptune flipped the switch on this map. And I looked at the score, but he was like 7-19. He ends that map 36-35. So he started to find his kills later into these rounds, and realistically, those 2 SMG players, as the playmakers, were the X factors to why they walked away victorious there.
Gonna need to keep that up, though, as we head into a map number 4, but we're gonna head to a break first, so we'll come back, have the hard point right after this. back, everybody. We are jumping on in to the remainder of this series. But Brooklyn clutching up in the search and the control outside of a couple of mistakes. Pretty darn solid for them to get through the hurdle of those two maps, now leading into a map for Hardpoint. YFP, I mean, I think the thing about it is, you know, as we look at the bracket, you know, they started off this series pretty solid. But again, just not able to punish fully for some of the mistakes that Avenge have made to this point. As we look down to what was also happening on our Bravo stream, the KC Pioneers have 3-0'd the Royal Spartans. Definitely a series that I think was probably closer than the score reflects. But hey, a 3-0 win is a 3-0 win, especially when you can do that, you know, in the winter semis.
Yeah, I feel like the Pioneers have figured out their recipe for success, and it all started with that series versus Stallions. They realized, okay, protocol is just not our map. They have been banning it every single series, regardless if it's hardpoint, regardless if it's control, or even if it's search and destroy. They do not want to play protocol, and that's been leading to them having a lot more success in this series. A clean 3-0 versus Spartans, some vets on the other teams. That's a good W.
Indeed, it is. Any win at this stage is a good one, but to be able to do it and be able to do that in 3-0 form, impressive. So here's a look back at our series. The 250 to 212, very back and forth affair. A couple of rotational wins though late between 2 and 3, just put YFP in a place of control that was not breakable. A couple of the 2v4 situations, the Hacienda search and destroy, all go a bit awry for a bit Brooklyn, but they clutch up the round 11 to take the Hacienda search. And then same situation, the round 5 control, Amit Brooklyn kind of flop in round 4. They give up the defense advantage that they would have had, but clutch up on the offense. So now you've got red card hardpoint, Skyline search and destroy potentially to wait on the flip side of that. Any thoughts here, Jay? Because I mean, I know red card probably has the same PTSD feeling that that you're thinking of, just kind of based on what we saw from our last series here.
Yeah, please don't play with the game clock. Like, please don't do it unless you have a heavy advantage, or if it comes down to a grueling moment at the end of the game. But between these two teams and what we saw based in map number 1 is that Omen Brooklyn, they tend to struggle whenever they start getting these hills chained back to back to back on them. But on a map like Red Card, where you can get trapped towards the backside of some of these hard points, where they can be very, very punishing, you need to be able to make those decisions quickly of someone hitting a route, someone trying to get out, to flip those spawns on the opposing side. Because if you allow YFP to get set up, get clean 4 deads, knowing where they're coming from, their setups seem to be working flawlessly based off of what we saw in map 1.
Yeah. Well, a little draw out there in our first fly through, so we're going to remake that lobby up. And, you know, I'm just going to point to one player in particular here. We've seen the SMGs from Brooklyn really come to life, especially there at the end, at the control. But as we start to look on the other side, I've not been able to hear much from Lunars in the way that we normally do. Be curious to see if he can kind of lock things up here. We've seen, you know, what he's been able to do in the past, I think, especially kind of flexing when he needs to most. But I think in particular on this map, you look at him largely going to be rocking the aims. He's going to have to lock up and really start to win some of these battles on rotation, I think in particular, because that was a bit awry for them to Hacienda hardpoint. And it definitely feels like it's, you know, we haven't said his name as much as we had during the group stage at this point.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying is AR presence needs to be felt on a map like Red Card.
I think so,
Lunars did not have the best map number 1. They only lose that game by about 38 points. But now going into this Red Card, you need Lunars to be the Lunars that we all known to love of his gameplay with that AR, alongside Felony. But it's not only them. I feel like on a map like Red Card, you're going to need someone at some point to pull out a third AR at certain times. So between Craze and Neptune, I would assume it's Craze that's whipping out that third AR, because we saw a little bit of it on that previous control. But it's about just dominating your power positions, playing your life when you need to, making the game easier for your team. And I feel like if Neptune has that flow where he's running around, finding his timings, then Omen are going to close this out in 4. But if he's not having a good time due to the fact that his ARs aren't opening lanes for him, we're probably going the distance.
Very well could be the case. Okay. Well, let's see. I have nothing else to say. It is just a wait here to see if we can get into the game, hopefully on the sooner rather than later front here. But yeah, I mean, any other reactions to kind of how the day has gone so far, Jay? I mean, I think just kind of looking at it, the surprise of the Stallions getting beat in the first round of the Royal Spartans, but a little bit of a bounce back on the elimination bracket. Anyone else kind of stand out to you?
Pioneers so far today. Like when we watched them versus Paranormal, they were playing flawlessly. Even in the search and destroy, when they found themselves down in multiple rounds, Illy was making plays happen. And that's not supposed to happen, but then you watch Paranormal versus the Stallions, and I could tell why all those mistakes were happening. Because we're playing the game clock at the very end where there's still 20 seconds left. Yeah, we don't got to get back into that subject again, but I feel like the Pioneers have been the team without question today that have impressed me the most because they've shown drastic improvement in their game. I feel like they had issues where players can tend to be inconsistent at times, but right now it seems like everybody is clicking on all cylinders. You have Brack in multiple positions where he's clutching up. Johnny, who's been playing fantastic in Search and Destroy and even in the respawns. And then SnD even went on 12 or 13 in a row today. So they have figured it out going into week 2.
Yep, I like that. And again, this is, you know, it's important, I think, in this particular bracket to survive through week 2 when you make it to double elimination. And so for the teams that are in the lower side of the bracket, you know, have to get their work done. We say this a lot. It's been, I think, more common this year than in years past, but like losing is learning. And that has to be the case for those teams to try to put together a run. And they're going to have a lot of time to learn due to the fact that, you know, this is our last possible map here of the evening, definitely last series of the evening. And then we'll come back again to this, you know, next Wednesday. So there's a lot of time for those teams to try to build themselves up after the losses that they face, whether they did so in winners round 1 or if they do so here in the winners semifinals, try to survive the grueler of what will be our top 6 teams next week. So good little point twos in terms of individuals and overall teams in terms of how they've performed from week 1 to week 2, but that will have to continue to be the case as we go from 2 to 3. Here we go. Red card, hard point. Map number 4, Mid Brooklyn. YFP. Need to see a strong start here, I think, for Mid Brooklyn. You know, just, you know, don't want to have those situations where they're trying to just stave back after being down 60, 70 points, which some teams are often prone to do in a map like Red Card, where it can get out of hand quickly.
Yeah, the decision making needs to be tier 1 here. As soon as you get put into one of those sticky scenarios, someone needs to make that play call to get you out of it. Do not commit on 4 pushing through the front, anything like that. Get taken down and beat up on a map like Red Card. So already into this P1 over Brooklyn, spawning on the preferred side, at least to start this P1 off. But all the kills in favor of YFP. Now they're in the harbor.
Yep. And the AR is lighting things up here for YFP. Wiz flexing to a third one. Graves is doing what he can on the low ground, but just no patience there. Just tries to force it out, try to see if he can battle out the last player in the zone. But Mamba turns that into now 3 in a row. Chased up by Neptune. Traded, though, as Wiz will continue to just hold on to hedges. YFP, opportunity to jump back into the hard point for a little bit of time. Grazed in through Ticket. Fellow and Neptune at long range. Put him to rest, and now when the focus kind of starts to move over towards P2 with Cruz already working backside stage.
Yeah, a lot of street control already. I don't know if that guy's aware or not. Okay, Neptune's not going to turn around and look at stage, so YFP now initially starting off in this hill time. They have them trapped in towards the back. Cruz already 3-0, trying to make it 4 after he cleans with that kill on the fellow. But Omid Brooklyn with the numbers to bar their way back on in, but you need to fight out towards stage.
Neptune, nice little battle from the low ground inside the hard point, pushes Dak off. Looter's waiting, and that will be enough for him to be shut down. Wiz trying to follow up, but again, good trades coming through here for Mid Brooklyn. Scrappy from inside the hard point, but it's working out nicely. Mamba's trying to follow up. He's able to collect 1, looking for a second. No, Craze. Nice double from him, and Wiz is in a world of hurt. He'll be finished off. That's a full wipe. Mid Brooklyn from inside the hard point. Good for the first about 30 seconds, and now back 17 is looking pretty polished as you've got YFP mostly focused on rotation.
They hold a tight setup there, and now this is basically going to turn into a full 60 because you have them trapped in towards the back. Thankfully, players like Dak thinking a step ahead. Hitting the route early on, he's just waiting for this new hill to pop on up. His teammates can potentially spawn on him, but only one does. So now Dak cutting off towards the front end, catches a freebie for the first kill, knows that the pressure is going to be on the steps, but needs this next wave of kills to get himself to the harbor.
Oh, good response here from Dak. Great awareness. Breaks out the hard point, and then also deals with the player on the high ground. And now he's got stairs controlled. Nate's trying to push him off. He says, bet. Why not? Just throw that my direction. I don't care about it. 5 in a row. I don't care about your stuns. Tell me if you want to. I got help. And all of a sudden, YFP starting to run away a little bit with this hard point in particular. Dak now on 6 in a row, looking for 7.
Oh, man.
Dak is all over the place. 10 in 5. 15 seconds of scrap time. Looking pretty good for YFP.
And that's a perfect life right there off of rotation. To make a play happen for your team as a sole playmaker. Now finds himself on 8 in a row. The turn and burn. Gonna eagle, challenge the fellow, but Hellstorm already secured. Something just fell on my desk. Hopefully you heard that, but it's staying intense here, Alan.
Things are flying all over the place, Jay. What a start, though, for Dak. 11-6. Like you said, the Hellstorm already earned. Mamba inside the hard point, deals with the first. Gets a response from his teammates, knowing that the hit's coming from his back, and that's enough for Cruz to turn that into a double. And oh boy, YFP lighting things up here between P2 to P3. A bit Brooklyn, though, trying to win back mid-map. They've done so successfully. It's just Mamba, last one left alive. He's found a little corner, though, to at least allow him safe from the wall bangs, but the full wipe does come through, and with 25 seconds remaining, now all of a sudden, a bit Brooklyn starts to dominate the middle of the map.
Yeah, we start thinking about that rotation if you are YFP, but you also don't want to give up this 20 for free. So try to contest as much as you possibly can over through hedges. You at least find the nade. Take down Lunas, but the wall bank's not good enough to take down Craze. So a 10-point difference going in towards P5. YFP fully set up. You have Neptune trying to break his way in through a ticket. Corner, corner, slide, slide. Trying to gain info. Puts down early shots, but does not find success on that kill. So YFP, first, good hold on that hold.
Looking decent for it for now. Opening 15 seconds or so already tallied. Craze, mid-map. Ooh, not quite there. And he's got to just back off and play his life. 3 straight kills for YFP. Allow them to get a lot of time here early inside of the hard point. Craze now going to have a little bit of help from his left. Tested. Ooh, team nade comes through, though. Bello turns that into another opportunity. But this is still, again, that's 30 seconds of the time. We have to quit the Hellstorm just to break this, what is usually a 50-50 hard point. So for YFP, that's going to feel super worth it. You get half of it, you get the Hellstorm out, you're still going to have a chance to fight for the scrap.
He's still up 30. He's still 20 kills on the way back in. It's already 2 dead, make it 3. Last player up is going to be Felony, but he wants to play his life towards the top side. He will absolutely take that. Early rotation set up properly at P5. Like you said, one of those hills that tend to be very, very scrappy. Either 30 seconds going to one team and 30 seconds being white. But YFP, after the first half of that game, find themselves up by 30, already showing a lot of presence over towards hedge. They're consistently just chaining hill after hill.
And I think impressively, it's not even just hill after hill. It's a lot of scrap to initial. Like, they're finding 30 seconds between the last 15 and the first 15, which is putting a lot of pressure on a bit Brooklyn to pick up their rotation game, to be sure. Cruz, 4 in a row. Tries to snap to Neptune, not going to be able to. Follow up from Mamba. Whoa. A little bit more than he bargained for. Neptune still trying to force the battle, and he's able to win it. So now it's just really Dak left alive and Cruz left alive. Both will find eliminations, but the staggered set spawns here will allow a bit Brooklyn a chance to try to stabilize, but they're just kind of, again, forcing a lot of 1v1s on the map, and YFP come out the better for it.
YFP said, okay, you guys can fight us outside. We'll just keep on soaking this hill time, catching a double whenever we need to. Still the spawns, though, in favor of Omid Brooklyn. Just have to take care of Wiz, though, as he's contesting over towards stage. Already finds himself on 2 in a row. He knows that the pressure's going to be on him. Can he find another one onto Lunas? Yes, he does. The snap not good enough for the 4. 50-point difference, and the entire kill feed still lining up blue.
Well, see if this can turn around here for mid Brooklyn from the back. They were great at this hard point. Really, it's been the only successful hard point that they've had, and they had to do it from inside the hill. Off the, essentially what would have been trapped spawns. They're going to go into a really nice position. How does Mamba slip away that quickly? Nearly turns it into a great moment individually, but instead, things start to turn on its head. Dak trying to jump inside the hard point. Lost for where an opponent is. Still finds 1, though. Not bad value overall, but the bit Brooklyn still hold on to the hard point, and they've chipped into this lead pretty convincingly.
Oh, now it's Cruz's opportunity. Try to pull a playbook. Pull a play out of Dak's playbook. Early off the road, though. His teammates are still getting trapped over towards O, but once that new hill pops, they're going to be spawning towards the back. Just have not been able to locate where Cruz went. He's playing towards the top steps, positioning now. No, Luna's trying to put down shots. Luna's able to find that kill onto Dak. Now keep this hill mixy.
Lunars off the reset, pistol out. Shuts down 1 to the second!
Hello.
Clean shots from Lunars. Now he's got a Jackal to play with. Bello's going to beat him to the punch load again inside the hard point. YFP still spawning garage. Trophy system down. This last 30 is important for mid Brooklyn. Neptune hunting, searching. Doesn't know where any of this play from YFP is starting to develop from. Still able to find not just 1, but a second. Fellow trying to chase, doesn't make a difference. Neptune just on a swivel. Takes care of 3 of the 4. 21 and 18. Owning some of this hard point scrap. Maybe a chance to get this thing back to within about 10 points, but the teamwork out of Dak and Cruz re-break the hill for a small moment, and that will at least lead to YFP over towards New initially, but they don't get the spawns because the hard point's not open yet, and now Craze can get to work. He knows he's got a player in the corner. The stun comes through, and Wiz somehow finds two. Almost gets the pistol out for a third, but will get a break.
Kind of just looking for the wall bang to try to take down Fellow. It was a great route right there from FaZe. Allows this play to open. Now that leaves 3 dead in the feed, making it all 4 for Omid Brooklyn.
Wow.
They have turned the game around. Lead change, finally, in favor of Omid. Neptune roaming around mid-ticket. Finds himself on 5 in a row, make it 6. He's just jumping left and right at people. And Omid Brooklyn so far flawless on this setup. They have not been able to get close.
Not even a little bit. Wiz doing what he can. This is like a battle of inches, just sliding from car to car. Dak follows up a little bit more aggressively. That's good for a double. Pistol battle down low. Fellow wins that for now 5 in a row. Craze trying to pick up the pinch. Not able to win his one. So Neptune will commit for the scrap, and he will win that battle. So Omid Brooklyn will see this lead now grow to right around 25 points. Lunar's caught inside the executive box. Craze following up, caught with a stun out. Wiz will turn that into a double, almost gets the third, but Fellow at least holds some ground for Omid Brooklyn to come off spawn and work with.
And this was the hill that YFP found a lot of success
Whoa!
early on, but Fellow prepared for every engagement that's going to get thrown at him. Slides on them with the sub. Hello, team shots good for that kill. And the lead continues to grow. And Felony's pacing continues to not slow down. He's just running at them. 15-point difference. In control of the hard point currently is going to be YFP, but Omid Brooklyn just playing keep away.
Yeah. They got another moment right there. Neptune's an impressive first win. You just don't have to take that secondary challenge yet. It's caught on it. Hardpoint will go neutral while Fellow calls in the Hellstorm. It will not connect for any kills, but it does allow some space to breathe here for Brooklyn to come off. What? Dak destroys everything with the Hellstorm of his own. I don't know if, like, while the Omid Hellstorm was in, they just didn't hear the trigger for the second one or not, but everyone gets taken off. And that's going to lead to a rotational win for YFP. They don't get any of the scrap time, surprisingly enough. And honestly speaking, Neptune's kept them into play. This middle hard point is still neutral.
Yeah, that Hellstorm was only invested for 5 seconds that you didn't even get. I guess you just wanted to get all 4 kills to maintain the map control. But still, the spawn scattered right now for Omid Brooklyn. They read the pressure coming from the back end. You need a little bit of ticket presence. Crew's able to find one on the trade. Now Dak trying to play his life, keep Felony at bay. Another lead change on the cards. Omid Brooklyn need to try to fight out of this.
Yeah, they're still trying to hold on to this P2 side of the map, though, at the same time. Craze, tempo, timing, pacing on this. Pinch is going to be everything. Oh, just gives away his position too soon. I mean, brother, just let's get a reload off. But goes 1 for 1. Under 60 on the game clock. Moving over to P2. Nice shots from Neptune, looking for kill number 40. He is just doing whatever he wants right now. And he's challenging everybody. 50 HP, long range against an AR. I want to get that. Maybe a little bit over aggressive because YFP have punished. And now it's just down to Craze. Make a mess of the hard point. Not going to happen. YFP over 200.
Swans flip as well, so now if you are Omid Brooklyn, you cannot find any success last time around to try to bring it towards this hard point. Thankfully, you already found a little bit of it, but Dak right back on in. The movement good enough for that second kill. They can no longer win it here. Omid Brooklyn need to have someone thinking about the bigger picture. Someone needs to hit a route to try to flip these spawns out.
Yeah, Neptune, though, from the back, gets a little bit of a pitch, finds 2. That opens the door now for these players from that back spawn to push through the old time. Wiz, aggressive slide out. That works out, though. Has one more player, and that's Luder's backside goal. He's just dipping and diving, trying to stay alive best he possibly can. Nice follow-up from Mamba. That's going to lead to a little bit of scrap time. Look at the mini-map, though. YFP, all arrows pointed towards garage. Hard point opens. You're going to get mid-map spawns for YFP, garage spawns from Omid Brooklyn, but it's YFP in for the initial.
Hey, we might as well just hop out the game clock. Like, screw it. Let's just wait for the 35 seconds to go away. Actually, YFP is saying, no. We're going to try to close out the game with 250. They find it free initial. The Fellow giving them opportunities again for Omid Brooklyn to work their way back on in.
Dak's just forcing this play around the back through staircase. He's going to rip apart Omid out of spawn. Back into the hard point we go. Split spawn situation for Omid Brooklyn. Neptune able to find one. Fellow's got to come up from the side here, though, through street. He needs to take Dak out of the hard point. He does. Mamba able to follow up, though. 8 seconds needed. Wiz off the pitch, right on into the hill, looking for the second member. Maybe he doesn't know that he went over to the staircase side, but it doesn't matter. Mamba finds the kill. Neptune trying to get it done himself. Not going to happen. We're going to get 5 maps here again. Neptune gets well over 40 kills, but it all comes to an end with an L. It's another one of those things, Jay, where it's just like, it's impressive, but I think people in the league are looking at that performance and saying it's like, great, but the moments where you need to play your life, get that one kill, stay alive, get your regen, get your reset, turn that into a second. It doesn't always happen, and it happens, I think, in particular on critical moments where we're talking about rotation, we're talking about finessing some of that scrap time. It just doesn't really come through.
And it was initially that P2 that was the success story for Omid Brooklyn, keeping himself early on into this game because they were able to play tight with those back spawns and fight out their way through the front side and then eventually flip them out. But the last 2 times that we saw them, they were consistently trapped in towards the back. I think the only player potentially trying to hit routes there was Craze. Craze was working his way on the backside of Ticket. Obviously, he runs out of bullets in one situation, has to whip out the pistol, not able to find a double. But someone else needs to be thinking about the game in a bigger picture when you're looking ahead, because when you're thinking, okay, they can no longer win it here at P2, it's all fine if they can soak up a little bit of this extra time here because we're already thinking about the next step, trapping them in towards the backside. But when you're consistently trying to fight your way back into that hard point, trades are not going your way, you're going to consistently spawn in towards the backside and you're laid off the rotation. It made it a lot easier for YFP to do exactly what they did in map number 1, out fundamental them, and it worked out to their favor to now force game 5.
Yep. It's just, I will say, this gameplay could be like really refreshing to watch compared to like the CDL because it's like, it's just so much action, so many kills, so many of this like over chells that turn into like, whoa, how did he do that? But it's at the same rate. Like it's tough to see at the same time because again, the macro side of the game is the most important part about it.
Yes.
So 45 and 35, 4,800 damage, minute 10 of the hard point, 14 objective kills for Neptune, but it comes in a losing effort where you can see the split up of the hill time across the other side. A little bit more balanced across at least 3 of the 4 members. So that comes into play. I think the 28 of 39, the 29 of 37 non-traded for Dak and Cruz also come into play there as well. So it's just one of those things where, again, it's like it almost feels too much about chasing kills. I think that's where some of the mistakes also kind of occurred. Maybe not necessarily in the search and destroy, but definitely in the control, and it kind of comes to bite them again here a little bit in the hard point as now we look into a Skyline search.
Sometimes you're forced into that decision, Alan, and it's due to the
fair.
fact of not the way that you're playing, the way the other team is playing. You saw how strong YFP were playing for stage control. It was either Dak holding down that position, Wiz even pulls out AR at times. They wanted to dominate these power positions. And then for the opposing end, for Omid Brooklyn, when they are not finding those power positions, that's when you have to go out there and try to make some miraculous skills happen, just simply for the fact that you're getting out fundamental. You're getting out rotated. You're not in the power positions. The gunfights are a lot more difficult on your end. And unfortunately, not able to secure one stage control as all of heads, that entire map, was dominated by YFP.
Yep.
One time it went to your way, you probably walk away with that victorious at the end of that map 4, but now we go into a game 5.
Skyline search. We'll set up away for a brief pause. When we come back, get your popcorn ready for a bunch of 4-man A hits.
We'll be done in 5 minutes. Yep, we'll be back.
map 5 to determine our winners finals. Jay's got 5 fingers. He's showing you both sides of his hand. He knows this game like the back of his hand, which is always, I feel like, a really weird phrase. Like, how often do you really like look at the back of your hand? For me, it's not all that often, or that much.
No, yeah, I'm looking at the back of my hand. I think it might be the first time I've actually ever looked at it. So I'm right there with you, Alan. But into this map number 5 we go. YFB, Omid Brooklyn. To get to winners semis. Already into the gunfights is Neptune. He finds a free beat through top hallway for that double. Just on both playmakers on the opposing end.
Yep, that's what we come to expect is a mad dash. Maybe not necessarily in that exact spot, but Neptune, good for the pretty free double, honestly. Really got shot back against. Cruz going to give him a little bit of a workout, but the defense holding strongly here as really someone's got to make a play, and Cruz and Mombard is hoping someone over Chals, which is not a terrible strategy considering who's on the other side, but they're going to have to make a play.
And 2v4s, all of map number 2. This time, no one is going to edge out. Going to hold strong on their setup. Now leads to Cruz left in a 1v4. Grabs the bomb, but with 35 seconds left, you need to make a couple kills happen. Spots one. Every single player's going to turn on their mini-map. It's a free first round right there from Omid Brooklyn.
Yeah, very free. And it all just comes down to the fact that Neptune shuts down the initial push with the bomb carrier in play. So, yeah, good stuff. Craves will get the final 2, though, so the SMGs, like we kind of called upon, showing up early. Double slide out with one another. Sure, that felt a little awkward in the real time for Craze, but in slow motion, it seems pretty casual. And I'll be curious, I think, to see like how deep is the playbook going to really come out to be here for Mid Brooklyn, because with Craze and Neptune really kind of leading the charge in terms of like the significant plays that we saw through the map 2, map 3, and obviously a lot of it in the map 4 as well. Do we just trust that they can keep the hot hand here? It sure seems that way. A little push up through pool here early. Respecting the early nades, though, will be a bit Brooklyn. Just double checking, making sure no one's over in towards Jim. That nade may land, and it does. So now information that someone's playing up on the bar over towards kitchen.
Not really a lot of map control to go with, though, for them in Brooklyn. You know that they're set up around that A site. It's going to be difficult to track your way over towards B. With a great play call right there from Craze. Sneaky nice. Beaver slides on in for the first. Neptune with the trade, 4v2 again.
Yeah, really good isolation. Wiz gives himself a chance at this, though. And whoa, here we go. Again. Wiz and Cruz both isolate over towards kitchen. Mid Brooklyn just being a little bit too cute, playing on the backside of where they found their individual kills from earlier. And now we get an even 2v2 situation. Neptune's already dropped on in from the high ground. Wiz, timing here is everything. He also doesn't want to break the glass to give away his position. So he's going to try to take this a little bit on the slower side and hope that Cruz can hold his ground, but he's not able to. But timing here could be miraculous for Wiz. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's the bomb carrier. 1v1! Not again! Not another 2v4, Jay! Not another one!
Oh my god, they can't keep getting away with this. Like, what the hell is Omid Brooklyn doing? We're talking about you're initially finding those 2 kills. Why are we just not sprinting to our team? Why is that not the initial play call, man? We traded out on a 4v2. We walk away victorious. But now add that 2v4 to the tally of this series. That's now 4. Completed and successfully secured on the side of YFP with Wiz. Clutching up in the 1v2, finds 3 on the round.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and this is information. Wiz is going to try to hit the deck inside the pool. How well can he hold his breath after this? Oh my goodness. Wiz in and out 9 HP. Slips not fully away. Crazy able to confirm the trade. Got some Cruz. Battling back 2v3. Technically, this is easier for YFP than most of the rounds that they win.
We have info early on that there was a couple players playing around this A site, but yeah, backed on out. Played their numbers advantage. You have players like Lunars in that position to watch the cross. He knows the play is going to be in towards A. Now you have the numbers in the 3v2 retake, and Fellow with the team shots are able to find that kill. 1v3 Mamba.
Mamba in and out. Whoa. Had Fellow maybe down to a bullet. Yeah, sure did. But doesn't connect on the shot needed to secure the round. So Mid Brooklyn stave off another chance. At a little 2v3 moment, but will take an edge here, 2-1 up.
It's been great answers so far on their defensive side. A little bit of spread map early on into the defense for Neptune to catch a double, but they're consistent has been showing presence at A. They don't want to allow that bomb plant to go down for free. And every single time that they have contested, they've been able to contest at least as well through the middle of the map. All out defenses for both teams. Home with Brooklyn back on the attack. And a 4-man hit right through A, leave the bomb. They're playing for the gunfights.
Sure are. This is very Amit in form, but it doesn't really work out for them. Semtex back in trouble. That will flush him out. Allow Looters to get the kill. 2v2. We got to go back and get the bomb now.
All that map control that you had, you have to give it up just to recover the bomb. It's a lot of time to work with. You're going up against Mamba and Cruz. Tend to be the slower players on the side of YFP. This fellow at least able to gain info onto 1. 50 seconds still to go.
Yeah, I was going to say, that information's kind of nearly a moot point just based on the fact that it's at that long of a range. And let's be honest, like, you can move back and forth between either of the two sides of the map pretty freely here if you're YFP. 38 seconds. Lunar's a couple of tags outside towards patio. The reset, reposition. Lunar's. Wow, good prediction onto Mamba. Absolutely perfect shots come through. Now it's Cruz. 1v2 situation. Bomb's going to get planted on the opposite site. Does he catch Lunar's at the cross? Sure does. Clean.
You should have the info now. Definitely that bomb was going down at B. 40 seconds to go. Cruz versus Fellow, and the timing is good enough to gain the info and clutch another 1v2 on the defensive side. I don't know what it is, man. Just every single time Home at Brooklyn have the numbers.
Doesn't matter.
Simply does not matter, Alan. 2-2.
Another 3 kills in the round. I mean, I almost don't even have reactions anymore because it's almost stock. Like I'm numb to it. I'm numb to the 1v2s, 2v4s. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. I'm here for it. Here for it every day of the week, twice on Sunday. Literally, we actually cast twice on Sunday, so.
This has got to be killing Felony, though. I'm telling you.
Yo.
To get clutched on the way that you are. It's got to be killing him. Because these plays are just simply not supposed to happen. But now YFP, potentially perfect blind counter. The aggression right through mid-hallway, which was their attempt early on into their offense. Lunar strikes for the early first blood. Now you cannot fully commit on this bomb play, but Cruz finds himself in a great position.
Little over-eager on the play, but the pre-fire allows the bomb to get planted, so here we go again, Jay. Numbers, 3v4. But YFP, 2v4. Those odds are almost better. Cruz is in such a good spot. Clean shots. How does he want to check the bomb, though? Answer is he's not going to, leaving Wiz now for a 1v3. Has an RC. Up and over. Checks the bomb, finds one. That's isolated. Why are we so isolated? In and around! Wiz, oh my goodness. Really? We're shooting bodies? I guess Neptune is 8-3. I guess he's earned the somewhat of a right to do so.
Thankfully, Home at Brooklyn able to clutch up in that scenario. 4v2. Finally, they're able to get one underneath their belt. But it still scares me because that's not supposed to be looking like that in a 1v3. Just one player around the bomb site, both the other players scattered around the map, trying to locate where he is. Needs to be some major adjustments when you talk about this whole mid squad going forward in their search and destroy game plan. Oh, Neptune feeling himself. Look at the moves, huh?
Okay. What is going on in this series, dude?
I don't know.
Like there's a level, and don't take me at my word, but like there's a level where just it feels so unserious at times.
Yeah, that's how I feel about that multiple series today, especially the one with Paranormal.
Yeesh. Mamba throwing shoulders. Rough start for him so far, just 1-5. Catches Fellow, who has useful information there. Fellow, ooh, he's getting a little bit of a workout. A couple of tags go out, but stays alive to tell the story. Meanwhile, battle down low in the elevator shaft. Dak calling for reinforcements. It's Neptune on the other side, and while they're focused on this playthrough secret, the bomb's going to get planted.
4v4. Post plan set up here for Home at Brooklyn. Neptune did not give up on his position through underground, so he's going to have an opening. Wiz finds the first blood, but Neptune even up the numbers, 3v3.
Oh, and he gets 2. Massive on that long-range angle. Wiz trying to break the timing over through kitchen, though. 2v2 situation. Neptune, 5 in a row. Make it 6 in a row. Wow, Neptune! Lots of damage in, allowing Lunars a chance to finish things off. And yeah, 4-2 up Orbit Brooklyn, and Neptune is having his way here in map number 5.
It's insane how different Skyline Search and Detroit plays, Alan, when it's in a map 5 compared to a map 2. Because in map 2s, we're probably done in 5 minutes because it's just nonstop. We're going towards A. We're going to fight these gunfights early on. But both these teams are feeling the pressure here in map number 5. But these rounds are stalling out a little bit longer. They're trying to dissect the setups on both ends, but Orbit Brooklyn just doing it a little bit better, especially when you got a guy that's 11-4. Taking over in this game number 5. This is more like it with these early rounds, all-out gunfights today.
Well, this is all YFP for now, but this isn't over yet. Yeah, it's going to turn into a 1v1 situation. Fellow v Dak is going to grab an SMG and get out for now. Dak is going to take the aggressive position, though, playing over towards Jim and maybe, a little stun, a little fake stun. He's going to get all the way up top piano and get the plant off, Jay.
Bomb's going to deal down at B. Fellow's going to wrap all the way to Cobble, so about 10 seconds before he even gets close to the site. Dak was able to predict him early on in the 1v1 previously, but now Fellow's still trying to think he's on the opposing side of the map. Like, we got to get to the site, brother.
Well, I mean, here's going to be everything because Dak has to check this. MTEX just going to walk up the first level. And now it's down to having to check it. Doors pop. Fellow not going to get away from it. That's going to be YFP. Big bounce back round for them, just down 1 now.
Yeah, big round right there. Lots of that 1v1 scenario. Dak with that face done. Played the mind game versus Fellow. They do keep him away from that P bomb site. And then by the time he gets into the play, it's not that much time to work with. The repositioning too strong right there from Dak. To secure that round. Now they go to the defensive side. Where Orbit Brooklyn, at least in their previous, just slowed down the game. They were relying on Neptune to find a little bit of success to on the ground, or at least gain early info, but all that info not going to be a chance to be gained here with this RC.
RCXD blows up pretty quickly, though. Wiz finds one through Jim. Tested. Off the follow-up. That's bold from Craze, but it works out for the trade. Mamba up top. Still having a hard time finding good contact. He has not had good looks at 1v1. He's not going to have a good one here either. Bello off the off angle towards top bedroom. Pushes him off his initial. Oh, but Mamba, this is aggressive. Bello trying to equal the task. Not going to work out. And while Mamba's out of there, good movement. And that leads to a numbers advantage for YFP.
Pretty sure he was able to also watch Craze sitting towards bottom gym, but doesn't commit in a gunfight. Wants to keep the numbers on their side. It's now in the 3v2. Left up to Lunars and Craze. Bomb is going to get planted at A. YFP seemingly looking to take this from the back.
Trade through the middle. Lunars trying to get proactive around the backside of Piano. Oh, and he's going to maybe run into one. Double checks the elevator. No one home.
Timing.
Contact there's good. Does he know where the second is? No, he doesn't. Nowhere to go. Dak able to find the kill. We're going to get tied up at 4 apiece, and Dak is on 5 in a row.
And that Hellstorm is only going to get closer and closer to being earned once he secures a little bit of these objective points, but fantastic plays from YFP to match the aggression through the middle of the map. Wiz opens up with the first blood. Keep the numbers in their favor in the 3v2 and then just trade it out. It's as simple as that. Craze goes for a child. There's 2 people ready in that gunfight. Turn it into a 2v1, and then in the 1v1, Dak was just in the right position at the right time.
Yeah.
Find that trade again. Tied at 4.
Ooh, interesting. Dax is going to go play bottom elevator here off the initial as YFP are trying to catch him at Brooklyn, getting aggressive. They are, but not there. They're already in towards bedroom. Both SMGs are here. And they can just hold these corners. You just have to play contact if you're Lunars towards A and just allow this little crossfire setup to develop and, oh, missed opportunity there. And now Craze has to kind of reposition back.
Yeah, Dak should have gotten the indication that someone pushed out towards bed, because you can spot the dust falling off the ceiling as they are crossing. That 2 strikes for the first blood. Effective on the trade is Mamba, but here comes Craze. Mamba was being planted, does not check it. Now it's a 2v2.
And Wiz is getting aggressive. He's going to get up behind this play, topside on the balconies. But he has to be very considerate about if anyone's actually playing inside the B site or not. A couple of shots come out through Fellow. He's taking shots to Mamba. Do they know there's a player in towards Kitchen already? No, they don't. Wiz trying to isolate, trying to chase down Lunars. Catches him cleanly. They know Fellow's playing a little bit on the deeper side, and Wiz is going to hop for the plant. This is going to reset the 1v1.
Oh, how fast can Felony get into the play? Gonna drop down through mid-hallway. No, he's gonna actually work the way all the way around the backside of Cobble. And Wiz, depending on the timing, not gonna be aware of it. Felony patient on the shots. The re-wrap catches him off guard. And Omen Brooklyn now put themselves at game point.
Absolutely massive. A hot start from Neptune. Now starting to be followed up from the rest of the squad. Series point. Try to punch a ticket into the winners final against the KC Pioneers. YFP need 2 in a row. And they've had some pretty solid looks, even from full 4v4s. It's just wild because 2 of their round wins have been in clutch form, a 1v2 and a 2v4. So can they get it done here in the defense just from just having a good game plan and just trying to get numbers for the first time, because they have been very amiss from getting first bloods, and they're going to try to stack piano here. A little bit of a cross setup. Neptune gets a read. A couple of tags are in. Nade on the backside of this. Neptune trying to finesse it.
No.
Whoa. Wiz takes himself out of the picture, I believe. Neptune gets credit for the kill, but I think Wiz's Semtex was a little bit of self-damage.
Yeah, he definitely naded himself there. Not the ideal situation you want to be in, but Wiz probably knows we stand a better chance at clutching these rounds in a 2v4. And that's exactly what it's going to come down to. Back, went for the pinch, only able to get one, now 1v3 for the game. Mamba falls.
Wow. Neptune gets 14 in the map 5 through 10 rounds. And a lot of it came early. But, wow, the read on the play through poolside, the damage that had been done. Wiz, unfortunately, can't get the Semtex either deep enough or get far enough away from it after the damage from Neptune. He gets credit for that elimination, and with that, omit Brooklyn to move into the winners finals next week. YFP will drop down to the lower bracket, where I wouldn't want to be down there. A lot of good teams down there at the moment. You've got the Syndicate squad that's down there, YFP is down there now, Stallions, and you've got the Royal Spartans. But the big story, omit Brooklyn and KCP make it through the upper bracket. And that now puts them in the winners finals to come next week. Good, I would say, convincing results from KCP versus 2 very good squads. A 3-1 and a 3-0. And yeah, a lot of those maps are really tight, but still, clutching up in those tight games is impressive.
Yeah, they were the best team that we saw today. Obviously,
Agreed.
we only saw them for one series, but the fact that they were able to walk into their next series versus Spartans, who were sitting nice and comfortably after beating the Stallions in a 3-1, taking every single respawn, they steamrolled them in a clean 3-0. Omen and YFP, obviously that rematch, it lived up to the hype. They went all the way to a round 11 the first time we watched them play, which was the beginning of the Elite. Now we get to a round 10 the second time, this time through winners bracket, but this time differently. Omen Brooklyn, they walk away victorious. A phenomenal day of Call of Duty. A very long one, Alan, but we got through it, brother.
That's what happens with playoffs. That's what happens with playoffs. It often leads to long days, lots of bangers. We had that pretty much start to finish. But we do have to come to a close, and we're going to try to end the broadcast before it hits midnight East Coast time, so we can at least say that we finished the broadcast on a Thursday, not on a Friday. You got CDL back to regular qualifying action this weekend, so make sure you're tuning in on the COD League YouTube channel, and we'll be back next week for Elimination Round 2, Winners Finals, and Elim Round 3 on Wednesday, followed by Lower Finals and Grand Finals on Thursday for both EU and North America. Have a nice night. See you guys this weekend. Bye-bye.